SSS rank, the first SSS rank profession in human history. As the shadow of an ancient giant insect obscured the sky and roared above Yangcheng No. 8 High School, the school beauty Ning Yuanxi, who had just been feeling proud of awakening an S rank, collapsed to the ground in terror. However, the shock and awe of the entire crowd lasted for less than 3 minutes. The profession is insect tamer. What a pity. There are no powerful insects in this world. You cannot form combat power in the early stages, so you are basically dead meat for the martial arts exam in half a month. A single sentence from the Education Bureau Commissioner knocked Lin Hao from the altar down into the mud in an instant. The classmates who were kneeling in worship a second ago immediately put on looks of schadenfreude. So all that noise was just for a flashy showpiece that can't even fight? He would have been better off learning a support profession. At least he could make a living. Watching the people around him change faces as easily as flipping a book, the school beauty Ning Yuanxi regained her sense of superiority. She walked up to Lin Hao with a patronizing tone and said, "My team still needs a logistics member. If you beg me, I might take you in." "No need," Lin Hao said coldly as he turned around, leaving everyone behind to look at each other in confusion. They had no idea that at the very moment he was sentenced to death, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Ding! Insect Monarch System bound. Awaken Divine Talent. War Insect stats increased tenfold, and Insect World travel unlocked. There are no powerful insects on Earth? Then I will go to an ancient alien world ruled by billions of insectoids to catch them. A death sentence start? He will show this world what a true insectoid apocalypse looks like. And this turning point of fate that shocked the entire city all began with the awakening ceremony half an hour ago. Rewind time to half an hour ago. The job transfer square of Yangcheng No. 8 High School. The dense crowd of high school seniors stared intently at the massive awakening altar in the center. Next, Zhang Tao. The thin, tall boy stepped nervously into the magic formation. As a light flashed, the faint phantom of a needle, thread, and measuring tape appeared above his head. Zhang Tao, awakening successful. Lifestyle class, Taylor. The boy's face turned pale as he staggered off the stage. Zhao Hu, awakening successful, E-rank agility archer. Zhao Shanhei, awakening successful, D-rank fire class. Awakening ranks range from SSS to E. Anything below D rank is no different from trash. Hundreds of students had been tested, with the highest being only B rank, while the rest were mostly lifestyle classes or low-level combat types. In the crowd, Lin Hao stood as still as a pine tree. He had transmigrated into this world plagued by monsters 3 years ago, and this awakening at 18 was his only path to gaining power. 2 years ago, his sister, Lin Dong, awakened the S-rank combat class Shadow Dancer at this very school and was specially recruited by the Jingcheng Qingbei Martial Arts University. But a year and a half ago, after sending back her final letter, she went completely missing. Lin Hao refused to believe she was dead. He had only one conviction: awaken the strongest class, get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, and go to Jingcheng himself to find his sister. Chen Fan, awakening successful, breeder, lifestyle class. The boy on the stage broke down on the spot. Principal Mo Ren stepped forward quickly, offering formulaic comfort. Don't be discouraged, student. No profession is inherently superior or inferior. These were just empty words. In an era surrounded by monsters, lifestyle classes were destined to only do menial work in the rear, with no chance of becoming the strong. The ceremony continued, and finally, it was the turn of the highly anticipated prodigy. Next, Ning Yuanxi. All eyes in the arena converged instantly. Ning Yuanxi, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, one of Yangcheng's top 3 elite families, and the school beauty of No. 8 High, stepped out from the crowd and proudly walked into the formation. Boom! The formation erupted with brilliant light. A 10-meter wide pillar of golden radiance shot into the sky, with violent silver lightning crackling and dancing within it. The whole audience was in an uproar. Gasps of shock filled the air. S-rank class. It is a lightning mage, as expected of Goddess Ning. At the leadership table, Commissioner Xu from the Education Bureau saw his eyes light up, his voice trembling with excitement. Ning Yuanxi, awakening successful, class, lightning mage, S-rank, combat type. Feeling the power of thunder within her, Ning Yuanxi lifted her chin slightly, her confidence growing. Principal Mo Ren was flushed with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Good, very good. Well done, student Ning. Next, Lin Hao. Mo Ren immediately turned to look at Lin Hao, his eyes full of expectation, muttering to himself. The Lin family has produced geniuses before. Lin Dong was S rank 2 years ago. Let me know. 8 High produce another S rank. Lin Hao remained expressionless as he stepped into the awakening formation. The formation activated, and the light swallowed him whole. However, the expected golden glow did not appear. The next moment, the world suddenly turned dark. A terrifying pressure erupted from the center of the formation. A pitch-black pillar of light, over 100 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, its scale instantly crushing Ning Yuanxi's golden pillar as it pierced through the heavens. Dense demonic energy swept across the square like a shockwave. The students caught in the wave turned pale, and those who were weaker went weak in the knees, collapsing and trembling. It was an absolute suppression at the level of life itself. Amidst the churning black clouds, countless massive, ferocious phantoms of ancient insectoids blotted out the sun. Mountain-like carapaces, mouthparts tearing through the void, and a sea of endless insects like a dark tide. The primordial, violent pressure made everything tremble. What is that? So many bugs. Are they ancient demon gods? The black light. What kind of rank is this? Exclamations and screams mingled together, and the playground was thrown into chaos. The pride on Ning Yuanxi's face froze completely. Looking up at the apocalyptic scene, and feeling the pressure far exceeding her own lightning power, her delicate body trembled, and cold sweat soaked her back. Her previous provocation and sense of superiority seemed ridiculous in front of this world-shattering phenomenon, and a deep sense of frustration washed over her. This is impossible. Commissioner Xu shook violently, struggling to remain calm. An unheard-of phenomenon. Could it be the theoretical SSS rank awakening? Principal Mo Ren stood stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh hard, babbling incoherently. SSS rank. It really is an SSS rank awakening. After a long while, the phenomenon slowly dissipated. The sky returned to clarity, and the pressure faded. Lin Hao. Awakening successful. Class. Bug Tamer. SSS rank unique class. Combat type. Unique awakening. The commissioner in the green robe gasped, his voice raspy. It is the first time in human history that a new class has appeared. A bug tamer? The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was frozen in place, stunned by this result that exceeded their comprehension. Regardless of the class's strength, this phenomenon alone was already terrifying. Lin Hao, come over here. Just as Lin Hao walked out of the formation, Principal Mo Ren shouted, "What is your initial class skill?" SSS rank is certainly strong, but first discovered classes often go to extremes. They are either heaven-defying or complete garbage. The joy that had just ignited in Mo Ren instantly faded into suspense. Lin Hao focused his mind and summoned the information panel. Name: Lin Hao. Class: Insect Tamer. Level 1. Strength: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 30. Constitution: 10. Class skills: Insect Contract. Pet Insect Summoning Level 1. Insect Contract. Sign a contract with insects within a certain range to make them your pet insects, with a chance of failure. Pet Insect Summoning Level 1. Summon contracted insects, with the quantity linked to your own level. After reading the panel, Lin Hao briefly explained his class features. Contract insects to fight for him. Commissioner Xu, standing to the side, frowned and said in a deep voice, "It cannot be denied that if you can contract powerful insects to build an army, it is indeed very strong. But there are no powerful insect monsters in this world, and even if there were, they are all in deadly dangerous zones. With the martial arts college entrance exam in half a month, you won't be able to form effective combat power in the early stages. You need to be prepared for that." These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over them, and Mo Ren's face turned pale instantly. "What are we going to do?" he muttered to himself, pulling at his graying hair. One step behind means every step behind. The National Martial Arts exam is in half a month. If you have no combat power in the early stages, forget about top universities. Even a bottom-tier college is out of reach. Lin Hao was also stunned. Was the imposing SSS rank actually a death sentence of a start? The crowd, which had just been shocked by the phenomenon, suddenly erupted into chaos. Is the first discovered class a waste awakening? Making such a big scene, it turns out it's just for show. It's not even as stable as my life skill class. Mockery and schadenfreude spread rapidly. So what if the awakening phenomenon was earth-shattering? The actual prospects were not even as good as an ordinary person's. Lin Hao took a deep breath and returned to his original position. He knew deep down that emotions wouldn't solve the problem. His desk mate, Ye Dapeng, leaned over and said, "It's fine. You can't grind monsters in the early stages. Let's team up." Then he turned his head and glared at the surrounding crowd. What are you looking at? No matter how bad it is, Brother Hao is still SSS rank. We'll see when the time comes, Lin Hao replied indifferently. On the other side, Ning Yuanxi, who still had faint electric arcs flickering around her, took everything in. Sister Yuanxi, it looks like this Lin Hao is a bust. He's all bark and no bite, a lackey with yellow hair said flatteringly. Ning Yuanxi frowned slightly but didn't respond. Theoretically, since her S rank was suppressed by him, she should be happy now that he had awakened a useless class. But looking at his still straight back, a complex emotion stirred in her heart. Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi spoke up suddenly. The school is organizing a novice dungeon trial tomorrow. You're having trouble in the early stages, so if you need to, you can join my team. Her tone sounded like an invitation, but it carried a sense of condescending charity. No need, thanks, Lin Hao answered bluntly, just as he had with his desk mate Ye Dapeng. A collective gasp echoed around them. Ning Yuanxi was an S-rank fighter, and the school bell, even declining her help. Was Lin Hao just giving up on himself? Ning Yuanxi stood there, stunned. The olive branch she offered was Lin Hao's best option now. Why did he refuse? And why could he remain so indifferent? Lin Hao, I know you have high standards. Ning Yuanxi furrowed her brows, but as an insect tamer, you have zero combat power without contracted pet insects in the early stages. Going into a dungeon alone is suicide. My team is your best solution. Lin Hao didn't respond again. You can never carve your own path by relying on others. Ning Yuanxi might be willing to bring him along, but her teammates would only treat him with cold eyes. Instead of being under someone else's wing, he would rather start with the weakest insects and fight his way out. The awakening ceremony continued. Ye Dapeng, awakening successful, shield master, tank class, A rank awakening. Ye Dapeng walked back to Lin Hao's side. Under normal circumstances, awakening a rare A rank would have him flying with joy. But now he didn't say a word, fearing he might upset Lin Hao. This kind of cautious sympathy stung Lin Hao like a thorn. Must get stronger. Must get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. His sister has been missing for a year. He must find out the truth about whether she is alive or dead. Ding. Detected that the host has awakened the Insect Tamer class. Binding the Insect Monarch system. Extracting World Origin to optimize the Insect Tamer class. Class optimization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God tier talents. War Insect Enhancement Level 1, Position Swap. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill. Insect Realm Shuttle. Lin Hao felt his spirits lift. A system? He immediately checked the skill descriptions. War Insect Enhancement Level 1. The host's contracted battle insects are enhanced by 10 times, increasing with skill level. Position Swap. Can swap positions with any pet insect at any location. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Insect Realm Shuttle. Gain 3 opportunities to enter the insect realm for every 10 levels gained. Even with his composed nature, Lin Hao was shocked. These 3 skills were heaven-defying, especially the Insect Realm Shuttle. The Insect Realm? There was no record of this place in historical documents. Could it be an alternate space ruled by insects? A vision from his awakening flashed through his mind. A distant alien world where billions of exotic insects formed a sea, with mountains of corpses and piles of bones underfoot. Wherever the insect army passed, all life perished. And at the moment of his awakening, billions of insects turned and bowed to him. Lin Hao suppressed the wild joy in his heart. If he could contract those terrifying insects from the insect realm, this was no death sentence. It was the path to the god-tier throne of the strongest class user. Meanwhile, on the playground, the joke about Lin Hao drawing a useless class continued to spread wildly among over 1,000 students. A shabby, run-down bungalow? The very place where Lin Hao lived alone. He closed the door. Lin Hao suppressed the anxiety in his heart. If he couldn't summon a pet bug soon, he would remain a failed awakened one. Not to mention the Grand Martial examination in half a month, his plan to find his sister at Qingbei Martial Arts University would also be completely ruined. I must get my first pet bug immediately. He calmed his mind and whispered, "Bug world travel." Whoosh. The space shifted instantly, and he stepped into a pile of damp, rotting leaves. It was hot, stuffy, and dim. This was a primeval forest with trees towering into the clouds, and from the distance came chilling rustling sounds and low roars. The bug world? Lin Hao immediately restrained his aura, crouching behind a giant fern like a stone. His nerves pulled tight. My mental energy is draining rapidly. His expression shifted. At this rate of consumption, with his current level, he could only stay in this world for 5 minutes at most. Time is running out. I must finish this quickly and find a bug with combat capabilities. Lin Hao lightened his footsteps, searching cautiously through the ancient forest. 4 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. He still hadn't found a suitable target, and the excessive consumption of mental energy already left him feeling weak. Suddenly, on a towering tree more than 20 meters wide in front of him, a mantis larger than an adult human was lurking. Two massive sides were raised high, exuding a suffocating sense of deadly pressure. Without a doubt, it was extremely powerful. Bug contract. Lin Hao focused his mind and decisively activated his class skill. Mental energy reached out instantly, establishing a connection with the mantis's soul. The unique affinity of a bug tamer began to permeate, and the mantis's stiff defensive posture slowly softened. Is it working? Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. But the next second, the bug spirit that was about to be tamed began to struggle violently. Lin Hao's already depleted mental energy couldn't suppress it at all. Snap. The soul bond snapped instantly. Oh no, failure. The interruption of the contract made the mantis absolutely furious. It unfurled both its sides. Clatter. A branch as thick as a human in front of him was instantly sliced off. Boom. Dead leaves flew everywhere as the giant mantis leaped right in front of Lin Hao, its deadly scythes chopping down toward his head. At this critical moment, Lin Hao's mental energy was completely exhausted. Swish. He turned into a beam of white light and instantly disappeared from the spot. Huff, huff. Back in the shabby bungalow, Lin Hao opened his eyes abruptly, breathing heavily with a deathly pale face. The alternate bug world is truly perilous. He frowned, quickly reviewing what happened. The contract failed because that mantis was of too high a level, and its mental strength was too strong. I couldn't suppress it at all. He rested for a moment until his mental energy was fully restored. Lin Hao's eyes darkened as he activated the skill again. Bug world travel. White light flashed. This time, he appeared on a desolate plain. The withered grass on the wasteland was as hard as iron. Boom. In the far distance, firelight that blotted out the sky erupted with a roar. High in the air, a snake-like, soft-bodied giant bug thousands of meters long was spraying flames 1,000 feet high toward the ground. On the ground, floods of poisonous green liquid surged toward the sky. Giant bug battle. Birds and beasts within a 1,000-mile radius had long since vanished. Lin Hao lay flat in a depression on a hill, not daring to move an inch. If I had teleported to their feet, I wouldn't even be ashes by now. Giant bugs of this level would kill human masters in seconds. If only I could take one as a pet. Lin Hao shook his head inwardly. He was in no position to provoke such things right now. He would have to wait until he was at a higher level. When the 5-minute time limit arrived, Lin Hao vanished in a flash of white light. Returning to the bungalow, Lin Hao scanned his panel. Bug world travel. 1 use remaining. This is my last chance. If I fail again, I'll have to just grind it out until level 10. Gold world travel. The scenery changed, and Lin Hao appeared at the foot of a volcano. Boom. Boom. A massive volcano towered into the clouds, with its crater spewing flames that blotted out the sky. The ground was covered in black ash and charcoal, with no signs of life. I'm in the wrong place again. Lin Hao's heart sank. How could there be any living thing in such a desolate place? Over 4 minutes passed, and not only were there no mutant bugs, he hadn't even seen an ant. Am I going to fail again? The travel time was coming to an end. A black beetle the size of a fist suddenly flew past him, wobbling as it moved. It cast a casual glance at Lin Hao, and, without stopping, continued to fly forward. There are actually bugs surviving in this harsh environment, but this beetle didn't look like a powerful species by any means. Should I catch it? If I don't, I'll be empty-handed until level 10. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and decisively cast his class skill, Bug Contract. The bug tamer's mental energy instantly connected with the beetle's soul. The beetle paused in midair and stopped its wings. It seemed confused, as if just waking from a nap, and didn't even struggle. The contract was a direct success. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao returned to reality. The black beetle was hovering right in front of him, buzzing around. Lin Hao immediately pulled up the panel to check the information. Gold-eating bug, a rare creature born in ancient times, capable of devouring almost anything in heaven and earth, with a hard shell providing super defensive power that is immune to water and fire. An ancient rare bug? A gold-eating bug? In the dilapidated room, Lin Hao sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness deep into his mind to carefully examine the system interface and the detailed attributes of his gold-eater bug, Xiaojin. Race: Gold-eater bug, ancient exotic bug, larval stage. Level: 1. Strength: 200. Agility: 100. Spirit: 100. Constitution: 200. Lin Hao was taken aback, unable to believe his own eyes. No way? It's this strong? You have to know that as a level 1 bug tamer, his own 4-dimensional stats were only Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 30, Constitution 10, and this Gold Eater bug was more than 10 times his stats. In other words, his little pet bug right in front of him was stronger than 10 of him combined. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. He quickly realized what was going on. It was all thanks to the system's talent skill, Pet Bug Enhancement Level 1. The power of the insect race contracted by the host is increased tenfold, and this bonus increases as the level rises. It was precisely because of Pet Bug Enhancement that this Gold Eater bug was so overpowered. What a god-tier skill. It seems that this Pet Bug Enhancement also has levels. That is to say, it is only at level 1 now, and as he levels up. This skill can be upgraded to level 2, level 3. By then, it would probably be even more ridiculously overpowered. Summon Gold Eater bug. Visits 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 Gold Eater bugs emerged from the void beside Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked excitedly at the 10 terrifying, overpowered Gold Eater bugs beside him. With these, even if he soloed tomorrow's beginner dungeon, he would surely sweep through it, right? With this bug world he could travel to. One could imagine that in the future, the entire bug world could become his backup legion. He could potentially contract thousands of powerful insects and build a vast bug army of billions. He could walk sideways across the entire world. And night passed. The next day, at the plaza by the entrance of the Yangcheng beginner dungeon, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Class-awakened combatants from Yangcheng Middle School had gathered here. This was the beginner training and leveling session organized by the school after their job transfer. Soon after, they would be organized to participate in the National Martial Arts Examination. The results of the martial arts exam would then determine which martial arts university they could enter, as each institution offers different training resources. Therefore, everyone wanted to kill as many monsters as possible in the beginner dungeon to boost their levels, so they could prepare for the upcoming big exam. The air was filled with excitement, tension, and eagerness. A massive light gate stood in the center of the plaza, emitting gentle spatial fluctuations. That was the entrance to the Dark Forest dungeon. Most students were in small groups, nervously forming parties. Advanced Shield Warrior looking for a team? Constitution 35. Need a powerful damage dealer. Advanced Fire Mage looking for reliable frontline and healer. Intermediate Healer with heal skill looking for a team to join. Today, Ning Yuanxi was dressed in a well-tailored lavender mage robe, holding a silver staff, embedded with a blue gemstone that crackled with electric arcs. She stood alone, like a cold, dazzling flower on a high peak. Many were begging to be in her party. Yu Dapeng wore shining golden armor and held a massive golden tower shield and a golden short sword, looking exactly like a walking treasury, which drew quite a few eyes. How, brother, join my team. My gold tier gear is definitely tough enough. You can just hang back and leech some experience. Lin Hao looked at his best friend and shook his head, his tone calm but firm. Daipeng, thanks. But I plan to solo. Solo? Solo? Ye Dapeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The commotion here also caught the attention of those around them. Solo? Who is being so arrogant? Isn't that the SSS rank bug tamer from the 8th high school? Peeved. That dead-end class? Even contracting a bug is hard, right? And he wants to solo? Is he going in to serve as a snack for the monsters? His brain must be broken. Scoffs and doubtful whispers drifted over. Ning Yuanxi also heard Lin Hao's words. Her cold gaze swept over, and she furrowed her delicate brows. She hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to walk over. This action instantly drew all eyes to them. Ning Yuanxi stood before Lin Hao. Lin Hao, the Dark Forest isn't as simple as you think. Party is the safest choice, and my team has a spot open. The surrounding crowd broke into an uproar. Ning Yuanxi, the S-rank lightning mage with a silver staff, actually invited that trash class bug tamer to join her team? Countless gazes of envy, jealousy, and confusion were pinned on Lin Hao. Yu Dapeng was anxious, signaling frantically at Lin Hao to accept immediately. However, Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged, as if Ning Yuanxi had invited the air instead of him. He looked up at Ning Yuanxi calmly, his tone indifferent yet firm. Thanks for your kindness, but I still choose to solo. Rejected. Again. It was even more decisive and unquestionable than the last time on the playground. The hint of softness on Ning Yuanxi's pretty face froze, turning into frost. She gripped her silver staff tightly until her knuckles turned white, an indescribable wave of irritation surging in her heart. What for? For a class doomed to be weak in the early stages? Why would he refuse her good intentions time and time again? Just for that ridiculous pride? Lin Hao, don't try to be a hero. Soloing is no joke. Ning Yuanxi's voice carried a hint of anxious anger she hadn't even noticed. I know what I'm doing. Lin Hao's reply was still brief. No need to worry about me. You. Ning Yuanxi was choked with anger, her chest heaving slightly. She glared fiercely at Lin Hao and spat out, "Fine, I'll wait for you to come beg me." With that, she turned and left. The silence around them was absolute. Everyone was stunned by Lin Hao's ungrateful behavior. How, brother? You... Ye Dapeng looked worried. Lin Hao patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Go find your own team and stay safe. Just then, the principal, Mo Ren, also heard the news and hurried over, his face etched with anxiety. Lin Hao, are you sure about this? Principal, my mind is made up. Lin Hao looked at Mo Ren, his eyes clear and firm, without a trace of hesitation. I have the confidence to solo. This isn't just being impulsive. Mo Ren looked at Lin Hao's determined eyes, which so closely resembled his father's and sister's. You have the same temper as your sister, Sai. In the end, he waved his hand helplessly. Fine, fine, be careful yourself. If things get tough, use the teleport stone and get out immediately. Safety first. Thank you, Principal. Lin Hao bowed slightly. Lin Hao ignored all the glares and discussions, walked straight to the dungeon gate, took the precious one-time teleport stone from the staff, and held it firmly. The light gate swirled, reflecting his calm yet immensely confident face. The next moment, he stepped in, and his figure disappeared into the light gate. Solo run, start. Chapter 5. Terrifying Gold Eater Beetles. Terrifying leveling speed. The distortion of space before his eyes suddenly vanished, and a breath of fresh air, tinged with the faint scent of rotting vegetation, flooded into his nostrils. Lin Hao found himself standing on a vast plain, the sky taking on the pale, distinct hue characteristic of a dungeon. Surrounding him was dense grass, waist-high, swaying in the wind and creating a rustling sound. In the distance, the faint silhouettes of a sparse forest were visible. This was the novice dungeon, the outer perimeter of the dark forest, the plains region. Almost the moment he landed, Lin Hao didn't hesitate, his thoughts racing. Summon. Swish. Swish. 10 dark golden rays of light flashed in succession. They were 10 gold eater beetles, the size of fists, their shells etched with glowing lava-like patterns. As soon as they appeared, they spontaneously surrounded Lin Hao, forming a loose defensive perimeter, their tiny compound eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Lin Hao felt it keenly. They were an extension of his own limbs, connected by thought, requiring no extra mental effort for precise control. Scatter and scout. If you find any living thing, kill it without mercy. Lin Hao issued his first command through the mental link. The 10 gold eater beetles instantly turned into 10 dark golden streaks, silently diving into the tall grass. Their speed far exceeded the agility expected of ordinary level 1 creatures. Lin Hao stood where he was, closed his eyes, and linked a portion of his consciousness to the vision of the 10 beetles. In an instant, 10 different, high-speed moving views of the grassland flooded his mind. Less than 5 seconds after the beetles scattered. To the front left, in the view of one beetle, appeared a plump, brightly colored pheasant pecking at grass seeds in the field. Target. Aggressive pheasant. Level 1. The pheasant seemed to sense danger and lifted its head cautiously. Shoo! A dark golden flash blinked and vanished. The gold eater beetle, relying solely on the speed granted by its 100 points of agility, shot toward the pheasant like a bullet. 200 points of strength were concentrated in its deceptively small mouthparts, and with a light peck, splatter. A soft sound, like a piece of fruit bursting, echoed. The plump pheasant couldn't even emit a scream before its head exploded instantly, as if it had been struck by a heavy caliber sniper rifle. Red and white matter splattered, the headless body twitched twice, then slumped to the ground. Killed level 1 aggressive pheasant, gained 10 experience points. Current experience. Level 1, 10,000. A one-hit kill. An effortless one-hit kill. Lin Hao remained unmoved. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the result. 200 points of strength against a level 1 pheasant with likely less than 50 health was an absolute... Continue. He issued the command calmly. The beetle immediately turned and rushed toward the next area. At the same time, the other 9 beetles also sent notifications of finding targets. To the rear right, 2 pheasants had their heads pierced simultaneously by 2 dark golden streaks. Straight ahead, a level 2 grass wolf with exposed fangs pounced, only to collide head-on with a gold-eater beetle. The wolf's fangs didn't even leave a scratch on the beetle's armor, while the wolf itself had its breastbone crushed by the impact, sent flying backward, and killed instantly. On the left, 3 pheasants huddled together. A dark golden streak tore through them like a shuttle of death, piercing all 3 heads in a row. Killed level 1 aggressive pheasant, gained 10 experience points. Killed level 1 aggressive pheasant, gained 10 experience points. Killed level 1 grass wolf, gained 10 experience points. Killed. The notifications on the panel were scrolling like crazy. Experience points were soaring at a jaw-dropping speed. 20, 50, 100, 200. The 10 gold-eater beetles, with their superior attributes, were nothing more than 10 tireless, highly efficient killing machines. They operated independently, covering a vast area centered around Lin Hao. He didn't even need to move. Experience flowed to him automatically like a tide. Lin Hao even found a relatively flat stone to sit on, closed his eyes, and concentrated, multitasking by processing the sporadic views from the beetles, while feeling his experience bar climb rapidly. This grinding efficiency was unmatched. Not even a party of 50 or 100 could clear monsters at this speed. They would need to search, run, focus fire, dodge, and potentially stop to heal if injured. As for Lin Hao, he only needed to wait. A short 2 or 3 minutes passed. Your level has increased to 2. Current maximum summon limit plus 110. Current limit 20. A faint wave of warmth flooded his entire body, and his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all improved slightly. Summon limit increased to 20. Summon gold-eater beetles. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao's 10 original beetles grew to 20. Go! The newly summoned 10 beetles flew forward like fighter jets. The experience bar grew at an even more terrifying speed. 300. 500. 700. A few more minutes passed. Your level has increased to 3. Current maximum summon limit plus 110. Current limit 30. Summon gold-eater beetles. Lin Hao summoned another 10 beetles, bringing the total to 30. Go! The newly summoned 10 beetles took off again like fighter jets. The monster clearing speed doubled again. At this moment, no more than 10 minutes had passed since he entered the dungeon. Lin Hao had already leveled up twice, reaching level 3, and the experience bar was still hurtling toward level 4 at a terrifying pace. If word of this speed got out, it would scare everyone silly. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the depths of the dungeon, his vision seemingly piercing through layers of vegetation. Sister, you were hailed as the greatest genius in Jiangning province for reaching level 10 in 8 hours. Today, I will break your record. His tone was calm, yet contained an unshakable belief and a resolve that surpassed everything. Meanwhile, on the other side of the plains, Zzz, blinding blue electrical snakes lashed out violently, instantly scorching 3 huddled level 1 grass wolves until they were charred and smoking, twitching as they fell to the ground. Killed level 1 grass wolf, gained 10 experience points. Killed. Ning Yuanxi panted slightly, the blue gem at the tip of her silver staff flickering with light. She glanced at her experience bar. It had moved about 10% toward level 3. Efficiency was high. S-rank combat class, paired with a high-level staff. Lin Hao? That stubborn guy, he must be struggling to take a single step by now. Maybe he's even in danger? She bit her lip, the image of Lin Hao's excessively calm face appearing in her mind, and the annoyance from being rejected bubbled up once more. Imph. Once you're chased by monsters and have to use your teleportation stone to get out, let's see how you keep acting so tough. She could almost imagine Lin Hao's embarrassment in that moment, and her own slightly pitiful posture of victory. Wait until you come begging to me, she whispered to herself again, as if saying it could convince her that he would eventually realize reality. A warm current surged through her whole body, every cell seemingly cheering with joy. Strength, speed, stamina, and especially her mental power, all had significant improvements. On her attribute panel, her spirit had directly soared to 50 points. Leveled up again. Lin Hao felt the changes in his body, his eyes bright. He shifted his focus. 10 more gold-eater beetles were summoned, joining the hunting party. Outside the dungeon, several principals gathered together. Principal Mo Ren sighed deeply. The insect tamer class has powerful skills, but it is quite difficult to contract your own insect pets in the early stages. He gave a brief overview of Lin Hao's situation. That being said, it is indeed quite troublesome, said the principal of Noma 1 High School. Yeah, if that is the case, he really cannot form his own combat power in the early stages. If you fall behind by one step, you might fall behind at every step, added the principal of Noma 2 High School. So it seems his hidden awakening is not as good as that young girl from the Ning family with the rare awakening, said the principal of Noma 3 High School. It is a pity to waste such good potential. People like him are extremely rare, not just in our Yang City, but in the whole country, lamented the principal of No. 4 High School. The principals, being knowledgeable and experienced, understood the problem with Lin Hao's class in the early stages as soon as they heard it. They all felt a bit regretful. Producing such a talent is not easy. This is not only the pride of No. 8 High School, but also the pride of Yang City. If someone brings him along in the early stages, it might be a bit better. The principal of No. 5 High School sighed. But who would be willing to team up with someone who has no combat power? Even at our school level, it is not easy to force other students to do so. After all, it relates to the big exam in half a month, said the principal of No. 7 High School. The principal of No. 7 High School added, by the way, what team is Lin Hao currently grouped with? The principal of No. 1 High School asked curiously. Mo Ren said slowly. He applied to solo the dungeon himself. What? The principals were stunned. What is this child thinking? How willful. What is he using to solo the dungeon? He has no combat power at all. You didn't agree to it, did you? Mo Ren felt a bit panicked now. No, I agreed to it. He has already entered the dungeon alone. The principal of No. 1 High School scolded him first. Old Mo, you are wrong here. What were you thinking? Although students can have some of their own wishes, the school also needs to be a gatekeeper. How could you let him enter the dungeon alone? Exactly, you are really getting senile. Without any combat power, what is the point of entering the dungeon alone? To enjoy the scenery, or to seek death? This is no longer a matter of leveling up, but a matter of his life. Although it is a novice dungeon and fatalities are rare, a significant number of people get injured every year. Hearing what the principal said, Mo Ren panicked even more. I thought if he couldn't kill monsters or encountered any danger, he could just use a teleportation stone to get out. The principal of No. 1 High School shook his head and said, waste the teleportation stone just because of unnecessary willfulness? Old Mo, do you want to cater to his vanity? He clearly has a useless awakening, yet he insists on acting like an expert? Students, the worst thing is to pretend to know what they don't, or to act like they are capable when they are not. I bet within 10 minutes, we will see him being teleported out. Just as the principals were discussing. Half an hour passed, and Lin Hao had reached level 4 in the novice dungeon. Name: Lin Hao. Class: Insect Tamer, Unique. Level: 4. Strength: 50. Agility: 50. Spirit: 80. Physique: 50. Class skills: Insect Contract, Insect Summoning, Level 4. Talent skills: Pet Insect Strengthening, Level 1. Position Swap, Insect World Travel, Throw Times. Summoning Level 3 Gold-Eating Insects, current quantity 34. As his level increased, Lin Hao's attributes saw significant growth. Lin Hao calculated that for every level up, he gained 10 attribute points each in Strength, Agility, and Physique. The class-specific Spirit attribute gained 20 points. The level of the insect summoning skill synchronized with the class level. The gold-eating insects also leveled up to level 3. The only thing was that skill strengthening was still level 1. With each level, the summoning capacity increased by 10. Lin Hao kept summoning gold-eating insects, and in a short while, they increased from 10 to 20. Right now, his maximum spirit points were not enough, so he planned to wait for his spirit to recover a bit more before summoning the remaining 10. Once an army of 30 gold-eating insects swept through, he could easily break the previous novice dungeon record. His sister's record. Lin Hao knew very well that his sister was not only naturally talented but also extremely hardworking. Lin Hao remembered his 3rd year of high school. Every single day, he saw her gritting her teeth and coming home covered in wounds. And the next day, she would be full of energy going back to training. What exactly was the reason that made her work so hard? Even now, Lin Hao didn't understand. A girl, doing many things that boys couldn't. But, as strong as his sister was, she still couldn't solve the trouble that happened to her, resulting in a year and a half, with no news at all. If he wanted to go and help his sister, then if his strength was lower than hers, or even if it was just about the same, it would be useless. He must be powerful enough. So the first goal now was to surpass the novice dungeon record set by his sister. Thinking of this, Lin Hao stepped deeper into the grassland. It was still a crazy screen-scrolling massacre. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience plus 20. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience plus 20. Successfully killed level 3 porcupine, experience plus 30. Successfully killed level 4 grassland green wolf, experience plus 40. One-shot kills all the way, without any suspense. After another half hour, Lin Hao reached level 4. Outside the dungeon, Principal Moren's heart was uneasy. Lin Hao had been in the dungeon for an hour, but even now, he hadn't seen him come out using the teleportation stone. Could something have happened to him inside? What is he using to kill monsters alone right now? He has absolutely no combat power. Could it be that he is using that whiteboard steel blade to hack monsters with regular human strength? If that were the case, he probably wouldn't even be able to kill a level 1 mountain pheasant. A scene emerged in his mind. Lin Hao was sweating profusely, covered in wounds, and with a stubborn face, desperately fighting a mountain pheasant. Thinking of this, he shivered. Hey, why hasn't that Lin Hao from your No. 8 high school come out yet? Another principal also thought of this problem. That is right. Hasn't he been inside for an hour? He shouldn't be able to last this long. Could something have happened? Could he be hiding somewhere? But what is the point of that? When the dungeon ends, won't he just come out as a level 1? The discussion among the few principals made Moren feel even more anxious. He was now very regretful for agreeing to let Lin Hao enter the dungeon alone. If any accident happened, he would be uneasy for the rest of his life. Why is this kid as stubborn as his sister? He suddenly remembered Lin Dong from 2 years ago, that hardworking girl. In his decades of teaching, he had seen many smart people. But as for the hardworking ones, Lin Dong was the most intense. And she was a girl too? Sigh. He sighed. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Lin Hao was walking leisurely, as if he were taking a pleasant after-meal stroll. He had already ventured deep into the area for level 6 and 7 monsters. The experience points were still scrolling on his screen. Successfully killed level 6 striped leopard, experience plus 60. Successfully killed level 7 northeast tiger, experience plus 70. One-shot kill. Still the thrill of a one-shot kill. It was no different from killing a level 1 mountain pheasant. In no time at all, Lin Hao's level reached 70% towards level 5. He believed that in another 10 minutes, he would reach level 5. Deep in the dark forest, this is already the intermediate monster zone. The air is no longer as gentle as the outer plains, but instead filled with a faint, rank odor and a more intense sense of raw wildness. Lin Hao walks through it with steady steps, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Yet around him drifts a heart-stopping sight. 40 dark gold metal-eating insects. They are hovering and patrolling within a 10-meter radius around him. Their compound eyes flicker with a cold shimmer, and the lava-like patterns on their carapaces faintly pulse in the dim forest, as if they could unleash destructive power at any moment. From the initial 10 to 20, and now 40. Killed a level 6 pattern leopard, gained 600 experience points. Killed a level 7 iron-horned rhino, gained 700 experience points. Killed a level 7 tiger, gained 700 experience points. Killing monsters above your level. Huge amounts of experience. For ordinary professionals, it is already difficult enough to kill same-level monsters steadily while in a team at this stage. Overleveling? That is a luxury dream that only top geniuses with premium gear dare to attempt. But for Lin Hao, this has become the norm. A level 7 tiger, massive in size with razor-sharp fangs, lets out a roar that makes the leaves rustle, ferociously pouncing on a lone metal-eating insect. Its tiger paw, capable of crushing rock, slams down with a foul-smelling wind. Bang! A muffled thud, as if striking 10,000-year-old dark iron. The metal-eating insect is knocked down half a meter, shakes its head, and there isn't even the slightest scratch on its dark gold carapace. In contrast, the tiger lets out a pained roar. Its paw bones seem to have been injured by the recoil. The next moment, before the tiger can react, the insect strikes in an instant. Puff. A faint piercing sound rings out almost simultaneously. The tiger's massive body suddenly stiffens. 3 small bloody holes appear on its eyes and the center of its forehead at the same time. Blood and brain matter slowly ooze out. Its copper bell-sized eyes still retain a trace of brutality and bewildered disbelief. Then it crashes to the ground, kicking up fallen leaves. A one-shot kill. Still a one-shot kill. From level 1 chickens to the level 7 jungle master tiger, in the face of the absolute power, speed, and defense-ignoring biting of the metal-eating insects. It seems there is no difference at all. Every single one is a one-shot kill. Congratulations. The host has reached level 6. Current pet insect summon limit plus 10. Current limit is 70. A surge of heat, stronger than before, flows through his entire body, filling his limbs and bones with strength. Lin Hao stops, leans against an ancient tree, closes his eyes to feel his own changes, and calls up the attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao. Class, Insect Tamer. Level, 6, 12%. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 70. Spirit, 150. His eyes drift toward those metal-eating insects surrounding him like dark golden stars. Race, metal-eating insect, ancient exotic insect, growth stage. Level, 6. Strength, 1200. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Constitution, 1200. Hiss. Lin Hao can't help but gasp in his heart. 1200 in strength and constitution, 600 in agility and spirit. What terrifying attributes these are. This completely exceeds the scope of conventional creatures. No wonder those level 7 monsters are like paper in front of them. This is not even a battle in the same dimension. And he can summon not just 1, not 10, but 70 of these metal-eating insects. 70 such freakishly strong, ancient, exotic insects. Lin Hao slowly clenches his fists, feeling the surging power within his body and the 70 closely linked mental connections in his mind that move like extensions of his own will. He finally deeply understands what kind of destiny-altering power the Insect Emperor system and the 10 times pet enhancement bring. How is this a weak early game class? This is clearly a walking natural disaster. The ceiling of AoE classes? No, this is power capable of annihilating everything. Sister, Lin Hao gazes toward the depths of the dungeon, his eyes seeming to pierce through layers of obstacles. You were hailed as a legend for reaching level 10 in 8 hours back then, and He calculates the time. It has been just over 2 hours since entering the dungeon, and his level has already reached level 6. The experience bar is still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, he can reach level 10 in at most 2 more hours, or even higher. 4-hour clearance. This will be a terrifying record that far surpasses Sister Lin Dong, one that will go down in history, with none before it and few after. Lin Hao's eyes are sharp as knives. The newbie dungeon is just an appetizer. The real battlefield is the wilderness outside the city. There are stronger monsters, richer experience, and the possibility of dropping various materials and equipment which can be exchanged for resources to support his faster growth. That is the true starting point for his fast track to becoming a powerhouse and eventually heading to the capital to find his sister. As soon as this dungeon run ends, I am leaving to go to the wilderness. His goal is clearer than ever before. Meanwhile, in another part of the level 3 monster zone. Roar! A ferocious level 3 claw cat monster pounces. Get the hell away from me. Yudapang roars and lifts his shimmering gold tower shield to strike back. Bang! The cat monster is knocked back, but its sharp claws leave deep marks on the shield. Yudapang's arm is numb, and he is panting. His gaudy gold armor has good defense, but is also stuffy, making him sweat profusely. Damn it, you are really hard to deal with. He spits and looks at his panting teammates, a high-level fire mage and a mid-level priest. Are you guys still okay? Let us finish this guy quickly. I need to find Brother Hao. He has been in there for over 2 hours alone. I hope he didn't get pecked by a level 1 chicken. His tone is worried and clearly sincere. He has no idea that the Brother Hao he is worried about is currently one-shotting level 7 tigers and has reached level 6, a height he can only look up to. In another area, the thunder light fades. Ning Yuanxi breathes slightly hard, sweat on her forehead, and more than half of her spirit power has been consumed. She glances at her experience bar. Level 3, 52%. The efficiency is not slow, but the continuous spellcasting and high-intensity combat are a huge test for her spirit and stamina. She has to find a hidden spot to sit down, take a basic recovery potion, and meditate to rest. Oomph, that guy Lin Hao. He must be in a worse state now, right? Maybe he has already used his teleportation stone. She leans against the tree trunk, the calm and stubborn face of Lin Hao when he refused her flashing back into her mind, and her heart feels annoyed. Arrogant guy, you deserve to suffer. But inexplicably, a faint trace of worry always lingers. She shakes her head, trying to drive that face out of her mind and focus on recovering. Outside the dungeon, the small talk between the principals continues. Speaking of the record for this newbie dungeon, it has to be Lin Dong from the 8th middle school 2 years ago. The bald principal says with emotion, Shadow Dancer, legendary class, solo, reached level 10 in 8 hours. That was a true genius. The martial arts champion of Jiangning province that year. This record, I am afraid no one will break it for 10 years. SSS level awakening. It must be more powerful than S level. What a pity. The fat principal replies, glancing at Mo-Ren. Principal Mo-Ren hears this, and a trace of complexity and regret flashes in his eyes. Back then, he was the one leading the team to enable the newbie dungeon here. He recalls Lin Dong's eyes, tired yet bright as stars when she walked out of the dungeon, and remembers her fighting spirit. Thinking of Lin Hao now, his worry in his heart deepens. Lin Hao, as long as you come out safely, leveling up or whatever is not important. But at this moment, Lin Hao is inside the dungeon, approaching and about to crush the record they consider legendary at a speed that overturns their cognition. Outside the novice dungeon, Principal Mo-Ren kept his eyes fixed on the portal. He had been waiting for Lin Hao to teleport out. As long as Lin Hao didn't appear, his mind could not be at ease. At this moment, he deeply regretted agreeing to let Lin Hao enter the dungeon alone. Suddenly, a swoosh sound. A flash of white light appeared at the portal. It was a student who had encountered insurmountable danger and used a teleportation stone to escape the dungeon. Lin Hao, you brat, have you finally decided to come out? Principal Mo-Ren let out a sigh of relief, making him, a principal, worry about him here for so long. That is really going too far. The teleportation light faded, revealing the person. It was a student with a buzz cut. What? It's not Lin Hao? The student was breathing heavily, his face pale, looking terrified. Mo-Ren recognized this boy. He was also a student from the 8th middle school. For some reason, Mo-Ren felt a surge of anger toward this student who had teleported out. Lin Hao is still in there fighting monsters with a basic steel blade? Yet you use a teleportation stone to come out? Can you have a little more backbone? Although the instant teleportation stone is meant for students to save their lives in a crisis, at this stage, you only encounter level 2 or 3 monsters. Is that already too much for you to handle? It is so infuriating. At this moment, the other principals nearby also looked over. They all assumed the person who emerged was Lin Hao. A principal shook his head and laughed. Hey, this kid is quite persistent, taking this long to come out. Poor old Mo must have been worried to death. He's been looking so gloomy. He leveled up to 2. It seems the kid was working hard in there. Though I don't know how he reached level 2. What is the point? Without strength, fighting level 1 or 2 monsters is barely understandable, but level 3? Is that even possible? Alright, let's not talk about it. Even if he's a bit dull, his spirit is commendable. Zhao Dahai, what happened? Principal, the monsters inside are too scary. That one-eyed rat has such high attack power. The student replied softly with his head down, still looking traumatized. A one-eyed rat, a level 2 monster in the novice dungeon. The surrounding principals nearly burst into laughter. A level 2 monster being too scary. That is a fresh excuse. Wait, it turns out that wasn't Lin Hao. Does that mean Lin Hao is still inside? Hey, where there is a crouching tiger, there must be a hidden dragon. Old Mo is having such a hard time. If it were my school like this, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Enough. Principal Mo-Ren interrupted the student with a dark face. Go over there and get some rest. If you can't even handle a level 2 monster, what is the point of awakening a combat class? It's simply a disgrace to the 8th middle school. But right at this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 more beams of teleportation light flashed. 4 more students emerged, all sharing the same terrified expression. These 4 students were not from the 8th middle school. What is going on? Why did you guys come out too? The principals of those students' schools stepped forward to ask. They had just finished mocking the 8th middle school, and now it was their turn. The expressions of the principals who came forward to inquire turned ugly as well. Something is wrong. The monsters inside have suddenly become so powerful, violent, and terrifying. A student who was slightly more composed answered hurriedly. The principals were stunned. It wouldn't be strange for one student to run out, but 4 or 5 at once is a problem. What exactly is happening? A principal asked urgently. One of the students said, I used a detection skill, and those monsters have the words demonized after their names. Demonized? Corrupted by demons? A principal asked in alarm. Just then, beep beep beep, 2 military vehicles sped toward the novice dungeon base. The 2 vehicles drove like madmen, stopping only when they were about to hit the students who had just teleported out. The principals were about to scold them, but upon seeing the insignia on the vehicles, they couldn't help but cry out. City Defense Force. The car doors opened quickly, and 4 men and 1 woman stepped out, led by a man. The man was about 40 years old, with a buzz cut and a tall, heroic bearing. He walked with strength and purpose, as if accompanied by wind and thunder. Zhao Kaijun? Principal Mo Ren exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher, it has been years. The middle-aged man smiled as he walked toward Mo Ren and grabbed his hands with both of his. General Zhao of the City Defense Force? The other principals recognized the man and felt a chill in their hearts. 20 years ago, Zhao Kaijun was also a student of the 8th middle school, which is why he called Mo Ren teacher. He was now a general of the Yang City Defense Force, responsible for the city's peace and security, one of the most powerful and influential figures in Yang City. Furthermore, he was ranked in the top 3 in terms of power in Yang City. Why are you here? Combined with the fact that students were continuously teleporting out and the appearance of someone of Zhao Kaijun's status, Mo Ren had an intuitive feeling that something had gone wrong with the novice dungeon. Zhao Kaijun said, Teacher, simply put, we monitored that the novice dungeon had been invaded and corrupted by abyssal demons. We happened to be in the area, so we rushed over. Corrupted by abyssal demons? Principal Mo Ren's heart sank. Dungeon portals being corrupted by abyssal demons wasn't rare, but this was the first time he had heard of it happening to such a low-level dungeon. Mo Ren became anxious immediately. Then what should we do? There are nearly 1,000 children inside who have just finished their class changes. The principals nearby panicked as well, realizing that a major crisis had indeed occurred. Teacher, do not panic. Aren't these novice students all equipped with a teleportation stone? Unlike the panicked principals, Zhao Kaijun remained calm. He said softly, After they all come out, we will seal the dungeon and go inside to clear it. Then the dungeon will return to normal. Zhao Kaijun looked around at the principals and continued, Principals, you need not worry. The students cannot withstand these demonized monsters, and soon they will realize that the monsters have been corrupted. You should have conducted emergency drills, right? Following the procedures for this situation, they will likely teleport out of the dungeon very soon. It seemed to verify Zhao Kaijun's words. At this moment, the portal was filled with flashes of white light, continuous and non-stop. Countless students were teleporting out. The principals looked at Zhao Kaijun, sighing in their hearts. They had all panicked upon hearing the news of the crisis. But look at General Zhao, steady as a mountain. He truly deserves his reputation as someone who has spent years in the military fighting demons. The principals began to sort out the students who had teleported out from their respective schools. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Hao had cleared the level 7 monsters and had gone deep into the area of level 8 enraged gorillas. A level 7 gold-eating bug was fighting fiercely with a level 8 enraged gorilla. The two rolled on the ground during the fight, until the enraged gorilla finally died and stopped moving. Huh? Are level 8 monsters this fierce? Even the leveled up gold-eating bug couldn't kill it in one hit? Lin Hao was taken aback by this sight. How could such a monstrous level 8 creature appear in a novice dungeon? How are other ordinary novices supposed to fight? At that moment, a message flashed on his interface. Successfully killed level 8 enraged gorilla, demonized. Experience plus 160. What? Demonized? Lin Hao frowned. I've never heard of a novice dungeon having demonized monsters. The difficulty? Has this dungeon mutated? He cast a detection spell on a raging ape. Raging ape, demonized, level 8, strength 340, agility 160, spirit 160, physique 340, skills none. The demonized monsters have all their stats doubled compared to the original level 8 ones. It's already equivalent to a level 10 plus monster. No wonder the experience points, which should have been 80, have also doubled to 160. After a brief thought, Lin Hao concluded that the dungeon must have mutated. According to the emergency drills, he should teleport out of the dungeon immediately. But seeing the 160 experience points from just one level 8 monster, he hesitated. That's double the experience! Even though the demonized monsters are much stronger, they are still no match for the golden-eating bugs. At this moment, other golden-eating bugs also encountered the demonized raging apes. Successfully killed level 8 raging ape, demonized, EXP plus 160. Successfully killed level 8 raging ape, demonized, EXP plus 160. The experience bar was climbing rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The growth speed was actually twice as fast as farming level 7 monsters. Ding! Level up! You have reached level 8. My god. If this continues, I'll probably reach level 9 very soon. This kind of double experience points. It feels absolutely amazing. The demonized raging apes don't seem to pose any threat to me yet. But this experience gain is just too satisfying. It's like Lin Hao was already leveling up at sports car speeds, and now with nitrous oxide, he's like a rocket. Keep grinding. I'll wait until I can't clear them or sense a real crisis before stopping. Lin Hao watched the experience notification scrolling by like crazy. In this short while, he was already at 30% into level 8. Just as expected. With my superior strength, I need to farm stronger monsters to maximize my speed. The novice dungeon is fine for ordinary students, but for me it's really not enough. After finishing the novice dungeon, I must go to the wilderness outside the city to farm. I hear there are many high-level monsters there, and in inexhaustible numbers. That would be awesome. I must fully utilize my ability to farm monsters above my level. By now, Lin Hao had summoned 50 golden-eating bugs. Both their attack power and numbers were increasing significantly. The level 8 golden-eating bugs were much larger, nearly double their original size. The two fangs in their mouths began to emit a cold glint. They looked even more ferocious. Now that I've reached level 8, at this rate it shouldn't take long to reach level 10. If I reach level 10, I can go back to the insect world to contract another spirit insect. By then, maybe I can contract an even more powerful insect. Lin Hao knew that once a dungeon is polluted by abyss demons, organizations would soon arrive to seal it off. However, that time gap should be at least an hour or so. As long as I clear out the monsters and leave before they arrive to handle the dungeon, nothing will be affected. After all, this opportunity for rapid leveling is simply too rare. I also told myself I would break my sister's record. Right now, other students must have realized the dungeon is polluted and, unable to handle it, are teleporting out one after another. But I am different from them. I can handle this. With an hour's time gap, I can finish farming and get out. Lin Hao's judgment was sound. But he was still wrong. The city guards led by Zhao Kaijun arrived far faster than he anticipated. How could he have guessed that Zhao Kaijun and his team happened to be nearby? Kill them! Kill every single one of them! Lin Hao commanded the golden-eating bugs to accelerate the slaughter. Seeming to sense their master's will, the golden-eating bugs fighting around Lin Hao became even more frantic. Whenever they encountered the demonized raging apes, they would pounce and rip them apart. These bugs were impervious to water and fire, with armor incredibly tough. Even though the raging apes screamed and lashed out, they couldn't break the bugs' defense at all. Just 10 minutes later, Lin Hao's experience climbed from 30% to 60%. At this rate, I'll definitely reach level 9 in less than 15 minutes. It truly is rocket-like leveling speed. The thrill of it made Lin Hao feel like he had eaten a ginseng fruit. His whole body felt incredibly satisfied. If the students and principals outside the dungeon knew about this speed, their jaws would likely hit the floor. Because in history, no one in the novice stage has ever leveled up this fast. In the face of Lin Hao's immense power, so-called demonization is just like a double experience cheat for him. Double experience? This is unprecedented in a novice dungeon. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, Lin Hao hit level 9. Lin Hao and his golden-eating bugs had their stats increased again. The raging apes that originally needed 3 or 4 bites to kill could now be taken down in 1 or 2. Soon, half an hour passed, and all the level 8 raging apes were wiped out. Lin Hao reached 80% towards level 10. It's really too satisfying. I didn't expect that. Not only did the experience double, but the level 8 and 9 monsters were so densely packed. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have reached such speeds. Without hesitation, Lin Hao strode toward the area of the highest level monster in the novice dungeon, the level 9 tiger with eyes on its tail. At this moment, outside the dungeon, it was noisy and bustling with activity. Thousands of students had come out of the dungeon. The students gathered in groups, sharing the thrilling crises they had encountered. Each school was counting their students separately. 1, 2, 3, 4. The sound of counting echoed repeatedly. Ye Dapeng, who had reached level 4, was searching for Lin Hao in the crowd. Have you seen Lin Hao? Have you seen Lin Hao? But the answer was always, I haven't seen him. It's over, it's over. Ye Dapeng's face turned pale, and he muttered, It's been 3 hours since the dungeon started and then got polluted, plus another hour since then. That's 4 hours already. 4 hours without a sign of him. A regular dungeon was dangerous enough for Lin Hao. Now with the mutation, the place is filled with murderous intent. He's surely in grave danger. What? Still can't find him, right? Ning Yanxi asked, frowning as she stood next to Ye Dapeng. I can't find him anywhere. He must still be inside. I really don't know what that kid is doing in there, Ye Dapeng said, looking dejected. What a death-defying fool, Ning Yanxi cursed. But deep down, she was in a panic. Could something have really happened to him? His stubbornness before was understandable. But what about now? The polluted dungeon is full of death traps. Completely different from before. One mistake could cost you your life. Don't think a teleport stone is insurance. Under the attack of demonized monsters, you might not even have time to use it. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, can you not go too far? You have made this young lady worry about you again and again. When you get out, I'll have to teach you a lesson with a lightning strike to show you how to behave. She stared intently at the entrance, hoping to see Lin Hao appear at any moment. Unfortunately, she was disappointed time and time again. In the last 6 or 7 minutes, no one had come out at all. It was nothing like half an hour ago, when the white light from teleports was almost constant. Zhao Kaijun asked in a deep voice. Principals, have you counted the students from your schools? Is everyone out? The principal of Number 1 High School replied, everyone from our school is out. The principal of Number 2 High School replied, everyone from our school is out. The principal of Number 3 High School replied, everyone from our school is out. Every principal answered Zhao Kaijun's question earnestly. Although they were principals in their own right, they dared not show the slightest bit of negligence or disrespect toward Zhao Kaijun. Teacher, what about the students from Number 8 High School? Haven't they all come out yet? At this moment, Principal Mo Ren of the 8th High School was still wiping sweat from his face as he frantically looked for his students. There was no need to ask. It was clear that some students were still inside. With a bitter expression, Mo Ren said, there is still one student missing. Just then, a woman of about 20, standing beside Zhao Kaijun, said to him, Uncle, if we don't seal the dungeon immediately and conduct a sweep, it will be trouble once the entire dungeon is corrupted. It might even lead to the destruction of the entire dungeon. The implication was clear. She was suggesting they should abandon the student inside. The young woman had short hair, looked heroic, and was quite beautiful. Looking at the young woman, Zhao Kaijun frowned and said, Chen Ziking, how many times do I have to tell you? At work, do not call me uncle. I am your superior, General Zhao. The woman replied, understood, I'll call you General Uncle. Zhao Kaijun shook his head helplessly. He turned to Mo Ren and said, Teacher, tell me the situation regarding that student who hasn't come out. Hearing that Zhao Kaijun had not followed his niece's advice to seal the dungeon immediately, Mo Ren let out a slight sigh of relief. He knew that once a dungeon was sealed, those inside could not come out until it was unsealed. And there was no telling when that would be. In other words, Lin Hao would be stuck with the monsters inside for a long time. He gave Zhao Kaijun a brief and quick overview of Lin Hao's situation. An awakening of a hidden class this year? Death penalty in the early stages? No combat effectiveness? Yes, his name is Lin Hao. He's from the Lin family. Mo Ren nodded. The Lin family? Zhao Kaijun did not understand why Mo Ren emphasized the family name. He is Lin Yuanshan's son, Mo Ren suddenly revealed. What? His son? Zhao Kaijun's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. He was no longer the calm, unshakable figure who could remain steady even if the world were falling apart. Kaijun, this child has had a hard time. For the sake of your time in school with Lin Yuanshan, please find a way to save him. Don't give up on him so easily. Mo Ren looked at Zhao Kaijun nervously. Zhao Kaijun nodded. He and Lin Yuanshan were much more than just schoolmates. He said softly to Mo Ren, Teacher, don't worry. Since Lin Hao managed to survive 3 hours in a normal dungeon and another hour in a mutated one, if he is still alive, it proves he possesses the ability to survive in both conditions. And since he hasn't used the teleportation stone from the start until now, it means he is still perfectly fine. As expected of a man who had weathered many storms, Zhao Kaijun deduced Lin Hao's current situation clearly in just a few words. Is that really the case? Upon hearing this, Mo Ren, as well as Ye Dapeng, Ning Yanxi, and the others nearby, were skeptical of Zhao Kaijun's judgment. It's impossible. Lin Hao doesn't have the strength to hold out in these conditions. Exactly, it would be more plausible if he were hiding in some corner, severely injured. Of course, they wouldn't dare say these things to Zhao Kaijun's face. General Zhao, what should we do now? 3 city guards who came with him asked for instructions. What to do? Of course, we must seal the dungeon immediately, regardless of the boy's status. If he doesn't come out after discovering a mutation, he must bear the consequences himself. The young woman chimed in without hesitation. The city guards nearby nodded as well, apparently agreeing with her. The Lins are all just as greedy, Zhao Kaijun thought to himself. This kid must be in there hunting monsters. However, he said aloud, if we seal the dungeon, he won't be able to get out even if he wants to. Let's give him another 30 minutes. If he's not out in half an hour, we'll seal the dungeon then. The young woman frowned. But it's already been so long. In another half an hour, I'm afraid the entire dungeon will be destroyed. Uncle, what you're doing is against the rules. The girl insisted. Zhao Kaijun said coolly, the dungeon won't be destroyed in half an hour. If it really is destroyed, I will take personal responsibility. Yes, the city guards replied, bowing their heads. The girl pouted at the side, but she said nothing more. There's something more to this. Who is that boy inside? Why is my uncle so concerned about him? She thought to herself. She became curious about the person who still hadn't emerged. Zhao Kaijun thought, Lin Yanshan's son, how could he be trapped by a mere novice dungeon? Haha, I really want to see him. An awakening of a hidden class? Interesting. Yanshan, you have a worthy successor. Lin Hao, inside the dungeon, was unaware of what was happening outside. He was crazily and hungrily hunting the level 9 demonized tigers. Although these demonized jungle tigers were incredibly powerful, they were still no match for Lin Hao's gold-eating beetles. Ding, you have reached level 10. Satisfying. Extremely satisfying. The thrill of leveling up like this is the most enjoyable. Leading his 50-plus incredibly fierce gold-eating beetles, Lin Hao charged ahead, invincible and unstoppable. The jungle at the end of the dungeon was filled with the wails of the tigers. These wails composed the triumphant song of Lin Hao's leveling up. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Hao's experience reached 50% of level 10. Fast. Too fast. In the final level 9 monster area, the creatures were much denser than before. Experience points were flooding the screen. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding. You have reached level 11. Boom. After the last level 9 jungle tiger fell, every single level 9 monster was wiped out by Lin Hao. Lin Hao's experience bar reached 30% of level 11. At this moment, if someone could look down at the entire novice dungeon from a god's eye view, they would see that it was essentially almost entirely corrupted. Less than 10% remained uncorrupted. At the previous rate of corruption, this remaining 10% would be gone in about 10 minutes. Just when Lin Hao thought the dungeon was about to end, a small temple emerged before him. Huh? Lin Hao paused. The level 9 monsters were cleared, so the dungeon should have been over. I've never heard of such a temple appearing. Novice dungeons aren't supposed to have boss stages, are they? Why do I have a boss stage? Could it be that a dungeon corrupted by the abyss is different from the original? If Lin Dong were here, she would know that Lin Hao's judgment was wrong. Generally speaking, the level 9 striped tiger is indeed the final stop for a beginner dungeon. But if a first-round professional manages to kill every single monster in the beginner dungeon without missing one, there is a chance to unlock the final boss stage. However, almost no one who starts as level 1 professional ever manages to wipe out every monster in the dungeon. Missing a few is perfectly normal. But 2 years ago, Lin Dong did it. She also fought the dungeon's boss stage. But 2 years later, what Lin Hao is facing is not just a boss stage. It is a boss stage corrupted by abyssal demons. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped toward the temple. About 100 meters from the temple, Lin Hao suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. What on earth is in there? Even just the aura is this terrifying. And this aura, it seems to feel like it comes from hell. At this point, instead of moving forward, Lin Hao retreated another 100 meters. Over 50 ferocious gold-eating insects hovered in front of Lin Hao. Go! At Lin Hao's command, the 50 gold-eating insects flew toward the temple like 20 miniature bombers. The closed doors and windows of the temple couldn't stop these insects at all. The insects crawled onto the doors and windows, and before long, the doors and windows, made of an unknown material, were chewed through. The gold-eating insects swarmed inside. They live up to their name as creatures that consume everything. Ah! Several screams came from inside the temple. Immediately after, a panicked cry followed. What are these monsters? Get away from me. Huh? It can actually speak human language? Lin Hao retreated another few dozen meters. Could it be a sapient creature in there? This world has many sapient monsters, but I've never heard of such low-level sapient beings at levels 10 or 8. Bang! The temple doors were slammed open by a giant figure that stumbled out. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. It was actually a minotaur monster. On its bullhead, Two long, curved, sharp horns looked extremely sinister. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on it. Minotaur Behemoth, Lord, demonized, level 15, strength 4000, agility 1000, spirit 1000, physique 3000, skill death stomp. My god. A level 15 Lord class, demonized boss. These four-dimensional stats are just too insane. They match monsters level 40 or 50 outside, and it even has a skill. This is the first time Lin Hao has seen a monster with a skill. But no matter what you are destined to be nothing more than my experience points. Kill. At Lin Hao's command, over 50 gold-eating insects pounced onto the Minotaur Behemoth. Then, they began to bite madly. The Minotaur Behemoth, Lord, was in unbearable pain and, acting like a madman, frantically slapped at its own body with its hands. Bang! 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 It tried to slap the gold-eating insects off its body. Quite a few insects were indeed knocked off. Many of the insects' shells were cracked from the impact. However, the wounds were healing before the naked eye. The regenerative ability of the gold-eating insects once again exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. They are too strong. They are practically unkillable. The Minotaur Behemoth grabbed one gold-eating insect in each hand, trying to crush them. But the insects were incredibly hard. Holding them felt like holding two hard rocks. It threw the two insects to the ground in a rage. Suddenly, the Minotaur Behemoth leaped high into the air, dozens of meters up. It then plummeted toward the ground at high speed, landing with a heavy stomp. It had just used its skill, Death Stomp, with a deafening boom. Soil and rocks went flying. A large crater was formed in the ground directly by the Minotaur Behemoth, Lord. Countless cracks appeared along the crater walls. They extended in all directions. Boom! At that moment, the nearby temple couldn't take it either and half of it collapsed. Dust billowed. Most of the insects clinging to the Minotaur Behemoth fell off. However, the insects that fell to the ground quickly climbed back up. They flew back onto the Minotaur Behemoth. Lin Hao, standing hundreds of meters away, also swayed from the vibration. Man, this skill is too powerful. It's a good thing I was cautious and retreated over 100 meters. If this guy had stomped directly on me, I'd be lucky to walk away with just some scraped skin. Several minutes passed. The Minotaur Behemoth was covered in blood. The outer layer of its flesh had been gnawed away by the gold-eating insects. Suddenly, the Minotaur Behemoth, Lord, stared at Lin Hao with blood-red eyes. You hateful human. You deserve to die. It had likely realized that Lin Hao was the master controlling these hateful bugs. It staggered toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, stood motionless and watched the Minotaur Behemoth coldly. He could clearly see that the Minotaur Behemoth was now at the end of its rope. It was about to collapse. If it had focused on killing him from the start, he might have been in some danger. But now, it's too late. As the Minotaur Behemoth rushed in front of him, position swap, Lin Hao whispered. In an instant, Lin Hao appeared over 300 meters away. The Minotaur Behemoth was stunned. It couldn't have imagined that after finally reaching Lin Hao, the person would suddenly disappear. It struggled to turn its head, only to see Lin Hao standing calmly at the entrance of the temple. Boom! With a loud thud, the Minotaur Behemoth fell to the ground, its eyes seemingly filled with unwillingness. It probably never expected that it would die without even touching a single thread of this human's clothes. Successfully killed Minotaur Behemoth, Lord, demonized. You gained 20,000 experience points. Ding, you have reached level 12. My god. The experience from this boss is so generous that it leveled Lin Hao up directly, reaching an unprecedented level 12 for the beginner dungeon. Just as the kill and level up prompts finished, a puff of smoke rose from the gaping mouth of the huge Minotaur Behemoth Lord. This smoke was black-red and emitted a cold aura. As it rose, it took the form of a seductive woman in midair. She was curvy and shapely. Although not a real person, just outlined in smoke, she exuded a charming allure. This shadow was extremely beautiful, and this beauty was different from Ning Yuanxi. Every inch of her exuded a temptation that would drive a man mad. It seemed she was born to be a femme fatale who destroys men. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his throat go dry. My god, can such a woman, such a creature, actually exist in this world? You hateful little human scrap, you actually killed this vessel of mine. 10,000 deaths would not be enough to pay for your crimes. What is that? Lin Hao bit his tongue to clear his head slightly. Could this being calling herself a saintess be a demon? And was her invasion the cause of the mutation in the beginner dungeon? The massive body of the demonized Minotaur Titan crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, it dissolved into experience points, pouring entirely into Lin Hao. Successfully killed the level 15, demonized Minotaur Titan, Lord Class. Experience points plus 20. Ew, 0 cent. A flash of white light streaked by. Your level has increased to level 12. A warm current swept through him, and Lin Hao could clearly feel that his strength, speed, stamina, and especially his mental power, had undergone a qualitative leap once again. On his attribute panel, his spirit stat had broken through to a staggering 290 points. At the same time, the maximum capacity for insect summoning increased to 130, and the attributes of his Gold-Devouring insects also improved in sync with his level, reaching a terrifying degree. More importantly, when he previously reached level 10, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Host has reached level 10. Acquired insect world travel opportunities. 3 times. Level 12. Lin Hao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes glowing with refined focus. 4.5 hours from level 1 to level 12. This speed was enough to crush the 8-hour level 10 record set by his sister Lin Dong, and it exceeded it by a full 2 levels and over 3 hours. He recalled the resentful threats the Abyss Santis made before she dissipated. Abyss Santis, a high-ranking abyssal creature. Lin Hao's gaze was icy, showing no fear. A polluted dungeon? It seems the Abyss has stretched its reach further than I imagined. Revenge? Once I am strong enough, I will personally visit the Abyss and tear your true form to shreds. For threats from such high-dimensional existences, fear is meaningless. Only by continuously increasing his strength could he nip all crises in the bud. He had the Insect Sovereign system, a bug tamer profession with infinite potential, and more importantly, an unwavering goal. The Abyss. If it dares to stand in my way, I will simply crush it. At this moment where the Minotaur Titan had vanished, a small, shimmering magic circle slowly emerged. It was the proof of clearing the dungeon and the gateway to leave. Lin Hao did not step in immediately. Instead, he carefully assessed his own state, confirmed his mental power was sufficient and his Gold-Devouring insects were undamaged, then stepped into the light circle. Outside the dungeon, the atmosphere in the square was suppressed to the extreme. Half an hour had passed. That massive bronze gate remained silent and motionless. The thousands of people waiting had long since lost their patience, and the noisy chatter had turned into undisguised mockery and malicious speculation. I told you, that kid definitely died inside. He was asking for it by acting so cocky. Over 4 hours? I bet he was sent back to the starting point by a level 1 chicken the moment he stepped in. He's just too embarrassed to come out. Maybe he's hiding in some corner, shivering and waiting for us to go in and save him. A loser is always a loser. A bug tamer soloing? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Throwing his own life away, he's become an even bigger joke. Ye Da Peng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing around Mo Ren. Principal, what do we do? Something might have really happened to the boss. How about we ask General Zhao to send someone in to check? Mo Ren's hair was even messier from being pulled. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He kept looking at Zhao Kaijun, the city guard general, who stood calmly to the side, his eyes filled with entreaty. Zhao Kaijun raised his hand to check his watch, his voice steady but carrying unquestionable authority. Wait 5 more minutes. Rules are rules. No one can interfere while a dungeon is active. If he has not appeared after 5 minutes, I will personally lead a team to seal the entrance for a forced clearance and investigation. Although he spoke calmly, his eyes never left the gate, and deep within his gaze lay a trace of unnoticeable concern. He was a classmate of Lin Hao's father, and for both public and private reasons, he did not want anything to happen to that child. Ning Yuanxi gripped her silver staff tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. The slight sense of superiority she had felt from her rapid leveling had long vanished, replaced by an inexplicable heaviness and a trace of worry she wouldn't even admit to herself. That arrogant guy, could he really have? She dared not think further. Although she disliked Lin Hao's attitude, she absolutely did not want to see him lose his life just because he was being stubborn. This possibility left her feeling incredibly conflicted. As time ticked by, the air felt heavy enough to drip with water. Just as there was less than half a minute left before the deadline set by Zhao Kaijun, and almost everyone was certain that Lin Hao had met with misfortune, and some were even discussing how the Nowhere 8 middle school should handle the aftermath. Buzz. The light screen on the bronze gate rippled violently, like the surface of water hit by a stone. The next moment, a figure stepped out from the light screen with composure. It was Lin Hao. His clothes were still clean and neat, and even his hair was not the least bit ruffled. His expression was as calm as water, as if he hadn't just returned from a bloody battle in a dangerous dungeon, but had simply stepped out for a walk. The entire square went quiet instantly. All mockery and chatter stopped abruptly, and thousands of gazes focused directly on him. After a brief dead silence, an even greater uproar erupted. He came out! He didn't die? He's got massive luck. He must have hidden in a safe corner and waited until the time ran out. Look at him. I bet he didn't even level up once. Just coasted to the end. P.F.T. Wasting everyone's time. Playing mysterious. Mockery rose again. Almost no one believed he could have gained anything decent inside. A solo bug tamer? It was already a miracle he came out alive. However, Principal Mo Ren, who was closest to Lin Hao, had his aged eyes widen suddenly. He could clearly feel that the energy fluctuations radiating from Lin Hao were 10 times more powerful than when he entered. Lin Hao, what level are you now? Mo Ren's voice trembled violently with extreme shock and anticipation, almost cracking. Before Lin Hao could answer, Yu Dapeng had already subconsciously cast a primary detection spell on him. This was a basic skill for all combat professionals, capable of detecting basic information on targets no more than 10 levels higher than the user. A faint flash of white light zipped across Lin Hao. Yu Dapeng looked at the information returned by the detection spell, and the entire person felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze in place, his eyes wide as bells, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The next second, he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice becoming shrill and distorted with extreme shock and ecstasy, echoing through the entire scene. My god! 12 level? Boss, you are level 12? My god! This earth-shattering roar was like pressing a mute button, instantly drowning out all the noise. Level 12? Everyone was stunned. The mocking expressions on their faces froze, as if they had heard the most incredible fairy tale in the world. Ning Yuanxi's delicate body trembled, and the silver staff in her hand nearly dropped. She stared fixedly at Lin Hao with wide, beautiful eyes, her red lips slightly parted as she muttered, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 4.5 hours? Level 12? How did he do it?" Her own level had only just barely reached level 6, which was already the limit speed for a legendary profession combined with silver equipment. Level 12? This was completely beyond her understanding. "I don't believe it," someone shouted hoarsely. In an instant, white lights flickered wildly across the square as hundreds of primary detection spells rained down on Lin Hao. Level 12. Level 12. Level 12. Countless identical feedback messages flooded into the minds of the crowd, like cold iron hammers smashing away all their questioning and mockery. Dead silence. Total dead silence. If Ye Dapeng's shout shocked them, then the identical results from hundreds of detection spells brought a devastating, unquestionable reality. 4.5 hours. Solo. Bug Tamer. Level 12. Every word was like a heavy slap to the faces of those who had once mocked, questioned, and gloated. 12 level. My mother. Am I seeing things? 4.5 hours. I haven't even reached level 3. We were just laughing at him. Clowns. We were the real clowns all along. The expressions on the students' faces shifted from frozen mockery to extreme shock and disbelief, eventually turning into a stinging sense of shame and awe. Some of those who had been the most aggressive now wished they could crawl into a hole in the ground. Some female students looked at Lin Hao's calm and handsome profile with starstruck eyes. The principals of the various schools collectively lost their voices, like ducks with their throats squeezed. After a long while, one of them exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Unprecedented. Truly unprecedented. I've been teaching for decades, and have never seen such a terrifying leveling speed. The No 8 Middle School has produced a real dragon. Principal Mo, congratulations, congratulations. SSS rank debut awakening, so that's how strong a bug tamer can be?" Principal Mo Ren had long been in tears, shaking with excitement as he grabbed Lin Hao by the arm. His lips quivered, repeatedly muttering, Good, excellent. He broke the record. He broke both records. This is unique. He was incoherent with excitement, a completely different person from his previous anxious, frantic self. General Zhao Kaijun's consistently steady face finally revealed a trace of obvious shock. He looked deeply at Lin Hao, his gaze filled with scrutiny and a touch of barely visible relief, and nodded slightly. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Hao accepted the baptism of the crowd's gazes calmly, not stopping the detection spells. As for the instant reversal from mockery to praise, it stirred little emotion in his heart. How can the sparrow know the ambition of the swan? His gaze had already surpassed the noisy crowd, looking toward the distant capital and into the unknown mist where his sister had vanished. Level 12 was merely the beginning. At this moment, several city guards who were preparing to seal the dungeon walked up to Zhao Kaijun and asked in disbelief. General Zhao, according to our sensors, the source of the dungeon pollution has vanished, and the dungeon has returned to normal. Should we still proceed with the seal? Are you all idiots? It has already returned to normal, so why would you still want to seal it? Zhao Kaijun scolded. Yes, understood. The city guards looked ashamed. How could they have said something so stupid? In truth, it was only because the turn of events was too unexpected. Who could have predicted that the dungeon would miraculously return to normal at the very last moment before its destruction? This had never happened before. They were at a loss for what to do, which is why they asked Zhao Kaijun for instructions. Zhao Kaijun looked at Lin Hao and nodded slightly. Others might not understand, but as a battle-hardened veteran, how could he not know? The source of the dungeon pollution was gone. There was only one possibility. This Lin Hao right in front of them had killed that demon. Zhao Kaijun walked up to Lin Hao and said with a smile, "You must be Lin Hao, right? Impressive." "And you are?" Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, surprised to see someone in military uniform at the scene. Moreover, the man possessed an awe-inspiring presence, as imposing as a mountain. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes. This man is not simple. He carried a thick, blood-like murderous aura. Just how many people and living creatures must he have killed to condense such a presence? Mo Ren spoke up from the side to introduce him. "Lin Hao, this is also your senior, General Zhao Kaijun. He was once a classmate of your father." "His father's classmate?" The smile on Lin Hao's face slowly faded. The last thing he wanted to hear was news about his father, or anything related to him. However, he still greeted him respectfully. Lin Hao pays his respects to Senior General Zhao. Zhao Kaijun nodded with satisfaction. His appreciation for Lin Hao grew even more. The boy was exceptionally talented, yet lacked any hint of arrogance. He had a very steady temperament. Zhao Kaijun said to Mo Ren, "Teacher, since the dungeon crisis is resolved, we are preparing to withdraw." He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Hao and said, "Lin Hao, I sincerely hope that one day, we will be able to fight side by side." His tone was completely sincere. He pulled something out and tossed it to Lin Hao, smiling as he said, "Take this little thing. It might be of some use in certain places. Think of it as a small gift from a senior to a junior." Lin Hao caught it and looked down to see a piece of jade token, which felt smooth and warm in his hand. Carved on the face of the token were the words Zhao Kaijun. This item was no simple object. Showing this jade token in many places was equivalent to Zhao Kaijun's personal presence. Who was Zhao Kaijun? A general of the city, one of the most prominent figures in Yangcheng. He was also a heavyweight in the Daxia military. "Thank you, senior." Lin Hao gave a slight bow. "You can't be serious, uncle. How could you give this away to someone else?" A woman's voice drifted over. It was Chen Ziqing, who had been standing beside Zhao Kaijun the entire time, scrutinizing Lin Hao. First clearing of a level 12 novice dungeon, he's a bit of a lucky genius. But he's nothing more than a level 12 newbie after all. You all seem to be acting as if you're putting him on a pedestal. In our Daxia Abyss Legion, he'd be nothing but a nameless nobody. The short-haired woman said coldly. As soon as the words Abyss Legion were spoken, the nearby city guards immediately straightened their posture, looking solemn. The Abyss Legion? It was the first time Lin Hao had heard that name. Cough. Cough. Zhao Kaijun looked slightly awkward. He pulled the short-haired woman's hand and said to Mo Ren, "Teacher, we're leaving now." As he spoke, he didn't wait for his niece to say anything more and pulled her toward the car. He knew his niece had always been incredibly arrogant. Watching everyone talk about Lin Hao breaking the novice dungeon record and reaching level 12 in just 4.5 hours, even if she couldn't do it herself, asking her to admit defeat? That was impossible. Vroom, vroom. The car started and quickly drove away. At this point, the group of principals was still stunned and dazed by what Zhao Kaijun had just said and done. "Lin Hao, I sincerely hope that one day, we will be able to fight side by side." Zhao Kaijun's words hit the principals with the weight of morning bells and evening drums. How highly does a big shot like General Zhao think of Lin Hao? The jade token he gave as an identity marker? It even seemed like an attempt to build a bond of goodwill. Lin Hao suddenly said to Mo Ren, "Principal, I would like to apply to leave the novice dungeon and head to the wild outside the city to kill monsters and level up." Mo Ren nodded. "You may. You're already level 12. There's no point in staying in the novice dungeon anymore. I'll issue your city exit permit in a moment. After the initial shock, Mo Ren had recovered his composure. On the bus ride back to school, the way the other students looked at Lin Hao was completely different from how they looked at him before they arrived. Before, it was disappointment, pity, ridicule, or even gloating. But now, it was pure shock. Some even looked terrified. It was as if it wasn't Lin Hao sitting in that seat, but some prehistoric beast. For some reason, they felt a sense of innate suppression, a terrifying feeling of level suppression. Ning Yanxi looked at Lin Hao from a few rows away with an incredibly complex expression. I thought I had finally won against him once, but I didn't expect that wasn't the case at all. He wasn't some failed awakening. He was an unprecedented, terrifyingly powerful hidden awakening. But so what? I, Ning Yuanxi, will not always lose to you. I have my resources, and I have my strength. She made up her mind that she would level up crazily to increase her strength. She remembered how her family had prepared many top-tier equipment sets for her last night, but she had been reluctant, feeling that her own strength was enough. At the very least, among students of the same age in school, she was the strongest, even without using any gear. Now, she felt a little regret. If I had used that gear, at least I wouldn't have such a huge gap between us, right? But what Lin Hao was thinking about at that moment was his plan to head home, travel to the insect world, summon the divine insects, and go outside the city to hunt wild monsters early tomorrow morning. Lin Hao got off the bus halfway. He headed straight home. He didn't want to attend gatherings, drink, or discuss anything with his classmates. Those were all useless social interactions for him. The opportunity for a powerful rise was right in front of him, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Insect World Shuttle. In an instant, he projected his consciousness into the insect world. Compared to the panic of previous times, he was extremely calm now, an aura of deep, ancient mystery. The insect world. This time, he appeared in a massive canyon. On both sides were craggy, towering mountains. Large waterfalls cascaded down from the mountains. A thunderous roar filled his eardrums. Below the canyon, there were several deep pools. Vaguely, various swimming creatures could be seen in the water. A behemoth was crawling on the floor of the canyon. It looked a bit like a snail, and also a bit like a snapping turtle. This crawling giant was the size of a soccer field. Its body stood dozens of meters tall. Its aura was deep and vast, as stable as a mountain. Wherever it passed, all nearby beasts and birds fled in terror. Lin Hao was hiding in a crevice between some rocks. He stayed perfectly still, not daring to make a sound. That colossal creature was by the pool, its turtle-like head stretching into the water and submerging. A moment later, it pulled its head out, raised it toward the sky, and its bulging throat expanded and contracted as if it were swallowing countless things. It was clearly hunting, and its prey was nothing other than the things in the water. The giant creature moved back and forth with slow, deliberate actions, remaining right in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't need to test it to know that this thing was incredibly powerful. Its defense was even more insane. It could serve as a super tank, if he had such a hard-shelled pet to charge at the front, and he could ride on top of it. It would be incredibly impressive. Based on past experience, a creature of this high level was beyond his current ability to summon. Therefore, he didn't attempt to summon it lightly. Another failed traversal. Lin Hao felt quite helpless. Half an hour later, Lin Hao's body vanished into a streak of white light. Lin Hao appeared back in his bungalow. Although it was a failure, Lin Hao discovered that he had spent half an hour in the insect world this time, rather than the 5 minutes he had at level 1. Sure enough, as his mental strength grew, the time he could spend inside extended. That could be considered a gain. After resting for an hour, he chanted, "Insect world traversal. Tornado winds. Boundless dust and sand." Lin Hao seemed to have landed in a desolate desert this time. Yellow sand danced across the sky, as if it were the end of the world. He was certain that many ferocious insects were lurking beneath the sand. However, it was currently daytime. The surface temperature was extremely high. Walking on it, Lin Hao felt very uncomfortable in his feet. Those insects under the sand had all retreated deep underground, nowhere to be seen. Half an hour was about to pass. He hadn't covered more than half a mile. Yet, within his sight, there was not a single insect. I guess this trip is another waste of time. Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. I wonder if I can summon my pet insects here? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Hao. Come out, my partners. He gave a soft call. 20 gold-devouring insects appeared around Lin Hao. It really works. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised. If he had known this, he could have been a bit more reckless in this world. Safety would be somewhat guaranteed, and he could have his gold-devouring insects help him search. This way, the efficiency would increase 100-fold. But there's no time left this time. Lin Hao recalled his pet insects and vanished in a streak of white light. When he returned to his home, Lin Hao felt a sense of weakness in his mental power. Having traversed to the other world twice in a row, his mental strength was almost bottomed out. I need to rest for a few hours. There was one last chance left. After these 2 traversals, along with the 3 he did at level 1, Lin Hao took out pen and paper to write down his findings and inferences. First, as I level up, my mental strength increases, and the time I can stay in the insect world grows longer. Inference. When my mental strength becomes strong enough one day, it is entirely possible for me to stay there for 3 or 5 days, or even months. If that's the case, I could accomplish so much more. Second, I can also summon my pet insects in the insect world. Inference. Then, I can make good use of them there, for example, to search for other pets, or I could even fight against various monster insects there. But I wonder, if I kill the insects in that world, will they drop items different from the ones in this world? Or perhaps, it's not just about summoning insects, but I might even be able to level up by killing monsters there. Suddenly, a bolder idea popped into his mind. Since I can summon pets there, is it possible for me to leave some pets behind? If that's feasible, then next time I travel, I won't have to randomly appear in different locations every time. When the time comes, I could just swap positions and reappear at the exact spot I was at before. I could explore this world step by step. Maybe I could even travel from the real world to the insect world via position swapping. Then I could go there at any time. I believe that before long, I will possess thousands of different pet insects. Just one type of gold-devouring insect is already insane enough. If I had thousands of varieties, the thought alone felt incredible to Lin Hao. These conjectures made Lin Hao's blood boil, and his heart pounded with excitement. He forcefully suppressed his excitement, and began meditating to restore his mental energy. 3 hours passed. Insect world traversal. It was the same deep, ancient atmosphere of an alien world. A boundless green wilderness. Birds singing and flowers blooming. A wave of greenery washed over him. The place he appeared this time was a vibrant plain, flourishing with flowers, butterflies, and all sorts of bees gathering nectar. Yet another scene different from the previous ones. This time, I've hit the jackpot! Lin Hao was filled with excitement, because just by glancing around, he could already see quite a few insects. Compared to the previous times, he had finally caught a lucky break. However, he did not let his guard down. Come out, my partners! Lin Hao released 70 gold-devouring insects in one breath. These insects surrounded Lin Hao, protecting him. Lin Hao walked slowly forward. Beyond the lush green grass, there were beautiful flowers. What caught his eyes the most were the bees flying among the flowers and various colorful butterflies. These insects weren't as aggressively hostile as the ones in the previous locations. They didn't seem to care about Lin Hao's appearance. It was as if it didn't matter to them at all. Some even seemed to emanate a friendly signal. A near-transparent flying insect landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. It looked like a butterfly, yet slightly different. It appeared to be made of 2 leaves of transparent wings. If it weren't for the glittering specks of light on its wings, Lin Hao wouldn't have even been able to see it. It perched on his shoulder, its wings opening and closing. A moment later, a few more of the same kind flew down and landed on his shoulder. It seemed that Lin Hao was radiating an aura that they found comfortable. Lin Hao could even sense their feelings of joy. He cast a detection spell on them. Unknown. It didn't detect any information at all. He didn't know if it was because his level was too low or if that was just how the rules of this world worked. The detection spell Lin Hao had mastered was a very basic skill. Almost everyone knew it. This spell could only reveal information about entities no more than 10 levels higher than the user. Being unable to detect the information about these insects left Lin Hao in a dilemma. He didn't know which one was suitable to summon. Should he pick the one on his shoulder, or the others nearby? Some bees with sharp stingers on their mouths and poison needles on their tails were flying between the flowers. Whoosh, whoosh. They moved so fast that Lin Hao's eyes could barely track them. If he could summon this type of bee, there was no doubt that their power would be immense. They were essentially top-tier assassins of extreme speed. Lin Hao found this type of bee very tempting. Just then, another group of those butterfly-like insects flew over, circling around Lin Hao. In an instant, Lin Hao's entire body began to shimmer with starlight. They seemed to be very fond of Lin Hao. However, they did not like his gold-eating bugs very much. They flew around, carefully avoiding them. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Hao felt relieved. Return! Leaving only one gold-eating bug hidden under the grass roots, he retracted all the others. Since you like me so much and want to follow me, I'll start by taming you. The closer an insect is to a tamer, the easier it is to tame. Lin Hao planned to make as many contracts as possible here today. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if I didn't collect 8 or 10 bug pets. This butterfly-like insect in front of me will be the first. Insect contract. Lin Hao called out softly. The skill landed on one of the butterfly insects. Instantly, his mental power connected with the soul of the creature. There was no resistance. The creature even seemed quite happy. At the same time, it looked at Lin Hao with a touch of curiosity. Lin Hao increased his mental connection, using the unique affinity of an insect tamer to influence it. Just as everything was going smoothly and they were about to form the contract, suddenly, Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his brain. At the same time, his mental energy rushed out uncontrollably like a dam breaking. He tried to control his own mental energy, but he simply couldn't stop it. In a few seconds, his mental energy was almost depleted. Oh no. Lin Hao's face went pale. He instantly realized this wasn't an accident. It was just that forming a contract with this type of insect required too much mental energy. So much that he couldn't handle it at his current level. I remember when I first tamed the gold-eating bugs, it didn't cost that much mental energy. Why is it completely different with this butterfly insect? Lin Hao's mental energy was completely drained. This was a sign that he was about to leave the insect world. Failed again? A flash of white light passed, and Lin Hao disappeared from the insect world. However, just as he was disappearing, Lin Hao felt as if his consciousness had connected with a certain soul. It seemed the contract had formed at the very last moment. Lin Hao opened his eyes in the real world. He saw a butterfly-like insect standing on his shoulder. Sure enough, it succeeded at the final critical moment. If I had started taming it any later, with even less mental energy left, I wouldn't have been able to pull it off. A narrow victory. Lin Hao checked its information. Spirit butterfly. A spirit born in a place rich with life energy. It has a gentle temperament and dislikes fighting, but possesses immense health and has awakened excellent support abilities. Excellent support abilities? Lin Hao opened his information panel. Name: Lin Hao. Occupation: Insect Tamer. Level: 12. Strength: 140. Agility: 140. Spirit: 270. Constitution: 140. Occupation skills: Insect contract, pet summoning, level 12. Talent skills, skill enhancement, level 2. Position swap, insect world travel, Darrow times. Summon level 12, gold-eating bug. Current count 100, 100. Summon level 12 spirit butterfly. Current count 120. Lin Hao thought about and calculated his newly upgraded data. He discovered level 10 is a watershed. Before level 10, every level up increased base stats by 10 and special stat spirit by 20. After level 10, every level up increases base stats by 20 and special stat spirit by 40. Most importantly, skill enhancement has upgraded to level 2. Skill enhancement, level 2, increases the effect of all the host skills by 20 times. As the level increases, the enhancement magnitude also increases. It has increased from the original 10 times to 20 times. Lin Hao checked the gold-eating bug's attributes again. Level 12 gold-eating bug. Strength: 5,600. Agility: 2,800. Spirit: 2,800. Constitution: 5,600. Skill: Frenzy. Frenzy. When the gold-eating bug is in a frenzy state, its attack power increases by 200%, lasting for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. This skill was learned when the gold-eating bug rose from black iron grade to bronze grade at level 10. A level 12 Lin Hao, bringing 120 of these gold-eating bugs with him. If word got out, the whole world would be jaw-droppingly shocked. A single one is already not weaker than the level 15 demonized Minotaur Lord I once killed. The most important part is the quantity. Looking at the spirit butterfly's attributes, level 12 spirit butterfly. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Spirit: 100. Constitution: 11,1600. Skill: Life sharing. Life sharing. The spirit butterfly can share its life with its master, transferring damage taken by the master to itself. My god. It really is a harmless spirit butterfly. Is it really a harmless spirit butterfly? Among the 4 dimensions, 3 are at 100, showing that the spirit butterfly really is a completely non-offensive insect. But the constitution, being this absurdly high, is shocking. Of course, this is after being amplified 20 times by Lin Hao's skill. But it's definitely a tank-class bug. The first skill it awakened is actually life-sharing. It has completely turned Lin Hao into an immortal. If he stood there without moving, letting all the students of the No. 8 middle school go wild on him, it would take a long time before they could even hurt him. I've really struck gold. There is one more important thing to verify. Lin Hao hadn't forgotten that he deliberately left one gold-eating bug behind in the other world instead of bringing it back. He sensed slightly. Then a smile appeared on his face. That gold-eating bug lurking in the grassroots did not leave with Lin Hao. It is still in that insect world. Lin Hao could perceive that his pet was in a distant space-time. Although the connection with it is much weaker than normal, a faint connection definitely exists. Lin Hao could be certain that it is still in the insect world. A wave of excitement welled up in his heart. This test result is too important. Since the pet can remain there, it's equivalent to setting a beacon. This makes it possible for me to develop the insect world in the future. I just don't know if I can teleport there now. Position swap. Lin Hao activated the skill. There was no change. Lin Hao was still standing in the same spot. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Position swapping cannot be realized across worlds. This didn't exceed Lin Hao's expectations. However, Lin Hao is almost certain that next time he enters the insect world, he will definitely be able to use position swap. Then I can fully build a base in that grassland, and then advance step by step to explore the entire insect world. That insect world, whose location is unknown, is just too magical. It seems that just about any random bug, there is an invincible, bug-like existence. Right now, he really hopes to reach level 20 and enter that insect world again. Drain my mental energy, summon 10 spirit butterflies, and then summon up to 120 gold-eating bugs, storing them in my pet space, so I can summon or release them at any time. Lin Hao was too weak to have any mental energy left. He went to bed to rest and recover. Tomorrow, go to the outskirts of the city to kill monsters. Early the next morning, students gathered again at the No. 8 middle school track, ready for their second beginner dungeon trial. Compared to yesterday's excitement and nervousness, the atmosphere today was noticeably more pragmatic and urgent. Most students in combat classes were eager and ready to push for higher levels today. Ning Yanxi was dressed in a sharp combat outfit, her silver staff shimmering in the morning light. Her cold gaze habitually scanned the crowd, as if searching for someone, but she soon frowned slightly. That guy didn't show up. She nonchalantly approached Ye Dapeng, who was excitedly checking his new shield, and asked casually, "Hey, rich kid, have you seen Lin Hao?" Ye Dapeng looked up, sounding perfectly matter-of-fact. "The boss? He didn't come. I just asked Principal Mo, and he said the boss left the city first thing this morning to head to the wilderness." "The wilderness?" Ning Yanxi's voice rose sharply, drawing some attention from those around them. She immediately regained her composure, but the shock and a trace of indescribable disappointment in her eyes could not be fully hidden. "He actually skipped the second beginner dungeon opportunity, and potentially all future ones as well. Straight to the wilderness? That's an area for monsters level 15 and up, filled with danger. Is he really that confident? Level 12 is enough to attempt it, but the difficulty is still way too high." A complex mix of emotions churned within her. There was frustration. She had been gearing herself up to sprint through today's dungeon, aiming to bridge the seemingly unreachable gap between her and that level 12. There was confusion. How could he dare to take such a risk? And more than that, a feeling she wouldn't even admit to herself. A sense of unease. It was as if she were still struggling to run on a muddy path while he had already hit a highway where you couldn't even see his taillights anymore. This feeling of being left far behind made her incredibly uncomfortable. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Yesterday, her family offered to send a high-level professional above level 30 to help her level up quickly, but she had proudly rejected it on the spot. She had been convinced that her own ability was enough to tower over her peers. But now, looking at Lin Hao's departing back, that pride seemed to be faltering. No way. Ning Yanxi bit her lip, her eyes becoming sharp and determined once again. I can't let him shake me off. One day, at most one more day to finish these beginner dungeons, and tomorrow, I'm heading to the wilderness too. Just then, Ye Dapeng sidled over. The usual playful grin was gone, replaced by a rare look of seriousness and excitement. Goddess Ning, can we talk business? Ning Yuanxi glanced at him. Ye Dapeng rubbed his hands together, his eyes bright. Look, the boss is already on the highway while we're still strolling down back roads. The gap is getting wider by the minute. I was thinking, how about we team up? Don't you have experts in the Ning family? Get them to bring us along? The Ye family doesn't have much else, but we have money. I'll cover all the top-tier potions, temporary buff scrolls, and the best gear. Let's pool our resources and make a full sprint. Even if we can't catch the boss, we can't be left in the dust either. What do you say? Interested in making a big move? Ning Yuanxi was slightly taken aback. She took a good look at this usually unreliable rich kid. She had to admit, the offer was very tempting. Combining the Ning family's connections with the Ye family's wealth would certainly shorten their growth cycle significantly. She took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration she felt about needing external help, and met Ye Dapeng's gaze, seeing the same fighting spirit in his eyes. Fine, she nodded heavily, her eyes sharp. Let's do it. We'll grind dungeons today, and tomorrow morning we meet at the wilderness. Two geniuses and a rich heir who might not have otherwise crossed paths had formed an alliance, all for the sake of chasing the same goal. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had passed through the bustling and orderly city interior and reached the edge of the city. The first thing that caught his eye was the massive city wall, a true colossus. Hundreds of meters tall and incredibly thick, the walls were inscribed with countless complex and ancient defensive runes. In some places, you could even see the marks where it had been torn by the claws of some terrifying beast, though it had since been repaired. Above the wall, energy shields flickered in and out of view, and giant defensive ballistae glinted coldly. Units of battle-hardened soldiers in top-tier gear patrolled back and forth, their sharp eyes scanning the area outside the walls. The wall stood like a great dragon, separating the relatively safe and prosperous civilized world inside from the unknown, dangerous, and opportunity-filled wilderness outside. Standing beneath such a magnificent creation, humans could not help but feel their own insignificance. Lin Hao looked up at the barrier that humanity relied on for survival. His gaze was calm, but his heart was not without ripples. He remembered the corrupted Minotaur in the beginner dungeon, and the threats left behind by the one who called herself the Saintess of the Abyss. He remembered the look of solemnity and reverence on General Zhao Kaijun's face when he mentioned the Abyss Army. He remembered Chen Ziking's blunt comment, "Level 12? In the Abyss Army, you'd just be a small fry." A small fry? Lin Hao repeated the word in his mind, feeling no anger at the insult, only absolute calm and agreement. Indeed, at level 12, he might look impressive in the beginner stage, crushing his peers. But outside this wall that protected humanity's final frontier, on a battlefield fighting against real abyssal demons, he probably didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. His sister, Lin Dong, who had entered Qingbei University as a shadow dancer, must have gone through a similar growth, perhaps even facing even crueler realities. Was her disappearance related to the dangers outside the walls? Strength. He desperately needed more strength. The wilderness was the next stop for his rapid transformation. There were no beginner protection zones with clear level restrictions here, only the law of the jungle. The experience was richer, but it came with the real risk of death. But that was exactly what he needed. Emotions don't solve problems. Only strength does. Lin Hao looked away, his eyes returning to their calm state, and walked firmly toward the massive gate at the base of the wall. Security was tight near the gate, with a squad of city guards strictly checking the entry and exit permits of everyone. When it was Lin Hao's turn, a soldier extended a hand as a matter of routine. Exit permit or guild credentials. Lin Hao was pulling out his permit to hand to the guard. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure coming down the stairs of the watchtower. It was Chen Ziking. She had changed into light leather armor that accentuated her athletic figure and was talking quietly with a city guard officer appearing to have just finished her shift. She clearly saw Lin Hao as well. Paperwork is in order. Good luck with your hunt, and return safely. Lin Hao nodded slightly, put his permit away, and under the curious and probing gaze of the soldier, prepared to step through the massive gate that separated the city from the outside world. Behind him was the relatively safe and prosperous city. Before him was the vast wilderness, full of unknowns, dangers, and opportunities. The sunlight fell, reflecting on his calm yet firm profile. Stop right there. Lin Hao paused his steps and turned his head to look. He saw Chen Ziking had descended from the city tower at some point, looking him over with an indifferent gaze. Lin Hao, right? She said in a flat tone, betraying neither joy nor anger. I do not approve of you leaving the city. You even know what the situation is like outside? According to reports from the patrol, monster activity near the city walls is abnormally frequent, and there are even signs of a small-scale beast tide gathering. As she spoke, she shot a glance at the soldier next to her, who was about to check Lin Hao's permit. The soldier looked troubled and said to Lin Hao, "Student, since Captain Chen has said so, why don't you..." Go back for now? Wait until things stabilize in a few days and then... The other professionals waiting to enter or exit cast their gazes over upon hearing this, some with sympathy, others simply watching the spectacle with detachment. Having been blocked personally by the city guard, especially this Captain Chen who has quite the background, the kid probably won't be leaving the city today. Lin Hao's reaction was completely unexpected to Chen Ziqing. He did not argue, did not get angry, and his face did not even show the slightest hint of being troubled. He simply looked at Chen Ziqing with those deep, calm eyes, and then silently took something out from his chest pocket. It was a warm, translucent jade pendant carved with a complex tiger pattern, with a vigorous character, Zhao, embedded in the center. I am leaving the city. Who here dares to stop me? Lin Hao said indifferently. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the expressions of the several city guard soldiers changed instantly. Stationed at the city gates year-round, how could they not recognize this personal token of General Zhao Kaijun, the supreme commander of the Yang City Guards? This is General Zhao's... The voice of the soldier who had originally blocked Lin Hao stammered, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. Young man, your paperwork is all in order. Please proceed. However, the wilderness is dangerous. Please be very careful. If you encounter any danger, here is a signal flare you can use to call for help at any time. It is best if you return to the city before dark. The other soldiers also subconsciously straightened their backs, their gazes no longer daring to show any slack. Someone holding the general's token is not someone they can afford to offend. If they were to upset the general, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing this, Chen Ziqing's pretty face flushed red, and an indescribable wave of shame and annoyance rushed to her head. Lin Hao was actually using her own uncle's token to pressure her. Her well-intentioned obstruction probably looked like a clownish attempt to make things difficult in his eyes. She was so angry her chest rose and fell slightly. She wanted to say something, but found she had nothing to say. Could she not even command these privates under the weight of her uncle's token? Lin Hao put the jade pendant away, didn't even glance at the flushed Chen Ziqing, nodded slightly to the respectful soldier, and stepped out of the city gate. Behind him came a low curse from Chen Ziqing, squeezed through gritted teeth and suppressed with anger. Asshole, I was trying to be kind and you treated it like dirt. Hope the monsters drag you away. Immediately, she took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her anger, and whispered instructions to an adjutant-like soldier beside her. Zhao Hu, notify the 3rd Patrol Squad to focus their patrols on the area from South Zone 3 to South Zone 5 today. If you see that kid from earlier, keep an eye on his situation. Don't let him die too miserably. She couldn't fully harden her heart after all. Yes, Captain. Adjutant Zhao Hu accepted the order respectfully, without any extra emotion. Stepping out of the city gate felt like crossing between two worlds. The bustle, order, and human atmosphere inside the city were instantly left behind. What met him was a biting cold wind, carrying the distinct, musky scent of the wilderness. The sky seemed even gloomier than it was inside the city. In the distance, there were faint yet heart-palpitating howls of beasts and sounds of combat, and the air was filled with a faint, lingering scent of blood. Lin Hao took a deep breath of the air filled with wildness and danger. Instead of feeling the slightest fear, he felt his dormant blood heating up. An indescribable sense of excitement and fighting spirit rose from the bottom of his heart. This is the true stage that belongs to the strong. Not going through the motions in ivory tower-like dungeons, but fighting and growing in this real, peril-filled battlefield. General Zhao's token sure is useful. Borrowing authority can sometimes save a lot of unnecessary trouble. He carefully stowed away the pendant. This was a significant favor and a useful convenience. He did not linger near the city walls. It was relatively safe here. Monsters had been cleared periodically, and the experience gains were low. He needed to go deeper. He walked quickly for several miles until the magnificent city walls were completely obscured by rolling mounds and no longer visible. Only when he was truly in the lonely, unprotected wilderness did Lin Hao stop his steps. With a thought. 130 gold-eater insects appeared silently around him. Like a condensed cloud of black death, their cold killing intent seemed to drop the temperature of the surrounding air. At the same time, 20 sprite butterflies manifested gracefully. Their crystalline wings scattered little lights, then they attached themselves to his shoulders and back. The luster of their wings faded, and their forms gradually became transparent until they disappeared completely. A faint, vibrant energy field enveloped him, providing basic concealment and protection. The life share state was quietly linked. The moment the insect swarm was deployed, a rustling sound and low whimpering howls came from the bushes in front to his side. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 or 7 sturdy, dirty-furred, wild hyenas with bared, pale fangs lunged out. Their eyes shone with bloodthirsty green light, viscous saliva dripping from their jaws. Almost without pause, they pushed off the ground and pounced toward Lin Hao like arrows shot from a bow. Their speed was astonishing, and they cunningly attempted to scatter and flank him, aiming straight for his lower vulnerabilities. A classic disemboweling tactic. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he cast primary detection instantly. Monster. Wild hyena. Level 15. Strength 150. Agility 150. Constitution 120. Spirit 5. Skill. Disemboweling bite. Passive. A skill that attacking the weak spots of prey from the rear, causing tearing and bleeding damage. Stats are decent, comparable to an elite monster in a novice dungeon, and they are extremely aggressive. But that is all. Attack. Lin Hao's consciousness command was cold and concise. From the swarm hovering above his head, 6 or 7 insects immediately split off, turning into black lightning that precisely met every lunging hyena. The hyenas clearly didn't put these little things in their eyes, opening their gaping maws to bite down, their bite force enough to crush metal and snap iron. However, the next moment, puff, 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 a series of teeth-aching, crispy sounds of hard materials tearing and bones snapping exploded almost simultaneously. The gold eater insects completely ignored the hyenas' bites. They crashed directly into the hyenas' gaping mouths or hit their necks with precision. After the warbug enhancement, their terrifying strength of 1,440 points erupted instantly. The hyenas' tough fur, strong muscles, and even hard skulls were as vulnerable as paper before the gold eater insects. The yelps stopped abruptly. 6 or 7 fierce hyenas hadn't even managed to land a single effective attack before they were killed instantly. With shattered heads and broken necks, the corpses fell limply to the ground. Successfully killed level 15 wild hyena, experience plus 100. Successfully killed level 15 wild hyena, experience plus 100. Successfully killed level 15 wild hyena, experience plus 100. The experience bar ticked up slightly. At the same time, the dropped materials were collected into his personal storage space by Lin Hao's thought. Another instant kill, Lin Hao assessed calmly. A single gold eater insect can kill a level 15 wild monster with no pressure. He did not delay any longer. Spread out, with me as the center, within a 100-meter radius. Free hunt, all ferocious beasts. 100 gold eater insects surged outward like a black tide of death in all directions. Soon, the experience value notifications on his panel began to scroll across the screen. His campaign in the wilderness had officially begun with absolute efficiency. Level 10 monsters, no matter how many there are no challenge for Lin Hao. After all, he was invincible when farming level 10 demonized tigers in the newbie dungeon. Those monsters were no match for him. Although Lin Hao is only level 12 now, given his current strength, his most efficient grinding range should be between level 15 and 20. He wouldn't even be afraid of level 30 monsters. So, after releasing hundreds of gold-eating insects to go on a killing spree, Lin Hao started heading deeper into the outskirts of the city. Only someone with Lin Hao's monstrous strength would do this. As Chen Ziking said, even level 18 professionals have to form teams before heading into the wild. After all, the wilderness is different from the newbie dungeon, where monster zones for each level are clearly defined. The wilderness, however, is a chaotic mix. No one can guarantee that you won't encounter level 20 monsters within a group of level 10 monsters. Lin Hao's goal is to enter the level 20 monster zone and see what it's like. If Principal Mo Ren knew his plan, he would probably be shocked, and he would regret letting him leave the city. When he agreed to let Lin Hao go into the wilderness, he assumed he would stay near the city suburbs, fighting monsters in the low teens. If anything went wrong, he could easily retreat back to the city. He never imagined that Lin Hao would head straight into the deep wilderness. You have to realize, his classmates who were in the same room a few days ago are still in the newbie dungeon, fighting level 1 to 5 small monsters. Successfully killed level 11 Sting Bee, experience points plus 500. Dropped 1 Sting Bee Tail Needle. Successfully killed level 11 Sting Bee, experience points plus 500. Successfully killed level 12 Heavy Armored Cockroach, experience points plus 600. Dropped 1 Cockroach Antenna. Lin Hao swept through everything. No monster could stop him. The monsters he encountered were all converted into his experience points and loot. The experience points on his interface were flashing by rapidly. It feels so good. It seems that his decision to leave the newbie dungeon and head into the wilderness was absolutely correct. It is not that the wilderness is densely packed with monsters, but the world is vast, and the number of monsters is endless. After stabilizing, in about half an hour, he reached level 12 and 40% progress. He expects to reach level 13 in another 40 or 50 minutes. This leveling speed is actually much faster than the standard newbie dungeon. The amount of experience needed for every level up is massive now. Hundreds of gold-eating insects were flying everywhere. They would swarm any monster they saw. One by one, the monsters fell. Wherever Lin Hao walked, there was slaughter. Bodies were strewn across the field. In half an hour, thousands of monsters had fallen to the gold-eating insects. I wonder what level that kid Ye Dapeng has reached now. Lin Hao suddenly thought, if he could leave the newbie dungeon, he could take him along if there was a chance. Ye Dapeng, like Lin Hao, was not very well liked in the class. Lin Hao was unpopular because of his cold and aloof personality. And Ye Dapeng, a nouveau riche, second-generation wealthy kid and the bottom-ranked slacker in class, had a displeasing demeanor that most people naturally rejected. The fact that they were deskmates was truly bizarre. Others almost wanted to call them the two weirdos. Ye Dapeng once had a dream to drag Lin Hao out to party hard, and when they were having the wildest time, hire a few girls to take his virginity before Lin Hao turned 18. Unfortunately, he hasn't succeeded yet. Knowing Lin Hao's difficult family situation, whenever he bought meals or water, he would often find excuses about buying too much and push it toward Lin Hao. In Lin Hao's eyes, he is much better than those who think they come from elite families and always act superior. With this awakening, Ye Dapeng had a major turnaround. A high-level awakening, sword and shield master. Before, in the eyes of teachers and students, he was a hopeless case. If I took him to grind levels, and in half a month for the martial arts exam, he rushed into the top martial arts university in the country, Qingbei Martial Arts University. I wonder how many elites would be disgusted to the point of vomiting. Lin Hao suddenly thought with a mischievous sense of humor. He has the ability to make that happen. However, he was just thinking about it. Everyone has their own life path. He didn't want to change anyone. As for Ning Yuanxi, she really is the type born into an elite family, naturally raised with the best care. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also truly excellent. However, Lin Hao never wanted to get close to such a person. He always felt that they were not from the same type or the same circle. He felt more like the stubborn weeds growing wildly in the wilderness. He had no desire to enter the back garden of a rich family. If his guess is correct, she should appear here in 2 or 3 days. After all, the newbie dungeon is only suitable for average awakeners, for the top tier of people. In the final period, they would definitely choose to go outside the city or into dungeons to kill monsters to improve their level and strength. However, by the time they arrive here, he won't know what level he's reached. If they arrive here full of excitement, only to find he is already 10 or 20 levels higher, he wonders what they would think. Lin Hao has always felt that his sister must have encountered an unbeatable opponent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in a desperate situation. If that's the case, having slightly better strength is far from enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao expanded the control range of his insects from 100 meters to 200 meters. As a diameter range, that's 400 meters. In this hour, he also summoned the remaining 20 gold-eating insects. His combat power increased by another 20%. When hunting, the range is wider, and the speed is faster. The Insect Tamer class, the first of its kind, truly lives up to its name as the king of solo leveling. His current speed is no less than that of 10 or 20 teams combined. No one else is as audacious as him, treating an entire wilderness as his own personal buffet. That arrogant-looking Chen Ziqing probably thinks Lin Hao must be cautious now that he's in the wild. In her eyes, Lin Hao is just a little level 12 kid. Experience bar at level 12, 90%. It should be about 10 more minutes until I hit level 13. A level 12 heavy armored cockroach crawled out from a pile of dirt, appearing in Lin Hao's sight with 2 long antennae. Because the range was expanded too much, there were inevitably some omissions. This cockroach managed to slip through the slaughter of the gold-eating insects. Lin Hao dared to expand the range and pursue speed because he had the foundation and confidence, ever since he shared life with the sprite butterflies. Although he is a level 12 player, his 20 sprite butterflies can currently share hundreds of thousands of health points. No matter how high the damage is, it's impossible to harm him in a short time. Furthermore, if he tells the gold-eating insects to fly back from a distance of 100 or 200 meters, it only takes 3 or 5 seconds. Besides, he still has position swapping, which allows him to teleport away at any time. So, while it seems risky, it's actually very safe. just as Lin Hao was about to summon a gold-eating insect back to deal with this heavy armored cockroach. He suddenly stopped. He slowly pulled the basic steel blade issued by the school for the newbie dungeon out of his inventory. I've always been relying on my pets to fight, and as the master, I haven't made a move myself. It's a bit unbecoming. Today, I, an insect tamer, will use my own hand and steel blade to finish off this heavy armored cockroach. Lin Hao felt a childish whim and struck a pose with the steel blade in front of his chest. The heavy armored cockroach also saw Lin Hao, and a surge of anger hit its head as it charged directly at him. Well timed. With a clanging sound, Lin Hao swung his blade down at the head of the heavy armored cockroach. The steel blade rebounded, leaving Lin Hao with a numbing sensation in the web between his thumb and index finger. But this strike also carved a small gash on the top of the heavy armored cockroach, causing some green blood to spurt out. The heavy armored cockroach, stung by the pain, lunged forward frantically, trying to tear at Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood his ground. He was sent flying by the force of the heavy armored cockroach charge. Lin Hao stumbled back a few steps. He carefully checked his body. Under normal circumstances, he would have sustained significant injuries. But at this moment, he didn't have a single scratch on him. At the same time, he sensed that one of his spirit butterflies had sustained a minor injury. However, for it, the damage was almost imperceptible. What an amazing life-sharing skill. Lin Hao thought that if he just stood here and let the heavy armored cockroach attack him, he probably wouldn't be hurt even after standing there for half a day. With that reassurance, Lin Hao stopped holding back and slashed again, this time severing one of the heavy armored cockroach's antennae. Lin Hao's level was on par with the heavy armored cockroach, and their strengths were evenly matched. The heavy armored cockroach moved slowly but had thick defenses. Raw strength wasn't Lin Hao's forte, but he had learned some basic combat techniques back at school. The man and the cockroach traded blows back and forth. It was quite a thrilling fight. Die. Cockroach, take another strike, Lin Hao shouted as he delivered another slash to the creature. After several minutes of fighting, the heavy armored cockroach had already lost more than half its health. Its movements had become even slower. Ahaha. Lin Hao let out a hearty laugh, feeling no shame at the fact that he was only just managing to defeat a single cockroach while his golden-eating bugs could kill them instantly. He just felt it was fun and satisfying. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a burst of laughter came from the distance. Lin Hao glanced to the side. He saw a team of 4 people appearing behind him. The 4 of them were walking toward Lin Hao. When they saw Lin Hao locked in such a grueling battle with a single cockroach, they couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter. That guy must be a total newbie, a level 12 weakling coming out into the wilderness to solo a cockroach? Look at all that blood on the ground. They must have been fighting for half an hour, right? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I can't believe such a person actually exists. There are monsters spawning all the time, and cute little idiots appearing every day. The group pointed and jeered at Lin Hao. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen a party of adventurers outside the city. It was said that the wilderness was practically a lawless zone where murder was a common occurrence. The city guard at the gate had warned Lin Hao that in the wilderness, one had to be wary not just of monsters, but even more so of other professional combatants. A sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of Lin Hao's heart. With a single thought, dozens of golden-eating bugs quickly flew back from the surroundings. However, they all quietly hid beneath the tall grass, scattered all around him. The team moved fast and was getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. By now, Lin Hao could clearly see it was a well-rounded party. A tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer. Furthermore, every one of them was over level 20, and 2 of them had already reached level 22. As high-level players in their 20s, they certainly wouldn't care about a tiny level 12 player like Lin Hao, nor would they take him seriously. Why would the strong ever care about what the weak think? Do humans care about the feelings of the ants under their feet? The group openly pointed at Lin Hao, laughing and jeering without restraint. In every word they said, they made no effort to hide their view of Lin Hao as an absolute fool. Naturally, the things coming out of their mouths were quite nasty. Lin Hao kept part of his attention on the group's movements, while continuing to fight the cockroach. He wasn't afraid of players in their 20s anymore. Not with the current strength of his golden-eating bugs. If they dared to make a move on him, wiping them out wouldn't be too difficult. However, unless things went too far, Lin Hao didn't want to kill anyone just because of a few insults. Just as Lin Hao, having fought for a long time, was preparing to finish off the cockroach with 1 or 2 more strikes, suddenly, with a whoosh, a fireball flew from the mage's hand. The fireball shot straight toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and stepped back a few paces. Bang! The fireball hit the heavy armored cockroach. Boom, the cockroach collapsed to the ground, dead. It turned out the mage's target hadn't been Lin Hao, but the dying cockroach. The mage's move triggered another round of laughter from the rest of the group. Ha ha ha. Joe ran. You've gotten even stronger, killing a heavy armored cockroach with a single little fireball. Your skill mastery has improved again. Did you see how hard that guy was working and decide to give him a hand? Haha. Another wave of mockery erupted from the team. Lin Hao noticed that no experience points were displayed on his screen. Turns out, since the mage delivered the killing blow, the experience went to him. A flicker of anger ignited in Lin Hao's heart. He had been fighting this heavy armored cockroach for 5 or 6 minutes, sweating buckets. And this mage just swooped in and stole the kill with the final blow. The experience from one heavy armored cockroach was a trivial, insignificant matter. But what the mage in that group did was completely uncalled for. They didn't consider Lin Hao a human being at all. Lin Hao was about to speak up. But the swordsman in the party said, "Don't get distracted by side issues. Everyone, let's pick up the pace, or we won't be able to find him in time." Hearing this, the others stopped taunting Lin Hao. They sprinted off into the distance and disappeared from sight a moment later. They seemed to be in a hurry to do something. Lin Hao watched their retreating backs with a chilling glint in his eyes. "Consider yourselves lucky. If you really piss me off, I'd feed you all to my bugs." They saw Lin Hao as an ant, but in Lin Hao's eyes, this bunch of guys was no different from the monsters he was currently farming. Lin Hao had a clear understanding of his own strength. They left, and the minor incident came to an end. Lin Hao continued deeper to hunt more monsters. Successfully killed a level 13 fly lizard, XP plus 700. Successfully killed a level 14 bewitching flower, XP plus 800. Dropped. Bewitching flower petal plus 1. Successfully killed a level 16 Lizardman Axeman, XP plus 1000. Dropped. Lizardman Axe plus 1. He pushed forward, unstoppable, constantly scoring instant kills. His screen was still flooded with crazy experience point notifications. Ding, you have reached level 13. Finally, level 13. He had gone up 1 level in just an hour and a half since leaving the city. At this rate, gaining 3 or 4 levels in a single day was highly likely. With such rapid leveling speed, he couldn't even imagine what level he would reach by the big exam in half a month. By then, not only his classmates, but his teachers and the principal would be shocked. He would probably even startle himself. According to data from previous years, many awakened combatants would just spend that half a month in beginner dungeons, only reaching about level 10. Even so, such people could still get into some higher education institutions. But by then, he would surely be well over level 20. He could say that he would be on an entirely different level compared to them. Thinking about how he would be able to enter the ancient and mysterious insect realm once he reached level 20, Lin Hao felt his heart burning with excitement. In the wilderness, after midday, sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick, with a faint scent of blood and damp earth. The occasional roar of beasts and cries of birds only underscored the hidden dangers lurking in this land. Lin Hao leaned against a thick, dead tree, chewing on a piece of hard, dry ration bread and washing it down with water from his canteen. In his mind, his previous 2 experiences traversing the insect realm replayed like a fast-forwarded video. The extreme uncertainty of random teleportation, the feeling of utter vulnerability when facing high-level insectoids. Lin Hao furrowed his brows slightly, then relaxed them. Next time I enter, I can directly use position swap to lock onto that grassland giant worm I marked with a spatial coordinate and establish a temporary base in a relatively safe area of the grassland. He planned calmly. This way, the efficiency of searching for and contracting new insect pets will be greatly improved. If it works, maybe I can bring back 6 or 7 different types of insectoids next time. Thinking about the multi-species insectoid army he might contract. Even with Lin Hao's usual composure, a spark of fervor couldn't help but flicker in his eyes. What kind of astonishing power would that be? His thoughts drifted away, landing on his sister Lin Dong. The sister who once stunned the entire Jiangning province, taking the top spot in the martial arts exam with an absolute lead, and entering the Qingbei Martial Arts University that countless people dreamed of. My sister's level back then, it was said she was nearly level 20 when she left Yangcheng, far surpassing her peers. 3 years have passed now. With her talent and the resources of Qingbei, she must be at least level 30 or 40 by now, right? Lin Hao calculated silently, his gaze growing sharper. Merely matching her past achievements is far from enough. The trouble she encountered, enough to make a top genius at level 30 or 40 disappear without a trace, the danger behind it, I must possess a much stronger, much faster rate of growth. to enter Qingbei, find his sister, and protect her. This goal burned like a scorching flame deep within his calm heart, driving him to never want to stop for even a single second. First, raise the level to 15 to further strengthen the attributes of the gold-eating insects. He glanced at the experience bar, level 13 with 20%. To rush from level 13 at 20% to level 15 in one afternoon was a daunting task, but not impossible. Finishing the last bite of bread, Lin Hao stood up and scanned his surroundings. The dozen or so level 16 lizardman axemen within a 300-meter radius had long since been gnawed down to scattered bone fragments by the 130 gold-eating insects. At this moment, he was in a denser patch of forest, the hunting ground of level 17 sword-armored beasts. Sword-armored beasts were shaped like pangolins, covered in heavy scales sharp as blades, with higher defense and attack power than lizardmen, and the forest environment restricted visibility, making them even more dangerous. Lin Hao shifted his thoughts, narrowing the scout and attack range of the gold-eating insects from 300 meters to 200, ensuring absolute control to avoid drawing in swarms beyond his ability to handle in the low-visibility woods. Whoosh, whoosh. Several roaming sword-armored beasts spotted Lin Hao, letting out hissing threats and digging their claws into the ground before charging like arrows. Their sharp scales left deep gashes on the tree trunks as they passed. However, what greeted them were several streaks of black lightning, even faster and more agile. Puff, puff, puff. The gold-eating insects dove down, ignoring the seemingly impenetrable blade scales, their razor-sharp mouthparts finding the gaps in the scales with precision, or simply tearing through them with brute force. Accompanied by teeth-gritting sounds of shattering, the sword-armored beasts in the front were instantly pierced through their vitals and collapsed, twitching. A one-hit kill. Killed level 17 sword-armored beast. Experience plus 500. Obtained material. Blade scale of the sword-armored beast 2. Obtained material. Hard tendon of the sword-armored beast 1. The system prompts arrived on cue. Even when facing higher-level monsters, the gold-eating insects, reinforced 20 times by the system, still displayed terrifying, overwhelming combat power. The farming efficiency was as steady as a mountain. Lin Hao's expression remained calm, directing the insect swarm to continue spreading out like an efficient and cold-killing machine, pushing forward steadily as the experience bar grew slowly but firmly at a visible pace. Materials in the storage space were also continuously piling up. Just then, "Stop right there. Hand over the loot." Boom. From the distance came urgent shouts, and the distinct sound of a fireball explosion, shattering the relative quiet of the forest. Lin Hao's brows furrowed slightly, and he looked up. He saw a nimble, pale purple figure darting through the gaps in the trees 50 meters away like a ghost. Moving at extreme speed with an unpredictable trajectory, clearly an agility-based professional, seemingly in a full-blown escape. Just half a minute later, two familiar figures chased after, panting. They were the members of the adventurer team he had encountered earlier that morning, that arrogant fire mage, and the relatively cautious swordsman. Seeing Lin Hao standing calmly by the dead tree, they stopped abruptly, expressions of shock appearing on both their faces. "It's you?" the mage said in surprise, with unconcealed contempt. "How did you kid get this deep? Not been chewed up by monsters yet?" He had assumed this level 12 rookie would have slunk back to the city after hitting a wall near the city walls. He never expected him to dare to penetrate deep into a level 17 monster zone and to look unscathed. The swordsman, however, frowned, scanning the surroundings vigilantly with his hand on his sword hilt. "Just you alone?" He was clearly more cautious, not believing that a low-level professional could be safe and sound here alone, and suspected that a high-level companion was hiding nearby. Lin Hao did not answer their questions, only looking at them indifferently. "Hey, kid!" The mage roared impatiently, his tone turning nasty. "Did you see someone in pale purple clothes running past here just now? Which way did they go?" "I don't know. I don't know." The mage's anger seemed to find an outlet. He was already irritable from losing his target, and now he found Lin Hao particularly unsightly. Believing he was hiding the truth, "Are you playing with me? You want to die?" He raised his hand suddenly, crimson light gathering in his palm, a scorching fireball instantly forming. The temperature in the surrounding air rose sharply, and the threat was unconcealed. The swordsman beside him looked alarmed and hurriedly grabbed the mage's arm. "Fire, don't be impulsive." He looked at Lin Hao again with a suspicious and uncertain gaze, and whispered, "This kid is weird. He might really have a companion nearby." "Like hell he does." The mage cursed, but the fireball in his hand did not immediately fly out. Clearly, the swordsman's caution had affected him to some extent. The swordsman turned to Lin Hao, his voice cold. "Little brother, that person stole something important from us. Telling us the direction won't hurt you. Otherwise, If we really start fighting, you'll be the one to suffer." Facing the threat of the scorching fireball and the pressure applied by the two, the expression on Lin Hao's face didn't change in the slightest, calm enough to be chilling. But his fingers, dangling by his side, moved almost imperceptibly. Dozens of gold-eating insects that had completed their kill mission and were lingering nearby silently lowered their flight altitude, like top-tier assassins, using the cover of the trees to quietly surround the two adventurers from all directions. In the air, invisible murderous intent began to pervade. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the mage's face, twisted with anger, and then passed over the swordsman's vigilant and suspicious eyes. His heart was cold and composed. "If you are determined to seek your own death, then I don't mind adding 2 more piles of bleached bones to this wilderness." Just as the situation was about to explode between the two sides, the swordsman who had been staring at Lin Hao suddenly said to the mage, "Forget it, let's head in that direction." With that, he dashed toward the east. The mage glared at Lin Hao and said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky, kid." Then, he followed the swordsman quickly toward the east. "Me? Lucky? It's you who are lucky." If those two had dared to take one more step earlier, he would have made his move. The repeated actions of this group had stirred up Lin Hao's anger. Can't I even have one peaceful day? Although he was only level 13, taking out those 2 guys in their 20s shouldn't be much of a challenge. However, he had seen 4 of them this morning, and now there were only 2. Where were their other 2 accomplices? Lin Hao didn't want to waste any more time and went back to hunting monsters. His experience bar was currently at 60% of level 13. "I need to get a bit past level 14 before dark today so I can reach level 15 by tonight. Then head back to town first thing tomorrow for the mine dungeon." Successfully killed a level 17 sword armored beast. Experience points plus 100. Dropped 1 sword armored beast leather armor. Successfully killed a level 17 sword armored beast. Experience points plus 100. Dropped 1 sword armored beast leather armor. He kept up his rapid pace of hunting. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a white light flashed across Lin Hao. "You have leveled up to level 14. Level 14 already. Still a bit slow." With his overwhelming strength, if he found leveling this slow, then for everyone else, it would probably take 3 to 5 days just to gain 2 levels. Wonder what level his classmates, who are still grinding in the novice dungeon, have reached? Each level Lin Hao gains now requires more experience than all his levels prior to level 8 combined. They are probably around level 3 to 5. Someone like Ning Yuanxi, with powerful gear and a rare class, must be way ahead of the average person. He might have reached around level 8. And that kid Ye Dapeng, he only hit level 4 yesterday. He'll probably need another 5 or 6 days to leave the novice dungeon. What a loser. A total waste of a high-level awakening. But there's simply no chance to help him out right now. The setting sun painted half the sky in golden hues. The evening breeze felt quite cool. Lin Hao called back a portion of his gold-eating bugs and had them hide under the leaves of nearby trees. The rest were sent to widen the perimeter, no longer restricted to just 200 meters. Lin Hao started a fire to roast some meat for dinner and get some rest. Although the city guards had insisted that he must return to the city by nightfall, Lin Hao didn't intend to do that. This level of the wilderness posed no real threat to him. Perhaps in the zones with level 30, 40, or 50 monsters. Only then might it be dangerous. But that would require venturing deep for several days. Lin Hao had only been traveling for a day, moving and stopping, mostly focused on killing monsters. The monsters in this part of the wilderness were relatively weak. Any powerful, high-level monsters that could pose a threat had long been cleared out by the routine patrols of the city guards. They certainly wouldn't let creatures that threaten the inner city exist nearby. The sword-armored beast is an animal similar to a pangolin, with dense, chewy meat. Before long, the 20 pounds of meat on the fire began to sizzle with dripping fat. A rich, savory aroma wafted through the air. Even while Lin Hao was cooking, his interface kept scrolling with experience point gains. The bugs he sent out hadn't stopped their slaughter. They were still harvesting the nearby monsters. This was true idle leveling mode. If Ye Dapeng knew this, he, as a tank, had to endure millions of points of damage from monsters. Or Ning Yuanxi, having to cast lightning strike after lightning strike. While Lin Hao, he was just roasting meat and leveling up. They would probably collapse and vomit blood. Smells so good. Seems like I arrived at the perfect time. A pale purple figure emerged from the dim brush. Her? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. He recognized her as the purple-clad figure he had seen fleeing ahead earlier that afternoon. The bright firelight at night clearly revealed her appearance. She was dressed entirely in purple, a purple top, and a purple gauze skirt. Her features were delicate, with large, soulful eyes, and she wore avant-garde smoky makeup. She didn't look old, appearing to be about the same age as Lin Hao. What's going on today? Are these two groups trying to latch onto me or something? Regardless of whether it was that party of professionals or this girl, he didn't want any involvement with them. Right now, he just wanted to focus on leveling up. He said coldly, "I don't care about your grudges, but don't come bothering me. Otherwise, I won't be so polite." The young girl shifted her gaze from the roasting meat to Lin Hao's face. "Oh my, you're such a handsome guy. Why be so cold and heartless to a helpless, starving girl in the middle of the night?" Lin Hao frowned slightly and said nothing, but his intention to dismiss her remained. Alright, I'll just have 2 pieces of meat and leave as soon as I'm done. I'm literally starving to death." The girl pouted slightly, looking at Lin Hao with an aggrieved expression. Lin Hao turned his attention back to the meat on the fire. She glanced at him and whispered, "Lin Hao, Bug Tamer, level 14. Huh? Already level 14? She looked amazed. "It took me over a full day to go from level 13 to 14. You've only been out here since the afternoon. That's barely 3 hours, right? I guess skilled people are bold enough to come into this wilderness alone to hunt. I saw a weird bug hunting in the woods today. That's your pet, right? Is the Bug Tamer class really that powerful and is leveling that fast?" Clearly, she was shocked by Lin Hao's leveling speed. Lin Hao cast a detection skill on her. Zhao Xiaoling, assassin, level 19. As expected, an assassin. Lin Hao stepped forward, took out a dagger, and started slicing the meat. The girl stared at the meat, looking like she was actually drooling. This gluttonous look made her appear quite innocent and cute. "I'll leave as soon as I finish the meat and won't drag you into this. Those people are wicked. They've been chasing me for days to steal something I have. Even though you're a special kind of bug tamer, you wouldn't be a match for them." Seeing that Lin Hao agreed to let her eat, she quickly explained. The implication was that she wouldn't let that team of professionals mistakenly think they were associated, which would lead them to target him as well. In her judgment, if Lin Hao was targeted by their anger, a low-level level 14 player couldn't possibly escape from those level 20 professionals. And in the middle of this desolate wilderness, who would even know if someone got killed? Of course, she had no idea that Lin Hao wasn't afraid of those people at all. Earlier today, when that mage pressured him, he had even considered killing him. Good thing those two left quickly. Whew. The roasted meat was still very hot, but Zhao Xiaoling was clearly so hungry she couldn't wait. She started biting into it, desperately with her small, neat teeth. Because it was too hot, she kept blowing air while eating. Had this girl not eaten anything for 2 or 3 days? Lin Hao sliced a few pieces of the charred, aromatic meat and handed them to her. Because the slices were thin, they weren't that hot. Zhao Xiaoling took them, put them in her mouth, and looked utterly satisfied. She smiled and said, "You know, you look cold on the surface, but you're actually quite thoughtful toward girls." Lin Hao was left speechless. Still, he took a bottle of drink from his inventory and tossed it to her. Based on your level, you must be a high school senior who awakened the day before yesterday, right? I remember my sister saying that was the day for the Unified Awakening." Without waiting for Lin Hao's answer, she shook her head. "No, that can't be right. If you awakened the day before yesterday, that means you've only been leveling up by killing monsters for 2 days. It's impossible to reach level 14 in just 2 days. Logically speaking, if you dare to hunt in the wilderness alone, your strength must be extraordinary. But no one has ever heard of someone reaching level 14 in 2 days, unless those big guilds use their massive manpower and gear to power level someone. But you, a mage holding a basic steel sword, looking so hopeless and self-abandoned. You don't look like the illegitimate child of a big guild, do you?" "Of course not. This is just too hard to wrap my head around." Lin Hao didn't really care to answer her initially. However, seeing her look so confused, Lin Hao said calmly, "I did awaken the day before yesterday." "Huh? You really awakened the day before yesterday? Then you're absolutely terrifying. I've never heard of anyone leveling up so fast. You are not as simple as you appear on the surface. Even though your level is low, your strength must be super high." Zhao Xiaoling was still in shock, looking completely incredulous. She even stopped eating the meat. "Are beast tamers really this broken? In that case, with your strength, when the Grand Marshal exam comes in half a month, you could get into any university in the entire Shan Nation. Which school do you want to go to?" Lin Hao replied calmly, "I want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University." Zhao Xiaoling laughed. "I knew it. If you really make it into Qingbei Martial Arts University, then you'll have to call me senior." Lin Hao was slightly stunned. "You're a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University, but you're only level 19. If Zhao Xiaoling had entered Qingbei Martial Arts University last year, Being level 19 after a whole year is actually quite low. Zhao Xiaoling understood what Lin Hao meant, and she giggled. My situation is a bit special, but I am definitely a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Take a look at this. Zhao Xiaoling tossed a badge over. Lin Hao caught it and took a look. It was a student ID. The front was engraved with the words Qingbei Martial Arts University, and the back had the name Zhao Xiaoling. She really was a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao handed the badge back to her and asked, "Have you ever heard of someone named Lin Dong? She entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago." Lin Dong? Zhao Xiaoling thought for a moment. Finally, she shook her head. "No, I don't recall that name." Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed. He really wanted information about his sister. But thinking about it, they weren't in the same graduating class, so it's not strange that she wouldn't know her. Girlfriend? Relative? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. My sister. What's your sister's class? Lin Hao was silent for a while, but eventually said, I don't really understand it myself. It seems to be Shadow Dancer. Zhao Xiaoling smiled. A Shadow Dancer, huh? Isn't that an assassin class, just like mine? At this point, her expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Xiaoling paused. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered someone, but that shouldn't have anything to do with your sister. Usually, given Lin Hao's personality, if the conversation got to this point, he definitely wouldn't keep pressing. But this involved his sister. He didn't want to stop the conversation there. Is it inconvenient to talk about? It's not that. I just heard that about a year and a half ago, several major events happened in the capital, all involving a shadow dancer, but I've never heard of it being related to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Was that shadow dancer a woman? Yeah. It seems those events happened within a guild. For some reason, several big battles broke out, and over 300 members of a subsidiary guild of a super large guild were all killed by someone and turned to dust overnight. A super large guild? Lin Hao frowned. I only heard this from other people chatting. As for the truth, I don't really know either. Zhao Xiaoling shrugged, indicating that was all she knew. Guilds are a unique product of this professional society. They gather a large number of professionals, including both combat and support classes. In this society, wherever there is profit, you'll basically find the presence of guilds. They are the most powerful private organizations outside of the state-run military. In many places, some individual guilds even have power that overrides government forces and are the masters of local influence. Lin Hao thought for a while and finally asked, what happened to that shadow dancer afterward? I didn't hear how it ended. It seems like someone deliberately covered up the news. It caused quite a stir, but it also disappeared very quickly. Lin Hao nodded. It seems that's all Zhao Xiaoling knows. That shadow dancer might not necessarily be his sister. However, that possibility couldn't be ruled out either. If it really was his sister, a cold glint appeared in Lin Hao's eyes. Half a month from now, when he gets to the capital and finds his sister, everything will become clear. If they really are her enemies, even if they are a big guild, I won't be afraid. Anyone who hurt my sister, even if they are gods themselves, I'll cut them down one by one. Lin Hao, why does your expression look so grim? The sudden coldness radiating from Lin Hao made Zhao Xiaoling feel a chill through her whole body. Lin Hao shook his head. When I go back to school in a few days, I'll ask around for you. Let's exchange contact info. The two of them added each other as friends on the professional trading platform. The professional platform is not only for trading, but also supports messaging, calling, and video chatting, and everyone has a unique, singular identity. Because of this senior-junior connection, the two felt much closer. Lin Hao cut a few more slices of meat for her. The night breeze was refreshing. If they weren't in the treacherous wilderness, spending the night eating grilled meat with a beautiful woman would have been quite a pleasant experience. They ate and chatted here and there. Most of the talking was done by Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao was listening. The meat of this kind of pangolin-type armored beast was truly fantastic. Lin Hao also grilled it with great care. Actually, many wilderness beast carcasses are quite valuable when taken back, especially after being cooked by those with chef classes into top-tier delicacies. Some adventurers specialize in hunting for ingredients. People call them gourmet hunters. Lin Hao had read about them in books, with the most famous ones being the 4 gourmet kings. Just then, a faint white light appeared on Lin Hao. You have leveled up to level 15. Lin Hao felt happy inside. After leaving it on auto grind for most of the night, he had finally reached level 15. His plan and goal were achieved. As for Zhao Xiaoling, she was full of disbelief. She asked in shock, Did you just level up? Yeah, Lin Hao responded calmly. Good heavens. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but curse. Is that how you level up? Are you really that much of a monster? What kind of beast tamer class allows for auto-leveling? How are other professionals supposed to deal with this? Lin Hao's expression remained indifferent. It's just one level up. Is there any reason to be so surprised? Zhao Xiaoling tilted her head suddenly and asked, do you want to know why those people have been hunting me for the past few days? I don't want to know, Lin Hao said indifferently. He had heard Zhao Xiaoling mention before that those people were after a treasure she possessed. This was a sensitive matter, and Lin Hao had no intention of prying into such private details. Zhao Xiaoling chided. Why are you like this? Are you trying to kill the conversation? Lin Hao was left speechless. Is it really not an option to not want to know? After a moment of thought, he said helplessly. So, why were they hunting you? Zhao Xiaoling giggled and said, now that's more like it. When talking to girls, you have to be enthusiastic, engage with the topics, and show genuine interest, understand? Zhao Xiaoling put on the airs of a senior student. Because I discovered a boss spawn point in the wilderness. But there were too many elite monsters there, and I couldn't handle them on my own. I retreated near the entrance, but I mapped out the coordinates. But somehow, the information leaked, and that gang wanted to force the location out of me. Those guys aren't low level, and while they're not top tier, they are quite capable. They have full sets of equipment, at least bronze grade. They are known as the Four Evils of Yang City. They have been active in the outskirts of the wilderness, striking at suitable targets. Their teamwork is seamless, and quite a few high-level professionals have died at their hands. So they kept chasing, and I kept running. As for the so-called Four Evils of Yang City, Lin Hao didn't think much of them. But a boss spawn point in the wilderness? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhao Xiaoling. After years of theoretical study, he certainly understood the weight of those words. This was something that made many people go crazy. Monster invasions and settlements are classified in several ways. One type is scattered wilderness monsters, like the ones Lin Hao killed today. They are widespread but are generally common monsters. Another type is a dungeon like the Lost Mine that Lin Hao was preparing to head to. It is an independent space and also a gateway for monster demons to invade the human world. Dungeons are also divided into multi-dimensional and single-dimensional. Multi-dimensional dungeons mean that multiple groups of professionals can enter simultaneously without interfering with each other. Single-dimensional dungeons mean that everyone who enters appears in the same space, allowing different groups to run into each other. There is another type, similar to an open-world single-dimensional dungeon, where a wild boss appears in a fixed area of the wilderness. Killing a wild boss drops rare items or equipment. But these wild bosses are basically monopolized by guilds. They don't make the location and spawn time public, occupying the site long-term to enjoy the rewards of killing them. Therefore, a wild boss is of immense value. Lin Hao was a bit surprised that Zhao Xiaoling would bring this up to him. Wasn't she afraid that his greed might kick in and he would try to take advantage of her? It was no wonder those four had been hunting her. Now that you've heard me out, are you tempted? Zhao Xiaoling tilted her head and looked at Lin Hao with a playful expression. Lin Hao couldn't help but think to himself, does this girl think I'm the same as those four, looking to kill her and loot her treasure? Am I being underestimated? I was perfectly innocent, and you've dragged me into this mess. At that moment, Lin Hao shut his mouth. Zhao Xiaoling naturally saw through Lin Hao's thoughts. She found this junior of hers even more adorable. If you want to know the location, I can tell you. Zhao Xiaoling added suddenly. I don't want to know, Lin Hao said with a blank face. He, Zhao Xiaoling said. If I reported this location to the guild or the professionals trading center, the rewards would be significant. But I don't want to choose those options. I have another way to handle it. Find someone to partner with, enjoy the fun for a while, and then sell it off when I'm bored. Lin Hao didn't speak, just quietly watching Zhao Xiaoling. Although he was interested in seeing a wild boss, he wasn't particularly desperate for it. His goal now was just to level up, increase his strength, participate in the National Martial Arts exam in 13 days, and get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. And then, find his sister. Other things like farming gear, items, or money were important, but they were secondary or tertiary. That boss spawn point is in a valley with a very narrow entrance. Most people wouldn't notice it. I managed to sneak in, using stealth to get a rough idea of the situation. The valley is filled with reinforced and elite monsters, roughly level 20 to 25. I can take on monsters higher level than me, but those monsters were too concentrated, and I couldn't lure and kill them one by one alone. As for the boss, I didn't dare to scout it out for fear of being detected, but it's likely around level 25. Lin Hao felt that if the monsters were level 20 to 25, he wouldn't have much trouble killing them, and he wasn't afraid of them being concentrated. However, this was Zhao Xiaoling's discovery, and it had nothing to do with him. After finishing her explanation, Zhao Xiaoling also quietly watched Lin Hao, waiting. The two of them just stared at each other silently and deeply. 1 minute passed, then 2. Lin Hao couldn't take it anymore. He asked indifferently, "Why are you staring like that?" Zhao Xiaoling beamed. "I thought you'd be the type to remain unmoved under a girl's direct gaze." She stared into Lin Hao's eyes. "I'm really curious now. I've told you so much about the boss. Aren't you even a little tempted?" Lin Hao said coldly, "Why should I be tempted? Should I be like those 4 guys and force you to hand over the location?" Zhao Xiaoling replied, "You don't need to force me. Just ask, and I'll tell you. I'll give it to you." Are women's hearts really this complicated? Zhao Xiaoling stretched her body, accentuating her curves. A beauty by nature, she looked even more alluring at this moment. "Alright, Lin Hao, do you think you can handle those monsters?" Lin Hao was silent for a moment before saying, "You want to team up with me? Kill that wild boss together?" Zhao Xiaoling moved closer to Lin Hao, peering at him closely. "Oh, you're quite a rascal. I realized you've known my intentions all along. You're clear-headed, but you just wouldn't bring it up. You had to make me spell it out before you'd reply. Are you not one for socializing? Have you never had to ask anyone for anything?" In the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Xiaoling had basically figured out Lin Hao's personality. And Lin Hao was, indeed, exactly that kind of person. "To be honest, I previously reached out to a few sisters of mine to take down this boss, but they can't make it in time. Your performance just now was so shocking that it gave me the idea to collaborate. You have a pet. Perhaps it could help me lure and separate the monsters one by one, then I can handle them. It'll be tough, but I think it's worth a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll think of something else. The rewards will be split 70-30. I take 70 and you take 30. What do you think?" A 70-30 split was quite generous of Zhao Xiaoling, considering the resources were hers and Lin Hao would only be using his pet to lure monsters. If a typical guild were doing this, they wouldn't offer a share at all. Even if they did, 10% would be considered good. However, Lin Hao didn't care about these so-called benefits. What he thought about was that the massive number of elite monsters would allow him to level up further. The experience from that boss would surely be substantial as well. The news Zhao Xiaoling mentioned about the Shadow Dancer in the capital made Lin Hao feel anxious. If that Shadow Dancer really was his sister, she must be in grave danger. She might even have already met with disaster. He felt that his current strength was not enough. He needed to be even more powerful. Lin Hao said immediately, "I accept." Zhao Xiaoling was overjoyed. "Your mind is so hard to read. I wasn't even sure if this boss would interest you. I'm glad you finally agreed. Let's rest for 2 hours, and then set off." 2 hours? At night? Lin Hao was surprised. "Yes, the night is better for an assassin type like me. I struggle more in the daytime." "What? Is there a problem?" "No problem, it doesn't matter to me," Lin Hao said indifferently. "Good, then we set off in 2 hours. Although Lin Hao spent the whole day grinding monsters, and at a high intensity. In reality, it was all his pet insects doing the fighting. Lin Hao himself didn't lift a finger. He was a completely hands-off boss. He basically hadn't exhausted any of his physical or mental energy. Zhao Xiaoling seemed a bit tired. With a flick of her hand, she took a blanket out from her storage space and spread it on the ground. "I am going to rest for a while. I expect a tough battle in 2 hours. Lin Hao nodded. "You rest. Don't worry, I will keep watch." Finally, "No need to sleep in the trees," Zhao Xiaoling said with a giggle, then lay down fully clothed. Before long, soft snoring began to echo. It seemed she was extremely exhausted and had fallen asleep. Lin Hao watched this scene, feeling a bit amused and helpless. This Zhao Xiaoling, she was too carefree? They had only just met, yet she was so comfortable putting her safety in his hands? Except for a few gold-devouring bugs on sentry duty, Lin Hao quietly recalled most of them back into his space, letting them recover for a while. He squinted slightly and closed his eyes to rest as well. The gold-devouring bugs had likely cleared out all the monsters nearby, so the wilderness at night was completely silent. Occasionally, the faint sound of night insects could be heard. Sometimes, the burning firewood would pop and crackle. 2 hours passed quickly. "The boss spawn point is not far from here. We can reach it in about an hour. Let's go. It's time to move out," Zhao Xiaoling said after waking up and tidying up briefly. "I'll invite you to the party. Zhao Xiaoling has sent you a party invitation. Do you accept?" "Accept." This was the first time Lin Hao had teamed up with anyone. His information panel now showed that he was in a party with Zhao Xiaoling. This is a vision pill. Once you take it, your vision will sharpen. While it won't be as good as in the daytime, at least the impact of the darkness on you will be cut in half. Zhao Xiaoling handed Lin Hao something that looked like a pill. Lin Hao had read about vision pills in books. He knew such things existed, but this was the first time he had ever seen one. These items were very expensive. He hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoling to just pull one out of her backpack and give it to him to take. Lin Hao tilted his head back and swallowed it. After a wave of warmth passed through him, Lin Hao opened his eyes again. Even though it was still nighttime, it looked like early morning to him. Although it couldn't compare to daytime, his vision was much stronger. Such a miraculous pill. Did those life skill alchemists craft this? Lin Hao wondered to himself. The two of them took advantage of the darkness and started heading west. Many monsters roamed at night. Zhao Xiaoling led the way. Generally speaking, the night creates visual impairments and leads people to overlook dangerous traps. It was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, any monster that appeared at night possessed assassin-like characteristics, specializing in stealthy one-hit kills. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, these weren't issues at all. She was an assassin herself. Shadows and the night were their primary battlefield. She moved quietly. Along the way, level 20 monsters didn't even have time to react before they fell to the dagger in her hand. This girl is not simple. Her strength is truly formidable. She must come from some elite family in the capital, Lin Hao thought to himself. But then again, if she weren't strong, how would she be wandering in the wilderness and have discovered an outdoor boss spawn point? Even someone as powerful as the four evils of Yang City couldn't handle her. Watching the continuously refreshing experience points, Lin Hao estimated that in a two-person party, the experience gained was about 60% of what one would get grinding alone. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoling arrived at the entrance of a valley. We're here. The entrance is narrow, but inside there is a whole different world. It's quite large. This entrance was tucked between two mountain ranges. The location was incredibly well hidden. If you weren't standing at a specific angle, you wouldn't even be able to see the entrance. No wonder it hadn't been discovered by anyone for so long. Zhao Xiaoling said proudly. Hard to find, isn't it? I discovered it by pure luck. Lin Hao nodded. Yeah, it just looks like an ordinary shallow cave. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly said seriously. Once we enter through this opening, for about 300 meters, there will be many enhanced and elite monsters wandering around. We will clear them out while slowly pushing forward. Your main responsibility is to use your pets to lure them one by one to the side, and I will use my assassin skills to stay hidden and take them out. Remember, in principle, lure them one at a time. I can handle 2 or 3, but if there are more than 4, we must retreat immediately and wait for them to return to their wandering state before we continue. You understand? Lin Hao nodded. Just as Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were about to enter the valley to kill the field boss, in the forest where they had been resting and roasting meat, a dark shadow emerged. They have already left. A man with sharp ears and a thin face stood by the campfire, staring at the embers that were fading to mere sparks. No sooner had he spoken, 4 other figures appeared from the hidden depths of the trees. They ran away? If Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were here, they would recognize the 4 figures that appeared as the 4 evils of Yang City, who had been hunting Zhao Xiaoling. Huang Guan, we brought you from the city as a tracker, so you'd better clear up the situation and track where they went, or else you won't get a single cent. The swordsman said in a low voice to the man with sharp ears. Don't worry, Boss Kui. The man with sharp ears was named Huang Guan, and his profession was tracker. Huang Guan circled the campfire, sniffing the air from time to time, and said, 2 people stayed here, a man and a woman. The woman is an assassin, and the man's profession is unknown. They ate roasted meat together, stayed for about 3 hours, left an hour ago, and headed west. 2 people? Is that man the kid we saw today? The mage spat. I knew these 2 were together. If you hadn't stopped me, boss, I would have killed him during the day. Who? You mean that fool who fought the cockroach alone? The archer asked in surprise. Are you sure? Could that level 12 kid really have come this deep into the wilderness? The healer also questioned. That is why I said they are working together. On his own, the kid couldn't have reached this part of the wilderness. But if that girl brought him, it makes sense, the mage said. Makes sense. The archer and the healer nodded. Huang Guan, can you still track them now? The swordsman asked in a deep voice. Of course I can. I have never lost a trail in the wilderness, the tracker Huang Guan said proudly. Shall we continue tracking them now? The swordsman nodded. Of course. Leaving so late, it's very likely they are heading to the boss spawn point. Alright. Huang Guan looked up and started heading west, saying as he walked. The other party left together as a pair. The direction was exactly the same one Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had taken earlier. The four behind him followed quickly. The mage walked up to the swordsman's side. "Boss, no matter if that girl is heading to the boss spawn point this time or not, she is dead. She thinks she can escape us, but she certainly didn't think we could find a tracker to hunt her down." The archer also sneered from the side. "In front of a tracker, an assassin is just a piece of trash." The healer then added, "That girl has made us search the wilderness for days. Once we catch her, not only are we getting that boss location, but we are not letting her go. We will play with her for a few days first." The tracker Huang Guan walked in front. He didn't seem to exert much effort, following exactly the path Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had taken. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had no idea that experts were locking onto them. Zhao Xiaoling cleared away the regular monsters in the passage and kept heading inside. At the end of the narrow passage, a massive valley surrounded by high mountains on all four sides appeared. No wonder Zhao Xiaoling said there was a hidden world inside. Who could have imagined that there was such a vast environment here? Zhao Xiaoling took Lin Hao and crouched on a hillside. The two of them looked down. Below the slope, giant one-eyed humanoid monsters were roaming about. Zhao Xiaoling whispered, "See those Cyclops monsters? They are level 20 elite monsters, stronger than most professionals of the same level. In a moment, have your pet insects lure them one by one to this hill on the right, and I will kill them. Remember, do not lure too many at once." After saying that, she hunched over and walked to the right, her figure slowly fading as she moved. The valley was filled with thick and thin patches of mist, making everything appear vague and unfathomable. Clearly, this was a monster zone spawned by demonic energy after the invasion of the human realm, and it had yet to be touched by human feet. Lin Hao could not see clearly into the distance. But down the hillside, countless cyclopes, standing 10 meters apart, were wandering around carrying large clubs. Those 4-meter-tall giants were clearly strength-based monsters with explosive muscles all over their bodies. They were the guardians of the valley. Anyone who dared to get close could be smashed into pulp. Keep away! If they were average monsters, this density would be decent, but if they were all elite monsters, the yield would be quite impressive. Lin Hao sent one of his gold-eating insects flying over. Soon, the gold-eating insect caught the attention of the nearest giant monster. A strange aura. Something has invaded. The giant monster became instantly enraged, hoisting its huge wooden club and charging toward the gold-eating insect. At the same time, another Cyclops beside it followed along. I've pulled 2 of them. There was no help for it. Pulling a single monster was almost impossible. Fortunately, the 4 or 5 Cyclops not far away did not follow. The gold-eating insect turned and flew toward the hills on Lin Hao's right. The 2 Cyclops were in hot pursuit. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on the Cyclops. Cyclops Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 20. Strength, 2300. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1000. Physique, 2500. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The 4 stats are truly high. They are on a completely different level from typical level 20 monsters in the wilderness. They truly live up to the name of Enhanced Elite Monsters. And they have skills! With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared out of thin air and pierced the heart of one of the Cyclops. It was Zhao Xiaoling using an assassin's assassination skill. The blow caused the Cyclops to let out a roar, and at the same time, its health bar dropped by a quarter. Both Cyclops swung their large wooden clubs down at Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling moved like a phantom. The clubs couldn't touch her at all. Boom, 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 boom. The clubs struck the ground, sending dirt flying and grass scattering. The impact was tremendous. If one of those clubs had hit Zhao Xiaoling, the damage would have been massive. It was hard to say if her delicate body could handle it. But after observing for a while, Lin Hao realized he had probably worried too much. 1 or 2 monsters couldn't really hurt her. Zhao Xiaoling's movement technique was too strong. As she dodged and weaved, they couldn't even touch a corner of her skirt. However, the air currents generated by the swinging wooden clubs sent her hair flying everywhere. Her skirt fluttered, occasionally revealing her long, fair, and slender legs. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoling seized every opportunity to stab her dagger into the first Cyclops. The subsequent damage was clearly not as high as the initial assassination skill, taking off about 5% of the Cyclops' health each time. If you don't count the assassination skill used after stealth, she would need about 20 stabs to take down a Cyclops warrior. Seeing that they couldn't hit Zhao Xiaoling, the 2 Cyclops became enraged. Suddenly, their heavy wooden clubs seemed to double in speed, and their attacks became as fierce as a rainstorm. It was the Cyclops using the Frenzied Strike skill. Attack speed doubled. With 2 Cyclopes using Frenzied Strike with their clubs, even as strong as Zhao Xiaoling was, she dared not be careless. With a few flickers of movement, she increased her distance from the Cyclopes. The Cyclopes gave frantic chase. 1 dodging and 2 pursuing, they left the entire hillside in shambles. 2 minutes passed, and it was clear that the duration of the Frenzied Strike skill had ended, as the clubs slowed down. Zhao Xiaoling spotted an opening and stabbed the first Cyclops again. She kept her target locked onto the first Cyclops, planning to finish one off completely before dealing with the other. That strategy was correct. If it were Lin Hao, he would have made the same choice. However, killing them this way was too slow. After watching for a while, Lin Hao understood that while Zhao Xiaoling could indeed handle 2 or 3 monsters safely, it would take quite a long time to kill them. As for 4 or 5 at once, she would definitely be hard-pressed. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, and gained 4,800 experience points. Obtained. Cyclops Heart X1. Please select the item acquisition method. Leader pickup, free pickup, or dice roll pickup. Lin Hao selected leader pickup. 4,800 points. What high experience. Even with 2 people in a party, it was still much higher than average monsters in the wilderness. If solo grinding, 1 monster would probably yield 8,000 experience points. At this point, having killed 1, Zhao Xiaoling only needed to deal with the other Cyclops warrior. Now, she had even more room to maneuver. Circling the other monster, her attacks were faster. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt reassured. "Come out, my partners," Lin Hao whispered, releasing 40 gold-eating insects at once, and commanded them to fly toward the Cyclopes at the base of the hill. Just then, a notification came through. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, and gained 4,800 experience points. Obtained. Cyclops Heart X1. It was Zhao Xiaoling killing the other Cyclops warrior. Fighting 2 monsters at once is okay, but I really can't handle any more than that. Zhao Xiaoling shouted to Lin Hao while gasping for breath. Lin Hao, please be more careful when pulling monsters. Don't pull too many at once. Usually, in a party, you need a tank to hold the front and tightly lock onto the monster's aggro. Then, the damage dealers can dish out their damage from the side or the back. If they can't be killed instantly, Zhao Xiaoling's combat becomes very passive. She has to pull and dodge. After all, an assassin's body cannot withstand the monster's damage. If she actually gets hit, and there's no healer here, it will be very troublesome. So, Zhao Xiaoling has to be extremely careful. Lin Hao asked, "Zhao Xiaoling, are you alright?" Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand and shouted, "I'm fine, it's okay. Keep an eye on me, and once I'm in stealth, you can pull the next monsters." Just then, your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, and gained 4,800 experience points. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, and gained 4,800 experience points. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, and gained 4,800 experience points. A string of notifications flooded the party panel. Zhao Xiaoling stood frozen. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Looking closer, another string of experience and item notifications appeared. What's going on? Her clear, bright eyes widened. If she wasn't so sure it was impossible, she would have thought the party panel had glitched. What happened? Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, in the distance, still looked the same as when he was talking to her, showing no changes at all. Did you see the messages on the party panel? Zhao Xiaoling didn't bother with stealth anymore. She walked toward Lin Hao, preparing to deal with the next batch of monsters he was about to pull. What messages? Lin Hao thought Zhao Xiaoling had sent him a private message just a moment ago. The experience messages. Why are there constant notifications for monster deaths and experience gains? Oh, Lin Hao replied indifferently, I saw them. How strange. I'm not blind, how could I not see them? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling walked to Lin Hao's side. With an incredulous tone, she continued, Hey, don't you find it weird? It's just the 2 of us in the party, so who could be killing so many monsters? And at such a fast pace? I spent 4 or 5 minutes fighting just 2 Cyclopes. But in these 4 or 5 minutes, 5 or 60 Cyclops warriors must have died, right? Did the system crash? Zhao Xiaoling asked, looking completely baffled. Lin Hao was speechless. Seeing her acting all jumpy, he thought something serious had happened. It didn't crash. I'm the one killing them. You? How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao, unable to believe it. Observing the shock, confusion, and disbelief on Zhao Xiaoling's face. Shocked by how fast I'm killing the monsters, Lin Hao thought to himself, This is just my standard operating procedure. Besides, I haven't even released half of my gold-devouring insects yet. I still have 30 protective suits made from elf butterflies guarding me. If you knew that, wouldn't you be even more terrified? Lin Hao said indifferently to Zhao Xiaoling. My insect pets are down there killing the monsters. To be fair, the quantity and experience points of the monsters here are decent. Hopefully, this helps me reach level 16. That would make this trip worth it. Zhao Xiaoling looked down the slope. It was too far to see Lin Hao's small insects clearly, but it looked as if the Cyclops warriors were inexplicably collapsing one after another. It was eerie, as if a gust of wind were blowing through, and wherever it passed, the monsters would fall. Everywhere, there were the screams and roars of the monsters. Zhao Xiaoling turned back to stare intensely at Lin Hao. A minute later, she sighed. Lin Hao, you have shocked me once again. I finally understand why you reached level 15 in 2 days. No, maybe you will hit level 16 in a little while. I finally understand why you, as a low-level player, dared to come to the wilderness alone. You are truly an unprecedented freak. Good grief, your whole family are the freaks. Let's go, we're heading down, Lin Hao said, waving his hand. The two of them walked toward the center of the valley. By now, all the reinforced elite Cyclops in the nearby area had been cleared. In just this short while, about 200 Cyclops warriors had fallen to the gold-devouring insects, and that was with Lin Hao having released less than half of them. Lin Hao felt that half the insects were more than enough for battle. Any more would just be overkill and unnecessary. Zhao Xiaoling nodded. She followed Lin Hao down the hillside. Dozens of gold-devouring insects were clearing the path ahead. Kill, kill, kill. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, reinforced elite, gaining 4,800 experience points. Obtained 1 Cyclops heart. Your party has killed a Cyclops warrior, reinforced elite, gaining 4,800 experience points. Obtained 1 Cyclops heart. The team interface was scrolling wildly with experience point gains. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but keep glancing at Lin Hao's face. However, she couldn't tell anything. Lin Hao still maintained that same calm expression. Not excited at all? Lin Hao, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Honestly, I'm completely impressed by the Insect Tamer class now. It's not just that the class is powerful. I've had some unique encounters, alright? But those things were his own secret. He would never tell anyone else. For many elite parties, battling through a valley full of giants would be a treacherous journey. But the way Lin Hao handled it, it was like a stroll through a chicken coop. Everything around him was just a weakling. The night air was dim, mist filled the area, and it was still the same heart-pounding monster-infested land. But walking beside Lin Hao, Zhao Xiaoling felt an unexplainable sense of security. What a shame! Zhao Xiaoling sighed. She remembered coming here for the first time a few days ago, sneaking around carefully even while stealthed. Eventually, she was spotted by a monster and had to flee in a pathetic state. When she first partnered with Lin Hao, she hadn't held out much hope, just wanting to use his insect pets to lure monsters. She had proposed a 70-30 split, with her taking 70% and Lin Hao taking 30%. She had always assumed she was the main force. That's why it felt only natural for her to let Lin Hao take the night watch while she rested. Who would have thought that upon arriving here now, she would end up being nothing more than a tag-along, a side character. Zhao Xiaoling said, Lin Hao, you're the main force now. Let's switch the 70-30 split I proposed earlier. She was worried that Lin Hao might hold a grudge over the previous distribution. Lin Hao smiled. You don't need to worry about that. I don't care about it either way. Let's keep it as we agreed, okay? He turned his head to look at Zhao Xiaoling and said calmly, do you understand what I mean? Zhao Xiaoling smiled with relief. I understand. Actually, she didn't care about the loot either. It was all like playing house, just experiencing the rules of the game. But Lin Hao's attitude was once again beyond her expectations. Most people in the world chase fame and fortune, doing whatever it takes, leading to feuds between fathers and sons, betrayals between brothers, and backstabbing friends. But Lin Hao, who has only just started out, seems to view wealth as fleeting clouds and is not enslaved by material gains. Someone like this is destined to shine brightly in this world in the future, Zhao Xiaoling thought to herself. Lin Hao had no idea what kind of little thoughts were going through Zhao Xiaoling's head. If he knew, he would definitely refute it. He wasn't that noble. His life was still quite difficult, and he worked just as hard for petty gains. Right now, his backpack was stuffed with all sorts of miscellaneous items. He couldn't even bear to throw away items that were worth almost nothing when grinding in the wilderness earlier. A monster appeared that was twice the size of a Cyclops warrior, and instead of a crude wooden club, it held a massive spiked iron mace. Cyclops Captain, Reinforced Elite Boss, Level 23. Strength, 6900. Agility, 4500. Spirit, 3000. Physique, 7500. Skill, Frenzied Strike. Skills, Frenzied Strike, Roar, Stomp. A Level 23 Elite Cyclops Captain. His 4 main attributes were nearly 3 times those of the Cyclops warriors from before. However, he was still absolutely no match for Lin Hao's Gold-Devouring insects. 8 or 9 insects lunged at him, with a flurry of biting. The Cyclops Captain roared wildly and used his Frenzied Strike skill. He swung the giant mace so hard it whistled through the air. But such a large weapon was useless against the small Gold-Devouring insects. 4 or 5 more insects finished off the nearby Cyclops warrior and flew over to join the assault on the captain. The Cyclops Captain suddenly opened his mouth and let out a massive roar. Roar! A ripple-like sound wave spread in all directions. The vibration sent gravel and sand flying. Many of the Gold-Devouring insects were knocked off balance. The thunderous sound of the roar continued to echo throughout the valley. All the remaining monsters in the valley were instantly alerted and came rushing toward the sound. The captain took a huge leap and stomped heavily on the ground, instantly creating a massive crater. A dozen insects were sent flying back. Boom, boom, boom! Monsters from all directions were pouring in. At a quick glance, there were no fewer than 600 or 700. Almost all of them were reinforced elite Cyclops warriors, with 1 or 2 more captains mixed in. As these massive giants charged, their sheer weight and size caused the entire valley to shake. It felt like an earthquake or the end of the world. Who would have thought that a single skill from one captain would cause such a massive stir? The valley wasn't small, but it wasn't exactly huge either. The sound of the roar and the stomp was simply too loud. Every monster in the valley was rushing here. Oh no. Zhao Xiaoling, standing next to Lin Hao, turned pale instantly. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling looked like 2 tiny specks against the tidal wave of monsters. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't stop herself from trembling slightly. This valley was a death trap for anyone who entered it. Fighting Cyclops warriors was manageable, but once a captain was engaged, it easily triggered an all-out monster charge. Was there any chance left for her and Lin Hao to survive? Seeing the massive scale of the situation, Lin Hao furrowed his brows. It seemed 40 insects would struggle to handle this. Come out, all of my little friends. Suddenly, another 90 black, ferocious-looking, and murderously intent insects of the same level emerged around Lin Hao. The air around him turned pitch black. In an instant, Lin Hao stood like a king and sovereign of the darkness. Ah! Zhao Xiaoling gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She exclaimed, Lin, your insect pets. You actually have this many? 130 powerful metal-eating insects charged toward the oncoming group of reinforced elite Cyclops warriors. Berserk! Each of the metal-eating insects unleashed their skill. Berserk. While in a state of fury, the metal-eating insect's attack power increases by 200% for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. This is equivalent to doubling their attack power. The metal-eating insects were already monstrously strong with high damage output, and now it has tripled. In an instant. As they began slaughtering the giant warriors, their speed increased even further. Under Zhao Xiaoling's stunned gaze, rows of Cyclops warriors fell like stalks of wheat. Facing the wave of giant warriors that had surged forth like a tsunami just a moment ago, she had thought her life was going to end here tonight, and an irresistible sense of despair had washed over her. She never imagined that this wild boss spawn point would have such a trap. If her sisters had come and teamed up to raid this place, they would have definitely been wiped out. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a chill run through her entire body. She had still underestimated the difficulty of a first-time wild boss raid. Initial exploration is completely different from farming respawn points later on. No wonder you rarely hear about small parties raiding these. It is always large-scale guild operations. This is one of the reasons why wild boss locations are almost exclusively controlled by guild forces. She glanced at Lin Hao beside her. Faced with these terrifyingly strong giant monsters, the man beside her still wore a calm expression. She had just witnessed for herself how terrifyingly high the individual combat power of his pet insects was. What was even more shocking now was just how many of them there actually were. How could there be such a terrifying class and such a terrifying person in this world? Keep in mind, he is only a level 10-something class holder. Once he grows, it will be truly terrifying. 130 metal-eating insects clashed with 600 or 700 reinforced elite Cyclops warriors and 3 captains, turning the valley into a chaotic battlefield in an instant. The ground was torn up with flying sand and gravel, and grass and trees were scattered like fallen leaves. The number of metal-eating insects was significant, and their power was terrifying, but the giant monsters were far more numerous. Countless metal-eating insects were knocked to the ground. But the insects, impervious to water and fire with shells of excessive defense, immediately flew back up and continued to fight. The berserk metal-eating insects unleashed even wilder attacks. Batch after batch of giant monsters fell to the ground. Corpses littered the field. Just then, Lin Hao's brow furrowed. Your team killed a Cyclops warrior, reinforced elite monster, gaining 4,800 experience points. Your team killed a Cyclops warrior, reinforced elite monster, gaining 4,800 experience points. Notification spam. Rapid notification spam. Zhao Xiaoling was completely numb at this point. Another different message appeared. Your team killed a Cyclops captain, reinforced elite monster boss, gaining 14,400 experience points. You obtained silver-grade equipment. Giant's armor. A captain had clearly been bitten to death by the metal-eating insects. This valley was incredibly terrifying, and the monsters were undeniably powerful. A team of average high-level experts would have a high probability of being wiped out here. But Lin Hao, with his own strength, suppressed the monsters using only his pets. Under the slaughter of the metal-eating insects, the giant monsters were thinning out. It should take at most 10 minutes before every monster here is wiped out. At this moment, Lin Hao checked his experience bar. It had reached 60% of level 15. After killing these monsters, he should reach level 16. Even if he doesn't, it won't be by much. Just then, a faint light shimmered on Zhao Xiaoling. And then Lin Hao saw Zhao Xiaoling jumping for joy. Level up? Yeah, Zhao Xiaoling said happily, reach level 20. I've been struggling for over a week just for this level. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression changed. While the metal-eating insects and the giant warriors were locked in a fierce battle in the valley, it felt as if a pair of peculiar eyes had been staring at him for a while. However, when he tried to look for it, that gaze vanished. Then, there seemed to be faint sounds of magical incantations, but he simply couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. And now, the sound of the incantation suddenly grew louder. This meant a powerful magical skill was about to be completed. Is there a powerful archmage here? Before he could think or speculate further, a jolt of horror jumped into his heart. Oh no, a mage's magic. At the same time, a massive burning sun suddenly appeared above the valley. The sun emitted a blinding light. The light illuminated the entire valley, instantly turning night into day. Under the light of the sun, the very air seemed to twist instantly. Forbidden spell. Son of Death? Zhao Xiaoling let out a scream. Lin Hao also felt something was wrong the moment the sun appeared, feeling as if he were instantly placed in a furnace heated to 1,000 degrees. At the same time, under the solar rays, the grass, trees, and soft rocks in the valley all turned into charcoal. Lin Hao also felt himself turning into ash. Pop, 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 pop. A large group of fairy butterflies manifested their physical forms on Lin Hao, and each of them showed signs of damage. Clearly, the fairy butterflies were bearing the damage for Lin Hao through life sharing. Oh no! Lin Hao suddenly realized something, shouted, and rushed toward Zhao Xiaoling. Neither he nor Zhao Xiaoling could avoid this area of effect magic. He grabbed Zhao Xiaoling, regardless of the circumstances, pinned her beneath him, and used his own body to shield her from the death rays of the sun. Scorching hot! Just as Lin Hao felt he was about to burn up, another fairy butterfly was injured, instantly absorbing the damage intended for him. The sun not only illuminated the entire valley, it also pierced through the entire night in the wilderness. It seems that pair of eyes and the chanting were not hallucinations. There was a powerful mage behind the enemy, constantly casting spells and invoking forbidden magic. Currently, Lin Hao was wearing almost no equipment. He was just a physical body. It could be said he had zero defense. The damage from the Son of Death landed entirely on him. And at this moment, Lin Hao didn't dare to move at all, because he had Zhao Xiaoling beneath him. If it weren't for the 30+ fairy butterflies sharing his life, Lin Hao would have died 10 times over by now. He never expected that such a small valley would hide such a terrifying archmage. This was his first encounter with such grave danger since his class awakening as an insect tamer and traversing the insect realm 6 times to obtain 2 types of insects. He had been hunting monsters for days, and everything had been smooth sailing until now. This took him by surprise. The world is not as simple as he imagined. He glanced toward the center of the valley, where the death rays were falling onto the battling metal-eating insects. The metal-eating insects were completely unaffected. Lin Hao was stunned at first, but then quickly realized that he had discovered the metal-eating insects in a volcanic environment to begin with. Furthermore, the description of the metal-eating insects noted that they were impervious to water and fire. Even if they aren't fully immune to water and fire elements, they are nearly there. The mage in the valley must be this wild boss. And it possesses no small amount of intelligence. It had been hiding in the shadows all along. It could clearly see the power of Lin Hao's pet insects. It must also have known that as time passed, the group of Cyclops and the captains in the valley would certainly be killed. Therefore, it did not join the battle but was instead preparing its most powerful magic. Fortunately, the Sun of Death only lasts for half a minute. The sun vanished, and the valley returned to darkness. Lin Hao looked down at Zhao Xiaoling beneath him. Instantly, he was shocked. Zhao Xiaoling was now completely naked. Her clothes and dress had already turned to ashes under the initial death rays. A pendant around her neck was emitting a green light, which had also been protecting her. Zhao Xiaoling remained motionless at this moment. Is she dead? Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao didn't care about his own nakedness anymore. He shouted and reached out to grab her in a panic, his hands meeting her smooth, bare skin. Her skin wasn't damaged. The green pendant must be a magical piece of equipment that kept her alive under the deathly sun. But why was she still not moving? Zhao Xiaoling was wearing ordinary clothes, which naturally couldn't withstand the rays of death, unless they were high-level equipment. Suddenly, Lin Hao realized that he was just as naked as Zhao Xiaoling. Apparently, his clothes had also turned to ash under the light. A wooden stick lay between Zhao Xiaoling's legs. He could still feel the warmth of her body. Good heavens! Lin Hao, who had been pressed tightly against her, quickly pulled away and jumped up. How awkward. How embarrassing. He quickly took out a set of clothes from his inventory and put them on. Luckily, before heading into the wilderness, he had considered that he might stay there for a while, so he had prepared plenty of supplies, including extra clothes. After dressing, Lin Hao returned to Zhao Xiaoling's side. Under the moonlight, Zhao Xiaoling's naked body looked like white jade, radiating a soft glow. It was breathtaking. But how could Lin Hao care about that now? He needed to determine the extent of her injuries and whether she could be saved. Zhao Xiaoling, what's wrong with you? Anxiety gripped Lin Hao's heart. Had this senior, whom he had just met and was clearing monsters with, really died just like that? He wanted to pick her up to examine her closely. However, just as he lifted half of her body, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly made a sound. Aren't you going to move away? How much longer are you going to keep this up? This surprise caught Lin Hao off guard. After a brief pause, even the thick-headed Lin Hao understood. Zhao Xiaoling had been fine all along, but whether she was under his protection or now, within his line of sight, she was too embarrassed to move. She could only play dead. It was only because the situation was critical, and Lin Hao was about to take action to check her injuries that she had to speak up. Oh man! How awkward. How embarrassing. Lin Hao immediately stood up and turned around. He swallowed hard. He said with difficulty, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I've turned around now, you can get up and put your clothes on. Came a barely audible response. Zhao Xiaoling didn't dare to lie on the ground naked anymore. She didn't ask Lin Hao to leave before getting up either. She quickly got up from the ground, took new clothes from her inventory, and put them on. Lin Hao heard the rustling of clothes behind him. Only then did the weight lift from his heart. As long as she was okay, everything else was fine. As for the awkwardness, that was a small matter. I'm ready. A moment later, Zhao Xiaoling spoke behind him. She sounded a bit more composed, though her voice still trembled slightly. Lin Hao turned around. Zhao Xiaoling's face was flushed red. Her expression was quite awkward. I'm sorry, Lin Hao said. It's all my fault. Don't say that, Zhao Xiaoling said softly. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now, turned into dust. Thank you for saving me. Zhao Xiaoling wasn't the type to be overly bashful. By the end of her sentence, she had mostly returned to her usual state. Both of them kept their complicated feelings to themselves. At this point, there was basically no more fighting in the valley. The gold-eating insects had wiped out almost all the Cyclops warriors and their captains. That boss must be the mage who cast the spell, right? Zhao Xiaoling asked softly. Must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Lin Hao nodded. How could there be such a powerful boss? A level 20 monster capable of such a terrifying spell? It's unimaginable. Let's go, let's take a look. Lin Hao's eyes grew cold. He thought about how if they hadn't both had some special trump cards, they would both be dead by now, turned into dust. Yeah. Half an hour ago. In the dark wilderness, a group of 5 were clearing out night monsters as they headed towards the valley. Suddenly, a giant sun appeared in the sky in the distance. The light was blinding. What is this? The 5 were startled. It's a forbidden magic spell, a mage said, his face full of shock. Are those 2 clearing a field boss? A swordsman said in a deep voice. It must be in that direction, answered a man with a sly, rat-like appearance. The swordsman waved his hand. They're in the final phase, let's pick up the pace. The group of 5 accelerated, moving twice as fast as before. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling walked toward the end of the valley. Along the way, countless Cyclops corpses lay scattered about. Although she knew that Lin Hao's pet insects had slaughtered their way through, seeing the scene up close, Zhao Xiaoling still felt a wave of shock and palpitations. This man is truly powerful. A massive palace-like stone structure appeared at the end of the valley. It was supported by about 30 stone pillars, each 30 meters tall. On top was a crown-shaped roof. The stone doors were half open. Lin Hao sent the gold-eating insects in to scout the situation. He could see that the interior was empty. There were no Cyclops monsters, so he didn't hesitate and walked in. Zhao Xiaoling followed behind Lin Hao. It was a vast, empty hall. It could hold thousands of people, or even hundreds of giants. On one side of the hall, there was a raised platform with a large stone chair. Vile humans, how dare you step into my territory and kill so many of my warriors? You deserve to die. A voice came from the stone chair. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling looked over at the same time. They saw a small creature sitting on the massive stone chair. It was a dwarf goblin holding a bone staff, such a tiny little thing, creating a sharp contrast with the huge stone chair. If it hadn't spoken, it would have taken Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling a while to even notice it. You dare to intrude upon the lands of King Celsus. If you do not retreat at once, you will surely face death. The dwarf goblin roared loudly, but it sounded a bit cowardly. Lin Hao could tell that the goblin was quite drained. It must have used up all its mental energy on that forbidden sun spell. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on it. Celsus, leader level goblin mage, level 25. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 7000. Constitution, 2000. Skills, Fireball, Death Sun. As expected, a goblin mage, and a named boss, which is quite rare. Since they had reached the boss stage, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling naturally had to kill it. There was nothing left to discuss between the two sides. Besides, this thing had sneakily used a major ultimate skill that nearly killed them both. Zhao Xiaoling used stealth and vanished into thin air. Lin Hao waved his hand, and hundreds of gold-eating insects flew towards it. Seeing Lin Hao and the other intruder make their move, the gnome goblin king Celsus's expression changed drastically. Lin Hao had guessed correctly. The Death Sun just unleashed had nearly exhausted all its mana, and that was a spell that took a quarter of an hour to chant. It was also its most powerful magic skill. That was time bought at the cost of countless giants' deaths. It had succeeded, and the magic landed on those two. Yet, what shocked it was that they were both completely fine, and even those terrifying bugs were unscathed. This was completely beyond its understanding. Its all-out attack had been ineffective. Now, it was nothing more than a weakling. The hysterical roar it had just let out, telling the opponents to retreat quickly, was nothing but a hollow bluff. It truly had neither the ability nor the time to cast another Death Sun. All it could do now was raise its staff against the swarming bugs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fireballs shot out and struck the swarm of gold-eating bugs. But just as expected, the fireballs exploded among the bugs. However, they dealt no damage at all. These detestable bugs are actually immune to fire magic. The gnome goblin king Celsus roared in anger. Get away, you monsters, get away. How dare you violate the gnome goblin king Celsus? Damn it all. Ah, my face, my fingers, my body. Celsus rolled frantically on the platform. Countless gold-eating bugs were tearing at its body. Bang! Struggling as it rolled, it fell from the high platform to the ground. Without its guards. Without its ultimate move. As a mage, its situation at this moment was no better than a Cyclops warrior, perhaps even worse. Zhao Xiaoling had just turned invisible, thinking of attacking near the goblin. But she was only halfway there when she heard the gnome goblin king Celsus's final roar. If you dare to kill me, the Abyss Saintess will not let you off. I am one of her people. That Abyss Saintess again? But, whoever you are. The next moment, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling both saw the information on their party panel. Your party has killed Gnome Goblin King Celsus, gaining 90,000 experience points. Obtained golden equipment. Celsus Staff. Obtained golden equipment. Celsus Dagger. Obtained golden equipment. Celsus One-Handed Sword. Obtained Magic Skill Scroll. Death Sun. Celsus Staff. Golden Rank. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Mental Skill Power increased by 15%. Usable at level 20. Celsus Dagger. Golden Rank. Agility plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility Skill Power increased by 15%. Usable at level 20. Celsus One-Handed Sword. Golden Rank. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Strength Skill Power increased by 15%. Usable at level 20. Magic Scroll Death Sun. Usable by Spirit type classes. Upon use, you will acquire the Fire Magic skill, Death Sun. Usable at level 20. My god. My god. At this moment, Lin Hao felt this dungeon run was absolutely worth it. The things this Gnome Goblin King Celsus gave were just too generous. First off, the 90,000 experience points could be split between the party. A faint glow instantly shone on Lin Hao. He leveled up to 16, and it actually dropped weapons and equipment. Among all equipment, there is no doubt that weapons are the most valuable. What's more, it dropped 3 pieces at once, all of top-tier golden rank. Golden equipment of this level is almost priceless. It is extremely sought after in current professional trading centers. Every great family, every grand guild, which one of them wouldn't want one to cultivate their own elite disciples? Even with the Ning family's vast resources, they could only provide Ning Yuanzi with 1 piece of silver equipment. Just imagine how much revenue these 3 golden items would bring in if sold. However, neither the massive experience points nor the 3 golden weapons combined could compare to this magic scroll. Magic scrolls are classified into 3 types based on the usage level. Basic scrolls, levels 120. Intermediate scrolls, levels 2140. Advanced scrolls, levels 41 and above. Most importantly, skill scrolls are usually random. That is to say, you might use hundreds of them and still not get the skill you want. But here, this magic scroll has a specified spell. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had already witnessed just how powerful this Death Sun magic was. And most importantly of all, this kind of magic usually only appears in advanced scrolls, and the drop rate is extremely low. But this one can be used and learned at level 20. Zhao Xiaoling looked at these spoils. Her eyes were so wide, they were practically popping out. This trip saw them walk before the gates of hell, but looking at this now, it was all worth it. It was her first time raiding a wild boss. Precisely because it was her first time, with no relevant experience, she and Lin Hao had just gone and done it. If the people from those big guilds knew about this, they wouldn't know whether to laugh themselves to death or be scared to death. Raiding a boss is completely different from farming respawn mobs for profit later. The difference between the two could be 100 or 1,000 times over. Just like this Gnome Goblin King Celsus. If it respawns and is beaten again, it's impossible for it to drop golden equipment. Nor would it drop the Death Sun skill book. At most, it would drop silver equipment. But even silver equipment is still very substantial. Seeing such lucrative gains, even Zhao Xiaoling, who came from an extraordinary background and had seen quite a lot, still gasped. She gasped in shock. Each of these 4 items was priceless. However, Lin Hao just gave a light tap, putting them all into Zhao Xiaoling's inventory. Zhao Xiaoling looked up at Lin Hao. Beyond the shock, there was an inexplicable sense of being moved. There are too many people in this society who can share hardships, but as soon as riches appear, they immediately turn on each other. Even if they don't fight, who doesn't want to keep things for themselves? But Lin Hao was so casual about it. Just like before, he handed everything to her to manage, and they would split it according to their agreed 70-30 ratio. Such magnanimity is truly rare in this world. What is even more precious is this display of trust. A trust that had never wavered from the very beginning. How much did Lin Hao actually know about her? Nothing more than a name. Background, origins, motives. He knew nothing, okay? Yet he just believed in her like this. If he were a little greedier, everything today could have belonged to him, including the boss experience points. Lin Hao could easily have waited until the boss was near death to form the party with her. And if he wanted to kill her, it would just take a wave of his hand. He wouldn't even need to do it himself. Zhao Xiaoling looked at her inventory, which besides items like the giant's heart, also held several pieces of silver equipment dropped when the enhanced elite giant captains were killed. Of course, there were also the 4 items given by the Gnome Goblin King Celsus. Just as she was calculating how to divide the spoils, A voice rang out not far away. Looks like we arrived just in time. Thank you for helping us kill the boss. Now, please hand over everything obediently. From behind a small hill, 5 people walked out. These 5 people were exactly the group Lin Hao had seen before, the same ones who had been hunting Zhao Xiaoling. 4 of them were the infamous 4 evils of Yang City. The 5th person, that middle-aged man with sharp ears and a monkey-like face, was a complete stranger. However, one could guess he must be a hired hand brought in by the 4 evils, though whether he was a heavy hitter or had a special profession like a tracking specialist, there was no way to know. Probably the latter. As soon as this team appeared, Zhao Xiaoling's expression changed. She immediately drew a dagger. Haha, what a pair of lovebirds. We had quite a time searching for you, only to find you out here clearing a boss. The mage was the first to burst out laughing. The archer chuckled. It's such a beautiful night. Wouldn't it be a waste to spend it killing monsters instead of playing around with each other? If you don't know how, I can give you a free lesson on the spot, no tuition required. The healer in the back eyed Zhao Xiaoling's chest and figure, his gaze filled with undisguised desire. The sword-wielding leader watched Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling silently. In a deep voice, he said, "Look, we're just here for the loot. If you willingly hand over what you just obtained, we'll let you walk away, and we can go our separate ways." Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered internally. Although this was his first time in the wilderness and his first time dealing with other professionals, he wasn't some naive rookie. He had lived 2 lifetimes. Some of them spoke crudely and others politely, but he knew perfectly well that regardless of whether they handed over the items or not, they wouldn't actually let them walk away as promised. They were definitely planning to kill them both right here. We'll see who ends up killing whom. This group had offended him repeatedly before. He had already marked them for death. They truly rushed toward their own doom when there was a path to survive. Zhao Xiaoling stared at the 4 people in front of her. This was a fully functional team with a tank, damage dealers, and support, and every one of them was over level 20. There was no doubt they were a powerful force. After days of dealing with them, Zhao Xiaoling knew even better that they were a long-term group with seamless coordination. Their combat style was particularly ruthless. She whispered to Lin Hao, "These people are different from monsters. Monsters have no intelligence, so even if they are high level, they are easy to beat. But these thugs have killed and looted countless times. They have extensive combat experience. We are no match for this group. I'll hold them off for a while and you run. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back. I'll give you all the loot. Take it with you. Remember that. Only once you're gone will I, as an assassin, have a chance to escape." She herself had just hit level 20, while Lin Hao was only level 16. Although Lin Hao's pet insects were powerful and numerous, she didn't believe the 2 of them could handle the 5 people before them. Thus, she quickly suggested Lin Hao should leave first while she sought an opportunity to flee. Zhao Xiaoling was right. Being human, even at a lower level, made them far more dangerous than monsters. Because humans have intellect. They are cunning and know exactly how to exploit the weaknesses of their own kind. Zhao Xiaoling shouted at the group, "You've been hunting me down just to get the coordinates of this place, and now you have them. I can give you the loot, but the person with me has nothing to do with this. He was just someone I hired to help me clear the area. Let him go first, and I will give you the goods." As she spoke, Lin Hao noticed Zhao Xiaoling had opened the party trade window and placed a pile of items in it. All Lin Hao had to do was click confirm, and the items would be moved to his backpack. It seemed Zhao Xiaoling didn't really intend to hand the items over to them either. The swordsman's expression turned cold. "Zhao Xiaoling, do you take us for fools?" He sneered. "You want him to leave so you can use your assassin skills to escape later, right? We were able to find you, don't you want to know why? Do you know what profession the man next to me has?" The swordsman pointed at the monkey-faced man. "His profession is tracker." Guang Guang, the tracker, looked at Zhao Xiaoling with a predatory gaze. "Tracker?" Zhao Xiaoling turned pale. This was a profession that completely countered the assassin class. It was extremely rare. She never expected the 4 evils of Yang City to find someone like him. It seemed there was no escaping their fate tonight, and they had barely survived clearing the boss. After finally killing it and getting rich rewards, they were cornered by these people before they could even leave. She felt so unwilling. Besides, the issue wasn't just about the items anymore. It was about how she and Lin Hao could survive the fight. If they really handed over the goods, they would still have to leave the area. She would have handed them over without hesitation. But she knew that handing them over would likely make the attackers strike faster and lead to their deaths even sooner. That's why she had devised the plan for Lin Hao to leave first. However, they had seen right through it. And to make matters worse, they had a tracker on their team. Her heart sank into the abyss. Even if Lin Hao ran, this team would easily track him down. It was completely useless. If only they could kill that tracker, there might be a chance. But would the others give her the chance? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao. Lin Hao had no expression on his face. He suddenly said calmly, "How about this? I don't want to kill either. I'll give you one last chance. Drop everything on the ground, including your clothes, and I might spare your miserable lives." As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the group was completely stunned. Even Zhao Xiaoling was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The group across from them erupted in mocking laughter. Does this idiot even know what he's saying? Sure enough, this guy is a little cutie. The two of them are truly a match. Made in heaven. Boss, why are we wasting breath on them? Just kill them, and we can loot everything anyway. The swordsman nodded. With a whoosh, an invisible arrow shot toward them. The archer was the first to attack. A faint marker instantly appeared above both Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. This wasn't a standard damage arrow, but one with a special effect. Zhao Xiaoling paled and gasped, "Oh no, we've been tagged." A tag arrow doesn't just reveal an assassin's stealth, it also greatly increases the archer's accuracy and attack power. "Run," Zhao Xiaoling whispered. Simultaneously, she leaped away, appearing 10 meters to the right of Lin Hao. She was trying to distance herself from him, to draw the group's attention, and create an opening for Lin Hao. A battle shield appeared in the swordsman's hand. He stood laterally, guarding in front of the other four. The swordsman didn't drop his guard just because Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were lower level. He adopted a standard defensive combat stance, displaying his highly refined combat experience. Boom! A fireball flew from the mage's hand. The mage instantly cast a rapid fire spell. The fireball surged toward Zhao Xiaoling. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, 2 sounds of arrows piercing the air. The archer had fired 2 more shots. The healer raised his staff, casting several buffs on the others in quick succession. Once they started, their coordination was clearly top-notch. The fireball and arrows clearly anticipated Zhao Xiaoling's path of movement. She was forced to change direction. Her face had turned somewhat pale. She returned to Lin Hao's side once more. After these few simple exchanges, the opposing team clearly had the upper hand. "We are done for," she murmured. At this moment, the mage launched a larger fireball at Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. "Go to hell!" A cruel look flashed in the mage's eyes. Boom. The large fireball exploded in midair. Huh? The mage was taken aback. The flames dissipated, revealing 5 Gold Eater bugs. It was Lin Hao who had directed the Gold Eater bugs to block the fireball. The Gold Eater bugs were immune to water and fire. That fireball spell was essentially a mere tickle to them. Even the Death Sun could not harm them. After the 5 Gold Eater bugs collided with and neutralized the fireball, they paused for only a brief moment before flying toward the 5 individuals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rapid fire arrows. The archer fired 5 arrows toward the incoming Gold Eater bugs. Ding, 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 ding. 5 sounds rang out. It sounded as if the arrows had struck solid metal or jade. The arrows only made the Gold Eater bugs pause slightly, but they had no real impact. They continued flying toward the group. The Gold Eater bugs' performance left the 5 in shock. They could not comprehend what kind of bugs these were. They were unharmed by fireballs and impervious to arrows. "Watch out! Don't let your guard down!" The 5 Gold Eater bugs flew in front of the swordsman. Roar! The swordsman let out a loud shout. Taunt! The Gold Eater bugs all lunged at the swordsman. Protection aura. An aura lit up around the swordsman. It protected him like an eggshell. The 5 Gold Eater bugs clung to the egg-shaped aura and started biting. The aura dimmed, and then dimmed further. The swordsman's expression changed. He couldn't understand why even an aura could be bitten through. What kind of bug was this powerful? Little did he know, this was a mystical creature that had existed since the ancient era, known as the one that consumes everything. At this point, the 2 damage dealers in the team, the archer and the mage, released all their skills, attacking the Gold Eater bugs. But the mage's fire skills were completely useless. The archer's damage was equally incapable of affecting the Gold Eater bugs. Their expressions also shifted drastically. If their attacks couldn't deal damage, the swordsman would eventually hit his limit, with a soft pop. The swordsman's protection aura was bitten through by the Gold Eater bugs. The swordsman shouted, "Resist aura!" Another aura lit up around him. The 5 Gold Eater bugs were pushed back several meters by this aura. However, they immediately turned around and lunged at the swordsman again. "Deal damage, you guys! Keep attacking, I can't hold out much longer!" The swordsman roared. Both of his defensive skills had been broken by the Gold Eater bugs in succession. His heart sank to the bottom, and he felt a sense of impending disaster. It was his first time encountering such terrifying insects. No attack seemed to work against them, and their offensive power was equally terrifying. Now, his only remaining tactic was to raise his shield and use his one-handed sword to try to swat away the lunging bugs. Smack. 1 Gold Eater bug was swatted away by the blade of the sword, but 2 others landed on his shield. 2 more landed on his body. Ah! The swordsman let out a scream. His formidable defensive ability was still no match for the Gold Eater bugs. 2 large holes were instantly bitten into his body by the bugs. The panicked healer immediately cast healing spells on the swordsman. Healing magic was truly miraculous. The 2 wounds on the swordsman stopped bleeding quickly, and the flesh and skin began to knit together visibly. However, it was still useless. Before the wounds could even heal, the Gold Eater bugs tore away even more flesh, piece by piece. Ah! The swordsman screamed continuously. The healer was panicking now, casting healing spells on the swordsman one after another as if mana were no object. The 2 damage dealers watched on. Both the archer and the mage had their eyes wide open, showing looks of utter disbelief. They saw the 2 Gold Eater bugs that had landed on the shield. They were shocked to find that even the shield had been bitten through. Just how insane is this? My god. What kind of monsters are these? Brother, it's no use. We can't hurt these bugs at all. We have to run right now. The mage shouted in terror. How could the swordsman not know that? But he simply couldn't get rid of the 2 bugs currently on him. Thinking of leaving? It's too late now. Standing in the distance, Lin Hao smiled faintly. I said I would give you one last chance, but you refused it, so don't blame me. The scenery in this valley is decent enough. You can just stay here forever starting tonight. At this point, Zhao Xiaoling also dropped her stealth. She stared at the scene unfolding before her in shock. Quick, quick, quick. Attack that person. As long as we kill him, his bugs will naturally be useless. The swordsman was rolling on the ground in agony. Even in such a state, his eyes remained sharp, spotting the key point that Lin Hao was the true master of these bugs. If they could kill Lin Hao, there was a real chance to escape the current crisis. He was indeed worthy of being the leader of the 3 evils, the one they all recognized as their boss. But alas, was Lin Hao someone they could actually kill? They hadn't even forced out Lin Hao's real trump cards yet. The mage and the archer no longer cared about the swordsman or the bugs on him. Several fireballs and arrows were launched toward Lin Hao. Come out, my companions. Lin Hao waved his hand, and over 100 Gold Eater bugs appeared before him. Pop, pop, ding, ding. Several sounds rang out. The fireballs dissipated in midair, and the arrows fell to the ground. And then, a dark, dense swarm of Gold Eater bugs flew toward the 5 of them. They were incredibly fast. The 5 of them turned pale at the sight. They hadn't even been able to handle just a few small bugs earlier. Now, seeing a dense, dark cloud of them, likely over 100, would they even survive once they arrived? Instantly, aside from the swordsman still rolling on the ground, the remaining archer, mage, and healer were gripped by terror. They turned immediately and sprinted out of the valley. They didn't even spare a glance for the swordsman on the ground. It was then they realized that the tracker was already over 100 meters ahead of them. When Lin Hao first released the 5 bugs and the 4 evils of Yang City couldn't handle them, the tracker had already wanted to run. The moment Lin Hao released over 100 more, he didn't even think twice before fleeing. In an instant, he deeply regretted coming here at all. But could these people outrun the Gold Eater bugs? Soon, the Gold Eater bugs swarmed over the slowest, the healer and the mage. Then, they caught the archer. And finally, they overtook the tracker who had been running in the lead. Help me. It hurts. It hurts so much. The 4 of them acted like madmen, trying to swat away the bugs that were lunging at them. But the dark, dense swarm just kept piling on. They didn't give them a single chance. Spare me. Please, master, spare us. We were wrong. Please, let me go. I can give you anything I have. I beg you. In their hearts, they must have been full of regret now. Why? Oh, why? Did they have to provoke that kid? Who could have guessed that a fool who was just using a plain white tier steel blade to fight a cockroach monster would be this terrifying? At the time, everyone had laughed at this fool. It turns out that the only fools were themselves. How they regretted it. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. They begged frantically. But the Lin Hao in the distance remained completely unmoved. It didn't take long. Less than half a minute. The hysterical screaming and shouting ceased. Zhao Xiaoling watched this scene with a look of horror. At this moment, she felt not only that her hands and feet were frozen, but also completely numb. Very quickly. The 5 people who had been alive and extremely arrogant just moments ago had turned into 5 piles of white bone. Yet, those gold-eater bugs were still swarming over the bones, biting frantically. It seemed they wouldn't even let the bones go. The sudden turn of events was so drastic that she still hadn't fully adjusted to it. When these 5 people first appeared, she had felt quite desperate. Having spent several days playing cat and mouse with them, she knew them reasonably well. For professionals around level 20, while they weren't top tier, they were definitely not weak. So, her only thought had been how to escape with her life, even though she knew the chances were slim. When she realized the 5th person was a tracker, she had felt almost completely hopeless. At that moment, her only thought was to create a tiny opening for Lin Hao to get away. As for herself, she dared not harbor any illusions anymore. It wasn't that she didn't know how powerful Lin Hao's pet insects were, but fighting against professionals is a completely different matter from killing monsters, and there were 5 of them on the other side. Plus, their levels were far higher than the 2 of them. It wasn't until Lin Hao made his move. Suddenly, it wasn't just holding the upper hand, it was a complete wipeout. Seeing the 5 of them defeated so easily by Lin Hao's gold-eating bugs, she was left in absolute shock. Such a powerful team, wiped out in just a few minutes. Just like that, a strong squad is gone? She came from a powerful family. She had seen plenty of geniuses, and countless experts among them. But for someone like Lin Hao, an awakened who only reached level 16, to so easily slaughter a team with various specialized professions, that still completely overturned her perception. And he only awakened the day before yesterday. Who would believe it if they heard it? Who would dare to believe it? The pleas for mercy from those 5 stopped, meaning they were all dead. But Lin Hao seemed to have no intention of stopping. She stood not far away, witnessing the scene unfolding before her eyes. Those gold-eating bugs were gnawing at their flesh, until all the meat was consumed, and they were still biting at the bones. It was like the most horrific tragedy. Although the others were a bunch of villains, opponents who were trying to kill them just a moment ago. She didn't doubt that if it weren't for Lin Hao's bugs, if they had fallen into their hands, the outcome would have been equally miserable. She likely would have suffered endless humiliation as well. She had long planned to commit suicide the moment she was captured. But when she saw 5 humans struggling and dying right in front of her, turning into bare skeletons, even having their bones devoured, her face turned pale, her hands and feet went cold and numb. She was shaking all over. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at the disappearing bones anymore. She dared not look again. And now, she didn't even have the courage to turn around and glance at Lin Hao. From start to finish, Lin Hao hadn't said a word, nor had he recalled his pet insects, which meant that all of this was Lin Hao's intent. It was him. It was his deliberate choice to do this. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but wonder, was this really the innocent and cute schoolmate by her side? He was cold and ruthless, decisive in killing, hard-hearted as steel, no less vicious than the most wicked devil in the abyss. It turns out, the person she thought she knew wasn't him at all. A hand rested gently on Zhao Xiaoling's trembling shoulder. Zhao Xiaoling expected to be startled, expected to be so frightened that she would collapse to the ground. But as that hand rested on her shoulder, she suddenly felt a sense of warmth, a feeling of being extremely secure and safe. The image of the devil in her mind shattered like glass instantly. She stopped trembling. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned and threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, hugging him tightly. Lin Hao gently wrapped his arms around her. Wah! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly, for no logical reason, burst into tears. Lin Hao patted her back gently. In the vast valley, at this moment, there were only the 2 of them. The night breeze blew softly. Although the air still carried a strong scent of blood, it had faded quite a bit. Under the moonlit night, Zhao Xiaoling didn't know how long she held on to Lin Hao, and Lin Hao held her gently. On the ground in front, those white bones were long gone. Those gold-eating bugs had also returned to Lin Hao's pet space. Suddenly, Lin Hao asked softly, "What's wrong? Do you think I was too cruel?" Zhao Xiaoling was slowly calming down. "No." She took a deep breath and said, A moment ago, perhaps I thought so, but now, I don't. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Since the devil's invasion, for hundreds of years in this human world, human history has been one of blood and fire. In those battlefields between humans and demons, which battle wasn't a sea of corpses and blood? Which place wasn't a scene of horror? How, you aren't someone living in a small, sheltered world. Someone like you will eventually stand at the pinnacle of humanity. At that time, you will surely face the most wicked demons. If you were truly the way my soft-hearted self imagined, the higher you climb, the more miserable your death would be. Lin Hao nodded and said calmly, "It's good that you can think that way." Zhou Xiaoling pulled away from Lin Hao's embrace. Her face was flushed red. She couldn't figure out why she had suddenly hugged Lin Hao just then. Although it was just one night, so much seemed to have happened. "Let's go," Lin Hao said softly. Zhou Xiaoling leaned against Lin Hao, not knowing if it was out of fear or something else. In the empty stone palace, on the stone chair on the platform, there were some faint characters. Giant Valley respawn time. 14 days, 23 hours, and 50 minutes. And the time at the end ticked down every minute. Zhou Xiaoling said, "This wild boss has been cleared by us, and the respawn time has started, which is 15 days. 15 days, I won't even be in Yangcheng anymore. Lin Hao, do you still want to come and farm this place?" Lin Hao shook his head. "No. By that time, I will be participating in the National Unified Martial Exam, and after the exam, I will soon leave Yangcheng." Zhou Xiaoling laughed. "Then let's sell the info to the professional trading center. It might bring us some benefits." In a cave half a mile from the valley, Lin Hao and Zhou Xiaoling decided to stay here for a few hours, waiting until dawn before leaving. Beside the campfire, Zhou Xiaoling sat close to Lin Hao. Earlier, aside from taking the golden dagger, Zhou Xiaoling handed all other items to Lin Hao. She didn't allow Lin Hao to refuse. There were a golden staff, a golden one-handed sword, and 3 pieces of silver equipment dropped by the captain. Silver equipment: Giant's armor, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength-based skill damage increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment: Giant's helmet, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength-based skill damage increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment: Giant's boots, constitution plus 50, speed increased by 10%, usable after level 20. And 2,000 giant heart items. When dawn broke, morning sunlight bathed the entire wasteland. Lin Hao and Zhou Xiaoling returned to the vicinity of the city gate. "Lin Hao, my family sent people to pick me up. They just messaged me. For the next half month, I won't be able to accompany you to level up in Yangcheng. I'll wait for you in the capital, okay? You must come and find me, okay?" Lin Hao nodded. I will definitely go to the capital." Watching Zhou Xiaoling walk away, a faint smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. At the city gates, Chen Ziqing and the flat-headed city guard who had encountered Lin Hao when he left the city were both there. "What? You mean for a whole day and night, Lin Hao hasn't been found anywhere in the outskirts of the city? He didn't return to the city last night either?" Chen Ziqing was listening to a report from a city guard named Zhao Hu. "Yes, and we patrolled a 3-kilometer radius outside the city wall yesterday, but there was absolutely no sign of him." Although Chen Ziqing had tried to stop Lin Hao from leaving the city that day, she had eventually let him pass after he produced Zhao Kaijun's token. However, she still instructed Zhao Hu and the other guards to keep an eye on him during their patrols. After all, he was someone her uncle paid special attention to. The flat-headed city guard said worriedly, "Do you think something happened to him? He's only a level 12 newly awakened person. There's no way he could have made it beyond the 3-kilometer mark without us finding him." Chen Ziqing snapped. "So it wasn't my decision, it was you who let him out?" The guard was at a loss for words, then whispered, "He showed the general's token, how could I not let him pass? Besides, he did have a school exit permit." Chen Ziqing suddenly said, "You probably have no idea how huge a mistake you've made." "What did I do?" the flat-headed guard asked, stunned. "Do you know who that kid is? Isn't he just that Lin Hao from the 8th middle school who had a hidden awakening? The one rumored to have a death trap profession?" The guard replied, sharing what he knew. "He is Lin Yuanshan's son," Chen Ziqing declared. "What?" The flat-headed guard and Zhao Hu were shocked. This was indeed news to them. Commander Lin's son? 10 years ago, during the monster siege, if it weren't for the commander turning the tide, Yang City would have fallen long ago, Zhao Hu muttered. "So, what do we do now?" the guard asked, looking anxious. Chen Ziqing said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hu, Take 3,000 guards and search again, thoroughly this time. Extend the search radius from 3 kilometers to 5. Yes, Zhao Hu replied. I'll go talk to my uncle and see if he has any ideas. Let's hope the kid is lucky enough not to have died by the monsters outside the walls, Chen Ziqing said with a stern expression. What about me? The guard asked nervously. He was the one who personally let him through. If anything happened to him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. You. Keep guarding the gate. If he returns, notify us immediately. Just as they were preparing to split up, the flat-headed guard suddenly shouted, Wait, look, who is that? Outside the city gate, under the rising sun, a figure was walking slowly towards them. Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing exclaimed. It really is him. He's okay, Zhao Hu shouted happily. Huh? You're all here? Lin Hao asked as he walked through the gate, seeing Chen Ziqing and the others staring at him with strange expressions. He felt a bit puzzled. Oomph, where have you been yesterday? Didn't I warn you to return to the city by nightfall and not to stay in the wilderness? Seeing Lin Hao so relaxed and completely fine while they had been wasting their time worrying about him, Chen Ziqing instantly became angry. Who set the rule that one must return to the city and cannot stay in the wilderness overnight? Lin Hao retorted coldly. Recalling how this young woman had unreasonably blocked him when he left, and now that he was back, she was throwing another tantrum, Lin Hao didn't feel like being polite. You... Chen Ziqing was trembling with rage. Well, Lin Hao, we were here worrying about you, yet you act so arrogant. Lin Hao, it's good that you're back. Ziqing was really worried about you, the flat-headed guard said with a smile. He had genuinely been worried that Lin Hao might have met with a disaster, so he was very happy to see him return. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Ziqing. This girl was actually concerned about me? No way, right? See you later. Lin Hao waved to the guard and his companions and walked into the city. Chen Ziqing was seething. Wait, is he level 16? Zhao Hu suddenly shouted in surprise. My god, it really is true, he was only level 12 when he left yesterday. The flat-headed guard exclaimed as well. Level 16 already? How did he do that? Chen Ziqing was also stunned, forgetting her anger. God, that's just absurd, Zhao Hu muttered. I remember General Zhao once said that he was only level 12 on his 3rd day after awakening, right? Yes. With General Zhao's speed back then, he was a famous figure who got into Qingbei Martial Arts University with ease. Then what about this Lin Hao? Won't he be the top scholar in Jiangning province this year? I don't know about being the top scholar, but surely it will cause a sensation in Yang City. Incredible, one person reaching level 16 in 3 days. I remember 3 days after my awakening, I was only level 8, not even level 10. What a prodigy. P5th. Chen Ziqing sneered. It's just low-level leveling. What does it matter if it's a bit faster? It's not as miraculous as you think. Zhao Hu and the guard both turned to look at Chen Ziqing. Their expressions were very strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Being stared at with such peculiar looks by Zhao Hu and the others, Chen Ziqing felt a sudden sense of panic. Although she had the authority to command them in her work, they were her elders, and when she wasn't being willful, she held them in high regard. Zhao Hu laughed. Ziqing, you look like a jealous woman. Did you fall for this kid? The guard chimed in. If you really like him, I'll talk to General Zhao. He and the kid's father were close friends. If he steps in, it should work out. What are you talking about? Chen Ziqing flushed bright red instantly. I'm not talking to you anymore. Chen Ziqing turned and fled from the city gate as if escaping. Ahaha. The crowd at the city gate laughed. Lin Hao didn't know what had happened at the gate, nor did he know he had been teased. He returned to the professional trading center. He sold all the small items dropped from killing monsters over the day and night directly to the center. He received 100,000, mostly because the giant's heart was valuable. This was the first time Lin Hao had such a large sum of money. Seeing the amount, his hands were trembling slightly. There are 3 ways to sell items in the trading center. First is selling directly to the authorities, where the price is usually slightly lower, but you get paid immediately. Second is listing it with a fixed price. Other professionals can buy it if they want, with the benefit being the price is set by you. Third is a timed auction, where you set a base price and a duration, and the highest bidder wins. Lin Hao put the 3 silver tier items up for the third method. He didn't even bother setting a base price, just waited for the highest bidder after 3 days. As for the items dropped by the Elf King, he didn't process them this time. After replenishing some supplies, Lin Hao planned to spend a little money to use the teleportation array to go to the Lost Mine dungeon. He intended to grind there until the Grand Marshal exam. He hoped to reach level 20. It had been 4 days since the exam started, 15 days after the awakening day. 11 days left. Time was tight. Whoosh! After a slight sense of dizziness, Lin Hao appeared in front of a dungeon. To Lin Hao's slight surprise, it was extremely lively here with professionals everywhere. Wasn't this supposed to be a niche dungeon? The place is crowded and filled with noise. Normal difficulty, need one more. Let's go if you're ready to enter the dungeon. Need a healer, hurry up! Mine dungeon, looking for experts for long-term runs, clearing elite difficulty. The area was filled with shouts for forming parties. Nearby, some people had set up stalls and were doing business. Recovery potions, city prices, buy now if you need them. Buying Night Star Stone materials from the dungeon, fair price offered. Lin Hao arrived at the dungeon entrance to check the dungeon information. The dungeon restricts entry to professionals under level 20. The mine dungeon has 4 difficulty levels: normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. Monster levels are between 20 and 25. According to the displayed information, the monsters in this dungeon, even on normal difficulty, are twice as hard as those in the wilderness at the same level. And the monsters are very densely packed. Even on normal difficulty, you need a team of at least 3 people to dare to enter. To clear elite, you need at least a 5-person party, and it must be an elite team. As for nightmare mode, it was cleared by a powerful team half a year ago. Hardly anyone enters now. The requirements are too high. It has been a year and a half since this dungeon was discovered, and the hell mode has yet to be cleared, because even a full party of elite players can't beat it. By the time they level up and get the right gear, they have already exceeded level 30. They can't enter at all. Lin Hao, checking the dungeon information with 2 gold-eating bugs on his shoulders, attracted the curiosity of many. Some of them walked over to take a closer look at the bugs on Lin Hao's shoulders. Hey brother, what's your class? Are these bugs you summoned? They look like strange little creatures. They look a bit like beetles. Are these for display or for combat? I love collecting insect specimens, but I've never seen anything like this. Is this a new species, brother? They look pretty cool. Can you sell me one? People kept coming up to talk and ask questions, but Lin Hao ignored them. At level 16, the gold-eating bugs are no longer completely black. Instead, they have hints of silver in the black. Once their whole body turns silver, these bugs will rank up to high-level pets at level 20. Every 10 levels, the gold-eating bugs make a massive leap in strength. It was at level 10 that these bugs gained the frenzy skill. 4 more levels until level 20, they should awaken another new skill. Some timid people, seeing the ferocious look of the gold-eating bugs, didn't dare to get too close. They watched from afar, pointing and whispering. Hey brother, are you a summoner? Want to join a party? Summoners can act as a semi-tank and are quite popular in some teams. Hell difficulty hasn't been cleared yet? Lin Hao frowned slightly. That means this dungeon is extremely difficult. Many people guess that the Heart of the Night Star drops on Hell difficulty. The Heart of the Night Star is a top-tier ore, which can be used to forge necklaces with significant buffs. Lin Hao remembered someone in the trading center offering 3 million to buy one. Wilderness monsters weren't enough to satisfy Lin Hao's desire. If he came here to run a dungeon, he naturally wanted something more intense. Since he has the ability to fight monsters above his level, he definitely had to use it. Normal is definitely too easy. Elite is barely okay. Nightmare should be about right for me. But hell, I really want to try it. Let's go straight for hell. With the strength of my gold-eating bugs, there's a good chance. If it doesn't work, I'll just come back out and switch to nightmare mode. By hitting level 16, Lin Hao has significantly boosted his own attributes and his pets compared to before. Lin Hao opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hao. Class: Insect Tamer. Level: 16. Strength: 202. Agility: 220. Spirit: 450. Constitution: 202. Class skills: Insect Contract Pet Summoning, level 16. Talent skills: Skill Enhancement, level 2. Position Swap, Insect Realm Shuttle, 0 uses. Summon level 12, Gold Eating Bug. Current quantity 141. Summon level 12, Fairy Butterfly. Current quantity 3100. As his pet summoning level increases, the pets Lin Hao summons start at the maximum level, but the required spirit power is much higher. He currently relies on recovery to slowly replenish the number of his pets. Looking at the gold-eating bug attributes, they are outrageously strong. Level 16 Gold-Eating Bug. Strength: 8800. Agility: 400. Spirit: 4400. Constitution: 8800. Skill: Frenzy. Frenzy. While in a frenzy state, the gold-eating bug's attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. Under normal circumstances, the gold-eating bugs have similar attributes to Lin Hao, and they gain stats as they level up in the same way. However, they are boosted by Lin Hao's skill enhancement, level 2, which multiplies their attributes by 20, making them truly terrifying. As for the fairy butterfly, it remains a reliable tank, and now, it's even more monstrous. Check the fairy butterfly attributes. Level 16, fairy butterfly. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 200. Constitution, 115,000. Skill, life share. Life share. The fairy butterfly can share its life with the master, transferring damage taken by the master to itself. With the fairy butterfly serving as a tank and sharing life, Lin Hao is now practically an unkillable cockroach. Lin Hao has a strong desire to level up now. Only by increasing his level and strength can he explore stronger secret realms. Only then can he guarantee his admission into the Qingbei Martial Arts University and go to the capital to find his sister. Just as Lin Hao was about to try entering the Hell Level dungeon, several flashes of white light appeared outside the dungeon. A team of professionals emerged from inside. There were 4 of them in total. The team was fully decked out in silver, clearly all sporting silver-grade equipment. There was a swordsman tank, a mage, an archer, and a support. They looked like a standard, well-balanced team. However, they looked exhausted, and they were covered in countless cuts and bruises. The whole crowd erupted in noise as they emerged. The people from the Strong Guild are out? Is this their 3rd attempt at the Hell Level dungeon? They went in as 5, but only 4 came out? Did one of them die in there? Looks like they failed again. The mage was a tall man. He cast a gloomy glance around. Those who were whispering instantly fell silent. Damn it, what are you looking at? The swordsman tank had a hot temper and barked at the professionals around him. The mage raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "We're going back to heal. We'll be back in 6 hours. I don't believe we can't clear this hell dungeon. Get lost." The swordsman shoved Lin Hao, who was checking the information, out of the way with his body. Lin Hao frowned. The 4 of them, led by the mage, walked past Lin Hao and headed into the distance. As those people walked away, the professionals around began whispering among themselves. The Stronger Guild is the biggest faction in Yangcheng, and even the team they assembled couldn't clear the Hell Dungeon. If they can't beat it, then truly no one in all of Yangcheng can clear it. The Death Tier, it really earns its name. Did you see that mage? That is Wu Rende, the prince of the Stronger Guild. The Stronger Guild? Lin Hao had been in school the whole time, so he didn't know much about this particular faction. A elite team fully equipped with silver gear can't even take down the Hell difficulty? Is it that hard? Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then chose Hell mode. Do you really want to enter the Hell Dungeon mode? Confirm. Whoosh. In a flash, Lin Hao was teleported into the dungeon. The crowd nearby was stunned. He went into the dungeon? All by himself? This kid must be crazy. Even the normal mode isn't something you can solo. But as Lin Hao vanished, they all knew he had entered the dungeon. Wait, did that kid just go into Hell mode? My god, is he insane? Good heavens, I must be seeing things, right? High-level dungeons are filled with danger. It is not about just walking in, finding a corner to hide in, coming out later, and bragging about it. That would be completely meaningless. Where did this greenhorn come from? Is this some student who just awakened? Entering a dungeon without knowing a thing? He couldn't even solo the normal mode, so hitting up Hell mode is basically begging for death. I am skipping the dungeon today. I want to stay here and watch how this kid dies. The last remark resonated with quite a few people. Right, I really want to see what is up with this guy. I will stick around to watch too. And so, a large group of people sat down on the stone benches outside the dungeon entrance, waiting for the show. Lin Hao felt his vision blur, and suddenly he appeared inside a cave. It was an abandoned, massive mine. Many miners must have once worked here to make a living. That was until demons descended upon this place. And the mine was abandoned. Embedded in the cave walls were sporadic night star stones. They emitted a cold, faint glow in the dim mine. Night star stones are energy ores used for forging weapons. They take thousands of years to form. All things considered, it is a rather valuable type of ore. Of course, there is no real value in mining these scattered remnants now. And certainly, nobody would risk entering this dungeon just for these few pieces. After pausing briefly, Lin Hao started heading deeper into the mine. A humanoid creature in tattered rags appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight. Its eyes were blood red. Muscles bulged across its entire body. It clutched a pickaxe in its hand. Lin Hao cast a probe spell on it. Lost Miner, Rainforest Elite Monster, level 20. Strength 2500. Agility 1000. Spirit 300. Constitution 2000. Skill Critical Strike, burst of double strength for 5 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Such high stats. It lives up to being a hell-level dungeon. No wonder no team has cleared it. Even the starting monsters are this monstrous. Its primary strength and health stats are outrageously high. And the skill is even more impressive. Double strength means it could hit with 5,000 power points? No wonder nobody has achieved a first clear in over a year. With just this type of monster, even top-tier level 30 professionals wouldn't stand a chance. However, for Lin Hao, he does not care if they are strong, he fears they aren't strong enough. The higher the waves, the more valuable the fish. The higher level the monsters, the richer the experience. His gold-eating bugs aren't pushovers either. Home. Where is home? I want to go home. The lost miner kept repeating this. Day after day mining here without seeing the light of day, living like a walking corpse. Eventually both body and soul were lost, leading to madness. Wandering the mines all day, no living person allowed near. Any human who enters this place is killed on sight. Go! A gold-eating bug flew rapidly toward the lost miner. The miner noticed the encroaching bug and charged forward, swinging his pickaxe. They immediately locked in battle. The miner, filled with resentment, swung the pickaxe down at the bug. Whoosh! The pickaxe grazed past the bug. The bug latched onto the miner and chomped away relentlessly. In an instant, flesh and blood went flying. Within 2 or 3 rounds, the miner collapsed. Killed level 20 lost miner. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained Nightstar Stone X3. My god, that felt good. Back in the wilderness, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling killed quite a few level 17 armored blade beasts, netting 100 experience points each. Killing a level 20 monster in the wild only gives about 1,500 experience. Now, for an elite monster of the same level, the experience is over 4 times higher. If they are dense enough, I might be able to hit a massive level up spike right after reaching level 16. Come out, my companions. 140 gold-eating bugs appeared beside Lin Hao. Buzzing sounds filled the air. 1 or 2 of them don't seem like much, but when a whole swarm gathers, they instantly emit a terrifying presence. As they have leveled up and grown stronger, their aura is nothing like the cute, simple demeanor they had when Lin Hao first summoned them. Cold, ferocious, and capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, the essence of an ancient malicious insect was slowly awakening. If they reach level 30 or 40 or even higher, facing them will be like staring down an ancient behemoth. Lin Hao remembered the vision he saw when he first awakened as an insect tamer. Where the insect army passed, mountains of corpses and seas of blood remained. All living things bowed in submission. Go! 100 gold-eating bugs formed a spear-like formation and flew deep into the mine. Another 40 remained around Lin Hao. They circled him like a dark nebula. Lin Hao took a step forward, walking deeper into the mine, step by step. The swarm of bugs pounced on 5 wandering lost miners. How could the lost miners possibly stand a chance? A single gold-eating bug is already broken, and this is a swarm. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Killed level 20. Rainforest Elite Lost Miner. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained Nightstar Stone X4. Killed level 20. Rainforest Elite Lost Miner. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained Nightstar Stone X5. In an instant, 5 notifications flashed past. 35,000 experience points in the bag. The speed is truly incredible, far faster than the wilderness. I came to the right place. I wonder if I can hit level 17 in just 1 dungeon run. Guided by the faint light of the Nightstar stones on the walls, Lin Hao continued his march deeper into the mine. Killed level 20, Reinforced Elite Lost Miner, experience plus 7,000, obtained Nightstar Stone X3. Rows of information scrolled across Lin Hao's display panel. After 10 minutes, Lin Hao's experience bar had climbed by a significant notch. In addition to the experience points, a large number of Nightstar stones had dropped. The price for this type of ore is quite decent, with a market value of no less than $200 per piece. Before he awakened, Lin Hao's life had always been incredibly difficult. Sometimes, he couldn't even afford a meal. That is why Ye Dapeng would often use the excuse of having bought too much food or water to push it toward Lin Hao. He helped Lin Hao silently, but was always worried about hurting his pride. But ever since he awakened, when he entered the wilderness and started collecting various loot dropped by monsters, things that others might find worthless, it amounted to a decent profit for Lin Hao. When he went on an expedition with Zhao Xiaoling, the harvest was bountiful. Just those scraps of giant hearts sold for tens of thousands. Those few top-tier items hadn't even been processed yet, but if he sold them all, he could potentially earn an astronomical sum of money. This explains why everyone wants to become a combat class professional. Having the strength to fight is just so profitable. Working with your own hands to tighten screws? That is simply not on the same level as the income from a professional grinding dungeons. Half an hour into the dungeon, Lin Hao checked his experience bar again. He was at level 16, 30% of the way to the next level. Fast. Too fast. Half an hour here is equivalent to 2 or 3 hours out in the wilderness. In the wilderness, you have to cover a large area to find enough monsters, and they are mostly just common ones. Unless you find a wild boss spawn point like the one in the valley. But those are way too hard to find. In this Lost Mine dungeon, there is basically one every 3 or 5 steps, and they are all enhanced elite monsters. The experience points are 4 times as much as the former. For Lin Hao, although these monsters are powerful and cannot be killed in a single blow one-on-one, when a swarm of insects attacks, the reality is no different from a one-hit kill. With such a high density of monsters, it is no wonder everyone calls the mine dungeon a holy land for leveling up. For many professionals, more monsters mean more experience, but it also means much higher danger. But for Lin Hao, there is only the former, not the latter. Not long after, the mine tunnel split into branches. It was his first time here, so he had no standard for choosing which way to go. Lin Hao chose one path, but he did not neglect the other, sending over a dozen gold-eating bugs to scout it. Lin Hao continued forward. He walked for about 100 meters. He encountered another split. This mine is truly like a labyrinth. I do not know which way is the right one, but whatever, I will just keep moving and killing along the way. I guess most of these paths eventually connect, right? Every time he encountered a split, Lin Hao would send a dozen gold-eating bugs to check it out. As he advanced, every bit of information collected by the gold-eating bugs was fed back into Lin Hao's mind. In his mind, a map of the entire mine began to form and expand. At the same time, the notifications on his experience panel began to snowball, piling up faster and faster. Soon, the information on the experience panel started rolling in like a snowball, faster and faster. In quite a few of the side tunnels, the gold-eating bugs he had dispatched started reappearing. This confirmed Lin Hao's hypothesis. These tunnels are basically all connected. After another 10 minutes, Lin Hao's experience reached level 16 at 50%. He walked and killed monsters along the way. Unconsciously, Lin Hao had traveled 2 or 3 miles into the mine. He had also entered the latter stages of the dungeon. Here, Lin Hao saw rooms carved into the walls of many tunnels. He could not tell if these rooms were meant for living in or for imprisoning escaped miners. In any case, he could see traces of old, dried blood in those rooms. Clang, clang, clang. A humanoid monster, somewhat resembling the lost miners, walked out of one of the rooms. However, it was 3 or 4 times the size of a regular lost miner. It stood at least 5 or 6 meters tall. With a face full of flabby, vicious-looking flesh, it appeared extremely malicious. Instead of a pickaxe, it held something else in its hand. It was a spiked whip. Lin Hao cast his detection spell on it. Mine Overseer Boss, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level 24. Strength 5,000. Agility 2,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 5,000. Skill Summon. The Overseer can call nearby monsters of a lower level than itself. A boss is usually the strongest monster in a dungeon besides the final boss. What high stats? The summon skill is very interesting. Does it call all the monsters nearby over? If so, that will be another group battle, just like the expedition. Group battle. I like it. He waited until all the gold-eating bugs had returned to his side. It is time. These 20 gold-eating bugs flew toward the Overseer boss. The Overseer spotted the enemy and roared, swinging its whip. It swatted quite a few of the gold-eating bugs away. The ones that were not hit landed on the Overseer's body. Bite. The gold-eating bugs opened their mouths wide and clamped their sharp teeth down, tearing chunks of flesh off the Overseer. In less than 10 seconds, the Overseer couldn't hold on anymore. The Overseer suddenly swiped off 5 or 6 bugs from its body and turned to run deep into the mine. It actually wants to run. While fleeing, it let out a strange, shrill howl. AR. The strange, booming sound echoed through the mine. Carried by the echoes, it seemed to fill the entire tunnel system. Thump, thump. Countless monsters came rushing from different tunnels toward this spot. Here they come. Just how many are there? Lost miners emerged one after another, charging at Lin Hao. It looks like there are 400 or 500 of them. If Lin Hao hadn't cleared the place so thoroughly before, there would likely be over 1,000 coming from across the whole mine. Go! The 100 or so gold-eating bugs at Lin Hao's side rushed to meet them. Instantly, a chaotic melee ensued, with gore flying everywhere. The sounds of pickaxes striking and various roars were incessant. One miner after another fell to the ground. Killed level 20. Lost miner. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained Night Star Stone X5. Killed level 23 miner wraith. Experience plus 8,000. Obtained Night Star Stone X8. A frantic stream of experience and loot notifications flooded his screen. At the same time, Lin Hao's own experience bar was rising at a visible, rapid pace. My god. What insane experience points. This is just too good. Come on, bring me more. The summoned miners kept falling one after another. 1, 2, 3. Countless of them. Just as almost all the lost miners had fallen, the Overseer boss, which had been tightly latched onto by 20 or so bugs, also went down. Killed Overseer boss. Experience plus 5,000. Obtained bronze equipment. Miner's boots. Obtained bronze equipment. Miner's bow. Another huge haul of experience and items. This Overseer boss is practically my comrade in arms. With one summon, it gathered all the nearby monsters together. It saved Lin Hao the trouble of searching everywhere. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Lin Hao. Next time I enter the dungeon, I don't need to slowly grind for monsters. I'll just head straight to this Overseer boss, let some bugs bite it to make it go crazy, and have it call every monster in the entire mine over. Then I can wipe them all out in one go. After reconsidering the idea, Lin Hao felt it was highly feasible. If other players knew what Lin Hao was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Why is the Lost Mine dungeon so hard to clear? The biggest death trap lies right here. No team can withstand a swarm of hundreds of frenzied monsters attacking at once. Even the strongest team would fall into chaos or get wiped out the moment they were charged by such a mob. Other than fleeing for their lives, there is simply no other choice. After clearing the remnants of the battlefield, Lin Hao's level reached 80% of level 16. Lin Hao continued toward the final area of the mine. A massive cavern appeared before Lin Hao. It was unlike the tunnel-like mine shafts from before. This was a square-shaped plaza that could easily hold thousands of people. A large platform stood in the center of the cavern. A giant creature was sitting on a massive stone chair atop the high platform, 10 meters tall. A humanoid monster 7 or 8 meters long. It looked like a giant fatty. This physique gave off an immense sense of oppression. At a glance, one could tell it was a strength-type boss. Beside him lay a gargantuan spiked mace. The mace was cast from refined iron, covered in sharp spikes. Who is it? How dare you break into the mine? A deep voice boomed out. A sharp gaze locked onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao cast a detect skill on it. Cave Lord. Boss level monster. Level 30. Strength 8,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 6,000. Skills. Critical strike. Knockback. Skill. Knockback. With a 20% chance to knock the opponent back when swinging its great blade. Kill him, and the entire dungeon is cleared, marking the first completion. Lin Hao curled his lips and smiled slightly. Those who trespass into the cave shall die. The cave lord stood up and roared. With that, he leaped down from the high platform to the ground. Boom! A massive thud echoed. The whole cavern shook. Debris cascaded down from the cave walls. Keek. How heavy is this guy? Lin Hao clicked his tongue in wonder. If any other professional faced this boss, taking it down would indeed be very difficult. But who is Lin Hao? The boss killer. In his eyes, no matter the boss, it's just experience points and gear for his backpack. Attack! Lin Hao's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and waved. The massive swarm of gold-eating insects surged toward the cave lord like a cloud. How bold! The cave lord roared. Whoosh! The lord swung its giant spiked mace, creating a windstorm. The insect swarm scattered instantly, but 20 or 30 insects were still knocked away by the mace. The remaining ones immediately pounced on the lord. The knocked away insects quickly flew back. Roar! Seeing these terrifying insects gnawing away at its flesh, the Lord howled repeatedly. It desperately swung the mace to hit the flying insects. At the same time, it kept slapping its own body with its left hand, trying to swat the insects off. But it was completely covered in them by now. How could it shake them off? It grabbed a few insects, trying to crush them. But to its surprise, these bugs were incredibly tough, harder than cast iron. It smashed them onto the ground, yet the bugs crawled right back up. They simply couldn't be crushed or killed, and they had razor-sharp teeth. One bite, and they tore off a huge chunk of flesh. Pain. The Lord felt most of its outer muscles being shredded by these wretched bugs. Roar. The Lord's vitality was fading away. The Lord had immense strength, but before the insects, it was useless. It was naturally countered. 4 or 5 minutes later, a loud boom echoed. The Lord died in unwilling defeat. The entire cavern shook with its fall. A series of notification sounds chimed. Successfully killed the Cave Lord. Gained 100,000 experience points. Obtained silver gear. Great strength spiked mace. Obtained silver gear. Great strength leather armor. Obtained item. Heart of Nightstar. Obtained item. Nightstar stone times 200. The harvest notifications were incessant. 100,000 experience points. A white light flashed, and Lin Hao finally leveled up to 17. 2 pieces of silver gear. Impressive. It is extremely rare for players under level 30 to get silver gear drops. Usually, they are just black iron or bronze. Lin Hao turned his attention to the Heart of Nightstar. This glowing heart-shaped object looked truly extraordinary. Lin Hao checked the item description. Heart of Nightstar, born deep underground after eons. It grants 10% immunity to elemental damage. If crafted into a Heart of Nightstar necklace, it grants 30% immunity to elemental damage. My goodness. If this necklace is actually made, it would be the nightmare of every elemental mage. After clearing this hell-level dungeon, a teleportation array appeared at the end. Lin Hao stepped right into the array. Whoosh! Lin Hao appeared outside the dungeon. From start to finish, Lin Hao had spent about 2 hours inside. When Lin Hao's figure appeared outside the dungeon, the noisy chatter around him suddenly stopped. This guy is still alive? This kid finally decided to come out after a few hours? Probably just hiding inside the whole time, barely hanging on until he couldn't take it anymore. Young people these days, desperate to show off, so they have to enter a hell-level dungeon. The crowd outside was slightly disappointed to see Lin Hao still alive. Most people hate players who show off. What? Look, the hell-level dungeon has been cleared for the first time. Someone checking the dungeon status suddenly shouted. The people nearby were stunned. When they realized what it meant, they all rushed over. No way, right? No strong team is attempting the hell dungeon at this hour. Who cleared it? It's been over a year. This hell-level dungeon has always been an insurmountable mountain, known as the Death Challenge. No player has ever been able to clear it. Even the powerful guilds couldn't do anything about it. Many people have been injured or died inside, though. The name of the person who first cleared it should be up there. Check who it is. Those who couldn't get close shouted from the back. Lin Hao. The first clearer is Lin Hao. Someone inside shouted out. Lin Hao. Who's that? Never heard of such a person. People were very confused. Usually, outstanding players make a name for themselves in the circle. But no one knew this Lin Hao. Wait, was it one person? Not a team? My god, it was a solo clear, not a team effort. Someone suddenly yelled. Could it be that kid from earlier? I forgot to check that kid's name earlier. The crowd was in chaos, searching everywhere for Lin Hao. But Lin Hao had already left during the confusion. The dungeon cooldown is 6 hours, so he can't enter again until then. Coming over in the morning, he cleared the hell difficulty of the Lost Mine in 2 hours, and it wasn't even noon yet. Lin Hao's execution was smooth and precise, without a hint of hesitation. He left the moment he was done. Lin Hao planned to go home to rest for a while, and once the 6-hour cooldown passed, he would come back for another run. While Lin Hao was resting, news that the hell difficulty of the Lost Dungeon had been cleared began to spread. The Lost Dungeon wasn't much on a national scale, but it drew quite a bit of attention in Yangcheng, mainly because for over a year, this dungeon had never been truly cleared. Zhao Kaijun sat in his office, listening to his subordinate's report with Chen Ziqing standing by his side. Oh? Someone finally managed to clear the hell difficulty of this dungeon? Yes, General, a city guard said respectfully. Must be someone from the Strongmen Guild, right? I heard they recently formed a team of players under level 20 to attempt it. No, it was cleared by a single person, the city guard replied. A single person? Chen Ziking said in surprise. Not a team? When did such a powerful low-level player appear in Yangcheng? Oh? Zhao Kaijun was interested now. They say it was someone named Lin Hao who cleared the hell difficulty. Lin Hao? Zhao Kaijun suddenly pictured that quiet and reserved figure in his mind. But then he shook his head, unable to reconcile the two. He should be in the school-organized novice dungeon right now. That little punk? He went straight to the Lost Mine dungeon as soon as he got back to the city? Chen Ziking jumped up in shock. What's wrong? You two have met? Zhao Kaijun turned to look at Chen Ziking. Met him? Of course I have. He's always been acting so arrogant. Yesterday he went out to the wilderness to kill monsters. I told him not to, and he flashed that jade token you gave him. He didn't even return to the city last night. He stayed out in the wild all night and only came back this morning. So it really is him? Zhao Kaijun was slightly taken aback. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name. He really didn't expect that Lin Hao, who had only awakened a day or two ago, could actually clear a dungeon that had stumped all of Yangcheng for over a year. Good lad. First day awakened, second day stirred up the whole novice dungeon. Third day slaughtering monsters in the wilderness, and fourth day clearing a hell difficulty dungeon. Interesting. Zhao Kaijun nodded in approval. What's so interesting? I just can't stand his attitude. A 16-year-old kid, and you'd think he was level 61 given how he acts. What? He's already level 16? No way! Zhao Kaijun exclaimed in surprise. This speed is way too fast. Who's to say? He came back to the city this morning with his head held high, looking so proud of himself. Chen Ziking was still clearly annoyed. If that's the case, maybe we can invite him to join us for that place we're planning to deal with soon, Zhao Kaijun said suddenly. Uncle? That place? How can you let him go there? He's only level 16, wouldn't that just be sending him to his death? Chen Ziking was shocked. We'll see when the time comes. At the entrance of the Lost Mine secret realm, a team of people arrived. There were 7 of them in total. 2 middle-aged men accompanied by 5 young people. These 5 were almost entirely decked out in silver gear, and even the pieces that weren't silver were at least bronze. They looked nearly as strong as the group from the Strongmen Guild. One of them, a sword shield tank, was a chubby guy covered in heavy plate armor. He held his helmet in his hand and was panting heavily. It seemed that while this gear provided high defense, it was also stiflingly hot. Another was a beautiful young lightning mage wielding a silver staff. If Lin Hao were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were his classmates, Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi. Yuanxi, your father and third uncle organized this team for you today to bring you here for leveling. Don't worry, we'll make sure you surpass that kid Lin Hao. A middle-aged man, full of vigor, found a chair near the dungeon entrance and sat down. The other middle-aged man sat down beside him. Third uncle, if you and my dad insist on waiting here for us, then fine, but I'm not waiting on you. We're going into the dungeon, Ning Yuanxi said. Go ahead. Even though you're only level 12 and that boy Dapeng is only level 10, it doesn't matter. Just follow the other 3, and you'll get your experience. It turned out that when Lin Hao went to the wilderness on the second day, and the school continued to organize students to clear the novice dungeon, Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi decided to leverage their family resources. They not only crafted powerful gear but also formed a strong team to level up in the Lost Mine. Ning, according to the plan, we'll clear the normal difficulty of the Lost Mine 2 or 3 times first to level up twice. Then we can try the elite dungeon, Ye Dapeng said, standing next to Ning Yuanxi. Yeah, Ning Yuanxi nodded, but her eyes looked past the high walls toward the wilderness. What's wrong? Thinking about that kid Lin Hao? He spent all day in the wilderness yesterday. Wonder what level he reached. Maybe level 13 or 14 at best. The wilderness isn't that easy to survive in. We have dungeon cooldown scrolls. Clearing the Lost Mine will help us surpass him in no time. Yeah, I'd bet he's around 13 or 14. Alright, let's head into the dungeon. The team of 5 disappeared into the dungeon entrance. They entered the normal difficulty of the Lost Mine. Big brother, Si Yuan has always disdained using family connections. What triggered her this time? The man Ning Yuanxi called. Third uncle laughed. Ning's father chuckled. I heard she was provoked by a kid in her class named Lin Hao. He reached level 12 in the novice dungeon on the first day, and she's determined to beat him. Heh, kids and their competitive spirit, eh? But who is this Lin Hao? I've never heard of a Lin family in Yangcheng. In his view, only support from a major family could lead to such impressive results. Hardly a major family, just a poor kid. By the way, big brother, I heard the city guards recently discovered a monster invasion point in the western suburbs. Thousands of guards are currently defending it in layers, hoping to push back, the third uncle suddenly said. Ning's father shook his head. Too many prying eyes here? Let's discuss this when we get back. Right. By this time, the 7 of them had attracted the attention of the surrounding professionals. No way. Isn't that sitting over there the head of the Ning family, Ning Tianling? It really is. God, the other person next to him must be the Ning family's top expert, Ning Xingchen. What are these 2 big shots doing here? Didn't you hear them earlier? Forming a team to bring Ning Tianling's precious daughter here to level up, obviously. It's good to be rich. Even leveling up comes with a personal escort. That young girl is really pretty. If I had a daughter like that, I'd bankrupt myself just to help her. I heard she only awakened a few days ago, and she's already level 12. As expected, leveling is terrifyingly fast for people from major families. Of course, you think we're like commoner players, having to hack and slash our way through monsters one by one to level up? If I were in a major family, even a pig could take off. Everyone started lamenting that they weren't born in the right era or family, leading to such difficult lives. 6 hours later, Lin Hao appeared at the entrance of the lost mine right on time. Alone, accompanied only by his 2 gold-eating bugs, he walked straight toward the entrance. Look, that kid is here again. Is that him? The one you were talking about? The guy who cleared the hell-level dungeon solo? He is only level 16. I don't believe it. The Changren Guild's full team of level 20s couldn't even beat it. Him? Are you sure? The crowd at the scene had more than doubled since 6 hours ago. These people were all here after hearing the miraculous rumors from 12 hours ago. That morning, a professional with 2 bugs who didn't like to talk and never said a word walked straight into the hell-level dungeon. In just 2 hours, he cleared the Lost Mine hell-level challenge that had left the entire Yang City helpless for over a year. Many forces from other provinces and cities had even brought teams here to try and conquer it. But without exception, they all failed. Whether it was one person or an entire team, this was a major event for Yang City. If it were a single person, it would mean a genius was on the rise. It was impossible for people not to pay attention. That was why this information landed on Zhao Kaijun's desk almost immediately. If it were a team, it would demonstrate the strength of that faction. If it were broken by a group like the Changren Guild, it would mean their power had reached a new level. Once the banner of clearing a hell-level dungeon is raised, countless freelance professionals would flock to join. That is exactly why the Changren Guild was willing to spend huge sums and pay a heavy price just to attempt to clear the hell-level dungeon. Lin Hao didn't hesitate at all. He reached the entrance and teleported straight into the hell-level dungeon. He just went in alone like that? My god, was the news from this morning actually true? The people saying this were newcomers who hadn't seen the scene from the morning. Did you see that? Did he really go into the hell-level dungeon? It was the hell-level entrance, I just saw it. My god, this trip wasn't in vain. I really got to see the real deal. Should I wait here for 2 hours to see the outcome? Lin Hao entered the mine. It was still the same familiar miners. This time, he was already familiar with the terrain. Lin Hao immediately released about 100 gold-eating bugs. Time to work. Lin Hao never had time to pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. He also had no idea that his actions from that morning had caused such a sensation in Yang City. For him, the purpose was very simple. He just wanted to level up, and level up quickly. While the mine might feel like a labyrinth to others, having walked it once before, the map was already etched in Lin Hao's mind. Spending over 2 hours on it in the morning wasn't necessarily long, but Lin Hao had an idea on how to speed it up even more. Without hesitation, Lin Hao took a shortcut directly toward the mine supervisor boss. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao saw the supervisor walk out of his room. 20 gold-eating bugs pounced immediately. After a flurry of biting, the boss couldn't hold on at all. Following some blood-curdling cries, it fled while howling loudly. The summoning call echoed through the mine tunnels. Rapid footsteps started coming from every tunnel. It sounded like thousands of people running in this direction all at once. Unlike last time, Lin Hao was about to face over 1,000 miners responding to the call simultaneously. Last time, he had cleared more than half of the first section, so his 140 gold-eating bugs had only fought 500 or 600 lost miners and ghost miners. But now, he had only cleared a dozen or so on his path. The massive commotion caused the entire mine to rumble and echo. Here they come. Heh. An uncountable number of miners emerged, filling the space like a sea of enemies. Lin Hao's eyes turned red instantly. Kill! 150 gold-eating bugs charged toward the miners like 150 reapers. A great battle ensued. Howls, screams, the sounds of strikes, all merged into one. With over 1,000 combatants on both sides, they fought in the narrow mine. Since his awakening, Lin Hao had seen several large-scale battles. But witnessing such intense carnage in an instant, Even with his steady temperament, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. 10 minutes later, the mine was piled high with the corpses of miners and ghosts. A flash of white light enveloped Lin Hao as he reached level 17. This dungeon really is the most satisfying to grind. Concentrated monsters, tons of experience. At this point, less than 20 minutes had passed since Lin Hao entered the mine. Such a fast leveling speed was truly unprecedented. If only there were twice as many monsters. The amount of experience needed for every level now is just too much. He walked while thinking to himself. Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the stone palace again. He saw the big fat man sitting on the stone chair on the high platform once more. Who dares to trespass into the mine? A low, booming voice echoed. Sharp eyes glared down at Lin Hao. Fatty, we meet again. Lin Hao chuckled. All the gold-eating bugs rushed toward the cave lord. It was a familiar scene all over again. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a mournful roar. Successfully killed the cave guard boss. Experience plus 100,000. Acquired silver gear. Power bow. Acquired silver gear. Power boots. Acquired item. Night Star Stone X300. Experience 2 pieces of silver gear and some materials. No Heart of Night Star this time. Generally, special items like that are only dropped during the first ever completion. It's either one of a kind, or it won't drop again for another 6 months or a year. Lin Hao hadn't even dealt with the Heart of Night Star from the morning yet. Before entering the dungeon in the morning, he had heard people talking nearby. That powerful group of level 20s from the Changren Guild wanted to clear the hell-level dungeon primarily to get that Heart of Night Star. Who would have thought that after all their casualties, they still failed? Yet Lin Hao managed it all on his own. I bet the prince of that so-called Changren Guild would cough up blood if he knew. 20 minutes. Lin Hao checked the time. It had taken exactly 20 minutes to clear the hell-level dungeon. The first time, it had taken about 2 hours. Lin Hao walked to the teleportation array and vanished, teleporting out of the dungeon. At that moment, some people were still discussing Lin Hao entering the dungeon. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao appeared outside the dungeon entrance. Huh? A professional saw Lin Hao and was stunned. Didn't he just go in? Why is he out already? It hasn't even been 20 minutes, right? Look, that kid is out, someone shouted in the distance. Boom! Everyone present turned their eyes toward him. Countless people rushed over and surrounded him. Brother, what happened this time? You came out in less than 20 minutes. Did something go wrong? One person pushed to the front of Lin Hao and asked, Why would I stay inside after finishing it? Lin Hao replied calmly, What? You finished it? Is that an exaggeration? You cleared the entire hell-level dungeon in 20 minutes? Are you bragging? I don't believe it. 20 minutes? A 5-man team can't even finish a normal dungeon in that time, let alone a solo run of a hell-level dungeon. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the distance, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea and chatting. Seeing so many people surrounding Lin Hao and the loud commotion, they looked over with curiosity. Lin Hao prepared to leave. He had no interest in wasting time with these onlookers. With less than 10 days left until the National Unified Martial Arts exam, he had to increase his strength as much as possible before taking it. Other than waiting for the Lost Mine cooldown to reset, he was considering finding other dungeons or grinding monsters in the wilderness. Just then, several beams of light flashed from the teleportation array as a team emerged from the dungeon. Brother Hao? Among the team that had just emerged, a fat guy called out in surprise. Ye Dapeng? Lin Hao was also slightly stunned. He hadn't expected to see Ye Dapeng here. In the team, there was a mage holding a glistening silver staff. The moment she saw Lin Hao, her face lit up with surprise. But she slowly hid her surprise and forced a cold expression. What's wrong? Lin Hao, do you want to try the Lost Mine dungeon too? Although you leveled up a bit faster than us a few days ago, I'll give you a friendly tip. This Lost Mine is special. There is a stage inside where all the monsters suddenly gang up and attack. If you're not strong enough, it's better not to go in recklessly. Ye Dapeng glanced at Ning Yuanxi, then at Lin Hao, and gave a bitter smile. Sister Ning, Brother Hao, what is going on with you two? Especially you, Sister Ning. When you don't see Lin Hao, you're worried about him all the time. But as soon as you meet, even though you're clearly worried about him getting hurt by going into the dungeon, why do you talk so coldly? Ye Dapeng, what are you spouting? When have I ever been worried about him? Ning Yuanxi's face turned red, and she said angrily. In this 5-person team, besides Ning Yuanxi and Ye Dapeng, there were 2 other women and 1 man. At this moment, the 3 of them were all looking at Lin Hao. Yuanxi, is this the Lin Hao you keep mentioning? One of the girls asked. Lin Hao noticed this girl was holding a magic book. Another damage-dealing mage? No, wait, she's a healer. Lin Hao suddenly thought of the girl in his class they called Mount Everest. The female classmate who always wanted to be his bro. She said she wanted to awaken as a healer so she could specifically heal Lin Hao in the future. At the awakening ceremony that day, she miraculously awakened as a healer. It's just that after the novice dungeon, Lin Hao hadn't seen her again. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's gaze couldn't help but fall on the chest of the girl holding the magic book. So huge! Could it be that the healer awakening has something to do with the chest size? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Hao's mind. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, the magic book-wielding girl puffed out her chest slightly, chuckled, and said, "You are indeed quite handsome. No wonder our Yuanzi can't stop thinking about you. How come you're just like Dapeng, spouting nonsense?" Ning Yuanzi was betrayed by her best friend again, and her face turned bright red. Among the other three, another woman who looked more mature frowned. Lin Hao's instinctive glance at the healer's chest had been spotted by her. "So he's just a lecher. I thought he was some great expert, but he's just a poor professional." The man in the trio interjected coldly. Seeing Ning Yuanzi's attitude toward Lin Hao earlier, he realized that although her words were cold on the surface, they were actually, as Ye Dapeng said, like the bickering of lovers. Then seeing Lin Hao, who only had two strange little bugs, carrying a common iron sword, and dressed in a mismatched outfit, calling him a professional beggar wouldn't be an exaggeration. Is someone like this worthy of Ning Yuanzi's attention? He felt very displeased. "Xiao Yiyun, if you don't talk, no one will think you're a mute." Although the man's words weren't overly excessive, the sarcasm in his tone was very obvious. Everyone heard it. Ning Yuanzi immediately glared at him and retorted. Xiao Yun didn't dare to provoke Ning Yuanzi, but he didn't expect her to start defending Lin Hao so quickly. Anger welled up from his heart, and he became even more dissatisfied with Lin Hao. "Did I say something wrong? A psychic type holding a common iron sword, isn't that a joke? If you are really in financial trouble and can't afford equipment, I, the young master, can spare you a top-tier piece of gear." He flicked his hand and pulled out a bronze staff. Then, with a toss of his hand, he threw it toward Lin Hao. The staff landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped right at Lin Hao's feet. "A bronze staff? I bet you've never even seen one, right? Heck, consider it a gift for Yuanzi's sake," Xiao Yun said indifferently. "Damn, which young master is this? He gives away a bronze staff just like that," someone among the onlookers exclaimed. "This bronze staff, if you put it up for sale, people would scramble to buy it for tens of thousands. It's definitely much better than that common iron sword in the kid's hand. If he swaps to that staff, that kid's strength would definitely increase by a huge margin. I wish I had a bronze staff. The one I'm using now is just a normal staff. The stats are too low." Xiao Yun felt very satisfied seeing the eager gazes of the onlookers and hearing their gasps. Although a bronze weapon was a bit of a loss for him, using it to suppress Lin Hao and stir up amazement from the crowd was worth it. He thought that in the next moment, Lin Hao would immediately bend down to pick up the bronze staff and look at him with gratitude. "Xiao Yun, what do you mean by this?" Ye Dapeng said angrily. "Who are you insulting with that bronze staff?" "Xiao Yun, you've gone too far, he's my classmate." Ning Yuanzi also shouted angrily. The healer nearby didn't speak, but she shook her head, her attitude clear. She thought Xiao Yun's behavior was wrong. Even the woman who didn't have a good impression of Lin Hao frowned. Lin Hao, on the other hand, thought Xiao Yun's actions were extremely childish. Equipment. He had piles of gold and silver tier gear in his bag right now. "You don't even have the basic decency to respect others. I'm ashamed to be in the same company as someone like you," Ye Dapeng shouted. "What do you all mean?" Xiao Yun was hit by the group's collective backlash, and his face turned red with blood. He did have a circle of playboy friends. If he behaved like this among them, he would definitely be cheered on. He didn't expect that here. Everyone would reject him and stand against him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Originally, he came here to team up for the dungeon out of respect for Ning Yuanzi. He was supposed to be doing them a favor, letting these girls worship him and gain their favor. He was a level 19 professional clad in high-level equipment. A few level 10 novices who begged him to help. Not only were they ungrateful, but they dared to defy him for that kind of guy? "Fine," Xiao Yun sneered. "Then play on your own." In a fit of rage, he disbanded the team. "Xiao Yun has left the team. I'll be waiting for you to come and beg me. Without me, this team will fall apart immediately. When you come back to beg me, you'll realize who is the most important person here." Xiao Yun stood there with a cold, arrogant smile on his face. In this 5-person team, Yu Dapeng was level 10, Ning Yuanxi level 12, and the healer level 11. Their levels were too low, and they were essentially just tagging along, or rather, making minimal contributions. The other was a support class. Only Xiao Yun, a level 19 archer in full silver gear, was the main damage dealer. They had just cleared a normal run in an hour and a half, yielding rich experience, and it was primarily due to his performance. They're fighting. The uncle in the distance nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. Lin's father took a sip of tea, maintaining that same calm expression. That kid from the Xiao family has been hanging out with those playboys too much. But then again, which of the young masters in Yangcheng doesn't have that problem? Should I go and mediate? The uncle sighed. No, never mind such trivial matters. Yuanxi needs to learn how to handle bigger conflicts herself. We can't keep helping her forever, can we? Xiao Yun, we appreciate that you helped us earlier, but your behavior and language just now were completely unacceptable. Ning Yuanxi was so angry that her face turned pale. She couldn't believe how Xiao Yun, who had appeared so gentle and refined just a moment ago, could suddenly show such an ugly face. Lin Hao, we are inviting you to our party. Come run the dungeon with us. Ning Yuanxi has invited you to join her party. Do you accept? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. The whole scene had escalated to this point without him, the core person involved, saying a single word. Though he wasn't much of a talker, he was exceptionally sharp and perceptive. Naturally, he understood everyone's hidden intentions and motives. After he appeared, that Xiao Yun felt his status among the girls was threatened, so he tried to put him down. Little did he expect, all 4 members of the party stood on Lin Hao's side, especially Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi, who were relentlessly snapping back at him. Xiao Yun had been relying on his status as the main damage dealer to force others into submission. It was just unexpected that Ning Yuanxi would end up inviting him to the party. Except for Ye Dapeng, the other 2 girls were feeling a bit awkward and conflicted. While they despised Xiao Yun's attitude, the team really couldn't function well without him. Rely on Ning Yuanxi, a level 12 mage, for damage output. I mean, it's possible, just grinding through monsters one by one. But that would be too inefficient, not worth the effort. When Xiao Yun walked out, they understood his mindset perfectly well, but they would never beg him to come back. They weren't like those shameless girls. Just as they were lamenting that a perfectly good party was about to fall apart, they never expected Ning Yuanxi to invite a kid like Lin Hao. But what is the point of inviting him? Brother Hao, go ahead and click accept. Even if we clear it a bit slower, we can still manage. We've beaten the normal difficulty before. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine, Ye Dapeng said to Lin Hao. Xiao Yun stood nearby, listening coldly. In his eyes, these people were courting death. Instead of begging him, they were actually inviting some good-for-nothing. Dungeon runs require real strength. With such a trash party, I want to see how you end up crying soon. Yes, let's run 1 round first, and I'll find a high-level damage dealer later, Ning Yuanxi added. Lin Hao said helplessly, there is no point in joining. I just came out of the dungeon, so I have to wait 6 hours to enter again. Just came out of the dungeon? The battle support girl glanced at Lin Hao. A lone civilian class player? Who knows if he really just finished a dungeon? Even if he did, he probably just leeched off another team to get through it. She shook her head, never expecting that he would now come to leech off their party. This little girl Ning Yuanxi is still too soft-hearted. While the school friendship is understandable, inviting him is definitely too impulsive. Without Xiao Yun and his damage, it's already hard enough to enter the dungeon. It hardly makes sense anymore. And now they are dragging along a dead weight who just wants a free ride. Brother Hao, we also just came out of the dungeon, but we have a cooldown stone to skip the wait time, Ye Dapeng said with a smug smile. Oh, you guys actually have that kind of item? Lin Hao knew about cooldown stones, but they were far too expensive, so he never considered buying them. Since that is the case, he wouldn't need to go grind in the wild for these 6 hours. Even with this 5-man party, the efficiency would be much higher than grinding outside. Besides, he had always wanted to mentor young Dapeng. He clicked accept. Lin Hao has joined the party. A message appeared on the party panel. Give me the party leader role, Lin Hao said to Ning Yuanxi after joining. Oh, sure. Ning Yuanxi didn't understand why Lin Hao wanted to be the leader. She simply complied and passed the lead to him. The party leader has been changed to Lin Hao. Seeing the message, the healer and the battle support girl were both stunned. Before they could process this, Lin Hao took a few steps forward. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell difficulty, do you confirm? Confirm. Wait, Hell difficulty? The 4 of them were dumbfounded. They were just about to call him out. With a flash of white light, the 4 were transported into the Lost Mine. A white light flashed in the mine, and the 5 of them appeared inside. The dark, gloomy mine stretched deep ahead like the gaping maw of a beast, and in the distance, several lost miners wandered about, emanating powerful auras. They were more than 10 times stronger than those in the normal difficulty. If they were spotted and rushed by them, they could be torn to shreds at any moment. Lin Hao, have you lost your mind? The battle support girl screamed. Even on normal difficulty, with their current strength, they could only lure one monster at a time and grind them down slowly. Earlier, she thought the party was going to disband, and everyone would have to find their own way. Even when Ning Yanxi insisted on inviting Lin Hao, she assumed it was just a gesture to be nice between classmates. She never expected that after hearing about the cooldown stone, Lin Hao would actually join and immediately demand the leader role. And with lightning speed, he activated the dungeon and entered the hell mode. Hell difficulty? Are we here to die? We are done for. The healer girl's face turned white. We have to find a place to hide right now and wait it out. Otherwise, we are finished. Lin Hao, you... Ning Yuanxi stamped her foot in frustration. If she had known Lin Hao was going to pull something this crazy, she never would have given him the leader role. The authority to decide which difficulty to enter belongs only to the party leader. She had been confused and didn't know why Lin Hao wanted the role. She didn't think it mattered, so she handed it over without a second thought. It never crossed her mind that his purpose in taking the lead was to enter hell mode. So, Lin Hao's actions from asking for the lead to entering the dungeon were clearly premeditated. It was definitely not a misclick. Lin Hao, what on earth are you thinking? You said yourself you only got through the dungeon by leeching off others. You should know the difficulty of this Lost Mine dungeon. Or is it that you have never entered this dungeon before and just wanted to show off, not knowing the dangers of hell mode? People actually die here. I'm sorry for dragging you two into this, Ning Yuanxi said apologetically to the other two girls. Without a doubt, Lin Hao, who chose the hell difficulty, was her classmate. If her classmate made a mistake, she felt responsible for it. Hey brother Hao, why did you pick this difficulty without even looking? Yu Dapeng sighed too. To him, the only explanation was that he clicked too fast and picked the wrong one. Yidipeng adjusted his helmet. If we can't avoid them and the monsters come, I'll take the hits. Healer, pay attention to my health and keep me topped up. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xiao Yuyun, who had been listening to those newbies talk with a proud sneer, didn't think much of it. In his eyes, after having tasted failure, they would eventually realize how important he was. To his surprise, after a flash of white light, they really entered the dungeon. I thought you were just naive, but it turns out you are really courting death. The Lost Mine has another nickname, the Death Mine. Maybe you've never even heard of it? In his view, a party like that was just walking to their graves even in normal mode. His gaze inadvertently swept across the dungeon stone at the entrance. In an instant, he turned into stone. Hell difficulty? It took him quite a while to digest those two words. Are they out of their minds? They are going in there to die? Today, I will stay right here and watch how this ends for you. He bent down to pick up the bronze staff he had tossed aside like trash earlier. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was still a bronze staff, not just junk. It was worth a decent amount of money. If he gave this kind of gear to those newbie girls, who knows how many would be willing to give themselves to show their gratitude? Xiao Yunwan was still furious after leaving the crowd at the entrance. Initially, he had been pleasantly surprised when Ning Yuanxi invited him to team up for a dungeon run today. In the circle of wealthy second-generation heirs in Yangcheng, Ning Yuanxi was always known for being stunning but icy. For her to actually invite him was unheard of. He could boast about this to his group of degenerate friends for a good while. It wasn't easy to get someone like Ning Yuanxi to extend such a warm invitation. Upon joining the team, he found there were two other girls as well, both quite attractive, especially that healer. She had such a large chest. She was the kind of woman a man couldn't get his hands around. Therefore, even if he couldn't conquer the iceberg that was Ning Yuanxi, winning the hearts of the other two would also be a pleasure. Although he was annoyed that a fat loser was soaking up experience, he learned it was just because the guy was Ning Yuanxi's classmate, and she was doing him a favor. Besides, in terms of looks, 10 fat guys like that wouldn't compare to him. The guy posed no threat, so he decided to let it slide. Today was a day to conquer the girls with his strength. So, during the first round of the normal dungeon stage, he put all his effort into dealing damage. His performance in the dungeon made the girls very satisfied, which gave him a great sense of superiority. His rapid-fire arrows were continuous and relentless. When they just stepped out of the dungeon, his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. He just didn't expect that as soon as they left, they would run into another one of Ning Yuanxi's classmates. He had only said a few words, but Ning Yuanxi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately jumping up to lash out at him. Yun, come over here. A man waved his hand at Xiao Yun and called out. Xiao Yun looked at the person beckoning and froze instantly. He hurried over and said respectfully, "Boss Lin, third master." He had been surrounded by the crowd earlier and hadn't seen them. He never imagined that Boss Lin and third master, who had accompanied Ning Yuanxi earlier, hadn't left and were still waiting here. Come, sit here and rest for a while." "What's wrong?" third master asked with a smile. "Third master, you don't know." Xiao Yun began to pour out his grievances, adding oil to the fire as he spoke ill of Lin Hao. He claimed he had tried his best to help them level up, but was treated unfairly by them. He acted as aggrieved as a newly weaned child, almost bursting into tears. He was 70% acting, with 30% being sincere complaint. Back inside the dungeon, apart from Lin Hao, the four of them were downcast, all wondering how to find a hole to hide in. "Brother Hao, Yu Dapeng suddenly pointed at Lin Hao and shouted, "You are actually level 17? The battle support girl immediately said, "Level 17 is level 17, why are you screaming? The monsters are going to come over in a bit." In her view, there was nothing to be surprised about with level 17. Both she and Xiao Yun were already level 19. At this moment, Ning Yuanxi inspected Lin Hao and also said in shock, You actually leveled up to 17. She had previously estimated that Lin Hao could only reach around level 14. She never expected he had actually made it to level 17. Don't underestimate this 3-level gap. It was a completely different tier. The experience required for those last 3 levels could be more than the total for the previous 14. How did you do it? Ning Yuanxi and Ye Dapeng looked on in disbelief. The reason they had rushed out of the novice dungeon and formed a team to clear the Lost Mine dungeon was originally to surpass Lin Hao. They were determined to beat Lin Hao at least once. For players under level 20, unless they had someone with powerful gear to carry them, it was impossible to manage this dungeon in the early teens. They had originally intended to use this dungeon to overtake Lin Hao. Level 17? What is there to be surprised about? Look at you guys. The battle support girl was confused. He awakened at the same time as us, Ning Yuanxi told her. Huh? With your legendary awakening potential and such great gear, you are only level 12? Yet he has already reached 17. That is indeed too exaggerated. Once the battle support girl understood this, she was also horrified. Oh my god, Brother Lin, are you really that amazing? The healer looked at Lin Hao with shock and admiration. She had also awakened her profession a few days ago, around the same time as Lin Hao and Ning Yuanxi. Therefore, she had a much more intuitive sense of how impressive it was that Lin Hao had reached level 17. I'm not even level 10 yet, I'm the lowest level here, she pouted. However, as a healer responsible only for casting skills from the back, her level wasn't as critical as the tanks or the damage dealers. Lin Hao, although I don't know how you leveled up so fast in a few days, and I admit your leveling speed is unmatched. Even at level 17, it doesn't change our current situation. The battle support girl scolded. You brought us into the hell difficulty level, so now, tell us what we should do? By the end, she couldn't help but sound a bit resentful. Lin Shi, Muxiu, Lin Hao just clicked too fast and made a mistake. You don't need to blame him anymore. I will take responsibility for his mistake and compensate you after we leave the dungeon, Ning Yuanxi told the two girls. So, it turned out the healer was Lin Shi, and the battle support was Muxiu. Who said I made a mistake? Lin Hao said indifferently. It's just a small hell difficulty level, that's all. The four of them were stunned upon hearing this. They were currently worrying about how to survive in this place. But the person who caused it all, Lin Hao, was talking such big talk. Just as they were about to say something, they heard Lin Hao say softly, "Come out, my little friends." More than 100 gold-devouring bugs, with their black and silver sheen, instantly emerged from the void around Lin Hao. A vast black swarm surrounded Lin Hao. They were ferocious and terrifying, emitting a powerful aura. This sudden scene startled the four of them. Even Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi were seeing the operations of Lin Hao's bug tamer profession for the first time. As for Lin Shi and Muxiu, they had never even heard of such a thing. What profession is this? Muxiu was stunned. It looks a bit like the summoning branch. The healer Lin Shi had also been startled. She held her chest and said in shock. Her slight movement caused quite a tremor. But I have never heard of any summoned pets from the summoning branch being this strong. At this time, Ye Dapeng also curiously walked over, observing the gold-devouring bugs carefully, and muttered to himself, Brother Hao, are these your pet bugs? Lin Hao nodded. Go. More than 100 gold-devouring bugs buzzed and flew toward the mine. Several wandering lost miners discovered the gold-devouring bugs and lunged at them. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite, experience plus 2100. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite, experience plus 2,100. In an instant, 4 or 5 messages appeared on the team's public channel. What? The 4 of them were dumbfounded. Instant kill. Instant kill! Those were level 20 reinforced elite monsters? Just like that, killed instantly by those bugs? That's too exaggerated, right? How is this possible? Yeah. Let's go. Keep up the pace. Lin Hao said flatly, then stepped forward into the depths of the mine. Stop being so shocked and hurry up. Yu Daping noticed that Lin Hao had already walked more than 10 meters ahead. The girl still didn't react, just standing there blankly. Alright, let's follow him. If there's anything you don't understand, just keep watching, said Ning Yuanxi. Lin Hao was moving very fast, even faster than how Ning Yuanxi and the others used to clear normal dungeons. In their opinion, this kind of movement was extremely dangerous. It was reckless. However, messages were flooding the screen. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite. Experience points plus 2,100. Obtained item. Night Star Stone X7. They felt numb at this moment. That's it? Is it really that easy? It was as if they were out for a stroll, with experience points handed to them on a silver platter. They were absolutely steamrolling everything. If they weren't absolutely certain that they were in the hell level difficulty of the lost mine, they would have thought they were in a novice dungeon. No, even in a novice dungeon, it shouldn't be this fast. A massive boss appeared before them. They all used their detection skills at once. Mine Supervisor Leader, Reinforced Elite Boss, Level 24. Strength 5,000. Agility 2,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 5,000. Skill Rally. The supervisor can summon nearby monsters of a lower level than itself. When they saw the boss's stats, they all gasped. Their faces turned pale instantly. If this monster charged at them, what chance would the 5 of them have to survive? Who could tank? Who could deal damage? They had played through the normal dungeon level before. They had seen this boss before, but its stats now were on an entirely different level compared to the normal mode. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful monster, they couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Go! Lin Hao directed 20 metal-eating bugs to fly toward the boss. In just over 10 seconds, before their eyes, that ridiculously powerful boss actually turned around and fled because it couldn't win. The scene before them shattered their perceptions once again. Ooh. As the boss ran, it made a strange sound. Not good. The battle support, Mushe, screamed, "It's going to call all the other monsters." The healer, Lin Shi, also cried out in panic. As their voices faded, a thunderous sound of running feet echoed from every tunnel. Countless monsters were charging toward them, like a surging tide. At this, even Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi's expressions shifted drastically. They had cleared the normal level earlier. They were doing fine moving forward, but when they hit this situation, their entire team fell into chaos. Back then, they retreated quickly and ended up hiding in a room within the mine. They used the terrain to their advantage to block the entrance. The monsters couldn't rush in all at once. It took them over 40 minutes to survive that crisis. And now, even more monsters were gathering. They were pouring in like a tsunami. There must be thousands of them. And, setting the boss aside, even the lowest level reinforced elite monsters were incredibly powerful individually. With this kind of assault, what team could possibly withstand it? Lin Hao, we need to find a room to hide in, fast! Ning Yuanxi shouted urgently. Brother Hao, there are too many monsters. I definitely can't hold them off. Ye Dapeng also exclaimed. Don't be afraid. Just stand here and watch. Lin Hao said calmly. Go, with a light call. The hundreds of metal-eating bugs that had been waiting buzzed and flew to meet the thousands of miners charging at them. Kill, 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 kill. A battle scene of Hollywood proportions unfolded before them. Sand flying, rocks crumbling, the sky turning dark. The screams of countless miners rang out, echoing through the entire mine. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite. Experience points plus 2,100. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite. Experience points plus 2,100. Your team killed a level 20 lost miner, reinforced elite. Experience points plus 2. Countless messages scrolled across the party panel. So fast that the human eye couldn't even track them. Dozens. Hundreds. Countless. A white light flashed. Ye Dapeng leveled up, reaching level 11. Another white light flashed. Ning Yuanxi leveled up, reaching level 13. Yet another white light flashed. The healer Lin Shi leveled up from level 8 to level 10. She jumped 2 levels at once. You all leveled up. The battle support, Mu Xue, watched this in shock. In this 1 minute, I reached level 19 with 95% progress. This is more experience than I've gained in days of grinding outside. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the boss, were lying on the ground. The other 4 looked at the piles of monster corpses everywhere. They felt completely numb. Let's go, time to fight the boss. Lin Hao stepped over the layers of monster corpses and walked forward. Lin Hao was already 20 or 30 meters ahead. It took them a moment to realize it and stumble after him. A massive stone palace appeared before them. They saw the big fat guy sitting on the high stone throne again. Before, when they played the normal level, their 5-person team had fought it for half an hour just to grind it down. Now, it's the hell level difficulty. How powerful would this boss be? How could they ever kill it? Who is it? Who dares to trespass in the mine? A deep voice rang out. The sound echoed throughout the empty stone palace. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They quickly used their detection skills. Cave Lord, boss level monster, level 30. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, critical hit, knockback. Skill, knockback. With a large sword slash, there is a 20% chance to knock the opponent back. Too terrifying. The 4 of them had their expressions change in terror. Aren't these stats just ridiculous? Facing the tens of tons heavy fat man sitting on the stone throne, the 4 felt their mouths go dry and their limbs go weak. Boom. With a deafening crash, it felt as if the entire palace was collapsing. It was the fat man jumping down right in front of them. A sharp gaze swept over them. Dead fatso, we meet again. Lin Hao chuckled. The cave lord looked at Lin Hao, appearing slightly dazed. It seemed to feel that this person looked a bit familiar, but it couldn't remember where it had seen him. You invaders must all die. It roared. Kill. Lin Hao waved his hand, and over 100 metal-eating bugs pounced on the cave lord. 2 minutes. The cave lord fell to the ground with a pathetic howl. Successfully killed the cave guard lord. Experience plus 3,000. Obtained silver equipment. Great strength helmet. Obtained silver equipment. Great strength one-handed sword. Obtained item. Night Starstone X400. Abundant experience, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and a huge stack of materials. The final notification message flashed on the team's screen, but the 4 of them just stared blankly. It's dead? This ridiculously powerful cave lord boss is dead? That's it, we cleared it. This was the hell level difficulty, the one everyone speaks of with fear. If they hadn't experienced it themselves. If someone else told them this, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, they had killed the boss and cleared the stage. None of them had even cast a single skill. Not even a small lightning bolt. Or a minor healing spell. Nothing. It was like they had just taken a casual walk in the mine after dinner. And then, countless experience points and items were just handed to them. Even with rolls that usually just tag along, this time, they were just way too carried. Let's go, let's head out. Lin Hao waved at everyone. As white lights flashed, everyone appeared outside the dungeon. Cleared in 19 minutes. Ning Yanxi murmured. The Ning family is the largest noble family in Yang City, possessing immense power that only a few major guilds could even hope to rival. The family head, Ning Mofeng, and the 3rd brother, Ning Moho, are both among the top powerhouses in Yang City. The Xiao family is also decent, but compared to the Ning family, they are streets behind. Therefore, even Xiao Yun, a wealthy young master with respectable strength, wouldn't dare act out of line in front of these 2 big shots. He kept carefully catering to them in conversation. Xiao Yun is level 19 and decked out in silver gear, which makes him a prideful prodigy in the eyes of ordinary people. At this moment, a flash of white light swept across the instant's entrance teleportation array. It was Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the other 3 exiting the instance. They're out? The 3rd master, Ning Moho, was the first to see Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the others teleport out. Looking at their expressions, they seemed quite happy and didn't appear to be injured at all. His heart eased slightly. After learning from Xiao Yun earlier that they had entered a hell level instance, his heart had been in his throat. What reckless behavior. Is a hell level instance something they are capable of handling right now? Ning Yuanxi is acting way too recklessly. As a professional, the very first lesson should be the ability to accurately assess strength on all sides. A few days ago, when Ning Yuanxi awakened the legendary Lightning Mage class, it sent tremors through the entire Ning family, filling every member with joy. A legendary awakened class means, barring any accidents, in 10 years, there will be another dragon among us. The Ning family has produced another great talent. The whole family decided to focus resources on nurturing her. Developing the Ning family's youth has always been the responsibility of Ning Yuanxi's third uncle, Ning Moho. That is why he personally led the team here. As for Ning Mofeng coming along, that was just a father accompanying his daughter to show his support. Ning Moho felt that Ning Yuanxi's choice to enter the Hell level instance was extremely unwise. As a future powerhouse of the Ning family, she should know how to read the situation and make accurate judgments. How could he have known that entering the Hell level instance was entirely Lin Hao's idea? That's strange. Ning Moho was slightly stunned. How could they have come out in less than 20 minutes? For this instance, you either get trapped inside and wait out the 12 hours until you're automatically kicked out, or you use some special item to forcibly break out of the instance. He didn't recall Ning Yuanxi possessing such an item. Yeah, what's going on? How did they get out? Xiao Yun was also looking on in confusion. Yun, go help me call them over. I want to ask them what's going on. Got it. Xiao Yun stood up. How many cooldown stones do you have left? At the entrance, Lin Hao asked. We still have 10 on us, Ning Yuanxi replied. Then shall we keep going in and run it 10 more times? At this speed, the rewards for 10 consecutive runs would be terrifying. With such gains, never mind being tired. Even if they were worked to death, they would still be willing. Yes, yes, Lin Shi and Mu She shouted excitedly. The rapid leveling just now felt so good. If you don't need a break, we are certainly willing, Ning Yuanxi said happily. Brother Hao, following you into dungeons is like riding a rocket. This leveling speed is too crazy and insane. Yue Daoping's eyes were practically sparkling. I really suspect that if we keep grinding like this, even I might have a chance to get into the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Qingbei Martial Arts University, the top martial arts institution in Great Xia. One round of the Hell level stage, finished in under 20 minutes. Their experience points were skyrocketing. It caught them completely by surprise. The speed was just unbelievable. Hearing that Lin Hao would continue to lead them, and aim to clear it 10 times in one go, they were filled with excitement and passion. This level of progress was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Of course they agreed. They were actually worried that Lin Hao wouldn't take them anymore. You have selected the Lost Mine Hell level stage, are you sure? Confirm. Whoosh! With a few flashes of white light, the 5 of them entered the instance again. At this point, Xiao Yun had only taken a few steps. Watching the group disappear, he was left dumbfounded. They went back in? What is going on? He couldn't figure it out. If you could argue they used a special item to force their way out earlier, how do you explain them going back in now? Surely they aren't treating the instance like a teleportation ride for fun? Could it be that they actually cleared the instance? Impossible. How could that be possible? The Lost Mine Hell level stage is quite famous in Yang City. It is said that the Crown Prince of the Strongmen Guild has been organizing the strongest level 20 teams to conquer it, but they've never succeeded. On the contrary, they've lost many men and suffered heavy losses. Can this low-level team of Ning Yuanxi and Lin Hao actually win? No way. Xiao Yun doesn't believe it. Yet, the sight before his eyes left him confused and baffled. He had no choice but to return to the 2 big shots. They went back in? Ning Moho also saw that before Xiao Yun had reached them, the group that had just come out had already headed back in. Yeah. Xiao Yun didn't know what to say. Ning Moho frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to Ning Mofeng. Big brother, what do you think? Ning Mofeng had naturally seen what just happened as well. He mused for a moment. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to clear a Hell level instance. Among them, the highest level is only a level 19 combat support, and the others are level 17, level 12, or even under level 10. It is rumored that the first kill of the Hell level Lost Mine boss drops the Night Starstone, which is immensely tempting. That is the very goal the Strongman Guild has paid a heavy price to achieve. Their teams are all maxed out at level 20 with at least silver-grade gear, but despite countless attempts, they still haven't been able to take it down, which proves that even though the Night Starstone is tempting, this instance's difficulty is truly off the charts. If they went into a Hell level instance, came out, and then went back in, there is only one possibility. They actually cleared it, and the second time is for grinding experience. Boss Ning, they entered a Hell level instance? How is that possible? Xiao Yun muttered. A team like that, clearing it? He didn't believe it. And he didn't want to believe it. Right now, he is already full of regrets. He suddenly felt that he hadn't just missed a chance to level up or a golden opportunity to loot equipment. Most importantly, participating in a hell level clear is a major honor in Yang City. Of course, Ning Yuanxi and Yue Dapeng couldn't do it on their own. That Lin Hao is not simple, Ning Mofeng said faintly. Him. Xiao Yun pictured the guy holding a plain steel blade. He couldn't bring himself to believe it. Ning Mohuo chuckled. We'll know the truth in 20 minutes when they come out. Earlier, they thought it would take a long time for Ning Yuanxi and Lin Hao to come out, so they were drinking tea leisurely. But now, with a 20-minute benchmark, the wait felt agonizingly slow. Xiao Yun was checking the portal every minute or two. After about 18 minutes, a few flashes of white light appeared. As expected, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Hao, and the others teleported out of the instance again. This time, Xiao Yun stood up immediately. He didn't even bother running over. He opened his mouth to call out to Ning Yuanxi, but right at that moment, a white light flashed, and the 5 of them vanished at the entrance once more. They had unexpectedly gone back into the instance. His heart was numb. The other professionals lingering at the entrance of the dungeon noticed the actions of Lin Hao's team. A flash of white light went in, and another came back out. Then, yet another white light went back in. Good heavens, these kids keep going in and out. What kind of stage are they clearing so fast? Heh. Besides clearing the normal stage, what else could it be? Even for a normal stage, isn't this speed a bit too fast? There is nothing strange about it. Some well-off professionals, even if they are lower level, can just stack high-end gear and health potions, pushing forward regardless of the cost. It's possible. A single dungeon cooldown stone costs at least 200,000. This is damn expensive. They must have spent tens of thousands just in the last few runs alone, right? Is it really worth it for a normal dungeon? Well, the happiness of the rich is often just this simple, boring, and unpretentious. A group of professionals outside were whispering among themselves. Wait, I remember those guys going into the hell level stage just now, didn't they? One professional said hesitantly. When professionals enter different difficulty levels, the entire dungeon magic stone glows with a specific color for a brief moment before fading back to normal. White for normal, yellow for elite, gold for nightmare, and purple for hell. Hell level? Quit joking, you must be blind. No, I saw it too. When they entered, the magic stone turned purple, didn't it? Oh my god, could it actually be true? Clearing a hell level stage in under 20 minutes, you think that's possible? Haha, buddies, are you telling jokes? 18 minutes later, the white light flashed again. The 5 of them appeared outside the dungeon. The group who were arguing saw Lin Hao and his team exit. After a moment of surprise, one professional couldn't help but ask, "Hey kid, the one you just entered was..." The 5 of them had already vanished into the portal, back into the dungeon. At this moment, the entire dungeon magic stone radiated a brilliant purple glow. My god, did I see that right? They really did go into the hell level stage. Is this dungeon stone broken? Clearing a hell level stage in under 20 minutes? And they cleared it without taking a single hit? How is that even possible? It's too exaggerated. It's just unbelievable. As the purple light lit up, it was as if an atomic bomb had been dropped at the dungeon entrance. Everyone there was shocked beyond words. None of the people there today had witnessed the legends of the previous day. If they had been there, they would have known by now. But now, every one of them felt that this was a huge piece of news. They immediately opened their trade center interfaces to message friends and colleagues, reporting what was happening before their eyes. Very soon, hundreds of people from the vicinity gathered at the entrance, arguing heatedly. 18 minutes later, again, a white light flashed, and the 5 of them appeared. Immediately, the purple light flashed, and they vanished back into the dungeon. They came out and went right back in? Can you actually play the game like this? Damn, I've really learned something new today. A professional, who looked a bit like Ingman Tat, perhaps having just had a fight with his wife, was squatting on the ground after being slapped by her. When Lin Hao and the others came out just now, they almost stepped on him. He muttered to himself, "Wow, they went back in again." 18 minutes. The 5 came out, and instantly, they were back in. He had heard the discussions from the people around him, and saw that these few small players were continuously clearing the hell level stage. This incredible scene repeated itself right in front of him. He muttered again, "Ah, they went back in again." 10 minutes or so later, Lin Hao and the others came out for the 5th time and entered for the 6th. The man was still squatting on the ground. He watched the 5 of them going in and out, his mind completely numb by now. With a blank expression, he said, "Honey, come out quickly and witness God." Needless to say, the crowd was basically all level 10 to 20 professionals. At this point, Ning Mofeng and Ning Moho, who were drinking tea in the distance, were stunned. Such insane dungeon grinding. It was their first time seeing it too. The meticulous preparation, planning, coordinated design, and mid-run recovery needed for high-risk dungeons, all that stuff seemed like a joke now. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunyun stood beside the two big shots, watching those people go in and out repeatedly, seeing everyone's focus centered entirely on them. Everyone was talking about them. For a moment, the whole world was filled with awe for them. They were the center of the world right now. If he hadn't left the team, he would be standing on center stage right now. But here he was, like a clown on the sidelines. He thought back to his mockery of Lin Hao earlier, thinking that because he had some output capability, he could force them to submit to him. He even played that little trick of quitting the team. Right now, it felt like invisible hands were constantly slapping his face. His whole face was burning hot and red. At this moment, people were rushing here from every direction. There were level 10 to 20 professionals, level 20 to 30, even level 40. Clearly, many of them weren't here to run the dungeon. They had heard about what happened and rushed over to watch the spectacle. People, there were more and more of them. From the initial 100 or so to 200 or 300, then 400 or 500, up to 1,000 people. They were all crowded around the entrance of the lost mine. The crowd was surging. Just then, a sound of clanging footsteps echoed. A team of level 20 players in shining gear appeared in everyone's line of sight. Each of their faces seemed to scream, "Nouveau Reach." The leader was a mage with a cold, stern expression. "It's the Crown Prince from the Strongman Guild?" someone exclaimed. The Strongman Guild, the most powerful professional guild in Yang City. Haven't they always been trying to get the first clear of the Hell Level Lost Mine to get the Night Star Stone? But I heard they've been failing and have lost so many members. If the Night Star Stone is a first clear loot, doesn't that mean that team just now already got the Night Star Heart? Exactly. That item is something the Strongman Guild is determined to have, and now someone else has swooped in to steal the peach. We're definitely going to see a good show soon. The Strongman Guild has always been aggressive. Whatever they want, they get, no matter what. Do you think they'll fight in a bit? Get lost. A swordsman tank from the flashy team shoved the crowd away from the entrance. Those shoved aside were about to curse, but turned around to realize it was the Strongman Guild, and immediately fell silent. They made way. Crown Prince. The team that got the first clear is still in the dungeon. Should we take them down when they come out? One member said to the cold, stern-faced Lid Mage. The Night Star Heart belongs to us. We paid such a heavy price and we're just about to clear it, only to have these small fry steal the glory? How is that possible? Another member added. The onlookers nearby heard the conversation and sensed the gunpowder in the air. Some of the timid ones started to quietly move away. Just kidding, if a fight starts, there won't be time to run. The Prince of the Changren Guild? Xiao Yiyun caught sight of the newly arrived team at this moment. His face lit up with joy, and he quickly stood up and trotted over toward them. He felt that he had just been abandoned by Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the others. He attributed this to them moving in different social circles and being at different levels. He considered himself a descendant of an elite noble family, and naturally had different values and worldviews compared to those commoner professionals. How could they ever mix together? Now, seeing the Prince of the Changren Guild appear, he felt as if he had found his own kind. Prince, greetings to you. Xiao Yun walked up to the mage leading the group and greeted him with a fawning tone. Xiao Yun? The mage was slightly taken aback when he saw Xiao Yun. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Xiao Yun, of course, felt embarrassed to tell the truth about what he had just done. I came over with Ning Yuanxi to form a team for the dungeon, but I got tired later, so I was just resting on the side. Ning Yuanxi came to run the dungeon too? Yes, I was tired and didn't want to play anymore, so she went into the dungeon with some of her classmates. Oh, if you're not running the dungeon and you're not leaving, but instead hanging around this desolate wilderness, could it be that there is some pretty girl that young Master Xiao has taken a fancy to? The mage let out a scoff. Prince, you really know how to joke. Xiao Yun's face looked a bit sheepish. His eyes darted around, and then he said, you must have come here because you want to get the heart of the Night Star, right? I know who has it. Who has it? The lead mage's expression turned cold, and he asked indifferently. Someone named Lin Hao, Xiao Yun said with certainty. Oh? What kind of person is that? I've never heard of any big shot by that name. The prince had played through the hell-level dungeon multiple times and knew better than anyone how difficult it was. When he first heard the news here, he simply couldn't believe that besides himself, anyone else could clear the hell-level difficulty. But thinking that he absolutely had to obtain the Heart of the Night Star no matter what, he rushed over. People had always thought the Heart of the Night Star could be used to craft elemental defense jewelry, but the Kyungran Guild had recently obtained a synthesis recipe. It contained the formula for an accessory that adds +1 to all skills. The Heart of the Night Star was the main ingredient. Equipment with +1 to all skills was top-tier gear. The value of such equipment was unimaginable. The higher level the professional using it, the greater its value became. If it were put up for auction, it was likely that every capable professional in the world would want to get their hands on it. Therefore, the Kyungran Guild had been having their level 20 players equip the best possible gear lately, and then charging at the hell level dungeon. However, they fell to the boss's summon skill almost every single time. Having hundreds or thousands of enhanced elite monsters attack at once was just too hard to resist. Finally, they found a way. Keep avoiding the boss at first and clear all the other monsters in the mines. Only then would they deal with the boss. Sure enough, even though the boss used its summon skill, there were no minions left to call. However, when they finally faced the boss, they still lost one professional before they managed to escape. It was just too difficult. In order to get the Heart of the Night Star, 6 or 7 people had died so far. At this point, Xiao Yin replied, Lin Hao is no big shot. He's just a classmate of Ning Yuanxi, a poor player. He's a psychic-type professional and is still holding a basic plain white steel knife. Isn't that ridiculous? A poor player. So, this guy has no background or influence in Yangcheng at all? The prince said indifferently. Yes, that's exactly right, Xiao Yin confirmed. Where is he now? Inside the dungeon, grouped with Ning Yuanxi. His strength is really weak. He's only level 17. It's just that I don't know how he found a bug in the hell level dungeon, so... Oof. I knew it. If my Kyungran Guild couldn't clear the hell level, there's no way anyone else could have done it. The prince's expression gradually grew colder. Before this, he had thought that if some powerful group had cleared the dungeon and obtained the Heart of the Night Star, he would try to negotiate and make them hand it over. Of course, he certainly wouldn't tell them it could be crafted into an item with +1 to all skills. At most, he'd say it could be made into defensive equipment. Defensive equipment is worth far less than offensive gear. But since it was just a poor kid, low level and without real strength, who only stumbled upon a shortcut to clear the dungeon, would he dare to refuse the Kyungran Guild's demands? Perhaps he could even save the millions he had originally expected to spend. Giving him 30 or 50,000 would probably be enough to brush him off. Just as he was thinking about this, a white light flashed. A team of 5 emerged on the teleportation array. It was indeed Lin Hao and his group who had just finished a run and come out. That's him. That's Lin Hao, Xiao Yin shouted loudly. The prince of the Kyungran Guild narrowed his eyes, just about to speak. With another flash of white light, the team of 5 disappeared again instantly. Huh? The prince was stunned. He was just calculating how to intimidate the other side and make them obediently hand over the Heart of the Night Star. He didn't expect the team that had just come out to immediately go back into the dungeon. It left him unable to react in time. At this moment, the magic stone in front of the dungeon was emitting a purple glow. A member of the Kyungran Guild said, sure enough. They went into the hell level. Then the Heart of the Night Star must be in their hands, another one said. Damn it, they're running away fast. What a joke. Do they think we can't do anything to them just because they ran back into the dungeon? Too naive. We'll just guard here. At this point, the prince recovered his composure. Just now, the moment he was about to speak, those guys had disappeared, making him feel like he had punched a cotton ball, incredibly frustrated and annoyed. They had shown him absolutely no respect. In all of Yangcheng, which professional didn't stop to greet him respectfully when they saw him? Right then, he said coldly, clear the area. Get ready for battle. When those people come out again, subdue them first. Yes, came the 4-part response. Then, the 4 people besides the prince began clearing the area around the dungeon entrance. They drove the other professionals away. The Kyungran Guild's methods were indeed overbearing. Immediately, many professionals were extremely dissatisfied. But seeing that each of these people was wearing high-level equipment, and that they had the powerful Kyungran Guild behind them, they had no choice but to swallow their anger when being driven away so rudely. Other than cursing in their hearts or whispering under their breath, there was nothing they could do. Of course, they didn't really leave. They just stepped away from the entrance. Especially after the area was cleared, the professionals from the Kyungran Guild stood in different positions. It was clearly an attack formation. With such a huge scene and so much drama, who wouldn't want to watch? The people from the Changren Guild are setting up such a big display. They intend to attack Yuanxi and the others. Third uncle, Ning Moho, said coldly from where he was sipping tea in the distance. Ning Mofeng heard this and said indifferently, "The Changren Guild has always been arrogant and domineering in Yangcheng. That son of Long Tun, Long Jiaxian, even calls himself some kind of prince. If they really dare to lay a hand on Yuanxi, we wouldn't mind pulling the Changren Guild up by the roots. Moho, go and set things up immediately. Perhaps today will be the opportunity we've been waiting for." A cold smile appeared on Ning Mofeng's lips. Inside the mine. This was the 9th time Lin Hao and his team had entered the hell difficulty level of the Lost Mine. They had used 8 cooldown stones. 8 times, roughly 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Back when they were in class, that would have been just over 2 lessons. But now, Ye Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Xie, and the others were trembling with excitement. Even Ning Yuanxi was no exception. For the first time, they realized that leveling up could be such a simple matter, and that it could be this crazy. This was the perfect example of combining wealth with extraordinary power. The harvest from 8 rounds of hell difficulty was nothing short of terrifying. The equipment and items dropped by the monsters were piled up like a mountain. There were nearly 20 pieces of silver-grade equipment alone. You have to realize, before reaching level 30, silver-grade gear is highly sought after and considered top-tier equipment. Professionals at this level usually rely on common or some bronze-grade gear, with only a few pieces of silver-grade. A single piece of silver gear sells for over $1 million outside. That's no issue at all. That's tens of millions in revenue. And there were also tens of thousands of Night Star Stones. Night Star Stones are one of the most common materials for alchemists. They are never hard to sell. So, even though they spent over $1 million on cooldown stones, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the gains. If they had enough cooldown stones, they could treat them as daily expenses, and the return on investment would be a massive profit. However, only a monster like Lin Hao could pull this off. For instance, in other normal, elite, or nightmare levels of the Lost Mine, the drops are usually only common or bronze grade. Furthermore, clearing those levels consumes a large amount of consumables like recovery potions. Those are not insignificant costs. That's why almost no professional would dare to use cooldown stones so recklessly. Earlier, Ning Yuanxi and Ye Dapeng had used their family connections to collect 10 cooldown stones as a final push for the Great Martial Exam. Besides, cooldown stones are special items with very low market circulation. That's why Lin Hao hadn't considered using such items before. After these 8 rounds, the monetary profit wasn't even the main thing. The primary gain was the experience points. Lin Hao had gone from level 17 to level 19. One more level, and he would reach the critical threshold of level 20. Advancing so quickly was somewhat unexpected, even for Lin Hao. He had assumed that being in a team would significantly dilute the experience points. But in reality, it wasn't diluted much at all. The efficiency of having over 1,000 monsters explode with loot time after time was simply too high. Ning Yuanxi's level had gone from 12 to 17. That's a 5-level jump. This made her keep looking at Lin Hao with a complex expression. Her heart was filled with shock. So, this was how Lin Hao hunted monsters. Before this, she and Ye Dapeng had planned to secretly push their levels, and then surpass Lin Hao, to surprise him when they met again. She had imagined the look of shock and submission on his face when he saw her level. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. But after teaming up with him today, she finally understood. The satisfaction she had imagined was nothing but wishful thinking. Lin Hao was someone she could never hope to surpass. In the past, the present, or even the future. She surrendered. She truly, completely surrendered. For the first time in 3 years, since they started competing as classmates, she was truly and utterly beaten. Fortunately, it was just a rivalry between classmates, not a hostile relationship. And if you can't beat them, you might as well join them. Ye Dapeng had gone from level 10 to level 16. 6 levels up. He was going crazy. He had several impulses to just drop down and hug Lin Hao's thigh. His address had long since changed from Brother Hao to Boss. You know, before he awakened, he was one of the worst students in class. Fortunately, his family had some money. He was a spoiled rich kid, so his original plan was to just be a good-for-nothing, to live a life of leisure. But unexpectedly, when he awakened, he got a combat profession. His dad was so happy he went crazy. Not only did he throw a huge party, but he also immediately wired him over $5 million in pocket money. He even kitted him out with high-end gear. He had planned to level up to 11 or 12 before the big exam to get into a decent top-tier university. But teaming up with Lin Hao today completely shattered his worldview. His life's horizons had been broadened once again by Lin Hao. He was already level 16. With his current strength, he had a genuine shot at the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Who would have dared to imagine that before? Qingbei Martial Arts University. How unreachable that had once seemed. And now, it seemed almost within his grasp. It was unbelievable. He had pinched himself several times, fearing he was in a dream. As for the healer Lin Shi, she had gone from level 8 to level 15. A full 7 level increase. A white light kept flashing from her body. Every time it happened, she felt a wave of tremors throughout her body. She was a student from the 6th middle school. Because she knew Ning Yuanxi, she had joined her team as a healer. Her starting level was only 8. She had thought they were just spending extra money to slightly boost their leveling efficiency. She didn't expect that once she got here, things would change. And then, she gained such an unbelievable windfall. The way she looked at Lin Hao shifted from indifference, to surprise, to shock, and now to obsession. Lin Hao's calm, cold demeanor, which usually wasn't very likable, had become so charming in her eyes. So addictive! To the point where she was always finding ways to get closer to him. Feeling the masculine aura radiating from him, she felt as though her body was melting, her eyes flushed with excitement. If it weren't for Ning Yuanxi being there, she might not have been able to resist making a move and throwing herself at him. That is the charisma of the strong. Exaggerated, but it's the truth. As for the highest level support, Mu Shui, she was originally level 19, and now she was at 97% of level 20. After this round, she wouldn't be able to enter again. Previously, when she saw Xiao Yun bullying Lin Hao, she had shown her disapproval. But regarding Lin Hao, she only sympathized and defended him out of a sense of justice. But now, her perspective had completely changed. It wasn't just because she had gained enormous leveling benefits by following Lin Hao. Relatively speaking, she was more mature and viewed problems differently than younger girls like the healer. People like Lin Shi loved out of worship, but she could see the significance behind the power. In her view, someone like Lin Hao, monstrously strong, even if he had only just begun to rise, was destined to be a supreme powerhouse. If he could develop smoothly, he would certainly become a master of a region, a figure at the highest level of authority. So, she wanted to please him, to form a bond with him. She just didn't know how. She was truly troubled. It's just a pity that he's too strong and I'm too weak. I can't compete with Lin Shi in terms of figure, nor with Ning Yuanxi in terms of looks. If I can't follow him, then both myself and the Mu family will miss out on the immense leap forward in the future. Back to the part where the boss screams its lungs out. The first time they entered, the 4 people with Lin Hao were terrified to the point of losing all color in their faces and feeling their legs go weak, convinced they were about to die right there. By the second and third time, facing monsters rushing in like a tidal wave, they were still shocked and fearful. But now, facing a swarm of monsters charging like a tsunami, these young women were chatting and laughing casually. "Why does it feel like there are still too few monsters now?" Lin Shi said with a smile. "Same here. And I used to think they were ferocious, but now they look like cute little experienced delivery couriers," Ning Yuanxi added. "Haha, for some reason I want to go see that fat guy again." Yi Dapeng laughed. Hundreds of gold-eating bugs slaughtered thousands of monsters, leaving a river of blood. The corpses were piled up like a mountain. Lin Hao, however, remained expressionless, his eyes slightly vacant, lost in thought. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" Yi Dapeng asked curiously. Of course, Brother Hao is just numb to this kind of scene and finds nothing new about it. "Brother Hao, those monsters are really not worth looking at. You might as well look at Sister Lin. Maybe you'll find something fresh." Lin Shi cast a healing spell on Lin Hao, catching his attention, and she puffed out her proud, ample chest. She even cast a provocative glance at Ning Yuanxi's chest. Alright, Lin Shi, can you stop being such a fangirl?" Ning Yuanxi felt quite helpless seeing Lin Shi constantly flirting with Lin Hao, intentionally or not. In her heart, a vague sense of crisis had begun to stir. "Lin Hao, this guy, he likes the big ones." "Lin Hao, are you worried about not having enough cooling stones? After we finish these 2 runs and use up the 10 stones, you can go back and rest. I will discuss it with my family later and have them find a way to collect more cooling stones. We can all level up here for the next few days. Money is not a problem. The old man in my family has plenty. I'll ask him for some too." Yi Dapeng patted his chest. Lin Hao shook his head. "Did you notice the situation at the dungeon entrance when we went out earlier?" he suddenly asked. "The entrance? Nothing special there." Yi Dapeng was taken aback. Ning Yuanxi was also somewhat confused. "I remember now. Mu Shui said suddenly. Just now, at the dungeon entrance, Long Jiaxian, the prince of the Strongman Guild, was there with his team, and they seemed to be waiting for us. Their eyes looked a bit strange. Yes. Now that you mention it, I remember too, Lin Shi said. It's a pity that the dungeon cuts off communication, otherwise I could have asked Xiao Yun outside what was going on. I think I saw him too just now, Ning Yuanzi said. Lin Hao was very powerful now. He wasn't afraid of ordinary low-level professionals even if they had better equipment, but that did not mean he lacked sensitivity to his surroundings. On the contrary, he was extremely sharp. The first time he came here to enter the dungeon, he had run into that so-called Strongman Guild team attempting the Hell difficulty level, and they had looked quite arrogant and domineering. At that time, a swordsman tank had even bumped into him. He thought for a moment and seemed to understand. Mu Shui was right. Those people were indeed waiting for them at the entrance. What was their purpose? Obviously, they knew that his group had cleared the Hell difficulty level. They must have known that he obtained the Night Star Heart. This was something the Strongman Guild had sacrificed a lot to try and obtain for a long time. However, what was the point of waiting at the entrance? Trying to rob them by force? In the wilderness, wasn't there a team of professionals known as the Four Evils of Yang City? They had also wanted to snatch boss loot from him and Zhao Xiaoling. But what happened to them in the end? The four of them ended up in the bellies of the bugs. They were turned into insect waste and remained in that deserted valley forever. The battle in the valley. That was the first time Lin Hao had killed someone, and he had done so in a brutally efficient way to destroy all traces. That killing felt like a rebirth for Lin Hao. This world was not like the one at school. This is a cold world. It is not just monsters that kill people. People kill people too. If not for his own strength, the fate of him and Zhao Xiaoling that night would have been miserable. He had killed 5 people in a row. Lin Hao now carried a different kind of murderous aura. If that so-called Strongman Guild dared to make a move, he would show no mercy. On the day of his awakening, he had made a vow to find his sister, help her, and protect her. To do that, he had to become a strong man. The slightest bit of weakness would make that impossible. Lin Hao said to the 4 of them, "The Strongman Guild is indeed waiting for us, and they don't have good intentions. Be careful when we go out, but I doubt they will attack you immediately. They want something that I have." The group felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, the pack of wolves outside was really waiting for them. "Something you have?" Ning Yuanzi asked curiously. "I cleared this Hell difficulty dungeon by myself yesterday. It was the first clear, and it dropped the Night Star Heart. That is exactly what they want." A green stone, the size of a palm, suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's hand. It looked like a piece of imperial jade. It radiated a faint green light. "It's so beautiful!" Lin Shi exclaimed. "So it really is the Night Star Heart," Mu Shui said in shock. "It's been rumored that the first clear of the Lost Mine Hell difficulty drops this item. Long Jiaxian from the Strongmen Guild has been trying to clear it for a long time, but never succeeded." Ning Yuanzi asked, confused. "I remember that the Night Star Heart can be used with other materials to craft gear that reduces elemental damage. Is a piece of defensive gear really worth the Strongmen Guild going to such lengths? Who knows?" Mu Shui shrugged. Lin Hao said, "Perhaps the Night Star Heart can be used for more than just defensive gear, but regardless, you guys just be careful. Don't worry about me, just protect yourselves." "To hell with them. If they dare to touch us, we'll well wipe the floor with them," Yu Dapeng said loudly. "Enough? Don't look for trouble. I'll handle this, you guys don't get involved. But Dapeng, as a tank, make sure to protect the 3 of them." "Oh, alright," Lin Hao said. "However, our priority is still to keep farming this dungeon. We have 2 more cooling stones left. If we can, let's keep running the dungeon. We don't need to delay our progress because of them." "Lin Hao, you're right," Ning Yuanzi nodded. "The Strongman Guild wouldn't dare to act. If they do, the Ning family won't let it slide. No need to fear them." The Stone Palace. A thunderous boom shook the ground. The fat guy fell to the ground for the 9th time. Experience. Equipment. The usual offerings. "Let's go, we're heading out." At the entrance of the dungeon, a few flashes of white light streaked by. It was Lin Hao and his 4 companions, having cleared the level and reappearing at the dungeon entrance. Just as expected, the dungeon entrance wasn't packed as usual with professionals waiting to enter. Right now, the place was completely empty. No, there were 5 people standing there, and they had no intention of entering the dungeon at all, looking more like they were waiting for someone. As soon as Lin Hao and his team emerged, those 5 people locked their eyes onto them instantly. Furthermore, their formation was set. A sword-wielder tank in the front, damage dealers in the middle, and support at the back. A standard combat formation, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly, setting up such an elaborate trap. Is it to kill them, or just to intimidate and oppress? This style of doing things is exactly the same as the four evils of Yang City. Wanting something, yet not only lacking sincerity but trying to seize it by force. You have picked the wrong person to mess with. He sneered internally. Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. Seeing Lin Hao and his group, who they had waited over 10 minutes for, emerge from the dungeon, the sword wielder immediately stepped forward twice, skillfully blocking the entrance. At the same time, he said coldly, "Our young master has something to discuss with you, did you hear that? Don't even think about fleeing back into the dungeon. If you dare to move, you will be attacked." The Strongmen Guild, their very first sentence was incredibly arrogant, and it carried a blatant tone of bullying. As the sword wielder tank moved, Ye Daping also walked to the front of the team and stood his ground. He was level 16 now, having leveled up rapidly before this. However, his strength compared to the level 20 professionals of the Strongmen Guild still had a significant gap. Yet he didn't retreat in the slightest. Ning Yuanxi also gripped her staff in her hands. Lin Shi and Mu Shui beside her also prepared for battle. Lin Hao remained composed. There were 2 gold-eating bugs standing on his shoulders. He had put the rest away in his pet space while in the cave. Standing there, his expression was calm, seemingly blind to the threatening posture of the Strongmen Guild team. With his current strength, he could handle level 20 professionals as if he were just farming low-level mobs. He wouldn't even fear those at level 30 or 40. Just now, he had also witnessed the reaction of his teammates. Ning Yuanxi, Ye Daping, and even Lin Shi and Mu Shui, whom he hadn't known for long, didn't retreat to the sidelines to protect themselves as he had instructed. In the mine, he had made it very clear that they should stay out of it, and that he could handle the people outside. But at this moment, did they show any intention of staying out of it? Clearly, they were firmly standing with him. Even when facing a powerful team like the Strongmen Guild, even with the risk of being killed. Long Jiaxian, what do you want? Ning Yuanxi asked coldly. Long Jiaxian stood behind the sword wielder tank holding a golden staff in his hand. He scanned the group, his gaze eventually landing on Lin Hao. So this is the guy? He unscrupulously used a detection skill on Lin Hao and another on the gold-eating bug. Lin Hao, Insect Tamer, level 19. Gold-eating bug, Lin Hao's pet, level 19. Strength, 500. Agility, 250. Spirit, 250. Constitution, 500. A trash insect tamer class with 2 trash bugs? Xiao Yun was right. This guy is a pauper without a single decent piece of equipment. Someone like this can actually clear a hell-level dungeon? He must have found some bug in the dungeon terrain to exploit. Otherwise, even 10,000 people like him would be useless. They wouldn't even be enough for the monsters to snack on. However, what he didn't understand was that outsiders only detected the gold-eating bug's base attributes, whereas the 20-fold enhancement from Lin Hao's god-tier skill enhancement could not be detected. In reality, the gold-eating bug's strength wasn't 500 after the 20-fold boost, but 10,000. Long Jiaxian thought about how many times he had organized teams, paying so much. Up until now, he still hadn't succeeded, suffering heavy casualties and massive losses, paying a huge price. Yet a loser like this actually succeeded. He felt instantly insulted by the other party. He said coldly, Ning Yuanxi, I'm here today to talk to Lin Hao about getting something back. It has nothing to do with you guys. You can go home. Of course, if you still want to enter the dungeon, we won't stop you. But Lin Hao is not going anywhere. Ning Yuanxi has ties to the Ning family. He knew that very well. He didn't want to get into a conflict with her. Mu She suddenly spoke up. Nothing to do with us? Long Jiaxian, I really don't know what you're talking about. We are in the same team as Lin Hao? Do you think we would leave him behind and sell him out to you? Sister Mu is right, Lin Shi added. Long Jiaxian frowned. This scene was a bit unexpected for him. He had expected that, by putting on such a show, the others would understand this warning and feel the pressure. They wouldn't be stupid enough to sacrifice themselves and would naturally leave Lin Hao alone. Then, he would only have to deal with Lin Hao, a nobody with no background. If the guy was smart and handed over the Night Star Heart, maybe he could even be thrown a tip of 30 or 50,000. If he was ignorant, not only would he get nothing, but he might even disappear from Yang City. He knew the women beside Lin Hao. The Ning, Lin, and Mu families were not ordinary families in Yang City. It was best not to conflict with them. But now, the fact that they were firmly standing by Lin Hao's side was unexpected. Oh? What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Hao said calmly. You were the one who got the first clear of the Lost Mine Hell level? Yes. Sure enough, it was this kid. Then you got the Night Star Heart? That's right. Who said the Night Star Heart belonged to you? The sword wielder tank suddenly said loudly. Our Strongmen Guild has organized so many dungeon runs, paid so much, and we've mastered the techniques. We definitely would have cleared it today. Then go ahead and clear it. What does that have to do with me? Sword wielder. Are you not listening? I am saying that this Night Star Heart belongs to the Strongman Guild, not you, do you understand? Oh? It's yours? Then why is it with me right now? A jade green stone appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Then, with a flick of his hand, it disappeared again. Lin Hao suddenly revealed the Night Star Heart, and Long Jason and the others' eyes widened, their breathing becoming much heavier. My god, the Night Star Heart really is in this kid's hands. Not far away, a crowd of onlookers stood, one exclaiming, so that's what the Night Star Heart looks like, so beautiful. What's the point of it being pretty? In a moment, won't it just be obediently handed over to the Strongmen Guild? The Strongmen Guild lost so many people and so much equipment in the mine. If they don't get the Night Star Heart, they won't be satisfied. What a pity. It's so hard to get such a precious item, yet he has no strength to keep it. Further away. Ning Mofeng and Ning Moho remained firmly seated where they had been drinking tea. They didn't seem the least bit worried about Ning Yuanzi. In fact, Ning Moho had already planted quite a few people among the onlookers just moments ago. They would protect Ning Yuanzi at the critical moment? That kid is quite a handful, Ning Mofeng laughed. Haha, indeed. Flaunting the heart of the Night Star right in front of Long Jason and his crew? Isn't that like dangling raw meat before a pack of wolves? Ning Moho also chuckled. But he is also quite clever. Doing this in broad daylight, under the eyes of thousands, means if any conflict breaks out, there will be plenty of witnesses. That is far better than dealing with the Tough Guy Guild in some dark, isolated corner. Is this kid really that fearless? Is he truly not afraid of the Tough Guy Guild? Ning Moho couldn't figure out how he, alone, could handle the Tough Guy Guild. Ning Mofeng spoke softly. He is, after all, this year's Hidden Awakened, so he must have some strength. But what interests me most is something else about him. Did you see his teammates? What about his teammates? Even when faced with a powerful team like the Tough Guy Guild, they didn't leave him. They stood firmly by his side. What does that tell you? It shows his charisma is immense. In just the few hours they spent teaming up for the dungeon, he completely won them over? You're right. That is true leadership quality. Indeed, leadership quality. Though, seeing your precious Ning Yuanzi defending him like that, it seems she's not immune to it either. Haha, Ning Mofeng laughed. Immune or not, they have been classmates for years, and it is a world for the young. Why should old men like us interfere? Big brother, what do you mean by that? I don't mean anything at all. Lin Hao revealed the heart of the Night Star, then tucked it back into his storage space. Then, he looked at Long Jason and the others with a mocking smile. Having experienced so much over the last 10 days or so, he was no longer the naive boy from the classroom. After awakening, he first spent a day clearing the novice dungeon with his school, breaking the record. The next day, he struck out into the wilderness alone, cutting through everything in his path. He met Zhao Shaoling, teamed up to clear new territory, and even encountered the 4 evils of Yang City who sought to rob and kill him. Once he decided to act, he was decisive and ruthless, striking like thunder without a shred of pity. Killing them, and then destroying the remains so not even a trace was left behind. These 10 days of growth had forged a heart of a powerhouse within him. In his eyes, the so-called elite team of the Tough Guy Guild was nothing more than a bunch of clowns. If they crossed the line, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them in front of everyone. The performance of Ye Dapeng, Ning Yuanzi, and the others also gave him some satisfaction. He had emphasized that they didn't need to intervene and should stay clear for their own safety, if they had truly chosen to protect themselves under pressure. He might have helped them occasionally for the sake of being classmates, but they would never be true companions. But now that they had shown their mettle, if the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind giving them a boost. Even someone as lackluster as Ye Dapeng, if he wished, he could grant him the chance to aim for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Traditionally, entrants to Qingbei Martial Arts University were usually between level 16 and 20. Did this Long Jason, or whatever his name was, think he could just strike a pose and have his lackeys shout a few times to make him hand over the heart of the Night Star? What was he thinking? Ridiculous. He couldn't even fathom where they got their sense of superiority. This arrogant and domineering attitude was nothing more than that of a clown. Long Jatian stared at Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao reveal the heart of the Night Star and then tuck it away again, it felt like a blatant disregard for them. He was so angry his lungs felt like they were about to burst. He said coldly, Friend, the Heart of the Night Star is something my Tough Guy Guild is determined to have. Since you got to it first, we can buy it from you. Our Tough Guy Guild has plenty of money. Kid, there's nothing our Tough Guy Guild can't get. Our young master doesn't have much patience for pleasantries, so you'd better be smart about this, the swordsman beside him added in coordination. Lin Hao said indifferently, sorry, but I have no intention of selling the Heart of the Night Star right now. Long Jiaxian narrowed his eyes. You brat. Our young master is giving you a chance and you're refusing it? Do you want to die? The swordsman shouted in a rage. So, there's absolutely no room for negotiation? Long Jiaxian's eyes turned cold. No negotiation. Lin Hao shook his head. Oomph. Long Jiaxian scoffed. Receiving the signal, the swordsman bellowed. You, look for death. He immediately cast a glowing aura upon himself. Attack buff. An archer behind him extended his left hand, a powerful bow appearing, and then several sharp arrows materialized in his right hand, which he knocked onto the bowstring. A support specialist in their team also began casting spells to boost their output. The Tough Guy Guild team quickly performed a series of pre-battle operations. They entered combat state, ready to deliver a thunderous blow to their opponent at any moment. An icy aura of slaughter filled the air. A massive sense of pressure surged forward. Ye Daping was unfazed. He cast a defensive aura on himself and stood at the very front of the group. Lin Shi and Mu Xie gritted their teeth, holding their staves firmly, not retreating a single step. Ning Yanxi said coldly, Long Jiaxian, do you intend to kill and rob in front of everyone? Have you thought this through? Long Jiaxian's eyes were gloomy. He hadn't really thought much of a commoner profession holder like Lin Hao. His life or death was of no consequence, especially given the way Lin Hao stood before him, calm and composed, even daring to taunt him by revealing and then stowing away the Heart of the Night Star. This made him extremely annoyed. If it weren't for the thousands of people present, he would have launched an attack without hesitation. But now he found that he could not give the command to attack. The Tough Guy Guild, he, Long Jiaxian, usually acted with power and dominance. But committing murder and robbery in public was no small matter. In that moment, he suddenly felt incredibly uncomfortable. To strike or not to strike, that was the dilemma. It felt as if Lin Hao had him by the throat, leaving him gasping for air. Meanwhile, the thousands of onlookers saw the Tough Guy Guild transition into combat mode. They became instantly excited. Here we go. The show is starting. Fight, fight. Get to it. We get to see a kill today. The trip was well worth it. Several troublemakers among the onlookers shouted in excitement. However, many others were disgusted by the Tough Guy Guild's methods. Good grief, if they can't buy it, they try to kill for it. Still, the opposition has the backing of the Ning family. The Tough Guy Guild always bullies commoner classes. They've made it a habit. But when they hit a hard wall, don't they just stand there afraid to strike? Long Jiaxian must be feeling miserable right now. He thought a display of force would make the other party cave, but he didn't expect to run into someone as tough as Lin Hao. Haha, now he's stuck. Whether to attack or not, his face has turned green. Who knew Long Jiaxian would have a day like this? Indeed. Long Jiaxian's face was terrifyingly grim right now. Kid, our strongman guild is sincere about buying the Heart of the Night Star from you. It's useless to you, so just name your price. Since a fight wasn't a good option, Long Jiaxian tried to steer the topic back to a transaction. The 3 or 50,000 he had initially planned to use to dismiss Lin Hao were no longer words he could speak. Oh? This item has special significance for us, but it's of no use to you. How about this? I'll give you a flat price of 1 million. 1 million? Not for sale. Lin Hao shook his head again. Another half minute of silence. 10 million. Long Jiaxian's eyes were bloodshot. I'll give you 10 million. Hand over the Heart of the Night Star right now. Long Jiaxian truly wanted to obtain the Heart of the Night Star. He wasn't just feeling bitter now. He was almost on the verge of tears. But Lin Hao shook his head and suddenly said, 10 million? That's too little. I'll sell it to you for 100 billion. If you don't have that, then forget it. Peefed. Several people nearby burst into laughter. By now, everyone knew that this Lin Hao had never taken Long Jiaxian or the Strongman Guild seriously from the very beginning. He never intended to sell it to Long Jiaxian at all. He had no intention of giving Long Jiaxian any way to save face. In fact, there was a subtle hint of pushing Long Jiaxian into a corner. For some reason, the crowd of onlookers felt an intense, inexplicable rush of satisfaction, an adrenaline-pumping thrill. It wasn't hard to understand, as the Strongman Guild had always been arrogant and domineering in Yang City, high and mighty, like local overlords. Many people present had suffered at their hands and had been bullied to varying degrees. Now, they were being aggressively confronted by Lin Hao. Some couldn't help but give Lin Hao a thumbs up, saying, "Well done, you." A wave of fury was about to explode from Long Jiatian's chest. "What? Am I not allowed to refuse to sell my own items to you?" Lin Hao took a step forward. "Huh? Didn't you try to use intimidation to get the Heart of the Night Star at first? Since intimidation didn't work, you wanted to rob me? And since you didn't dare to rob me, you had to come back and try to buy it? Now that you can't buy it, what do you want? Tell me, don't you get tired of acting like this?" Lin Hao spoke as he stepped closer, and after a few sentences, he stood right in front of Long Jiatian with a cold expression. Long Jiatian's eyes were bloodshot and red. His whole body was trembling with rage at Lin Hao. He no longer cared about any consequences. He was just about to order an attack. Long Jiatian. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd to clear a path. A man in his 40s accompanied by 3 others walked into the standoff circle between Long Jiatian and Lin Hao. "Fifth uncle, you've come just in time." Long Jiatian's face lit up when he saw them. Fifth master. Fifth master, Long Jiatian's teammates greeted the newcomer respectfully. The newcomer was a core member of the Strongman Guild's high command, but the man had a gloomy face. He scanned his surroundings, walked up to Long Jiatian, and whispered something into his ear. Long Jiatian was stunned for a moment but said, "I'll get the Heart of the Night Star first." Fifth uncle replied coldly, "I advise you to follow your father's orders immediately." Long Jiatian stared intensely at Lin Hao. He still seemed unwilling to let it go. "Your father also said one more thing. If you dare to start a fight here today, you will no longer be part of the Long family," Fifth uncle added. Long Jiatian's face turned pale, then livid in an instant. "Let's head back, Shane. Let's go." Half a minute later, Long Jiatian waved at his 4 teammates. Then, he turned around and began to walk away, bearing the weight of thousands of eyes on him. He felt like his face had been slapped repeatedly today. The man called Fifth Uncle looked deeply at Lin Hao. Good. Truly a hero among youth." Then, he led his group to follow Long Jiatian as they left. The scene remained deathly silent among the thousands of people. Is it over? Wasn't it just a collision of forces? The powerful strongman guild of Yang City chose to back down? This really shattered the perceptions of the civilian adventurers nearby. They had always believed that, regardless of the process, in the end, Lin Hao would still have to hand over the Heart of the Night Star. The best outcome would be to trade it for a bit more compensation. Lin Hao was indeed famous for clearing the hell difficulty level, but they had also inspected Lin Hao and his pet insect. They really hadn't seen anything special about Lin Hao. In fact, many of the spectators present were stronger than him. Their thoughts were the same as Long Jiatian's. Lin Hao must have found some terrain glitch in the level and was just a lucky kid. However, Lin Hao had stood his ground against Long Jiatian and the others. They truly admired Lin Hao's courage. If it were them, they would have caved in and compromised long ago. But Lin Hao held firm. And he actually won. Lin Hao actually drove away Long Jiatian, the crown prince of the Strongmen Guild. He won. I always thought that as far as the Strongmen Guild is concerned, we are just weaklings to be slaughtered. It turns out we were just missing the kind of courage Lin Hao has. Today, Lin Hao demonstrated a model for bravery. Even if your strength is lacking, as long as you have the heart of the strong, you can defeat the powerful. The previously dull and listless eyes of many civilian adventurers seemed to clear up significantly. They had always been at the bottom of the social ladder, living under the pressure of countless powerful monsters huddled away. The oppression from those in power had bred a cowardly and timid personality in many, seeking only to survive. But today they witnessed Lin Hao's courage and the heart of a truly strong person. How shocking, truly shocking. Suddenly, many people felt a sense of enlightenment. Many bowed respectfully to Lin Hao before leaving. Lin Hao wasn't just posturing. He had a purpose in repeatedly pushing the Strongmen Guild. It looked reckless, but it was actually a carefully controlled situation. The initiative had remained in his hands the whole time. Lin Hao wasn't arrogant enough to look down on the Strongman Guild. It was precisely because he knew how strong they were that he had to back them into a corner. He didn't want to sell the Heart of the Night Star, but he also didn't want the Strongmen Guild to secretly target him later on. He put the Heart of the Night Star on display, exposing Long Jiatian's desire for all to see. That was to ensure the Strongman Guild wouldn't dare make any underhanded moves. In fact, if anything happened to Lin Hao later, the Strongman Guild would inevitably be implicated, because thousands of people had seen it. The Strongman Guild had clearly shown murderous intent for the Heart of the Night Star. By doing this, Lin Hao actually made himself safer. Xiao Yunyan was hiding in the crowd, bowing his head and quietly following those leaving, afraid that someone might discover him. During the standoff just now, he saw that Mu Xie, who had been level 19 just like him, had actually reached level 21. He realized then that Lin Hao and his team had indeed been repeatedly grinding the hell difficulty level, and the rewards were bountiful. They had leveled up twice in just 2 hours, while he would need months of grinding to reach Mu Xie's level 21. He had missed out on such a massive fortune. The tense standoff came to an end just like that. "Boss, what do we do now?" Ye Dapeng asked. "I think we should head back to the city immediately and make some preparations and arrangements." In his view, they were not out of danger yet. The Strongman Guild didn't get the heart of the Night Star. Even though we forced them to retreat just now, they won't let it go. It certainly felt good. However, being targeted by the Strongman Guild is a serious matter. If there hadn't been so many people present today, those guys would have definitely attacked. People would have died. So, there is no guarantee that they won't be ruthless tomorrow or the day after when they catch us in a secluded area. Ning Yanxi also spoke up. "Lin Hao, honestly, I still think you should sell the Heart of the Night Star to the Strongman Guild. The item is definitely precious, but right now, time is what matters most to you. With enough time, you can grow stronger. When that happens, what won't you be able to get?" As she said this, a look of worry suddenly appeared on Ning Yanxi's face. "Lin Hao, don't go back to the place where you live alone before the big exam. You need a safe place. You could consider coming to..." Yes, Lin Hao, come to my place. Staying with me will be safer," Lin Shi suddenly interrupted, looking excited, her body trembling slightly. "Lin Shi, go die somewhere else." Ning Yanxi glanced at Lin Shi and said, "You can come," cough, "you can come to my place." Having been interrupted by Lin Shi, Ning Yanxi felt that her invitation to Lin Hao, although meant for his safety, had started to sound wrong. Lin Hao shook his head. "You don't need to worry. Since the Strongman Guild has left, they won't make a move anytime soon. Don't we still have 2 cooling stones? Let's finish the run. Our goal is the big exam in a few days. Don't let other things affect us. We must have strategic focus." Still doing the dungeon? Ye Dapeng was stunned. He never expected Lin Hao to be so indifferent about what just happened, and so calm. It seemed like he really didn't care about the Strongman Guild at all. "Alright, boss. It's all up to you. We'll just follow your lead." Lin Hao nodded and said to Ning Yanxi, finishing these 2 runs will only take about half an hour. When you go back later, have your family collect another batch of cooling stones. It doesn't need to be too many, about 10 should be enough. I estimate that after clearing 10, I'll be past level 20. As for the costs, we'll deduct them from the sales of the equipment later. Daping, I'll hand over all the gear and items we just got to you. You'll be in charge of selling them. Seeing how well-planned and logical Lin Hao's arrangements were, the others were very clear on his thinking. They were all deeply impressed. They all nodded in agreement. Only Mu Xue gave a bitter smile. "Poor me, I'm already level 21. I can't enter the Lost Mine with you anymore, abandoned by you all just like that." Downtown Yangcheng. A 64-story skyscraper. Standing on the top floor, you could overlook the entire city of Yangcheng and clearly see the tall, guarded city walls. This was the office of President Long from the Strongman Guild. The Strongman Guild was the largest guild in Yangcheng, monopolizing a vast amount of resources and businesses in these chaotic times. Especially in the last few years, their business had expanded rapidly, and their power was now subtly equal to that of the local city guard. With a crisp sound, a heavy slap landed on Long Jietian's face. Long Jietian tumbled 4 or 5 meters backward, and when he stood up, blood was already spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Father, I don't know what I did wrong." Long Jietian had been brought back here by Uncle Wu and was immediately met with a heavy slap. Holding his face, he stood up, looking utterly unconvinced. He had already been filled with frustration by Lin Hao in front of the Lost Mine dungeon. Standing before him was a burly, middle-aged man with a gloomy gaze and bulging muscles, a true power-type fighter, whose features looked somewhat similar to Long Jietian's. It was Long Jietian's father, Long Tun. Long Tun snorted coldly. "You don't know what you did wrong? Imph. If I hadn't called you back in time, you might be a dead man by now. And on top of that, you would have brought disaster to the Strongman Guild." "Father, I don't understand what you mean. Isn't just wanting to kill Lin Hao to get the Heart of the Night Star a small matter? Why is it so serious?" Long Tun said coldly. "Our Strongman Guild rose up during these chaotic times and has always used tough tactics, but that doesn't mean we are reckless. Killing someone and robbing them in front of 1,000 people? What were you thinking? Are you trying to challenge Yangcheng? Are you trying to challenge the Daxia? People need to know not just how to use power, but more importantly, how to use their brains. He saw that Long Jatian still looked clueless. Oh, Jatian. Long Tun stared at Long Jatian for a moment, then sighed and said, "Do you know who Lin Hao is?" Lin Hao? Isn't he just a poor guy with no connections and no background? When mentioning Lin Hao, Long Jatian's eyes were filled with hatred. A poor guy with no connections and no background? Jatian, it seems that the slap just now didn't wake you up. He turned to Uncle Wu and said, "Long Wu, you tell him." "Yes, big brother." Long Wu was the fifth in the Long family. His name was Long Wu, and in the underworld, everyone called him Uncle Wu. According to the information gathered so far, he is the son of Lin Yuanshan. Ever since Lin Yuanshan was trapped in the abyss, his family has lived in extreme poverty. Lin Yuanshan also had a daughter who entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago, but for some reason, she hasn't returned in a year and a half, and no one has been able to contact her. Zhao Kaijun and Lin Yuanshan were once as close as brothers. A few days ago in the beginner dungeon, he met Lin Hao and gave him a general's token. With this token, it's no exaggeration to say Lin Hao is half a member of the military. Long Jatian listened, completely baffled. That idiot who was holding a plain white tier steel blade had such a huge background? Suddenly, he felt a chill go through his entire body. As for Lin Hao's strength, it's very peculiar. He was a hidden awakening from the 8th middle school this year, a new class called Insect Tamer. On the day of his awakening, Master Zhao classified him as a trash awakening. But from his performance in the beginner dungeon and in the wilderness, this person is not to be underestimated. Although his level isn't high right now, his strength is truly astonishing. The 4 villains of Yangcheng who disappeared these past few days were reportedly last seen in contact with Lin Hao. It is highly likely they were killed by him. It can be inferred that if you and your team had attacked earlier, there was a 90% chance you would have all been killed by him. And with 1,000 people as witnesses, you would have been the ones who attacked and tried to rob him first, leaving you with no way to defend yourselves. This kid has a decisive character, extremely careful, and he's someone who plans before he acts. Long Jatian had absolutely no knowledge of any of this information. If it hadn't come from the mouth of his 5th uncle himself, he would have taken it as a joke. If you were killed and the Strongman Guild squad was wiped out, whether to avenge you or to maintain the authority of the guild, we would have had no choice but to intervene. Then, the entire Strongman Guild would have been completely dragged into it. And if we killed Lin Hao, Zhao Kaijun would certainly take action, whether representing the military or acting on his own. From the gathered information, it seems some people predicted this outcome and the situation that would follow. Over the past hour, a large number of forces and powers have been gathering silently. They were just waiting for the Strongmen Guild to be at a disadvantage, so they could descend like a pack of wolves, baring their fangs to tear us apart and pick us clean. After all, in the last few years, our guild has risen to power so aggressively that we've infringed on many people's interests. We've even swallowed up other groups, and we've made far too many enemies. Long Tun looked calm and said lightly, "Did you hear that clearly?" Long Jatian was now trembling from head to toe. The Strongmen Guild building. After listening to Uncle Wu's detailed account, Long Jatian finally saw the light. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed respectfully to Long Tun, and said, "Father, I know I was wrong. I truly underestimated Lin Hao before and fell into his trap. I have noted this humiliation he dealt me." Long Tun nodded. He suddenly sneered. Lin Hao, a newly awakened kid, daring to play schemes in front of the Strongmen Guild? Does he think the Strongmen Guild is made of clay? Jatian, even now, do you still want to kill Lin Hao? "Yes, father," Long Jatian said calmly. "Good, you are worthy of being my son, Long Tun." Long Tun said coldly, "You must rise from where you fell. I will give you a chance. I will not give you anyone from the Strongmen Guild, but I can give you 50 million. How you seek revenge is up to you. A blade can kill, and money can kill too. Also, if you die at Lin Hao's hands, I will not avenge you. If you die, that is your end. Are you willing?" "I am willing, father." A ruthless look flashed in Long Jatian's eyes. 40 minutes later, after Lin Hao and Yue Dapeng finished 2 dungeon runs, he had leveled up to 19 and 50% experience. At the dungeon entrance, "Lin Hao, won't you really come to my house? My Ning family has plenty of manpower and is relatively safer. The Strongman Guild would have to think twice before trying to hurt you there." "No, thanks." Lin Hao shook his head. Ning Yuanxi understood Lin Hao quite well. His choice didn't surprise her. She smiled bitterly to herself. This stiff guy is so indifferent no matter when. Then, Brother Hao, how about you come to my place? It's quiet, and if anything happens, I can heal you at any time. Also, did you know? As a medical immortal, I have a special skill. I can help people clear their meridians and relax their muscles. It feels better than those professional masseurs outside. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a god-tier skill. You've been fighting monsters all day, you must be tired, right? She puffed out her chest, swaying slightly. I will book a session with you when I have the chance. I'll come to experience your skills again. Lin Hao politely declined again. Lin Shi's expression turned quite disappointed, and she looked so aggrieved that tears seemed to well up in her eyes. However, Lin Hao pretended not to notice. Yanxi, someone called. Father? Third uncle? You haven't left yet? Ning Yanxi saw the two men putting down their teacups and walking over. Uncle Ning. Lin Shi and the others greeted them. It seemed the three of them were acquainted with Ning Mofeng. Hey, we had nothing to do, so we were just having some tea here with your third uncle. Ning Mofeng said nonchalantly, finished with the dungeon? Let's go home then. Yeah. Ning Yuanxi nodded, glanced at Lin Hao, and introduced them. Lin Hao, this is my father, and this is my third uncle. Lin Hao greeted them softly. President Ning, third master. Ning Mofeng chuckled. Little Hao, since you are Ning Yuanxi's classmate, just call me Uncle Ning. Calling me president sounds too distant. He suddenly smiled slightly and added, by the way, we just received news from the Strongman Guild that the Night Star Heart is actually a piece of equipment that can grant +1 to all skills. And we have also obtained the production blueprint. If you are interested, come visit us when you have time. Bring Yuanxi along, and we can study it for a few days and nights. Equipment with +1 to all skills? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This is simply god-tier equipment. No wonder the Strongman Guild has always wanted to obtain this Night Star Heart. He was deeply moved. However, it is likely that the production craftsmanship and other materials are not simple at all. And right now, his goal is to level up and prepare for the grand exam. Besides, why would they share such a precious production blueprint with him? He replied calmly, Thank you, Uncle Ning, but I will pay a visit another day. Lin Hao thought about it and declined again. Old fox. Lin Shi thought to herself, using a blueprint to almost lure Brother Hao to Ning Yuanxi's house. It's good that Brother Hao was able to resist the temptation. Alright then, we'll wait for you. We'll head back first. Ning Mofeng said with a hint of admiration in his eyes and a light smile. The five of them parted ways. Lin Hao returned to his front door. A Hummer was parked outside his house. The words City Guard were painted on the vehicle. The person who came was Zhao Kaijun. He jumped down from the vehicle and smiled at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you have been quite the headline lately. I even have 3 reports about you on my desk. General Zhao. Lin Hao greeted him. General Zhao? Hey, your principal Mo Ren told me that day that I was not only a classmate of your father but also shared hardships with him. It seems you are unwilling to call me Uncle Zhao. You don't have deep feelings for your father, it seems. Zhao Kaijun stared at Lin Hao with burning eyes. Lin Hao remained silent. Fine. Then today I won't talk about your father. Let's talk about your sister, Lin Dong, shall we? My sister? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He really was worthy of being a city general. Zhao Kaijun was surprisingly approachable when they first met, aside from the heavy murderous aura he carried, and he even gave Lin Hao a jade token. He called it a small trinket from a senior to a junior, useful in certain situations. He said it so casually. However, Lin Hao knew this object was far from simple. The day he left the city, he showed it briefly, and the city guards immediately treated him with great respect. Now, encountering him again, he found that his senior Zhao truly had sharp eyes and was a master at gauging people's hearts. From just a form of address, he deduced the state of his father-son relationship, and he even went straight to the point, using his sister as leverage. This man is truly not to be underestimated. Uncle Zhao, please come in. Lin Hao poured Zhao Kaijun a glass of water and sat down, remaining silent, looking as if he was waiting for Zhao Kaijun to reveal the purpose of his visit. You kid? Zhao Kaijun gave a wry smile. I mentioned your sister, whom you care about so much, and all you did was flicker your eyes and that's it? How old are you to be so deep and reserved? Since Uncle Zhao is here, you will tell me everything clearly in time. Lin Hao said faintly. Fine, since you are a smart person, I will talk to you the way one talks to a smart person. Lin Hao nodded. Having lived 2 lives, his total age was not much less than Zhao Kaijun's. First, your handling of the Strongman Guild in the Lost Dungeon today was indeed exquisite and impressive. Zhao Kaijun couldn't help but show appreciation on his face. But if you think the Strongman Guild is so easy to dismiss, then you are wrong. The Strongman Guild is a wolf that eats people, not a panda that eats bamboo. Therefore, they will not let you go. Of course, they certainly wouldn't dare to harm you in public view. Lin Hao said softly, "After the grand exam, I'm going to the capital. I don't want to waste energy on them." You want to get into the Capital Northern Martial Arts University so you can find Lin Dong, right? Lin Hao nodded. But do you understand the situation at Qingbei Martial Arts University? Do you know what kind of academy your sister got into? Lin Hao shook his head. He truly knew nothing about it. He had always assumed that once he entered the university, he would naturally learn everything. Qingbei Martial Arts University is the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia. It brings together the brightest minds in the country. It is fair to say that every student there is a national-level genius. Qingbei Martial Arts University is divided into 99 academies, some of which are not even in the capital. Among so many, do you know which one is the strongest? It is the Azure Dragon Academy, which has military affiliations. The academy your sister entered is the Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Academy? It was the first time Lin Hao had heard that name. What else was special about the Azure Dragon Academy? This academy is not something you can just get into with good exam scores, without a military letter of recommendation. Even if you are the top-ranked student in the nation, you cannot enter. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Then, where did his sister get a military letter of recommendation? To think that his sister had kept so many things from him. If it is said that those who enter Qingbei Martial Arts University are national geniuses, then those who enter the Azure Dragon Academy are geniuses among geniuses. But the Azure Dragon Academy also has another nickname, the Academy of Death. Academy of Death? Lin Hao felt a shiver in his heart. Could it be that his sister has already... Zhao Kaijun smiled slightly and said, "I told you all this, just to let you know that even if you could easily get into Qingbei Martial Arts University with your current strength, it is not enough to get into the Azure Dragon Academy." Lin Hao tilted his head to think for a moment and said slowly, "So, is there an opportunity now? But what do you need me to pay?" Zhao Kaijun shook his head and teased, "Are you really 18? At such a young age, you are already so calculating. Don't you find it exhausting?" "Alright, I will be direct. The reason the Azure Dragon Academy is called the Academy of Death is that it is essentially a military training ground. Their training methods never account for death, because the goal of their training is to face the most terrifying Abyss realm. For the Abyss Army, death is simply returning to the source. Therefore, those who enter this academy either die or become the strongest." Academy of Death? The Abyss? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the Abyss is the most threatening plane invading the human world. As for the wilderness monsters or dungeons you usually see, they are actually just small fry. Hundreds of years ago, countless channels appeared in this world. That was the demons from the Abyss world trying to forge a path into the human realm. Many of the dungeons you see now were actually cleared by human powerhouses, or the paths connecting them to the Abyss were blocked for various reasons. They became independent dungeons, and under certain rules, the monsters, and even bosses, in these disconnected dungeons regenerate in a cycle. Over the years, humans have researched these rules to the point where we can even create some simple dungeons to train newcomers, letting them fight to raise their levels and increase their strength. A scroll revealing the truth of the world's origin slowly unfurled before Lin Hao. These things must be top secret, right? Lin Hao had never seen any of this in books. Zhao Kaijun said calmly, "We have discovered a new channel connecting to the Abyss world in Yangcheng. For now, we have only set up arrays at the exit to contain it, but the channel is still expanding and its difficulty level is rising. In time, once this channel opens wide enough for higher-level Abyss monsters to pass through, all of Yangcheng could be wiped out overnight, and it could even become a catastrophe for the entire Great Xia. We are preparing to launch an expedition, go deep inside, and disrupt the channel to turn it into an ordinary dungeon. I hope you will be one of the participants." Zhao Kaijun's expression turned stern as he stared intently at Lin Hao. Zhao Kaijun's words were resonant, full of the heroic spirit of someone who treats life and death as nothing. He had elevated the issue to the safety of Yangcheng and the entire Great Xia. Any typical hot-blooded youth would be burning with excitement at this moment. However, Lin Hao replied coolly, "I am just a high school senior who has just awakened. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Besides, the entrance exams are in a few days. I cannot afford to be distracted, and I need time to prepare." Meanwhile, at the Ning family, Ning Mofeng held a flash bulletin and said quietly, "The channel in the Darklands is becoming difficult for the city guards to control. they are under immense pressure. If my guess is right, within the next day or two, they will organize forces to go deep inside. Ning Moho, standing to the side, looked serious. This kind of newly formed channel is different from the dungeons that ordinary citizens can enter. It is a primal land. Ning Mofang showed excitement. Experience tells us that the various ores, plants, and even items and equipment in primal lands all have development value. They often represent a massive fortune, perhaps worth billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Ning Mofang nodded. Yes, the city guards cannot eat this all by themselves. That is why all the factions in Yangcheng reached an agreement with them to develop it together, sharing both the risks and the profits. Big brother, what level has the channel in the Darklands reached now? It has already reached sea level? That means level 30 professionals can enter? Correct. Our Ning family has been allocated 10 spots to enter, and I want Yanxi to go in as well. What? Ning Moho was shocked. You cannot, big brother. Yuanxi's level is too low and she lacks experience. Exploration of primal channels has a 99% mortality rate, and that is even assuming the expedition succeeds. Ning Mofang sighed. I know this, but a chaotic era is coming. There is no time to cultivate her slowly. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out among the Strongman Guild, the Lin family, the Mu family, and various other forces. Zhao Kaijun stared at Lin Hao. You brat, don't give me that attitude. You just want to know what benefits you can get if you participate, right? Lin Hao remained silent. But he essentially took it as an agreement. The world was too big, and he was only a 19-year-old lad with insufficient strength. It was not his place to worry about the country and the people yet. What he needed now was to solve his own survival and grow stronger. Zhao Kaijun said, Kid, would I try to scam you? The benefits are greater than you can imagine. First, if you participate and succeed, you get a share of the harvest. That could be millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Second, after this is over, I can represent the military and give you a letter of recommendation. That way, once you pass the exams for Qingbei Martial Arts University, getting into the Azure Dragon Academy will be no problem at all. Third, there is an unspoken rule in the exploration of primal lands. Explorers can take whatever they want. However, things like ores buried hundreds or thousands of meters underground are hard to take even if you want to. Fourth, for this expedition into the Dark Lands, the military has given instructions. If it succeeds, those with huge contributions will receive many rewards. These rewards will be of great use to you once you reach the Azure Dragon Academy. Saying this, Zhao Kaijun took a cautious look at Lin Hao. I will participate, Lin Hao said straightforwardly. Zhao Kaijun was dumbfounded. The next day, a city guard named Zhao Hu came to pick up Lin Hao. This was the third time Zhao Hu had seen Lin Hao. The first time Lin Hao left the city to head into the wilderness, the guards wouldn't let him pass until Lin Hao showed them Zhao Kaijun's token. Back then, he had been both respectful and deeply curious about Lin Hao. What kind of person could possibly possess a general's command token? The second time was when Lin Hao returned from the wilderness. When Chen Ziking realized Lin Hao hadn't returned overnight and the patrols hadn't spotted him, she assumed he had met with an accident and was just ordering Zhao Hu to lead a troop into the wilderness to search for him. Later, Lin Hao walked out slowly as the sun began to rise. He looked incredibly cool and composed, and afterward, he managed to infuriate Chen Ziking. Seeing Lin Hao, he stood at attention, gave a military salute, and explained that he was sent by General Zhao to escort him to the Land of Darkness. Lin Hao nodded. The two headed toward the southwest of the wilderness, and an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a canyon. From afar, Lin Hao saw thousands of soldiers stationed around the canyon entrance, having built numerous defensive structures. This area, with its green hills and clear waters, was naturally quite beautiful, but the atmosphere now was tense. The soldiers were all heavily armed, their expressions grim. In the center, guarded by the soldiers, was a massive, grayish entrance. Around the edges of the entrance, a lightning-like light crackled and shimmered. This lightning seemed to be devouring the surrounding barrier. As time passed, the entrance would only grow larger. Lin Hao, this is just the outer perimeter. The actual gateway is inside. Let's go in. The two stepped through the grayish entrance. The light in the world seemed to dim instantly. Lin Hao found himself in a space that resembled a desolate wasteland. At one end of this space, a gigantic black hole hung in mid-air. At the entrance of the black hole, several formation mages were reinforcing the existing containment arrays. But the formations appeared precarious, as if they could collapse at any moment. Many soldiers stood guard all around. This black hole is the entrance to the Land of Darkness. It's at sea level expansion now, and it will reach D level soon. Let's wait a moment. General Zhao and the others will be here shortly. Lin Hao nodded. Almost reaching D level expansion? No wonder Zhao Kaijun was so nervous and immediately organized a team to enter the portal. The Abyss portals are categorized by levels: A, B, C, D, E, and so on. The level corresponds to the level limit of those who can enter. At sea level, it means Abyss monsters under level 30 can invade the human world. Humans under level 30 can also enter the portal. But once it reaches D level, the limit increases to level 40 for entities invading the plane. D level and sea level are in completely different leagues. If an uncountable number of level 40 Abyss demons suddenly flooded through the portal, no one in all of Yang City would be able to stop them. Now, at sea level, the formation can barely hold them back. It has already reached its limit. It could collapse at any second. Lin Hao had learned about this in books, but this was the first time he was witnessing it in person. Lin Hao? An elderly man in green robes standing in front of the formation turned around and was slightly stunned to see Lin Hao. Master Zhao. The old man was none other than Master Zhao, who had presided over the awakening ceremony. Master Zhao walked over in a few steps and asked with confusion, "Lin Hao, didn't you just awaken? Why are you here?" "It's extremely dangerous here, don't you know that?" Master Zhao's expression turned stern. He turned to Zhao Hu, displeased. "What is the city guard doing? How could you bring a newcomer to a place like this? Even for training, this is no place for them. Don't you know that the entrance formation won't last long and could collapse at any moment?" Zhao Hu was stunned by the rebuke and quickly explained, Lin Hao is here to participate in this expedition mission." "What? Participate in the expedition mission? Have you all gone crazy? Since when has the city guard become so reckless? I will have a word with General Zhao about this." Lin Hao spoke up from the side. "Master Zhao, I was invited by General Zhao himself to join this mission." "Zhao Kaijun asked you to come?" Master Zhao was stunned. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly cast a probing skill on Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, Bug Tamer, level 19. "What? Lin Hao, you've reached level 19? Master Zhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. Master Zhao had presided over the 8th middle school's awakening ceremony just a few days ago. He had witnessed Lin Hao's unique awakening process, and he knew a lot about the Bug Tamer class. At the time, he felt great pity that Lin Hao's new class had such a disastrous start. It couldn't establish combat power early on or level up quickly. Usually, new classes are very powerful. Only a rare few are considered failures. And unfortunately, this student, Lin Hao, was one of those few. At that time, he had even encouraged Lin Hao to be brave in the face of setbacks. However, back then, facing a disastrous start, Lin Hao had instead comforted the distraught Principal Mo Ren, and he had truly admired Lin Hao's calm and composed mindset. Now, how much time has passed? And he's already at level 19. Many people don't even reach this level after a whole year of awakening. In his memory, within just these few days, no one had ever leveled up so fast. It must be Mo Ren, who paid a huge price to help him, Master Zhao thought. To reach level 19 in such a short time, the cost must have been enormous. Old Mo, true to his reputation as a principal who loves his students like his own children. Lin Hao, you are being reckless. Since you've reached level 19, besides thanking Principal Mo, you should learn to cherish it. Go back, I'll clear things up with General Zhao in a moment. Lin Hao was a bit confused. He had just arrived. Why was Master Zhao trying to drive him away and prevent him from joining the mission? Just then, over 100 people suddenly flooded into the space. The whole space seemed to become crowded instantly. Walking at the front was Zhao Kaijun. Beside him was a tall man in his 60s, his face lined with age, but his eyes were sharp like lightning, and his presence was intimidating. Behind them, about half were wearing military uniforms, clearly soldiers. And among the others, Lin Hao instantly spotted a few familiar faces. "Lin Hao, so you're really here." A large man rushed out from the crowd and came to Lin Hao. It was Ye Dapeng. Behind Ye Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others were all present. "Why are you all here?" Ning Yuanxi leaned close to Lin Hao's ear and whispered, "The mission to the Land of Darkness carries high risks, but the potential rewards are also great, so besides the military, other major factions in Yang City are participating too. It's about sharing the cake since there are benefits involved." The Ning family sent quite a few people this time. Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui are representing their own factions. I originally asked my family for you to represent the Ning family, but my uncle said you were already representing the military. Sure enough, I found you here. But be careful, Lin Hao, Long Jietian is here too, and his stronger guild has many representatives here. Lin Hao looked up. And sure enough, not far away, Long Jietian, surrounded by 5 or 6 people, was staring intently at him. Seeing Lin Hao look over, he suddenly drew his right hand across his throat in a slitting gesture. Lin Hao curved his lips into a cold smirk. You've already escaped death once, and now you're rushing to throw your life away? The 5 or 6 people around Long Jietian were all either level 29 or had reached the entry cap of level 30. They kept their heads slightly lowered, avoiding attention as if they were just ordinary participants, but their eyes flicked toward Lin Hao every now and then. Want to make a move on me in this chaotic place? Then prepare yourselves to be crushed like insects. Not far from Long Jietian stood a powerful figure that Lin Hao recognized, the same person who had stopped Long Jietian at the entrance of the dungeon that day and taken him away. Long Wu. He gave Lin Hao a casual glance before looking away. Lin Hao swept his gaze around and realized that every clan or guild seemed to have an elder leading their group. The leader of the Ning family group was Ning Moho. This time, Ning Yuanxi's father, Ning Mofang, did not come. Ning Moho was also acquainted with Lin Hao. He walked over with a smile when he saw Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I wanted to invite you to represent the Ning family, but I didn't expect General Zhao to get to you first. Lin Hao was silent for a moment before saying softly, Uncle Ning, you should know that this mission in the Land of Darkness isn't simple, and the risks are immense. Why did you let Ning Yuanxi participate? It really isn't appropriate. Ning Moho gave a bitter laugh. I didn't agree either, but it's the clan leader's decision. They want her to gain more experience and grow faster. Lin Hao said nothing. He only dared to agree to come here because he possessed super-level abilities. Why is the Ning family so eager to force her growth? Then again, the Ning family likely has some hidden measures in place to protect her. I imagine the situations for Yadapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Xue, and the others are similar. And as for me, my protection is my own strength. At that moment, several middle-aged men acting as the elders of the Yang City factions walked over. One middle-aged man with a heavy build, seeing Lin Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. He strode forward, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and shouted, You must be Lin Hao? Lin Hao noticed the thick gold chain around his neck and his nouveau riche appearance, and seeing the resemblance to Yodapeng, he immediately realized this must be Yodapeng's father. Yeah, he nodded lightly. Excellent, excellent. You truly have an extraordinary bearing, handsome and dashing. It must have been a blessing from a past life for my boy Dapeng to share a desk with you for 3 years. What kind of tone is this? Are the nouveau riche so cultured these days? Lin Hao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Uncle Ye, you're too kind, he said helplessly. Lin Hao, let me tell you, I've always told Dapeng to invite you over for a meal, but the kid never followed through. I'm gonna have to punish him later. Uncle Ye seemed to have immense enthusiasm for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, once this is over, you must come over. It's a deal, okay? I'll have Dapeng's cousins there too, so you young people can get to know each other, heh heh. As he spoke, he even gave Lin Hao a hug. The level of intimacy made Lin Hao cringe again. Lin Hao, thank you so much for helping little Shi level up yesterday. She told me about it when she got home, and I, on behalf of the Lin family, cordially invite such a great benefactor to our home. A middle-aged man in a suit also smiled and said to Lin Hao, Yes, father, you really should thank him. If it weren't for Brother Hao, I might still be level 8. Lin Shi walked over from the side, hooked her arm through the man's, and said to Lin Hao, This is my father. After I told him about us yesterday, he insisted on meeting you. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Hao could only act like a junior. A hero emerges from his youth indeed. The Mu family also thanks you for your help to Mu Xue. If you ever need anything, Lin Hao, just come to me directly. Another middle-aged man said to Lin Hao, Is this Mu Xue's family member? Just like that, these middle-aged men crowded around Lin Hao, each trying to get a word in, all wanting to invite Lin Hao to their homes immediately. One talked about dinner, another about giving gifts. They were incredibly enthusiastic. Lin Hao, come here for a second. In the distance, Zhao Kaijun waved at Lin Hao. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and hurried toward Zhao Kaijun. He really couldn't handle the enthusiasm of these elders. Why did the way they looked at him feel so blatant? It was like they were looking at a potential son-in-law they were trying to snatch up. If he stayed surrounded by them any longer, he wouldn't know how to handle it. Lin Hao saw an old acquaintance standing gracefully beside Zhao Kaijun, Chen Ziqing, in her military uniform, showing a touch of heroic spirit. However, she just glanced at Lin Hao and turned her head away. She is participating in this expedition too? Lin Hao, come here, let me introduce you. This is the mayor of Yang City, Mayor Chu Yan. Zhao Kaijun said to Lin Hao, gesturing toward the tall man beside him. Mayor Chu, Lin Hao greeted. Lin Hao had noticed this man the moment he entered. With his imposing stride and a presence as deep and steady as mountains, one could tell at a glance he was a big shot. He just hadn't expected him to be the mayor of Yang City. Chu Yuan appraised Lin Hao, nodded, and said, "Good. Heroes emerge from their youth. The responsibility of protecting Yang City will fall on the shoulders of you young talents in the future." Previously, Zhao Kaijun had filled him in on Lin Hao's situation. He also expressed that Lin Hao's strength was significant and that he could participate in this mission. He trusted Zhao Kaijun's judgment. Sure enough, the young man seemed very steady. It's just that at level 19, his level was a bit too low. If he were level 30, perhaps he could really make a difference this time. In Chu Yuan's mind, Lin Hao must have some powerful skills and could likely punch above his level, but at level 19, reaching the level and strength of a level 30 was impossible. This time, the maximum level to enter the channel was 30, so they had tried their best to pick people who were max level or near that. Those clans sent a batch of low-level kids in too. Sigh, forget it, there aren't many of them, and they won't affect the overall situation much anyway. The main force is still with the military. Chu Yuan looked up, swept his gaze over everyone present, and said aloud, "Everyone, the channel to the Land of Darkness is about to expand to D-level. I believe you all know what D-level means. The entire Yang City will become a hunting ground for monsters, so this mission is likely our last chance. I know many of you are eyeing the rewards inside, but I must say, while you can take the rewards, you must also shoulder the heavy responsibilities. This time, 50 from the military and 50 from the guilds and clans, a total of 100 people will set out into the Land of Darkness. Breaking the channel to the abyss isn't difficult, but the challenge is reaching the end. During the journey, you will encounter many vicious monsters and eventually face the abyss boss at the end. No one knows the situation inside the Land of Darkness now. I hope our warriors can complete the mission and survive. I, Chu Yuan, will be here waiting for your triumphant return. Everyone, make your final preparations. 3 minutes, we move out." As Chu Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of the clan youths preparing to enter the channel tightened. They all began to check their supplies and equipment. The average death rate for expeditions into channels connected to the abyss reaches over 90%. It's hard to say how many of these 100 people will remain when they come out. 50 professional military representatives were gathered together. Zhao Kaijun stood at the front of the formation. "I hereby announce that Chen Ziqing is the commander of this operation, and Lin Hao is the deputy commander. You must all obey their command. Chen Ziqing, Fire Mage, level 29. Everyone in the Yangcheng City Guard already knows her strength inside and out. Even without the nepotism of being General Zhao's niece, her strength alone is enough to command respect. Everyone was already mentally prepared for her to be the commander of this operation. However, as for Lin Hao, few people knew anything about him. Even Zhao Hu, aside from thinking Lin Hao's background was not simple, had never actually witnessed his true power. Looking at this kid who was only level 19 and looked like nothing more than a handsome face, everyone felt very doubtful. How did he become the deputy commander? However, for soldiers, obeying orders is their sacred duty. Although they were confused, no one voiced any objections. As the newly appointed commander, Chen Ziqing naturally had to give instructions and outline strategies. She said with a serious expression, "This time, we must cut off the Abyss Passage. It is a mandatory mission, but on that premise, I also hope everyone can survive as much as possible." She glanced at Lin Hao and continued, "After entering the dungeon, we might be randomly scattered, but according to past experience, our landing points are usually near the entrance. When that happens, we will regroup and form teams based on our various classes. If anyone is left alone and fails to catch up, they should proceed toward the depths of the dungeon on their own." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the participants of the operation walked into the black hole one after another. Lin Hao felt a slight dizziness, and his vision went dark. Then, he found himself appearing in a gray and gloomy world. The sky was gray and overcast. The ground beneath his feet was mottled and dilapidated, with many areas looking as if they had been polluted. An intense feeling of oppression welled up in his heart. Lin Hao looked around but did not see anyone else. At this moment, he had no idea where he had been teleported to. Lin Hao pondered for a while, then set off walking toward the north. After about 100 meters, a monster resembling a unicorn appeared in his field of vision. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Nightmare Beast. Abyssal Demon. Level 25. Strength 4,000. Agility 7,000. Spirit 2,000. Physique 4,000. Skills: Dark Flame, Illusion. Lin Hao had read about the Nightmare Beast in books. It is a powerful dark creature from hell, symbolizing bloodshed and slaughter. Legend has it that they are the twins of unicorns, but they have sunk into the abyss. It is unexpected that such a terrifying demon would appear here. Moreover, its attributes are extremely high, significantly higher than the boss in the Lost Mine. If the monsters in this dungeon passage are all like this, many people in this 100-person team will definitely die here. Come out, my companions, Lin Hao whispered, and 50 gold-eating insects appeared from the void around him. Now that he is level 19, he can summon up to 190 gold-eating insects. When he was leveling up in the Lost Mine, he took advantage of the full mana state from leveling up to keep summoning them. By now, there are already 180 in his pet space, almost at the limit. The only thing is that there aren't many spirit butterflies, which share his life, only about 50. However, each spirit butterfly has tens of thousands of health points. With 50 of them, that's 500,000 health points. It could be called an immortal body. Lin Hao has never worried about his own health points. Although the spirit butterflies don't appear often, their role is immense. They are the trump card that gives Lin Hao the confidence to fight any monster or enemy. Kill. Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-eating insects buzzed and flew toward the Nightmare Beast. At this moment, the Nightmare Beast, which was walking, also spotted the insects and Lin Hao. The scent of a human. The Nightmare Beast instantly became enraged. A wave of mental energy shot out from its blood-red eyes. In an instant, Lin Hao felt a cold aura attacking his body. Countless dead things erupted from the ground all around him, dragging their rotting bodies as they lunged at Lin Hao. An illusion? Lin Hao's pupils constricted slightly. He cast a detection spell on one of the rotting corpses. It actually didn't show any information. The gold-eating insects moved with extreme speed and were soon upon the Nightmare Beast. With a boom, large swaths of black flames erupted from the Nightmare Beast's body. The surrounding space was distorted by its heat. However, these black flames had no effect on the gold-eating insects at all. The Nightmare Beast was stunned. It hadn't expected these little bugs to be so powerful. Its illusion and black flames were completely ineffective against them. Just as it thought about fleeing, it was already too late. 20 gold-eating insects landed on it and began to tear into it. Hiss hiss. The Nightmare Beast let out a few long cries. 10 seconds later, the Nightmare Beast collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the cold aura and the dead things crawling from the ground vanished. It was indeed an illusion. However, this illusion was very sophisticated. If Lin Hao's gold-eating insects hadn't killed the caster, the Nightmare Beast himself, he wouldn't have been able to break it. Killed Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained bronze equipment, demonized. Nightmare Longsword. Obtained item. Unicorn Horn 3. Nightmare Longsword. Demonized. Strength plus 50. Physique plus 50. Strength-based skills increased by 10%, usable at level 25. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Then he was overjoyed. A single Nightmare Beast gave such terrifying experience. And it dropped equipment and items too. It's no less rewarding than fighting mini-bosses. Are Abyssal Demon monsters all this rich? In that case, how terrifying will the rewards be once I push through everything? Lin Hao released 40 more gold-eating insects and strode forward. Ah! A roar came from the left side. Lin Hao adjusted his direction and walked toward it. A little fatty was wielding a one-handed sword, frantically slashing at the air around him. Dapeng. He was slashing at the air with all his might, panting heavily. He was almost exhausted to the point of collapsing. He had fallen for the Nightmare Beast's illusion. Lin Hao looked around, and sure enough, about 100 meters away from Zhao Hu, there was a Nightmare Beast. Kill. Dozens of gold-eating insects flew toward the Nightmare Beast. A dozen seconds later, the Nightmare Beast fell dead. Killed Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained bronze equipment. Demonized. Nightmare Staff. Obtained item. Unicorn Horn 4. Nightmare Staff. Demonized. Spirit plus 50. Physique plus 50. Spirit-based skills increased by 10%. Usable at level 25. Another drop. However, it was a bit of a pity that these pieces of equipment were all demonized. Human professionals cannot use them directly. They need to be purified by an alchemist. The purification process is a bit troublesome, but even after the purification fees, they can still be sold for a high price. The profits are not small. If all the monsters here are like this, then I should just let loose and start killing. Wouldn't that mean if there are 1,000 monsters here, I'll end up with 1,000 pieces of equipment? Boss. After the nightmare beast died, Yudaping regained his senses and leaned on his sword to steady his wobbling body. Suddenly, he saw Lin Hao. He was instantly overjoyed. Then, he also saw the fallen nightmare beast. He immediately understood that it was Lin Hao who had stepped in to kill the monster and save him. Boss, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. He gave a bitter smile. How did you end up alone? Yudaping shook his head. I was teleported here by myself and couldn't find anyone. I planned to hide and wait until I ran into a team, but by bad luck, I bumped into this nightmare beast. I wasn't careful enough, fell into its trap, and almost died at the hands of this monster. Yudaping's face was still filled with terror. The power of the Abyss demons far exceeded his expectations. If he had known the monsters here were this strong, he never would have come in. He had heard from Ning Yuanxi that Lin Hao was representing the military in entering the Darklands, which is why he begged his father to let him come along. He thought that with his set of silver tier gear he might be able to withstand level 30 monsters. Unfortunately, this is an unexplored Abyss passage. Even at the same level, these Abyss demons have attributes and skills far superior to the monsters outside. Boss, I was wrong. I can't survive in this place. Yudaping wore a miserable expression. It's fine. As long as I'm here, you won't be dying anytime soon. Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder. Just stick with me, I'll carry you. The demons here are loaded. Whether it's experience or loot, there's plenty of it. We'll likely run into a lot of ores and herbs soon, so let's pick up the pace and start harvesting. You take the role of party leader, and for now, just store all the loot in your inventory. Upon hearing this, Yudaping was overjoyed. You got it, boss. Yudaping has invited you to join the party. Do you accept? Accept. They hadn't gone far before a group of nightmare beasts appeared in their line of sight. There looked to be about 30 of them. Gathered together, this group of powerful nightmare beasts emitted waves of dark energy that made one's heart tremble. Yudaping's expression changed. His legs went weak. He couldn't even handle one, let alone an entire group. If they provoked one, the whole group would surely attack. Yudaping looked at Lin Hao. Boss, should we go around them? Idiot. We've been looking everywhere for them. Why would we go around? Just focus on getting the experience and collecting the loot, Lin Hao said calmly. Attack. 90 Gold Eater bugs swarmed out like a fleet of miniature bombers. They flew toward the group of nightmare beasts. Hiss. The 90 Gold Eater bugs collided with the dozens of nightmare beasts. In an instant, total chaos broke out. Lin Hao commanded the Gold Eater bugs to activate their Rampage skill. Under Rampage, the bug's attack power increases by 200% for 30 minutes, with a 2-hour cooldown. Need to increase efficiency. From his old textbooks, Lin Hao knew that a dungeon containing an abyss portal is far more profitable than exploring new lands. Not only is the monster loot abundant, there are also many resources to harvest. Killed nightmare beast. Abyss demon. Experience plus 50,000. Obtained bronze equipment. Demonized. Nightmare pauldrons. Obtained item. Unicorn horn X3. Obtained item. Low-level demon stone X1. Killed nightmare beast. Abyss demon. Experience plus 50,000. Killed nightmare beast. Abyss demon. Experience plus 50,000. In an instant, a series of messages flooded the party chat screen. Over 30 monsters resulted in hundreds of messages. A white flash of light shone. Yudaping leveled up immediately from level 16 to level 17. My god. Damn it, boss. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Yudaping was dumbfounded. Boss, even though I knew you were strong, I never imagined you were this strong. Yudaping had run the Hell Mode Lost Mine dungeon with Lin Hao before, but at this moment he was still completely stunned. What kind of place is this? The Darklands. Every monster here is ridiculously strong. He had just encountered one nightmare beast earlier. He had already seen what they were capable of. If Lin Hao hadn't arrived just in time, he would have died right there. But now, 30-something monsters like that. 30-something killed all at once. Lin Hao looked at the incredulous Yudaping. He shook his head and said, Daping, have a little more backbone, will you? Fine, fine. I'll just follow the boss and see the world. My god, you've got to be kidding me, right? Yudaping shouted again. What is it now? Boss, we've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Yudaping waved his arms in excitement. 30 pieces of gear, and a huge pile of low-level demon stones, horns. Alright, just relax and be the pack mule. Let's move. Lin Hao led Yudaping further north. Under their feet was red-black earth, with various low shrubs scattered around, though these trees looked as if they had been burned, leaving only black, withered trunks. Killed Nightmare Beast, Abyss Demon. Experience plus 50,000. Obtained bronze equipment. Demonized. Nightmare Pauldrons. Obtained item. Low-level Demon Stone X1. The notifications kept flashing on the screen. After a dozen minutes, Ye Dapeng's inventory was already filled with 40 or 50 pieces of gear. Ye Dapeng was no longer just shocked. He was starting to feel terrified. Is this how you farm gear? Is this how you grind for items? People, Ye Dapeng shouted. The two of them walked up to them. There were 3 bodies lying on the ground. They looked like they had been incinerated, scorched completely black. These people were full of life just outside the entrance a while ago. Taking a closer look, you could still tell that 2 of them were in military uniforms, and one was from an aristocratic family. They are all dead. Thinking back, if Lin Hao hadn't appeared in time, he feared he would have ended up just like them. A ripple of dread surged in his heart. But man, sticking with the boss is amazing. Lin Hao nodded. All killed by nightmare beasts. They likely fell under an illusion, lost all their strength, and then were burned to death by black flames. Hey boss, let's get out of here. Ye Dapeng couldn't bear to look anymore. Wait! Lin Hao bent down and picked up a black stone from the ground. It was shaped like a shuttle. What is this? Ye Dapeng asked, moving closer out of curiosity. It looks like cobalt ore, Lin Hao said calmly. Cobalt ore. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I remember learning about that in 11th grade. Cobalt is one of the most valuable ores, and you can refine it into cobalt ingots, which fetch an even higher price. Lin Hao nodded. Then he looked at Ye Dapeng with surprise. Dapeng, aren't you a slacker? How do you know about such obscure ore? Boss, are you teasing me? That came up as a question on an exam once. I cheated off your answer back then, but it stuck in my head. Ace this small, if you took it outside to sell, you'd have a dozen people fighting over it. Boss, this little piece counts as a payday. If you hadn't been so sharp-eyed, I would have missed it entirely, Lin Hao said with a faint smile. Is that so? Then take a look at the ground. Ye Dapeng looked down at the ground. He froze instantly. On the ground, 1, 2, 3, everywhere he looked, there were these shuttle-shaped cobalt ores. As far as the eye could see, they were everywhere, countless of them. There must be millions of them. Boss, we're rich! Ye Dapeng's voice was trembling slightly. He threw himself onto the ground and started frantically picking things up. Your party has obtained cobalt ore times 1. Your party has obtained cobalt ore times 1. A barrage of notifications flooded the screen. Can't pick them all up. It's impossible to pick them all up. After more than 10 minutes, Ye Dapeng's spatial backpack was already packed with 300 or 400 pieces of cobalt ore. Selling them for 300,000 or 400,000 wouldn't be a problem at all. Is this just picking up cobalt ore? No, this is picking up money. And just like that, in such a short time, hundreds of thousands were in hand. Yet everywhere he looked, cobalt ore was still scattered all over the ground. Those were bundles of cash just lying on the ground. Quick, hurry up! With a speed faster than anyone could ever achieve, Ye Dapeng used both hands simultaneously, picking them up frantically. His eyes had turned bloodshot. Just a couple of these cobalt ore pieces would be enough to book a VIP room at a KTV in Yangcheng, order a few girls, and spend the night singing and drinking. Lin Hao frowned. Dapeng, we can't keep picking cobalt ore here. Boss, what are you saying? This is all money. Not picking up money when it's right in front of you is a sin. We need to move forward. Boss, don't. When Ye Dapeng heard Lin Hao say they should give up the cobalt ore here and move on, he was on the verge of tears. Boss, you don't know, before my dad made his fortune, our family was incredibly poor. The whole family's daily living expenses were only 10 yuan or so. We often wouldn't have meat to eat for 10 days straight. Lin Hao was speechless. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute. Ye Dapeng stood up, looked at Lin Hao with a mournful pleading expression, and begged, Boss, give me another 10 minutes. 10 seconds have already passed. You have 50 seconds left. Or, I can just leave on my own, and you can stay here and pick up ore, Lin Hao said calmly. You devil, how can you be so cruel? Ye Dapeng let out a shout and dived onto the ground. He started picking up the cobalt ore at twice the speed as before. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. What kind of nouveau rich is this? Is it true that the more nouveau rich you are, the more money hungry you become? 1 minute later, Lin Hao started moving forward again. Ye Dapeng kept looking back at the ground, clearly reluctant to leave. However, Lin Hao moved quickly, leaving him no chance to pick up any more rocks. Hey! Half a mile later, the two walked out of the black earth. They entered a jungle. However, under the shadow of the gloomy sky, the vegetation on the ground didn't look green but had a brownish hue. Hiss! The sound of a horse neighed. A knight charged towards Lin Hao and Ye Dapeng. It was a headless horseman. Headless horseman, abyssal demon. Level 27. Strength 9,000. Agility 5,000. Spirit 2,000. Constitution 6,000. Skills: Charge, Trample. The Headless Horseman, a terrifying knight galloping through the darkness. Its stats were much stronger than the level 25 nightmare beast from just before. A swarm of gold-eating insects rushed up to meet it. The skeleton horse under the knight charged, sending a dozen gold-eating insects flying. Hiss! The Headless Horseman pulled the reins, the whole horse reared up, and then came down heavily, trampling the ground. A few gold-eating insects were crushed under the horse's hooves. Their carapaces began to crack slightly. However, more gold-eating insects swarmed onto the man and horse. Arr! The Headless Horseman let out a miserable shriek. It collapsed to the ground. Your party killed the Headless Horseman, abyssal demon. Experience plus 60,000. Your party obtained bronze equipment, demonized, knight's sword. Your party obtained items. Primary demon stone times 3. Knight's sword, demonized, strength plus 60. Constitution plus 60, strength-based skills increased by 12%, usable at level 30. Yet more bountiful experience, equipment, and items. I've really seen it all today. Back outside, you couldn't find a single demon monster, but here they are everywhere. Ye Dapeng followed closely behind Lin Hao. By now, his backpack was full of equipment and items. This made him extremely satisfied. They traveled another few hundred meters. Lin Hao's gold-eating insects killed dozens more nightmare beasts and headless horsemen. Ye Dapeng's backpack grew by several dozen more pieces of equipment. The demons here, with very few exceptions, all provided experience, equipment, and items. At this point, the two entered a vast, grassy forest. Around them, the grass grew waist-high and stretched on endlessly. The blades of grass were sharp like swords, and black flowers bloomed among them. Worried about monsters lurking under the grass, the two walked carefully. However, these worries turned out to be unnecessary. There were no monsters here. It was dead silent. Ye Dapeng reached out and picked one of the black flowers. Who would have thought such beautiful flowers would grow in a place like this? These black flowers had a lot of silver-white pollen sprinkled on them. It looked like countless stars in the night sky. Very beautiful. However, if you don't look closely, it's hard to notice these details. Boss, I'll pick some flowers for you. When we see Ning Yanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Xie later, you can give them some. Ye Dapeng picked 3 or 4 flowers and held them in his hand. Boss, those girls seem to really like you. Everywhere you go, their eyes follow you. Which one do you like? Ning Yanxi is cold and aloof. Lin Shi is hot and passionate. And Mu Xie is refined and elegant. Each has her own charm. If it were me, I'd have a hard time choosing too. Lin Hao remembered a popular saying from his previous life on the internet. Only children make choices, adults take them all. He suddenly fixed his gaze on the black flower in Ye Dapeng's hand. What is it, boss? Ye Dapeng was slightly stunned. This is a black butterfly flower, Lin Hao said calmly. Black butterfly flower? What kind of flower is that? Ye Dapeng looked confused. The black butterfly flower is a very rare herbaceous flower. It is difficult to cultivate artificially, but it is a primary material for making spirit recovery potions. Then, is it worth money? Ye Dapeng instantly felt a little excited. Lin Hao nodded and said softly, "It's worth even more than cobalt ore. 1 black butterfly flower is worth as much as 2 pieces of cobalt ore." My god, Ye Dapeng muttered. And here, it's endless. How many black butterfly flowers must there be? Ye Dapeng's eyes turned red instantly. These flowers must be plucked completely from the stem to maintain their perfect quality. You are not a planter, so you can't do that. Of course, the way you just picked it means it's slightly damaged, which slightly affects the price, but it's all in the books. Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, Ye Dapeng roared, "It's mine, it's all mine." Then he pounced on them frantically. Your party obtained item. Black butterfly flower times 1. Your party obtained item. Black butterfly flower times 1. A barrage of notifications flooded the screen. Lin Hao was speechless. Can't pick them all. It's impossible to pick them all, Yu Dapeng muttered while frantically picking flowers. Yu Dapeng looked as if he had lost his mind. Lin Hao was caught between laughter and tears. Dapeng, with so many flowers, how long do you plan on picking them? However, looking at the black butterfly flowers covering the mountains and plains, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Outside, a single flower like this is usually something people would give anything to get. Boss, you aren't planning on leaving again and abandoning these black butterfly flowers, are you? Yu Dapeng asked, his eyes bloodshot and his voice trembling. Lin Hao chuckled. You almost died here just a moment ago, have you forgotten? Have you thought about what would happen to Yangcheng if the portal lost control and those demons swarmed in like they did before? It would probably be reduced to ruins. Yu Dapeng stopped picking, stood up, and looked at Lin Hao. Understand now? Dapeng, we don't have much time. We must reach the front as quickly as possible. Yeah, boss. You're right, Yu Dapeng nodded. But his eyes still lingered on the black butterfly flowers. Don't worry. Once we take down this portal, those who come after us will gradually develop these resources. I know, Yu Dapeng said, almost on the verge of tears, but if we take them now, they belong to us alone. Dead bodies. As they moved further in, every 100 or 200 meters, they saw quite a few corpses lying on the ground. Some were military, others from noble families. Along the way, they had already seen over a dozen bodies. At this point, even Yu Dapeng's expression turned grim. Boss, do you think Ning Yuanxi and the others could have met with disaster too? Lin Hao fell silent. Yu Dapeng sighed. Every time I see a body now, I don't dare look at their faces. I'm afraid I might recognize someone. Lin Hao used 30 gold-devouring insects to scout the path ahead, while the remaining 150 were scattered to hunt down any monsters they encountered. Besides gaining experience points, Lin Hao also wanted to clear out as many demons from this portal as possible. Wipe out their effective fighting force. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the distance, a flurry of spells, fireballs, lightning, wind, and thunder streaked across the sky. The battle was intense, with sand and stones flying through the air. Boss, there are a lot of people fighting up ahead. Alright, let's go take a look. Dapeng, stay a bit behind me. If anything happens, don't try to be a hero. I'll handle it, understand? Lin Hao said solemnly. Oh, man, a tank having to follow behind the boss, a psychic class, and letting him protect me. That would be so embarrassing to tell anyone. However, Yu Dapeng still obediently followed behind Lin Hao. After walking some distance, they could clearly see the situation. About 30 professionals were hunkered down behind a mound of earth, continuously launching attacks. There were many corpses lying on the ground, and many of those still fighting were wounded. The situation was far from optimistic. Lin Hao, you're still alive, thank God, a man's voice called out. The person hurried over. It was Zhao Hu. We couldn't find you and thought something terrible had happened to you. Lin Hao looked at the crowd of fighters ahead. It was a mixed group, mostly military representatives, but also quite a few descendants of noble families. What's the situation now? Reporting to the vice commander, after we were teleported in, only 17 of the 50 soldiers managed to regroup. Since we couldn't find anyone else, we had no choice but to advance under the commander's leadership. Along the way, we kept picking up survivors, both military and civilian, reaching 48 at our peak. We were finally able to deal with those nightmare beasts and headless horseman demons. But after we ran into a level 29 flying succubus, we suffered heavy losses. Now, there are fewer than 30 of us left, and many are so exhausted physically and mentally that they can barely fight. Zhao Hu was still speaking. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed out. The sound was so loud and sharp that everyone present felt dizzy and swayed on their feet. Even Lin Hao felt a headache. At the same time, across the hill, a giant winged monster rose from the horizon into the air. It was a demon woman with an alluring appearance. She held a professional in her hands, likely a tank class. Revealing sharp fangs in her mouth, she bit into the professional's neck and began draining his blood. The professional screamed in agony, struggling desperately. However, half a minute later, the professional's body shriveled up like a weathered mummy. Needless to say, he was already dead. After draining all the blood from the professional, the succubus tore her hands apart, and the professional was instantly shredded into pieces. The remains fell to the ground in chunks. The people below fired spells and arrows at her, but as the winged succubus flew higher into the sky, all their attacks missed. It's this blood-sucking succubus that has killed over a dozen of our people. Zhao Hu watched the succubus retreating for the moment, his voice filled with immense terror. On the ground, the 24 nightmare beasts and headless horsemen facing the crowd retreated slightly. The group didn't dare to pursue. The DPS players used this gap in the fighting to recover as much as they could. The healers cast spell after spell of recovery. Lin Hao, are you alright? A woman in a military uniform walked toward Lin Hao. It was Chen Ziqing. However, her hair and uniform were a mess, her face was pale, and she looked quite disheveled. This succubus is too powerful. No matter how much damage she takes or how weak she seems, she just flies away after a while, and then about half an hour later, she returns fully restored to her peak state. And every time she takes more lives with her, we can't advance, and we've actually been forced back. If this continues, we won't just fail to destroy the portal, we'll all die here, Chen Ziqing said with a grave expression. At this moment, she noticed Lin Hao and Ye Dapeng standing together, looking energetic and composed, showing no signs of fatigue. Especially Lin Hao. His clothes didn't even have a single wrinkle. It was as if he hadn't experienced any fighting at all. He looked more like he was here on a sightseeing tour. In contrast, her own fair face was stained with black mud, her expression was haggard, and she was extremely weak from overusing her magic. Her face was deathly pale. Her clothes were torn in several places. Especially on her back, there was a huge, gaping wound from top to bottom. It had nearly been a fatal wound. It was clear she had only survived because a support class had healed her. Comparing the two, she suddenly felt that the first thing she said to Lin Hao, asking if he was alright, was just ironic. What did he have to worry about? The one in trouble was herself. Her tone immediately turned cold. Haven't you met any monsters back there? She emphasized the word back with clenched teeth. We did encounter some monsters, but they weren't very strong, so we took care of them, Lin Hao said indifferently. Heh, we've killed over 20 demons already. Encountered some monsters that weren't very strong? He wasn't even trying to make his lie believable. The weakest things here were level 25 nightmare beasts. Just as Chen Ziqing's anger began to flare up. Lin Hao. Brother Hao. Several voices called out. 3 young women ran out from a small ravine. It was Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. Lin Shi, with eyes full of tears and a runny nose, lunged forward and hugged Lin Hao. Brother Hao, I thought I would never see you again. The way Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Hao turned even colder. Lin Hao noticed that Lin Shi was hugging him so tightly in front of everyone that her chest was being squashed out of shape. He felt a bit awkward and was just about to push her away. But he immediately noticed that Lin Shi was trembling all over. He figured that, after the series of battles, seeing people around her die one after another must have terrified this young girl who had little experience with the brutality of war. Feeling helpless, he could only pat her on the back and comfort her softly. It is okay. Don't be afraid. I am here now. Everything will be fine. Chen Ziqing said coldly from the side. Enough, Lin Hao. We are here on an extremely important mission, not to romance each other. Lin Hao was speechless. However, Chen Ziqing stopped while she was ahead, did not continue to mock Lin Hao, and turned serious instead. Lin Hao, I need you to lead the wounded, and those who are not combat ready to retreat. They are of no use here, and will surely be killed. Do your best to protect them, and if you encounter demons, organize a defense, okay? Lin Hao frowned. Is she trying to make me a logistics officer in charge of escorting the wounded? And what about you? The demons here are unexpectedly powerful. We are no match for them at the same level. However, if this mission fails, the world outside will suffer, so I will take the rest of the team and push forward. Lin Hao shook his head. If there are indeed wounded who need to retreat, let Zhao Hu take them down. Lin Hao, what are you trying to do? Chen Ziqing was suddenly angry. After all, you are the deputy commander appointed by my uncle. You have to do something. Even if your level is lower and you cannot handle those demons, I will let Zhao Hu accompany you to assist you. Now you have nothing to fear, right? Lin Hao knew that Chen Ziqing had misunderstood him, thinking he only wanted to stay out of trouble, and that he didn't want to be dragged down by a group of wounded. He didn't want to keep arguing with her about these things here either. At that, he said coldly, Chen Ziqing, do you think you have the ability to reach the end and cut off the portal to the demon world? Even if I die, I will die on the path forward. Chen Ziqing said it firmly, her tone filled with a sense of martyrdom. Lin Hao was speechless. Courage is commendable, but if the goal is not achieved, it is useless. Since he promised Zhao Kaijun he would come in, he was here to get things done and claim rewards. If Chen Ziqing did not agree, he would not mind acting alone. Why should he be restrained by an ignorant woman who tries to control everything? Most importantly, she has no clear understanding of his true strength. He looked at Chen Ziking and said calmly, "Alright, you are already tired from the previous battle. Leave the rest to me." Chen Ziking became anxious. "No, Lin Hao, your level is low and your combat power is insufficient. If you join the fight, you will die." "Combat power insufficient?" Chen Ziking, on what basis do you say that? Lin Hao asked back calmly. Chen Ziking was getting truly angry. The task assigned to you was meant to keep you away from danger and preserve your life as much as possible, but you are being ungrateful. What is your problem, Lin Hao? Does this even need a basis? You are only a level 19, only slightly higher than those girlfriends of yours. Everyone knows that people like you come here to go through the motions, pad your resume, and pick up some benefits. My uncle supposedly has some history with your father, which is why he is looking after you. Do I really have to spell it out so clearly? The true combat power here comes from those level 30 professionals. And right now, even they cannot resist the demons here. What do you have to rely on? You have been trailing behind us the whole way, so relaxed and carefree, only because we already cleared the monsters in front of you. You strolled over here without seeing any real demons, and you don't understand these monsters at all. So why are you trying to be a hero here now? At this point, Zhao Hu also said from the side, "Lin Hao, just listen to Ziking. It really is too dangerous ahead." He feared that these words might hurt Lin Hao's pride, so he added, "Furthermore, protecting these wounded is not easy either. Even if we retreat to the rear, we might still encounter those demons, and the fighting will be very difficult." He had always had a good impression of Lin Hao. Lin Hao held General Zhao's token, yet he had never used its special privileges. Just now, Chen Ziking arranged for him to follow Lin Hao. He understood that this was essentially asking him to protect Lin Hao. He had also made up his mind that if danger arose, he would die before Lin Hao did. "Do you hear me, Lin Hao? And I am the commander. As our military representative, you must obey my orders." Chen Ziking gritted her teeth and said. Knowing that Lin Hao was somewhat unruly, Chen Ziking had no choice but to bring up her title as commander, hoping to use it to keep Lin Hao in line. "How many demons did you kill just now?" Lin Hao suddenly asked. 20 or so, Lin Hao. Let me tell you, these demons are extremely powerful. It's not easy for a whole team to take on just one, so don't you... Dapeng. Lin Hao interrupted Chen Ziking. "Boss." Ye Dapeng stepped forward and came to Lin Hao's side. "Take out the gear in your backpack and let them see it." "Yes, boss." Ye Dapeng waved his hand, and the gear from his backpack was laid out. Some brilliant lights flashed. On the ground, equipment piled up like a mountain, gleaming with gold. Although they could not be counted, anyone could see that there were at least 200 or 300 pieces of equipment here. In an instant, the whole scene fell into deathly silence. Just now, they had also killed demons, and they knew that generally, each demon dropped a piece of equipment. There were also a few demons that dropped nothing. But now, there were 200 or 300 pieces of equipment here. Doesn't that mean Lin Hao and his team killed at least 300 demons just now? The sword and shield tank beside him, obviously he wasn't the main force. Then, who killed them? Lin Hao. Is he that powerful? Just now, dozens of them had to exhaust all their efforts to take down just one demon. And if they were not careful, quite a few people died. How did he do it? Lin Hao, how many demons did you kill just now? Is this equipment really from them? Chen Ziking asked in disbelief, her voice cracking. Chen Ziking looked incredulous, her voice gasping. Otherwise? Do you think these demons gifted them to me? Lin Hao shook his head. How did you kill them? We have such a hard time taking down just one. Chen Ziking swallowed hard with difficulty. If Lin Hao hadn't released so much loot, even if she were killed, she wouldn't have believed it. I don't think I need to describe the detailed process to you, do I? Lin Hao said flatly. These belong to us. Don't you go having any ideas. Yu Dapeng pounced on the pile of gear, quickly collecting it all into his spatial backpack. Lin Hao, you... Not to mention Chen Ziking, the group of city guards nearby were all stunned, and Zhao Hu was trembling and unable to speak. They were all level 30 professionals. They found it hard to believe that Lin Hao, who was only level 19, killed so many demons. Does that not mean that 19-year-old Lin Hao is much stronger than them? How is that possible? But the truth was laid out right before their eyes. This guy is always full of surprises and never fails to shock people. Ning Yuanxi gave Lin Hao a deep, searching look. She had followed Lin Hao through the hell-level difficulty of the Lost Mine. Even though that place wasn't as terrifying as this, he had cleared it as easily as drinking water. She had already experienced that firsthand. Mu Shui stood next to Ye Dapeng and whispered, "Did you guys really kill that many demons just now? That's insane." Her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Ye Dapeng in shock. Dapeng, wait, you reached level 18? Ye Dapeng grinned and said, just a little bit more, and I'll be level 19. Oh my god, Mushe murmured. I knew Brother Hao was amazing. Dapeng, invite me to the party quickly, I want to be with Brother Hao. With so many eyes on them, She didn't dare to hug Lin Hao again, but she kept her hand hooked in his arm. Back in the Lost Mine, she had been completely conquered by Lin Hao's strength. Lin Hao, I don't know what kind of combat style you use, but I'm so glad you're this strong. It gives me hope that we can push forward. After the initial shock, hope began to rise in Chen Ziking's heart. Just a moment ago, calling the situation desperate would not have been an exaggeration. Although she found Lin Hao quite annoying, she didn't want him to throw his life away for nothing. That was why she had suggested he lead a team to leave, while she stayed behind to face the demons and the siren. Lin Hao, you take command now, and I will support you. Chen Ziking was, after all, a soldier. Even if she sometimes acted like a typical girl, she never faltered when it mattered most. Lin Hao shook his head. You handle the arrangements. I'll just focus on leading the charge for you. That works too. Time was pressing, and Chen Ziking immediately followed Lin Hao's orders to reorganize the personnel. There were 28 people left, but 8 were no longer fit for combat. She tasked Zhao Hu with leading them to stay behind. The remaining 20 people were divided into 4 teams, based on their classes. Whether it was to save face for Lin Hao or something else, Chen Ziking also agreed to let lower-level members like Ning Yuanxi and Ye Dapeng continue forward. And she had them grouped together with Lin Hao. This made the girls very happy. They had thought they would be left behind. They all wanted to follow Lin Hao. Boss, Ye Dapeng said, looking a bit troubled. Let me transfer the party leader role to you. My inventory is full, I can't fit anything else. As soon as Ye Dapeng said this, the crowd fell speechless once again. For someone at Ye Dapeng's level, the backpack should have about 500 slots. Generally speaking, even with plenty of supplies, it's impossible to fill it up. It just showed how much loot he and Lin Hao had plundered earlier. Give the party leader role to Ning Yuanxi, Lin Hao said. Oh right, sure. Just as the personnel adjustments were completed, shrill screeches echoed through the air. In the distance, a winged siren flying in the sky was leading over 100 demons in a counterattack. They're here. Chen Ziking's face changed. There are several times more demons this time. Everyone, be careful. The others immediately took their positions. Tanks in front, damage dealers in the middle, and support at the back. Just as everyone was bracing themselves, a buzzing sound erupted from all directions. While everyone was still confused, they saw countless black insects, each the size of a fist, flying in from all around. They all flocked toward Lin Hao. Hundreds of them started circling around him. Lin Hao, are these your pet insects? Chen Ziking asked curiously. Back at the entrance of the rookie dungeon, she had heard others talking about Lin Hao's class. Yeah, Lin Hao nodded. By now, the siren and the demons were closing in. Attack! Tanks, make sure to hold the aggro and protect the damage dealers and support. Various spells and arrows flew toward the enemy. The support members cast buffs on everyone. Lin Hao was also enveloped by 5 or 6 glowing auras. His attributes saw a significant boost. However, these buffs were of little use to him. His fighting power relied on his insects, while his own base strength was quite weak. Aside from being a tanky meat shield at least, Lin Hao had also been wanting to strengthen his own capabilities, but he hadn't found the right opportunity or direction. But surprisingly, the team's barrage of attacks was easily deflected by the siren's wings, and the few stray hits dealt minimal damage to the demons below. No wonder we got beaten so badly earlier. This output just isn't enough to hurt them. Lin Hao watched the siren's movements, and guessed she had used some kind of windstorm technique to negate their attacks. These demons were all near level 30 and possessed the strength of mini-bosses. How could typical players of the same level compare? Only with enough people coordinating and utilizing team synergies was there even a chance of killing them. Go, my companions. Lin Hao gave the order. The swarm of gold-eating insects flew toward the demons. They reached the demons' heads and descended like a cloud. In an instant, dozens of nightmare beasts and headless knights were knocked down. The demons were locked in a desperate battle with the swarm. Even the siren was swarmed by 20 or 30 insects. 1 demon fell. 2 demons fell. Even the siren let out a miserable shriek and darted high into the sky. A minute later, everyone except the siren. All the nightmare beasts and headless knights lay dead on the ground. It's over? All the demons are dead? Everyone present was stunned. What kind of insects are these? They're terrifying. So all the gear he showed off earlier was real. So this is how he hunts. To wipe out all these demons just like that? This is too ridiculous. We spent ages fighting them, losing so many people just to hold them back. And he wiped them out all by himself? It couldn't have even taken a minute, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hao in shock. Seeing many of the insects flying back, many people felt a wave of fear. They scrambled to get out of the way, keeping a safe distance from the gold-eating insects. Even those powerful demons couldn't withstand the gnawing of these bugs. Zhao Hu sighed. So Lin Hao's strength was this immense. No wonder General Zhao trusted and valued him so much even at level 19. It wasn't just about connections at all. Is this the true strength of our deputy commander? All the city guards looked at Lin Hao with reverence. When General Zhao first announced he was deputy commander, I didn't get it. Now I understand. They had entered the dungeon and endured a bitter fight. The strength of the demons had filled them with despair. As soldiers, they didn't fear death on the battlefield. But failing this mission was not an option. Once the barrier outside collapsed, these demons, and the endless waves that followed, would invade the human world. The entire Earth would be turned into a living hell. But now, with just one strike from Lin Hao, over 100 demons had been wiped out instantly. Even that terrifying siren, who had seemed unstoppable, had fled somewhere. A spark of hope ignited in their hearts. They were saved, and Yangcheng was saved. Salute, Deputy Commander Lin. A guard stood to attention and gave Lin Hao a standard military salute. All the other guards followed suit, saluting him one after another. Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed, turning extremely grim. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing asked hurriedly, feeling uneasy in her heart. She had never seen Lin Hao look this solemn before. Since she had known him, Lin Hao had always been calm, collected, and unflappable. Moreover, the pet insects he had just unleashed were incredibly powerful, proving to be more than a match for even the formidable demons. They could be considered virtually invincible. Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "The 20 or so pet insects I sent to track down the enchantress are dead." This was the first time something like this had happened since he started. Although, as long as he had enough mental energy, he could summon them continuously. Lin Hao looked toward the gray, misty distance. What kind of existence could be out there to actually be able to kill his gold-eating insects? He looked around at the 20 or so professionals and said slowly, "Everyone, there is an unknown and powerful entity ahead. My preliminary assessment is that it has the ability to wipe us all out in an instant. All of you be careful." What? The people around were shocked at these words. If there is an entity capable of killing them instantly, how are they supposed to deal with it? Deputy Envoy Lin, no matter what is ahead, please lead us forward to complete the mission of cutting off the passage. Zhao Hu stepped forward, looking at Lin Hao with a resolute expression on his face. Deputy Envoy Lin, none of us are afraid of death. The soldiers spoke in unison. Good. Lin Hao nodded. Perhaps these soldiers might all die soon, and he might not be able to protect them. But for soldiers to die on the battlefield is their inevitable destiny. Summon fairy butterflies. Having teamed up with Ye Dapeng and defeated over 300 demons, he had long since reached level 20. However, he hadn't had the time to take stock of everything. Originally, he had planned to do so before increasing his pet insect summons. But now, this dungeon was far more treacherous than he had imagined. The death of 20 gold-eating insects left him feeling an underlying sense of unease. 1, 2, 3. He added a total of 10 fairy butterflies. Lin Hao's mental energy was bottoming out. Summoning level 20 fairy butterflies was too draining on his mental energy. It's only in times of crisis that you realize your own limitations. As he was now, aside from his base stats, he had no equipment bonuses. Lin Hao shook his head. Ever since he awakened and obtained the gold-eating insects, he hadn't paid much attention to his gear. Besides, in the early stages, his level rose quickly and his insects were invincible, so he couldn't be bothered to upgrade his equipment. Now, his mental energy was severely lacking. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. By adding 10 fairy butterflies to the original 50, Lin Hao now had nearly 700,000 health points. Logically speaking, at around level 30, there shouldn't be anything capable of killing him. However, his heart still felt extremely unsettled. Let's go! After maximizing his survival capabilities as much as possible, Lin Hao led everyone deeper into the passage. On a hillside deep in the passage, an enchantress looked pale. She tossed aside a nightmare beast she had just drained of all its blood, leaving it a shriveled husk, and grabbed another to feed on. With every one she drained, her body recovered a little more. However, even though her body was constantly regenerating, fully recovering wouldn't be a quick matter. Her body was riddled with holes, scars left by the gold-eating insects' attacks earlier. If she hadn't returned in time, she would have died at the hands of those bugs. Lying at her feet were the corpses of 20 or so gold-eating insects. Standing beside the enchantress were 2 other demons. One of them was an alluring woman with an exquisite figure exuding a highly seductive charm. She frowned and said, "Vlad, I recognize these bugs. Not long ago, they destroyed the container of my spiritual essence." The other demon next to her looked like a vampire. Vlad stared at the corpses of the gold-eating insects on the ground and said slowly, "Saintess? These bugs are incredibly strong. Had I not just mastered the infinite toxin skill bestowed upon me by the Emperor, killing them would have been impossible. Vlad, your infinite toxin is already the most powerful skill in the world of poison. If the opponent is infected with your toxins, as long as they have blood, it will keep generating, and your toxin will never stop until it poisons them to death." If Lin Hao were here, he would likely recognize this female demon. She was the same bloody mist that appeared after Lin Hao killed the Minotaur in the novice dungeon. The Saintess continued, "The owner of these bugs is an insect tamer named Lin Hao. I didn't expect him to enter here as well. Vlad, we must kill him. If this person is allowed to grow, he will pose a massive threat to our abyss." Lin Hao led everyone, pushing forward steadily. Along the way, his gold-eating insects killed quite a few nightmare beasts and headless knights. However, the creature that had killed his insects still hadn't appeared. Even the enchantress, who had been darting back and forth and sending Chen Ziking into a state of panic, was nowhere to be seen. These nightmare beasts and headless knights were obviously no match for Lin Hao. As they encountered them, they were all turned into experience points and piles of equipment, which were collected into Ningyuezi's backpack. On the way, Lin Hao and his group also discovered many valuable resources. The cobalt ore and black butterfly flowers that Yadapeng had obtained in large quantities earlier also appeared quite frequently. The soldiers, however, paid them no mind. The children of the noble families, on the other hand, gathered quite a lot. Lin Hao and his group were moving fast, so they could only pick up a little before they had to leave to keep up with the main force. Most impressively, they discovered a massive vein of krypton gold ore stretching for who knows how many miles. Krypton gold ore was also an extremely rare material. Preliminary estimates suggested that if this entire vein could be mined, it would be worth hundreds of millions. However, without proper tools, it was impossible to mine and collect. Everyone had no choice but to leave with regrets. Before they knew it, the group had penetrated deep into the latter half of the passage. Lin Hao's inner sense of trepidation grew even stronger. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to that terrifying entity. "Those bugs are back!" The Saintess and Vlad both saw 4 or 5 gold-eating insects appearing in the distance. They were Lin Hao's scouts. Wind. The Saintess blew a breath. This breath grew as it encountered the wind, quickly forming a tornado. It engulfed the 4 or 5 gold-eating insects. Infinite toxin. Several cyan bats flew out from Vlad's body. The bats collided with the gold-eating insects in the tornado, turning into a cyan mist that wrapped around the insects. The black gold-eating insects were infected by the bat's toxin and turned cyan. Their blood energy began to dwindle incessantly. The gold-eating insects, which were immune to water, fire, and even spiritual attacks, could not neutralize this endless, potent poison. In a short moment, all 4 gold-eating insects fell to the ground, dead. Several miles away, Lin Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Poison? Just as Lin Hao's team was approaching the depths of the passage, they encountered another large group of over 30 people. With the joining of these 2 groups, almost everyone who had entered the passage was now gathered together. During the break, the 2 sides merged once again. Long Jiaqian was among them. The moment Lin Hao appeared, Long Jiaqian kept his eyes fixed on him. He walked up to Lin Hao and said, "I've been worried you were dead. It's good to see you now. As for the heart of the Night Star, you'd better keep it safe for me. There is nothing I want that I cannot obtain." Lin Hao gave him a faint glance. He said nothing. "What things? You want something, and there's nothing you can't get. You think you're pretty tough just because you can fight among your classmates? Being good at fighting is useless. To make it in the world, you need power and a background. Your classmate is that Yadapeng guy, right?" In this remark, Long Jiaqian not only mocked Lin Hao but also threatened him using Yadapeng. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. A surge of anger rose in his heart. "You have already invited death upon yourself." Lin Hao hadn't taken him seriously before, but now that he had touched his bottom line, Long Jiaqian had to die. Seeing Lin Hao's cold expression and silence, Long Jiaqian snorted and returned to his team, which was slightly separated from the main group. "In a moment, you must kill him and make him drop the items he has on him. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny of the 50 million we agreed on." Long Jiaxian said to the two assassins in his team. Don't worry, young Master Long, we've been looking for him. I didn't expect him to be at the back. He's just a level 20 student. There's no need for both of us level 30 assassins to act. One of us is more than enough. Assassins have a natural advantage when it comes to killing, and it is their area of expertise. After the break, everyone prepared to move out. Lin Hao suddenly said, Daping, Yuanzi, you two stop here. Don't go any further. Boss, is that terrifying thing you mentioned up ahead? Lin Hao nodded. Brother Hao, I'm not afraid. I'll follow you. If there's a difficult fight, I can provide healing, Lin Shi said. Lin Hao shook his head. You and Mu Xie are the same. Stay here. You've already earned some merits and had enough experience for this trip. Going further might cost you your lives. There's no need for that. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuanzi grew anxious. Lin Hao, then you shouldn't go further either. I'm different from you. I'm a representative of the military. I cannot back down until the mission is completed. Lin Hao has left the team. Lin Hao, did you see that guy through your insect? Chen Ziking asked seriously from the side. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. It's a poison vampire and a demon saintess who uses wind elemental powers. A poison vampire and a demon saintess? Then Lin Hao, are you confident you can handle them? Chen Ziking asked. Hard to say. Although they are also restricted by the level 30 cap in this passage, I feel those two demons use some secret technique to lower their levels to enter, which makes them like bugs in the system. Chen Ziking wanted to say, isn't that just like you? Ye Dapeng, Ning Yanxi, and others followed Lin Hao's advice and ultimately stayed behind. They knew that following Lin Hao wouldn't be of much help. Lin Hao did not try to persuade Chen Ziking and Zhao Hu as it was their duty, and they couldn't be persuaded otherwise. Let's go, Chen Ziking said to Lin Hao. Yeah! The main force moved forward. Whenever they encountered scattered demons like headless knights, the team could easily take them down. As for the massive demon armies that had appeared several times before, they did not appear this time. It seemed they had retreated to the very end. Lin Hao noticed that Long Jiaxian and his teammates kept a close distance, constantly watching him. He frowned slightly. He suddenly said to Chen Ziking, you take the lead with the team. I'll catch up later. Huh? Chen Ziking was confused. But Lin Hao didn't say anything else. Chen Ziking thought about it and didn't ask further. And so, Lin Hao walked slower and slower. Eventually, he ended up trailing behind the team. Most people didn't notice, but Long Jiaxian and his companions also slowed down along with Lin Hao. Great chance. It would have been hard to act if he stayed in the middle of the crowd. Now that he's alone, this is a rare opportunity. I can do it alone. Seeing Lin Hao lagging at the end, one of the assassins was overjoyed. Lin Hao's unusual behavior made Long Jiaxian feel that something was off, but he wanted to kill Lin Hao too badly. If it weren't for Lin Hao, the heart of the Night Star would have been his. If it weren't for Lin Hao, he wouldn't have been slapped hard by his father and disappointed him so deeply. Therefore, he didn't dwell on why Lin Hao was slowly drifting away from the team. Hatred welled up in his heart, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Both of you strike together. I want to make sure he dies for certain. Lin Hao saw Long Jiaxian and the others slow down and gradually move toward him. He sneered in his heart. When you think you found a hunting opportunity, it's often an opportunity for you to be hunted instead. Is this simple fact too hard to think through? It's truly pathetic that someone as stupid as this can rule over Yangcheng City. Lin Hao seemed to be exhausted. He sat down and panted heavily. Those at the tail end of the team saw this and asked if he was okay. After Lin Hao shook his head, they ignored him and continued forward. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. An assassin who had been lurking near Lin Hao launched an attack. The dagger struck Lin Hao, but Lin Hao seemed completely fine. The assassin was slightly startled. What's going on? He didn't miss, so why was the other guy acting like nothing happened? He knew exactly how much damage this strike should have caused. For a level 20 professional, even with decent equipment, there was no reason to survive that. At the same time, the other assassin flickered and reached Lin Hao, stabbing toward him with a short sword that shimmered with green light, clearly coated in deadly poison. Lin Hao retreated a few steps to dodge. Lin Hao, if you had stayed with that Chen Ziking, I really couldn't have done anything to you. But you were too careless and fell behind, giving me an opportunity. So, I have no choice but to send you to the afterlife. Long Jiaxian stood in the distance with a tank and a support, sneering. Is that so? It's not decided yet who will be the one to die. Lin Hao sneered. With a low hum, countless insects suddenly appeared around Lin Hao. Then, they lunged at the two assassins. Ha ha, don't make me laugh, fighting with these insects. One of the assassins sneered. Arr! But before he could finish his sentence, he let out a scream. The two assassins could only manage to stab a few of the metal-eating insects. Then they were swarmed by them. The metal-eating insects tore through their flesh. Some even bored their way into their internal organs, devouring them from within. The two assassins rolled continuously on the ground. Within a minute, they were lifeless. Then, the metal-eating insects crawled back out. The two men were reduced to mangled flesh. Only their eyes, filled with fear and pain, were wide open. Seeming unable to believe it, even in death, Long Jiaxian and the two others nearby went cold all over. What the hell is that thing? Long Jiaxian and his group watched in terror as the insects burrowed in and out of the corpses. In a matter of moments, the two assassins' flesh and blood had been completely devoured. Only bones remained. The two assassins hadn't stood a chance to fight back. In an instant, the three people watching from afar felt their limbs go weak, and a bottomless fear rose in their hearts. This is simply a demon. Looking at Lin Hao, he appeared calm and indifferent. It seemed this wasn't his first time killing like this. Why on earth did they think of coming to kill someone like him? Long Jiaxian suddenly felt the world was utterly absurd. It felt like they were trying to kill someone with nothing but cheap pistols. Then suddenly, the target pulls out a rocket launcher, blows two people away in one shot, and aims the tube right at them. And the worst part is, the guy has such a damn cold look in his eyes, and he hits with such damn ruthlessness. A man of few words and lethal actions, he kills and wipes out all traces the moment he strikes. Young Master Long, you told us he was just a level 19 noob. Are you trying to get us killed? A combat support soldier next to Long Jiaxian roared at him. Hey brother, the one who wanted to kill you is Long Jiaxian. We have nothing to do with it. We were tricked and deceived too. Another healer quickly clarified to Lin Hao. Is that so? Are you scared now? Lin Hao said indifferently. Lin Hao, I admit you are a very special person. I misjudged you, and I shouldn't have provoked you. Long Jiaxian tried to yield. This kind of desolate wasteland is truly a perfect place for killing. In such a perilous place, it is impossible to distinguish whether someone was killed by a monster or by a person. That was exactly why, upon hearing Lin Hao entered this dungeon, Long Jiaxian organized his men to strike here for the very same reason. Now, Long Jiaxian simply couldn't think of any way to deal with Lin Hao's terrifying insects. He suddenly remembered what his fifth uncle had told him about Lin Hao. A godlike record-breaking performance in the novice dungeon. The suspicion that the four evils of Yang City died at his hands. The inference that, if Long Jiaxian had confronted him in the Lost Mine, he would likely have been killed by Lin Hao. At the time, when his fifth uncle mentioned those outrageous details, Long Jiaxian had acted like he accepted them, but he hadn't believed a word of it. But now, it was proven that all those facts were true. No, perhaps even those details were understated. Lin Hao was even more powerful and terrifying than imagined. Why didn't they warn him properly never to mess with Lin Hao? If they had made it clear that Lin Hao's class skills involved such horrific insects, wouldn't he have run as far away as possible? At this moment, Long Jiaxian felt a sense of infinite regret. Just for that Heart of the Night Star, he had provoked him multiple times and prepared to make a move. Seeing Lin Hao's cold, sinister gaze, he swallowed hard and said tremblingly, Lin Hao, I don't want the Heart of the Night Star anymore. I can even give you 50 million, just let me go. He was panicked. Truly panicked. Too late. Lin Hao raised his hand. If you wanted to kill, then you should have been prepared to be killed yourself. Since he had already decided to strike, would Lin Hao ever give up halfway? Leave behind loose ends or future trouble? The golden-eating insects around him buzzed and flew toward Long Jiaxian and the other two, like a cloud of darkness. Before the insects even arrived, a frigid killing intent hit them in the face. The three were scared out of their wits in an instant. The way these insects killed was just too terrifying. Long Jiaxian, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. The combat support soldier roared, turned around, and ran for his life. Boss, please spare my life. The healer also screamed, but he didn't dare to stop, fleeing right behind the combat support soldier. Long Jiaxian's face turned ghastly white. He usually walked around with the title of Young Master of the Strongmen Guild, strutting through Yang City, especially enjoying bullying weaker professionals, always winning, stepping on anyone he pleased. Over the years, he didn't know how many people had knelt before him, crying and begging for mercy. At first, sometimes he would feel a soft heart, but later on, killing only brought him an inexplicable thrill. He sometimes thought of himself as a demon, but now he realized that compared to Lin Hao's ruthless methods, he was just an innocent boy. He wanted to run, but his legs were jelly. He couldn't move at all. Lin Hao, I'm part of the Strongman Guild. If you kill me... Ah! In his panic, he still tried to threaten Lin Hao to make him stop. But before long Jatian could finish his sentence, a swarm of golden-eating insects dove at him. He tried to cast a spell to fend off the insects, but before he could even start the move, a sharp pain shot through him. Soon, the two who were running away were also caught up by the golden-eating insects and tackled to the ground. How could they ever outrun the golden-eating insects? Although agility wasn't the highest among their stats, it was still very high, not to mention they could fly. In short, once targeted, there was almost no escape. Before long, the three were covered in golden-eating insects, which began to bite frantically. The sensation of watching one's own flesh being torn away in chunks and swallowed by these bugs. This was the kind of scene that only existed in childhood nightmares. Lin Hao, please, make them stop. I was wrong, I shouldn't have tried to take your heart of the night star. Long Jatian, seeing that he couldn't threaten Lin Hao, switched to begging. Lin Hao watched coldly as the three rolled in agony on the ground. He never felt mercy for those who showed hostility and attacked him. I beg you, big brother, spare my life. Lin Hao, if you dare to kill me, our Strongman Guild will retaliate. You will regret this. Oh God, my God. A minute later, the frantic screaming stopped. The three were dead. 2 minutes later, the three were unrecognizable, no longer looking like their former selves. Come back. Lin Hao waved, and all the golden-eating insects flew back, vanishing into the space around him. Who has the time to play back and forth games with you people? Once he made a move, it was always a thunderous strike. Kill, and leave no trace. When Lin Hao first killed, his targets were the four evils of Yang City, who had provoked him repeatedly. Lin Hao had felt anger surging in his heart time and time again, but he hadn't struck yet. Only at the very end, when they followed him, intending to kill him for his loot and silence him, and Zhao Xiaoling, did Lin Hao make his move and finish them? He had broken his first seal against killing. A person changes after that. Subsequent killings become much more efficient. Lin Hao quickly collected all the items from the men, threw them into his inventory space without bothering to check, and then walked forward. Soon, he caught up with Chen Ziking and the others. What did you go do just now? Watching Lin Hao slowly catch up, Chen Ziking felt, for some reason, that he seemed different. There seemed to be a murderous aura about him, the same kind of scent that clung to her uncle every time he returned from the abyss. I ran into a few demons, and took them out, Lin Hao replied faintly. Oh, well, be careful. For this mission, we can only rely on you now. Lin Hao, these demons are too powerful. Even with you here to wipe out 8 or 9 out of 10, it is still hard to hold them back, Chen Ziking said, her face full of sorrow as she watched those around her fall one after another. Focus on defense and find a way to stay alive, Lin Hao said, looking into the distance where his gold-biting insects were battling the demons frantically. Those gold-biting insects kept flying toward the demons, with many being swatted away or struck down. But once they managed to get close and latch onto a demon, they would quickly tear a wound, burrow straight into the body, shred its internal organs, and then crawl back out. Then, the demon would fall. My gold-biting insects are still too few. Against a bunch of weaklings, they can wipe them out in a snap, but when the opponents are also strong and numerous, the efficiency drops significantly. For the first time, Lin Hao felt that his pet insects were far from enough, and he himself was too weak. His combat effectiveness was severely lacking. Before, he had always been invincible, pushing through everything without a care, but this battle exposed these two major shortcomings completely. As for the insects, based on the rule of gaining 10 more every time he levels up, it might seem like a lot, but as leveling becomes slower later on, the growth in his insect count would be limited. Fortunately, as an insect tamer, he is not limited to just 1 or 2 types. The number of species he can control is theoretically unlimited as long as he can summon and sign contracts with them. Having reached level 20, he could head to the insect world again. But he had to settle matters here first. In terms of personal strength, once this trip is over, he must go all out to push his skills and equipment. Lin Hao, I had some prejudices against you before, and I apologize. Chen Ziking looked at the dozen or so bodies around her. These were all professionals who had perished in the previous waves of attacks. If it weren't for you, the death toll would have been even higher. Lin Hao glanced at her but remained silent. In truth, Lin Hao didn't care about any prejudices. As a matter of fact, aside from giving him a hard time the first time they left the city, she hadn't harmed him at all. The city guard sent 50 professionals under level 30 this time, which is practically everyone at that level. We thought it would be enough, but now it seems far from it. If you weren't here, we might have been completely wiped out. It was you who saved us. Chen Ziking was a very straightforward woman. At this point, she was absolutely certain that Lin Hao was the one turning the tide. Lin Hao shook his head. Don't be too optimistic yet. Although we've mostly held off the demon hordes, the 3 strongest ones haven't made a move yet. If the situation looks bad later, you all must retreat immediately. Over the past few rounds, although a dozen professionals died, several hundred of the 1,000 demons were killed, and the remaining ones were scattered, unable to form a major charge. Of course, almost all of them were killed by Lin Hao. Following Lin Hao's gaze, Chen Ziking saw the 3 super demons in the sky, and her heart sank. Those hateful bugs again. The demon saintess stared fixedly at the gold-biting insects slaughtering everywhere in the field. These bugs are indeed hateful, but they aren't invincible. We already killed dozens of them, and there are only about 100 left down there. It's not that hard to wipe them out, but we can't let them get close, or even we won't be able to hold them off. The vampire Vlad said coldly. I'll clear out those humans first. Whoosh. With whirlwinds wrapping around her feet, the demon saintess flew toward the group. At the same time, a magic book appeared in her hand, and she chanted, "Tornado Dragon." 4 powerful tornadoes appeared out of thin air and swept toward them. Everyone, be careful. Seeing the super demon make a move, Chen Ziking shouted. 20 or so damage dealers launched their attacks at the tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. 1 tornado dissipated. 2 tornadoes dissipated. 3 tornadoes dissipated. However, the 4th one slammed into them. In an instant, 4 or 5 people were swept into mid-air. Everyone, make sure to protect Lin Hao, Chen Ziking ordered. Go. Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-biting insects broke away and flew straight at the demon saintess. Wind clusters. The demon saintess chanted a few words, and countless swirls of wind appeared in front of her. These swirls wrapped around the gold-biting insects and trapped them firmly. Lin Hao frowned. Although the gold-biting insects weren't hurt, these 20 weren't easy to break out. This meant missing the chance to kill the demon saintess. The vampire behind her saw this, pulled out something like a chalice, tilted it into the air, and spilled a cyan liquid. It turned into a cyan mist, drifted over, and merged into the demon saintess's wind swirls. Instantly, the gold-biting insects were covered in this greenish mist. What potent poison! Lin Hao immediately felt the vitality of his gold-biting insects fading rapidly. The previous 30 gold-biting insects had died at their hands exactly like this. If this poison were used on them, no one here would survive. Chen Ziking, I'll have a dozen gold-biting insects assist you. Retreat now, deal with the scattered headless night demons, and whatever you do, don't let those 2 demons in the sky get close. If they fly toward you, forget everything else and run for your lives. What about you? Chen Ziking asked nervously. I'll be fine. They can't kill me. I'll command my pets to kill them. Alright. Chen Ziking couldn't fathom what Lin Hao was relying on, but she had seen how deadly the poison released by the vampire was. She directed everyone, we're retreating 500 meters. Want to leave? You human trash, you're all dying here today, the vampire demon said coldly. Endless toxin. He flicked the chalice, and a 100-meter-wide cyan mist descended upon them. Lin Hao's face changed drastically. Quick, run! The professionals scrambled to retreat. However, it was a little too late. A dozen of the slower professionals, including Lin Hao, were engulfed by the mist. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his heartbeat accelerate, his muscles contract, and his skin feel like it was on fire. Along with sharp pain throughout his body, he grew dizzy, and his consciousness began to blur. He was poisoned! And it was a lethal toxin. Lin Hao realized his health was draining rapidly. The dozen or so professionals were rolling on the ground. After only a short while, their faces had turned blue, and they were in critical condition. Lin Hao! Chen Ziking screamed when she saw Lin Hao had also been poisoned. Go, run! This poison is more than you can handle, Lin Hao shouted. Less than a minute later, the dozen professionals struggling on the ground went still, motionless, dead. Chen Ziking looked at Lin Hao while directing the retreat and fending off the remaining demon knights. Her face was deathly pale, and she muttered to herself, Lin Hao, you must not die. Plop. A spirit butterfly fell from Lin Hao's body. It had clearly exhausted its life force to save Lin Hao and had died. This is bad. The poison shows no signs of wearing off. It stays just as potent. Does that mean even with all my health, I'll die eventually? Lin Hao's expression changed, turning grim. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression changed once again. The golden eater bugs, which had previously been trapped in the demon saintess's wind vortex and poisoned, had now all lost connection with Lin Hao. Dead? Dead. The 20 golden eater bugs trapped in the wind vortex, poisoned and exhausted, could finally hold on no longer, their life force drained away, and they died one by one. These pet bugs had always been incredibly powerful, immune to fire, water, and mental attacks, with vast amounts of health points. But even they could not withstand this potent poison. They fell from the wind vortex onto the ground, motionless. Another batch of Lin Hao's golden eater bugs had perished right before his very eyes. Before arriving at this land of ending, dozens of banshees that were pursuing him had also suddenly died. Now, another 20 were dead. Nearly 50 had died in total, leaving aside the 10 assisting Chen Ziqing and her team against the Headless Knight. He now had only about 100 left under his command. Snap! Another spirit butterfly died. It fell from Lin Hao's body. In this last minute or so, he had lost over 10,000 health points. Lin Hao's life force continued to fade rapidly. The toxic poison seemed endless, constantly eating away at Lin Hao's life. Return. Lin Hao's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a roar. About 100 golden eater bugs disengaged from the fight and flew toward him. If he couldn't kill those 3 demons quickly, it wasn't just all his golden eater bugs and spirit butterflies that would die. Lin Hao himself would be poisoned to death right here in this dungeon passage. Wind vortex. Seeing Lin Hao's bugs fly back to his side, the demon saintess began casting wind vortex spells incessantly. She wanted to trap and kill those golden eater bugs. One wind vortex after another manifested, until the demon saintess turned pale and swayed unsteadily before she finally stopped. By then, 40 or 50 vortexes had formed around her. The vortexes were closing in on the golden eater bugs. Scatter. The 100 or so golden eater bugs scattered rapidly. One by one, the golden eater bugs were caught in the vortexes. Soon, 40 or 50 of them were trapped. However, many others flew toward the 3 demons from various directions. The 3 demons were startled. They dodged frantically, trying to avoid the pouncing bugs. But constant dodging eventually leads to mistakes. A shrill cry rang out. The previously wounded banshee was slower, and now, over 10 golden eater bugs had pounced onto her body. Except for a few that the banshee managed to swat away, the bugs that clung to her quickly tore through her flesh and burrowed into her body. They began devouring her internal organs. Blood splattered into the air. The winged banshee shrieked as she crashed into the ground. Boom. A massive cloud of dust rose up. Wind barrier. Seeing the banshee screaming in agony under the bugs and crashing down, clearly near death, the demon saintess's expression changed drastically. She hurried to cast a protective barrier around herself. Golden eater bugs kept rushing at her, only to be blown away by the wind barrier. But this barrier was different from the vortexes. The vortexes trapped the bugs, while the barrier simply pushed them away. The bugs thrown back were unharmed, and immediately flew back to continue their assault on the demon saintess. Meanwhile, quite a few bugs were also pouncing on the vampire demon. However, the vampire demon was incredibly fast, far outclassing the banshee and the saintess. It darted around, constantly releasing toxic fog to corrupt the bugs trapped in the 40 or 50 wind vortexes. The bugs chasing it remained glued to its trail, unable to latch onto its body. This demon saintess and the vampire are too hard to deal with, especially the vampire's speed, and my golden eater bugs are purely melee pets. If only I had some ranged pets, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. This is another one of my weaknesses. Snap. Another spirit butterfly died and fell to the ground. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Since his awakening, he had traversed the bug realm, obtained the golden eater bugs, cleared starter dungeons, ventured into the wilderness, defeated field bosses with Zhao Xiaoling, crushed the Yang City 4 evils, raided the Lost Mines, and killed Long Jiaxin. A string of battles where he had been invincible. He had grown accustomed to this invincibility. But now, facing experts in a desperate fight, all his weaknesses were being exposed one by one. If not for obtaining the spirit butterfly in that grassy field at level 10, he would have died countless times by now. If he survives this, it will have been a sobering realization. He will know how to improve himself. Chen Ziqing and the others stood in the distance, fighting the Headless Knight and other demons in a team. Although it was a hard struggle, with the help of Lin Hao's dozen or so golden eater bugs, their lives weren't in immediate danger. Chen Ziqing stood among the crowd, looking at Lin Hao with a mix of utter disbelief and deep worry. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Hao was still locked in a bitter struggle with those 2 demons. As for that banshee, she had died completely half an hour ago. That toxic poison can kill a level 30 professional in less than a minute, meaning it consumes tens of thousands of health points per minute. Lin Hao has been poisoned for half an hour. Doesn't that mean he has over 300,000 health points? My god, how is this even possible? I've never seen or even heard of someone like this. His existence completely defies common knowledge. How many more trump cards does this Lin Hao have? But no matter how many cards he has, with his health draining like this, he can't hold out forever. He might die at any second, right? Please, don't die. Please, don't die. A peerless genius like this, born once in a century, if he dies, it's not just a loss for Yang City, but a massive tragedy for the entire Great Xia. And if you die, none of us trapped in this passage will make it out alive. If we all die, the mission to destroy this passage will be a failure. Once it fails, a D-level rift will form, and level 40 demons will pour into Yang City endlessly. Most of the millions of people in the city could be slaughtered and devoured in a single day. And it might even spread from Yang City to the rest of the country. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, the lives of millions are resting on your shoulders right now. You must not die. Lin Hao's face was ashen. Most of his spirit butterflies had died, and he didn't have much time left. His golden eater bugs had also lost 60 or 70 members in this half-hour fight. Only 30 or 40 remained, and until now, between the Demon Saintess barrier and the vampire's evasive maneuvers, his bugs hadn't been able to break through their defenses or get inside their bodies. Am I going to die here today? I still need to find my sister. I can't die yet. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot and his face twisted like a madman. But never mind Lin Hao. The Demon Saintess and the vampire demon were also suffering internally. They couldn't fathom how this weak human was still standing there after half an hour. They knew the power of the endless toxins better than anyone. In this half hour, it should have drained hundreds of thousands of health points from their opponent. So why is he still alive? How could a level 19 professional have hundreds of thousands of health points? Unbelievable. And those terrifying bugs, they didn't dare let even one of them touch them. The more bugs they killed, the harder the survivors were to deal with. After half an hour of high-intensity use of their mental power and stamina, they were reaching their limit too. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Finally running out of steam, are you? The Demon Saintess wind barrier was thinning, and she had no mana left to sustain it. A golden eater bug broke through and latched onto her. At the same time, the vampire's movements slowed. A bug fell onto its leg and began to gnaw. It's my turn to counterattack. Once the Demon Saint and the vampire demon's defenses were broken, it was time for the Gold-Devouring bugs to show their might. One by one, more and more Gold-Devouring bugs swarmed onto the Demon Saint. Blood rained down from the sky. The Demon Saint's stunning face had twisted in agony. Lin Hao, it's you again. You're ruining my plans again. The Demon Saint glared at Lin Hao with pure hatred. But don't get cocky. If my true form were here, even 10,000 of you would be dead already. This is just one of my clones. Even if it dies, I'll only lose a bit of vitality. Lin Hao, the entire abyss will remember you. Unless you hide in the mortal realm forever, the moment you show yourself, you will be hunted down relentlessly by the entire abyss. Lin Hao sneered. You've already been defeated by me twice, yet you still dare to make threats? And don't bother me with talk of the entire abyss hunting me down. Sooner or later, I will turn your entire abyss upside down. You all, just wait for me. Lin Hao felt a wave of rage. This bitter battle against these two demons had cost him dearly. Of the 170 Gold-Devouring bugs, very few remained. Even his trump card, the spirit butterflies, were almost all gone. If the enemy hadn't collapsed first, he would have been the one to fall. He had never imagined it would come to this. As for the abyss demons, they were natural enemies of humanity. When they met, it was a fight to the death. Such threats were completely meaningless. Lin Hao. With a final hateful roar, the Demon Saint crashed from the air onto the ground. Demon Saint. Die! You have killed the Demon Saint, Lord, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the item Magic Book, the Key of Solomon. Almost all the remaining Gold-Devouring bugs were swarming over the vampire demon now. At the same time, the bodies of all the bugs had turned a blue-green color. This vampire demon could not only release terrifying poison, but his very body was composed of it. At this point, Lin Hao had thrown away all his trump cards. He had to finish off the vampire demon. Fortunately, the vampire was now on the verge of death. Your name is Lin Hao, right? The vampire drifted not far from Lin Hao. You are quite impressive. Among humans at your level, you are the strongest I have ever seen. No, you are even stronger than those level 50 or 60 professionals. His blood and chunks of flesh were falling away constantly. Yet he didn't seem to care at all. His gaze was calm. I am Count Vlad. To be defeated by your strength, I have no regrets in my defeat. We will meet again, Lord Lin Hao. The vampire Vlad bowed slightly to Lin Hao, and then his whole body was dismembered by the gold-devouring bugs, scattering into pieces of flesh and bone. Vampire demon. Die! You have killed Count Vlad, Lord, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the magic scroll, Endless Toxin. You have leveled up to level 21. They're finally all dead. Those two psychopaths. One spouting threats, the other offering bows. Damn it, they're both crazy. Why make such a scene when they're already dying? Lin Hao collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. The gold-devouring bugs that had killed the demon saint and the vampire also fell to the ground. I really threw everything I had into this one. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Of course, after a one-day cooldown, he could summon the gold-devouring bugs again to return to the current cap of 210 at level 21. However, to replenish over 200 level 21 bugs, I'm afraid it will take a month and a half of recovery time. Not to mention needing to replenish the spirit butterflies as well. Once the vampire died, the poison in Lin Hao's body began to fade away. Thank goodness, if this poison had continued, it would have been lethal. Looking around, Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. My resources are completely spent. At least, it ended in victory. Lin Hao! A call came from afar. Chen Ziking was running toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's battle here had ended, and the battle over there had finished at almost the same time. Chen Ziking ran up to Lin Hao and then gave him a hug. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. What's gotten into this girl? Lin Hao, there were so many times I thought you were going to die. Chen Ziking held him tightly, trembling slightly. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. Thank you for saving us, for saving me. Her arms were wrapped around his neck. Hey, I fought them that hard just to stay alive too. Being pressed tightly against her body, Lin Hao felt a bit uncomfortable. This girl, who usually moved like the wind and sat like a mountain, appeared to be a soldier, tough and unyielding. But I never expected her body to be this soft, and surprisingly supple too. Any experienced man knows that this kind of woman is top tier. I never would have guessed. No, Lin Hao, my life was saved by you. Lin Hao wanted to push her away, but he reconsidered. They had gone through a life or death struggle together and survived. Some emotional reaction was only natural. Forget it. Deputy Envoy Lin. At that moment, Zhao Hu and the rest of the city guards walked over, some limping or favoring their injuries. They had fought a bitter battle earlier, several had died, and every single one was injured, most of them severely. They had used up every last ounce of their strength. Still, at the joy of surviving, everyone's faces beamed with relief. Hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chen Ziking pushed Lin Hao away slightly and stepped back, pulling away from him. Her face was bright red. Deputy Envoy Lin, all the demons in the Darkland have been killed. We just need to go forward a bit to break the portal's connection. Chen Ziking took a deep breath and said calmly, we just need a little effort to destroy the formation at the portal, and the whole thing will collapse. From then on, the Darkland will never be connected to the Abyss again. You go ahead and destroy it. I'm too tired and need to rest for a while, Lin Hao said coolly. Yes, Chen Ziking replied. At that moment, she didn't act like a commander at all. It was as if Lin Hao was the one in charge. Lin Hao suddenly felt something strange. Chen Ziking and the city guards headed off to destroy the portal. Lin Hao looked at the ground in the distance. There were many corpses of gold-devouring bugs scattered there, but Lin Hao felt that his spiritual energy had re-established a connection with several of them. Some aren't fully dead? They've come back to life? Just as he was puzzled, buzz. 20 or so gold-devouring bugs flew up from the ground into the air. Return! Lin Hao beckoned with his hand. Those 20 gold-devouring bugs flew over and circled around Lin Hao nimbly. For some reason, even though these resurrected bugs looked exactly the same, Lin Hao had a strange feeling. What kind of feeling? He seemed to sense that these 20 gold-devouring bugs felt a sense of joy upon seeing him. What's going on? By signing a contract with a gold-eater bug from the bug realm and using it as his pet bug template, Lin Hao can summon gold-eater bugs. As he levels up, he can increase the maximum number of summons and call forth more pet bugs. At the same time, the bugs he summons possess no independent consciousness. They act entirely according to Lin Hao's mental will and commands. This is standard procedure for the bug tamer profession. However, Lin Hao feels that these specific gold-eater bugs seem different. After leveling up, they have developed faint individual emotions. Although they still follow his commands, absolutely. But it is already different. They seem more agile and fluid in their flight and movements. Could it be because they reached level 21? Lin Hao looks into the distance, where there are still a dozen or so Gold Eater bugs left behind to assist Chen Ziking and the others. Come here. Lin Hao calls those Gold Eater bugs over. Those Gold Eater bugs fly over. Sure enough, looking closely, they are different. Lin Hao carefully observes and compares them. This batch of Gold Eater bugs is exactly the same as before, with no changes in their familiar normal state. But what about those 20 Gold Eater bugs? Lin Hao looks at those special Gold Eater bugs. Instantly, he is stunned. Their names have actually changed to level 21 Gold Eater Bug Elite. And the names of those 10 Gold Eater bugs are still just level 21 Gold Eater Bug? Can pet bugs evolve after a period of combat, in addition to leveling up? Although these 20 or so Gold Eater bugs are all at level 21, they have evolved from normal to elite. Having become elite level pet bugs, they have developed a bit of individual consciousness. The bugs are no longer as rigid as before and appear much more lively. If that is the case, could one day elite level pet bugs evolve into bosses, lords, or even kings? Possible. Very possible. However, as for how they evolve, Lin Hao thinks for a while but has no definitive answer. For now, he can only assume that after many battles, they accumulate enough to break through and evolve. Unable to find the answer, Lin Hao is not in a rush. This matter can take its time. Besides becoming more lively, will the stats of the evolved pet bugs also change? Lin Hao checks the stats of a normal Gold Eater bug. Level 21 Gold Eater bug. Strength, 19,200. Agility, 9,600. Spirit, 9,600. Physique, 19,200. Skills, Rage, Acceleration, Rage. When in a rage state, the Gold Eater bug's attack power increases by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration. When in an acceleration state, the Gold Eater bug's movement and attack speed increase by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing that the stats of the level 21 Gold Eater bug are so monstrous, Lin Hao gasps. In a normal state, they shouldn't reach this level. It must be that his god-level talent skill enhancement has leveled up again, and it has added a new acceleration skill. Increasing movement and attack speed by double is equivalent to doubling the attack power again. There is no other word to describe it but monstrous. Lin Hao impatiently opens the status panel of the elite Gold Eater bug. Instantly, he is dumbfounded. Level 21 Gold Eater bug elite. Strength, 3,400. Agility, 19,200. Spirit, 19,200. Physique, 3,400. Skills, Rage, Acceleration, Rage. When in a rage state, the Gold Eater bug's attack power increases by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration. When in an acceleration state, the Gold Eater bug's movement and attack speed increase by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. My god. All stats doubled. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Hao is overjoyed. He didn't lose out this time. On the contrary, he made a huge profit, although only about 20 elite Gold Eater bugs have evolved. But these stats are simply heaven-defying. Good, good, good! With these stats, I can leave other professionals of the same level trailing hundreds of thousands of miles behind. Regarding the things he has to do next, whether it is the upcoming Great Martial Exam, or going to the capital's Qingbei Martial Arts University to enter the Azure Dragon Academy after the exam, Lin Hao is more confident than ever right now. Soon, he will be able to find his sister. If she was forced into a dead end by some forces, then I will take her place and wipe out all her enemies. Lin Hao suddenly remembers something. Summon. 5 brand new level 21 Gold Eater bugs emerge from the void beside Lin Hao. Summoning 5 level 21 Gold Eater bugs has already consumed half of my spiritual power. Lin Hao looks at his status and lets out a wry smile. Recovering from empty spiritual power to full capacity normally takes a whole day, even with meditation. At this rate, who knows how long it will take to summon a full squad of Gold Eater bugs? At least half a month. Not to mention, there are also a large number of elf butterflies to summon. It seems if I really have to, I will have to buy some recovery potions to speed up the process. Lin Hao sees the new Gold Eater bugs come out and immediately checks their status. Level 21 Gold Eater bug? Sure enough, the summoned Gold Eater bugs are only normal ones. It seems that for Gold Eater bugs to evolve from normal to elite, it requires extensive combat or some additional opportunities. I should be content with having 20 elite Gold Eater bugs all of a sudden. Lin Hao smiles. Although the newly summoned bugs are not elite grade, he is not discouraged. His life has only just begun. One day, he will possess a large number of elite grade gold eater bugs. And boss grade ones too. Lord grade. And king grade. Lin Hao also opens his own status panel. Name: Lin Hao. Profession: Bug Tamer. Level: 21. Strength: 320. Agility: 320. Spirit: 650. Physique: 320. Professional skills: Bug Contract. Pet Bug Summoning. Level 21. Talent skills: Skill Enhancement. Level 3. Position Swap. Bug Realm Travel. 3 uses. Summon level 21. Gold Eater Bug. Current count 31. Summon level 21. Elf Butterfly. Current count 1100. Seeing his own status panel, Lin Hao feels very conflicted. First, in terms of stats, they are mediocre, normal for a level 21 professional. But compared to his Gold Eater Bug pets, he, the master, looks as pathetic as a beggar. It is time to get myself a full set of stat gear. Second, his core talent skill, Skill Enhancement, has indeed upgraded to level 3 after breaking through the critical level 20 node. No wonder his pet bugs have such high stats. That is a 30-fold boost. Third, Bug Realm Travel has indeed granted 3 opportunities. Last time in that grassy land, he had left a Gold Eater bug behind as an anchor. Next time he enters the Bug Realm, he can directly use Position Swap to reach the grassland without wandering around like a headless chicken like the previous few times, appearing in all sorts of strange places. It will probably take a long time before I hit level 30 and earn those 3 teleportation opportunities again. The 3 Insect Realm teleportation chances I just received are extremely precious. I must plan carefully before using them. Just as I suspected, the summon limit for both the Gold Eater insects and the Sprite butterflies has reached 210. However, it will take quite a while to restore them to full capacity. Maybe I can head to the trade center and buy some expensive recovery potions to help. I will check the trade center later to see how the market prices are looking. I have been busy leveling up lately. Just then, a loud boom echoed through the air. Lin Hao looked up to see a beam of white light shooting into the sky at the very end of the area. Following that, the entire gloom land seemed to shake. Chen Ziqing walked over, his face filled with excitement. Lin Hao, the passage connecting to the abyss has been severed. The rules here are going to change. Based on past experience, we will be forcibly teleported out in 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded. The abyss crisis has been averted. Lin Hao, if it weren't for you, the outcome would have been completely different. Not only would everyone here have died, but Yang City might not have been saved either. Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Hao and said seriously, "Your contribution this time was outstanding, and I will report it truthfully to the military. You will also receive a share of the profits from the future resource development here. Though per regulations, an individual share cannot exceed 5%. By mentioning the dividend limit now, Chen Ziqing was essentially trying to manage his expectations in advance. He feared that Lin Hao would be disappointed or angry, given that the contributions of everyone else combined might not even equal his own. 5% is actually quite a lot, Lin Hao replied. Late-stage development requires massive amounts of manpower and resources, and there are various factions that need to be balanced. Besides, if the total income reaches tens or hundreds of billions, 5% would still be in the hundreds of millions. He is just a high school senior. If he had a net worth of over 100 million, he would truly be one of the wealthiest people in Yang City. Before this, he wouldn't even have dared to imagine such a thing. We have 10 minutes left. Everyone, go look around. Whatever you can find is yours to keep, Chen Ziqing told his team. Hearing this, everyone excitedly dispersed to search for resources. They had been busy fighting earlier, and with demons everywhere, it was too dangerous to stop and collect items, even when they saw something valuable. Lin Hao, we have 10 minutes left. Aren't you going to look for anything? Chen Ziqing asked. Lin Hao shook his head. No, I'm going back to find my classmates. Understood. Meanwhile, outside the passage, City Lord Chu Yuan, Zhao Kaijun, and the elders from various noble families were waiting. Their expressions were grim. Several hours had already passed, yet not a single person had emerged. This implied that they still hadn't completed the mission of severing the passage. General Zhao, do you think they can actually finish the mission? Chu Yuan asked with a dark face. Zhao Kaijun thought for a moment and said slowly, "It's hard to say, but we did our best. We sent in elite city guards around level 30, plus all the experts handpicked by the various families. If they fail, a large number of abyss demons will pour in through the gloom land. Are our backup preparations ready? Shu Yuan asked again. Rest assured, City Lord. 30,000 city guards have been mobilized and are waiting outside for battle, Zhao Kaijun said in a deep voice. General Zhao, you really are foolish. You sent those students into the Gloomland. When the time comes, I don't know how you're going to answer to old Mo. Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Kaijun and couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Kaijun gave a bitter smile. Master Zhao, you've said this at least 10 times in the last few hours. Imph. Master Zhao didn't care about his rank as a general and continued relentlessly. Especially that Lin Hao. Do you have any idea how much time and effort old Mo poured into training him? I don't care about the other scions. I can guess what their families were after. But Lin Hao, you really shouldn't have let him go in. What use is he at his level? It's nothing but a death sentence. Zhao Kaijun smiled bitterly and remained silent. He squeezed the recommendation letter he had kept ready in his pocket. If what Master Zhao kept saying was true and something happened to Lin Hao in there, then he really had caused a tragedy with good intentions. He had wanted to give Lin Hao a chance. But what if it was only a chance at death? He felt conflicted. Lin Hao, thank goodness you're here. We were scared to death. Seeing Lin Hao walking toward them, Ye Daping stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Lin Hao had told them to stay put and not move around, so they had been hiding in a gully. We felt the entire passage shake a moment ago. Lin Hao, what happened? Ning Yuanzi asked. The danger is gone. We've severed the passage. Lin Hao smiled. I knew it. With Brother Hao here, we were bound to succeed, Lin Shi said as she ran over. Her admiration for Lin Hao had reached the point of blind devotion. Mu Shui stood aside, watching Lin Hao quietly. He has created another miracle. 10 minutes later, everyone in the Gloomland felt a sudden tension in their bodies, as if an immense force was pushing them, forcibly teleporting them out of the dungeon. Several beams of white light flashed. The group appeared at the dungeon entrance. Ha ha ha. Excellent, you finally made it out. Zhao Kaijun greeted them with a hearty laugh. Uncle, we fulfilled the mission. The passage is severed, but many people died. Chen Ziking's expression dimmed. The officials outside looked at the returning expedition team. Compared to the large army that entered, the number of survivors was painfully small. Of the 100 who entered, fewer than 30 remained. It was truly a tragic loss. Elders from each family were searching for their own people. Some were overjoyed, while others were devastated. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanzi, and the others each went to greet their families. Lin Hao, I'm glad. You knew when to prioritize your safety rather than pushing too hard. Staying alive is the most precious thing of all, Master Zhao said with relief. He had watched Lin Hao grow up and had a good relationship with Principal Mo, so he certainly didn't want to see old Mo's hard work go down the drain. In his mind, Lin Hao must have focused entirely on self-preservation to survive the Gloomland. Chen Ziking stepped forward and spoke up. Master Zhao, Lin Hao didn't just survive by saving himself. Do you know that nearly all the demons in the passage were killed by him? If not for him, none of us 20-something people would have survived, and we would never have been able to sever the passage. It was him who saved us. It was him who saved the entirety of Yang City. Lin Hao? Not only was Master Zhao stunned, all the other high-ranking figures looked over in shock. Ziking, why don't you tell us how the battle actually went? Zhao Kaijun asked. Alright. Ziking began to describe their experience entering the gloomy land. The strength of the demons made everyone frown. The Enchantress's terrifying regenerative abilities left everyone in disbelief. Finally, the horror of the demon saintess and the vampire demon sent shivers down everyone's spines. Especially the vampire demon's deadly poison, which could almost instantly kill a level 30 professional. It was luck. We succeeded this time purely due to good luck. Who would have thought the enemies inside were so powerful? An elder from an aristocratic family remarked with a sigh. Luck. That was won through Lin Hao risking his own life in battle, Chen Ziking retorted. Haha, Lin Hao, you truly did not disappoint me, Zhao Kaijun said with great delight. City Lord Chu Yuan smiled and said, Lin Hao, you have made a great contribution this time. On behalf of the millions of citizens in Yangcheng, I thank you. We will definitely ensure you receive the highest share of the subsequent dungeon development profits. You are too kind, City Lord, Lin Hao replied. That sounds nice, but for a level 19 professional to talk so miraculously, I suppose only naive people would believe it? Suddenly, a senior from an aristocratic family said coldly, You all are representatives of the military, so you must be blowing smoke for each other. This family was a vassal of the Changren Guild and had been at odds with Lin Hao before. Now, hearing Chen Ziking constantly emphasize Lin Hao's contributions, and claiming that he was responsible for almost all the credit. It meant that if the aristocratic family showed less contribution, they would get a smaller share of the benefits later. There is no blowing smoke. We are all witnesses to Big Brother Hao's efforts, Lin Shi interjected first. Ning Yuanxi, Ye Dapeng, and others also echoed in agreement. Emph. Talking about how many demons were killed and what happened, isn't it all just talk? Who couldn't say that? The aristocratic senior continued to press. Just as the argument became noisy and chaotic, Master Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Lin Hao, you have reached level 21? Earlier, when Chen Ziqing described how Lin Hao had killed demons in groups, he had been somewhat skeptical, because he had always assumed that Lin Hao reaching level 19 in these 10 days was due to Principal Mo's resources and great effort in carrying him. A person with connections suddenly becoming a powerful fighter, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. Hearing Master Zhao shout, everyone turned to look. It is true. I remember when he first went in, he was indeed level 19. At the time, I was even wondering what use there was in going in at such a low level. In a few hours, he rose to level 21. 2 levels up. How many demons did he kill? Back in my day, it took me half a month of fighting monsters, killing thousands of them, to go from level 19 to level 20, let alone him jumping 2 levels now. My god, how many demons did this Lin Hao kill in there? Must be tens of thousands, right? The aristocratic senior, who kept calling Lin Hao a fraud, didn't dare to speak again. Actually, it wasn't tens of thousands. It was just over 1,000. The demons inside provided far more experience than those outside. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Lin Hao, where is Long Jieqian? Did you kill him? The speaker was Long Wu from the Changrun Guild. As soon as his voice sounded, the surroundings fell silent. After all, the Changrun Guild was a force not inferior to the local military, and it involved murder, with the victim being the young master of the Changrun Guild. Long Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Ziqing was the first to stand up for Lin Hao. She had endured hardships with Lin Hao and had seen with her own eyes how he protected his companions and fought the demons. How could such a savior and hero be slandered? Although Long Jieqian is not high level, he has many experts around him. I don't believe he would be killed by the monsters inside. Long Wu saw the survivors, and Long Jieqian was not among them. He felt very complicated. The Changrun Guild had sent over 10 people in, and they all died inside. Even the most crucial one, Long Jieqian, was dead. He had quietly asked others earlier and learned that when they were close to the end, Long Jieqian's group was still alive and had some verbal conflicts with Lin Hao. Then, they just vanished. He knew in his heart that for this trip, Long Jieqian had spent a lot of money to hire 2 expert assassins with the intent to kill Lin Hao inside. Lin Hao was alive, and Long Jieqian was dead. Although there was no evidence, it was highly likely that Long Jieqian had been counter-killed by Lin Hao. Long Wu, people call you Master Wu out of respect, but why do you sound like you are just spewing nonsense? What does it mean that he shouldn't have been killed by the monsters inside? Chen Ziqing, unbothered by the fact that the Changrun Guild was a behemoth, retorted directly. If it weren't for Lin Hao, let alone a mere Long Jieqian, even I would have died. The Changrun Guild is strong, but is it stronger than 50 military experts? Following your logic, should everyone who died at the hands of the demons inside be blamed on Lin Hao? Don't you think that's absurd? Why do you sound like a child? Even the seasoned Long Wu was left speechless. After all, he had no evidence. He couldn't very well admit that Long Jieqian had coveted Lin Hao's Nightstar heart, which led to the conflict, and that one of his objectives in the dungeon was to kill Lin Hao. He could only stare fiercely at Lin Hao. That is enough. City Lord Chuyan spoke up at this moment. Long Wu, stop with the conjecture. Lin Hao is now a hero who saved millions in Yangcheng, not a common professional for your Changrun Guild to bully at will. City Lord Chu, I didn't mean it like that. After all, before entering the gloomy land, everyone knew Long Jieqian and Lin Hao had deep conflicts. Fearing Chu Yuan's authority, Long Wu didn't dare to be arrogant and hurried to explain. Deep conflicts? Long Wu, do you have the nerve to say that? Wasn't it your Changrun Guild that wanted to forcibly seize other people's items? Chu Yuan's expression turned cold. Long Wu, you can take my message back to Long Tun. Lin Hao is one of our military personnel. If you want to touch him, ask us in the military first, and ask the other guilds saved by Lin Hao if they agree. I don't agree either. A large man wearing a thick gold chain stepped forward. Lin Hao is my son's deskmate. Whoever touches him makes an enemy of me. I don't agree either. Ning Moho stepped out. I don't agree either. The Lin family stepped out. I don't agree either. The Mu family stepped out. In an instant, people from 7 or 8 aristocratic families stepped out. Long Wu's facial muscles trembled with anger. The military, And these aristocratic families were actually uniting against the Changren Guild just because of one Lin Hao. In such a situation, even if the guild leader Long Tun came, he would have to compromise. It was certainly not something he could afford to provoke for the guild. Alright, if I find evidence, you won't have anything to say then, right? He persisted stubbornly. At this point, Zhao Kaijun, who had been silent, said calmly, "That's enough, Long Wu. Talk when you have evidence. Your Changren Guild should be thanking Lin Hao. After all, if the demons had stormed into Yangcheng, it's questionable whether your guild would even exist." Long Wu lowered his head. In the past, whenever the Changren Guild appeared and spoke, who wouldn't listen attentively? But today, when he spoke, he only sparked public outrage. "Fine, I accept this loss. Let's go." Long Wu took his men and left. He felt that being here was just too humiliating. Lin Hao, thank you for saving Ning Yuanxi and countless people in Yangcheng. How about this? Give me your Heart of the Night Star, and my Ning family will take responsibility for gathering all the necessary materials and crafting them into a finished necklace as a reward for the grace you have shown our family. Previously, Ning Mohua had intended to use the crafting list to put some pressure on Lin Hao. Now, it had turned into offering money and resources to help craft the finished item for free. Old Ning, if the materials are not enough, feel free to take whatever you need from the Lin family's stock, the head of the Lin family said with a smile. Count me in as well, the Mu family added. Several other noble families also expressed their support one after another. Then I will thank President Ning and all the uncles in advance, Lin Hao said with great delight. He certainly wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Equipment that provides +1 to all skills is priceless and rare. Lin Hao, you are very powerful. The Kanglong Academy welcomes you. Zhao Kaijun took out a recommendation letter and handed it to Lin Hao. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. But the entrance exam hasn't started yet. Isn't it too early to say whether I can get into Qingbei Martial Arts University? The recommendation letter was indeed one of Lin Hao's main goals in entering the Land of Darkness. He didn't expect that Zhao Kaijun had already prepared it. This also goes to show how much confidence Zhao Kaijun has in Lin Hao's abilities. Haha, Lin Hao, with your strength, what is the entrance exam starting the day after tomorrow? If you want, City Lord Chu Yan can directly recommend you for admission without the exam. Yes, Lin Hao. I have the authority to grant you an exemption from the exam, Chu Yuan added with a nod and a smile. As a high-ranking official of the Great Shah who governs a region, Chu Yan has the qualification to recommend individuals for specialized training. Thank you both for your kindness, Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu, but there is no need for an exemption. I want to take the exam to see how I measure up against the other high school seniors. Good. That is the spirit of a true man from Yangcheng. Master Zhao, who had only been listening until now, gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. Zhao Kaijun continued, Lin Hao, I have another piece of good news for you. In view of your significant contributions this time, I have discussed it with City Lord Chu, and we have decided to reward you with 100,000 merit points. Merit points. Zhao Kaijun had mentioned this when he first invited Lin Hao to the City of Darkness, but at the time, his focus was on the recommendation letter, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Lin Hao, don't underestimate these merit points. They are far more valuable than money, as you will realize in the future. These 100,000 points are a heavy cost even for our Yangcheng military. It is a sum we have been saving up for a long time. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu. Another great reward in the bag. Alright, you can go back and rest now. We still have some follow-up matters to discuss. We will let you know once we have determined your share of the dividends. Understood. The military leaders walked away to hold their meeting. Once the leaders left, Ye Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and the others surrounded Lin Hao. While the leaders were talking, they, as the younger generation, didn't dare to interrupt and had been listening quietly. Incredible, boss. Your leveling speed is just too fast. You've reached level 21 again. Yu Dapeng walked up to Lin Hao and gave him a thumbs up. Ning Yuanxi and I collected 10 dungeon cooldown stones yesterday, but you can no longer enter the Lost Mine. If you could carry us through the Lost Mine dungeon 10 more times, I might be able to reach level 20. Dapeng, what level are you now? Ning Yuanxi asked from the side. Since entering the Land of Darkness, I was lucky to meet the boss. After hanging out with him for a while, I went from level 17 to level 18 and 70% progress. Your level is even higher than mine now. Ning Yuanxi felt a bit dejected. Yesterday, Lin Hao had boosted Ning Yuanxi from level 12 to level 17. She didn't manage to kill any demons this time in the Land of Darkness, so she hadn't gained much experience. Ye Dapeng had gone from level 10 to level 16 yesterday, and after today's trip, he had improved further, actually reaching level 18. Big brother Lin Hao reaching level 21 makes it even more certain he'll get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Shi smiled, but then she gave a wry smile. But this is bad news for us. We can't level up anymore. If Big Brother Lin Hao took us through the Lost Mine 10 more times, even we might have made it into Qingbei. Lin Hao smiled. You can find another dungeon, and I will lead you for a day. Or, after the big exam, we can team up again when we have the chance. It won't be a waste. Forget it, Lin Hao. You've had a tiring day, and you need to prepare for the big exam the day after tomorrow. Let's team up when we get to university, Ning Yanxi said. Lin Hao nodded. Actually, all 4 of you are very likely to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University at your current levels, Mu Xue said from the side. In previous years, level 15 was generally enough for a chance, and 17 was quite safe. Now, Dapeng is level 18, Yuanxi is level 17, and even Lin Shi is level 15. It's a pity. I awakened last year but didn't go to university. I wasn't as lucky back then. I didn't meet someone like Lin Hao. I took the exam at level 12 and ended up in a low-tier college, so I didn't bother attending, Mu Xue sighed. My level is the lowest. Lin Shi was on the verge of tears. I also want to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University and stay by Big Brother Lin Hao's side. This man has created a miracle once again. Mu Xue stared deeply at Lin Hao, thinking to herself. He has the power to completely change people's destinies. Under normal circumstances, Ye Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi would probably just get into a decent school, but now, they are highly likely to enter the top-ranked Qingbei Martial Arts University. Boss, after leaving the dungeon, I received news that the 30-plus silver pieces of equipment we looted from the Lost Mine yesterday have all been sold. It totaled 31 million, and I'll transfer your share shortly. Just as he was about to need money, the money arrived. Lin Hao said softly, since the 5 of us did the dungeon together, just transfer 6 million to me. No, Lin Hao. If we had agreed to split it evenly, you could take 6 million. But this time, you take 30 million, and we will split the remaining 1 million. Ning Yuanxi said suddenly, with a firm expression. Yes, that is what we think too, Lin Shi and Mu Xue chimed in. If you consider us friends, please accept this plan. Otherwise, it means you look down on us. Lin Hao looked at the 4 of them, all of whom appeared determined. If he were to refuse again, they might actually get angry. Alright then, Lin Hao said helplessly. He really did need the money. Not only did he need to buy a large supply of recovery potions tomorrow, but he also needed to upgrade his gear to prepare for entering the bug realm. Half a month ago he was a penniless nobody, struggling every day just to make ends meet. But in half a month, as a high school student, he was already worth 30 million. This world really is the world of awakened professionals. Without an awakened profession, life itself is hard, Lin Hao thought to himself. Dapeng, please help me sell all this gear. Last time, Lin Hao had estimated those silver tier items to be worth about 25 million, but to his surprise, Ye Dapeng managed to sell them for over 30 million. This kid was a lousy student who couldn't do anything right back in the day, but he definitely inherited the business genes of his nouveau-riche father. He had a real knack for trading. Besides, Lin Hao felt he didn't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. Lin Hao emptied his backpack, spilling over 1,000 pieces of demonic gear onto the ground. It looked like a golden mountain, shimmering brightly. Good God! Ye Dapeng, Ning Yanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Xue, all cursed in unison. Boss, you really are a monster, Ye Dapeng exclaimed. I still have 400 or 500 pieces of demonic gear you farmed, not to mention countless cobalt ores, black lotuses, and the like. Lin Hao, Chen Ziking said earlier that some people might still be skeptical about you saving the situation. If those old-timers were here to see this mountain of gear, their jaws would probably hit the floor, Ning Yuanxi sighed. What do you mean saving the situation? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Brother Hao cleared the entire dungeon passage all by himself. It's terrifying, even the usually composed Mu Xue sighed. Alright boss, just leave it to me, Ye Dapeng said as he slowly began collecting the gear from the ground. After parting ways with Ye Dapeng and the others, Lin Hao returned home. At this moment, Lin Hao received a message from Zhao Kaijun. It stated that after discussions among the senior officials of Yangcheng, they had decided to grant Lin Hao 20% of the follow-up development profits. Based on their evaluation, that would be around 2 billion. However, he would have to wait until development was complete. Perhaps 6 months, maybe a year, but no more than 2. They asked him to wait patiently. This was also excellent news. It was an increase from the standard institutional cap of 5% to 20%. This was definitely a special case. Although he couldn't get the money immediately, it wouldn't take too long, and Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. Just then, he received the payment from the equipment he had sold earlier, as well as the items he and Zhao Xiaoling had cleared. Earnings from various materials and gear totaled 7 million. He now had a net worth of 37 million, enough to do many things. Moreover, he still had several super rare items on him. First were the 3 pieces of gold tier gear he got when he and Zhao Xiaoling cleared the wilderness boss, the Gnome King Celsus. Because they required level 20 to use, he had left them in his backpack and hadn't processed them yet. That makes 4 top tier items. Lin Hao took them out to examine them. Celsus staff. Gold tier, spirit plus 100, constitution plus 100. Spirit-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus dagger, gold tier, agility plus 100, constitution plus 100, agility-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, gold tier, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Magic scroll, Son of Death, usable by spirit-type classes. Upon use, gain the fire-based magic skill Son of Death, usable after level 20. Clearly, Lin Hao could use the staff and the magic scroll, especially the magic scroll. Son of Death was a forbidden spell. Back then, when Celsus suddenly cast it, it nearly killed Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao took out the Son of Death scroll. Learn, he thought to himself. A golden light flashed. The magic scroll disappeared, and at the same time, a new item appeared in his skill list. Learned skill, Son of Death. As a spirit-type class user, Lin Hao could learn various spells, including Ning Yuanxi's electric spells. Of course, summoning spells were the most authentic and suited him best. But having more skills never hurts. Lin Hao looked at the mana requirement to cast Son of Death, which was 900 points. In other words, with his current spirit stat, he couldn't even cast it once. Damn it, what a scam. As expected, forbidden magic isn't easy to use. Back then, after Celsus cast this spell once, he was practically crippled. As for the staff, its core feature was the 15% increase in spirit-based skill power, an attribute that would make many people fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. However, the plus 100 spirit didn't satisfy Lin Hao. As a summoner, his spirit stat wasn't that high. Generally speaking, summoners don't need much spirit for their summons. It's just that Lin Hao is a freak. He already has hundreds of insect pets to summon, and who knows how many more in the future. Therefore, his originally sufficient spirit pool had become an unbearable bottleneck for him. He also obtained 2 rare items after killing the Demon Sanctus and the Vampire Demon in the Darklands. He hadn't had time to study them properly. Lin Hao took out the magic book, Solomon's Key, and started examining it. Solomon's Key, unique. A magic book once used by the Abyssal King Nicholas in his youth. It records 100 types of magic. The holder can directly cast these spells, but currently, these magics are sealed. Each magic seed can unlock 1 spell. Equipped. Spirit, plus 50%. Currently unlocked spells. Tornado, Wind Gust. My god, I've stumbled upon a super treasure. Lin Hao was completely stunned. Even with his usually calm temperament, he was dumbfounded. If the Demon Sanctus were here, he would honestly want to kiss her. She was too lovely. This magic book, Solomon's Key, is simply amazing. A unique piece of equipment. This item has no level restriction and provides a 50% increase to spirit when equipped. This is a percentage-based stat boost, meaning even if he uses it at level 100, it won't be obsolete. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and equipped it immediately. Instantly, he felt his spirit pool become incredibly abundant. Lin Hao's original spirit stat was 650 points. Now, it had surged to 975 points. With this, he could now cast the Son of Death he learned earlier at least once. To be honest, Lin Hao's spirit pool was almost never at full capacity since he was constantly adding more pets. It was never enough. This magic book of Solomon should be classified as God tier. He didn't expect it to drop after the Demon Sanctus was defeated. Lin Hao flipped through Solomon's Key. Each page records 5 spells for a total of 20 pages, 100 spells in all. Fire, earth, wind, water, electric, dark, elemental, spirit, support, recovery. It had all kinds of magic, though dark-type magic was the most abundant. Fireball, rockfall, wind spin. The 10 magic skills on the last 2 pages were actually all forbidden level spells. However, almost all the spell names are grayed out. They are all sealed for now and cannot be used. Only 2 simple spells, Tornado and Wind Cluster, are glowing. In other words, out of these 100 spells, only these 2 can be used right now. What a pity. It is like having a mountain of treasure but being unable to use it. Lin Hao sighed. As for the magic spirit seed needed to unlock them, he had never heard of it before. But he believed that since it has a name, he would probably be able to find it in the trade center later. Lin Hao took out another acquisition. Magic scroll. Endless toxin. Endless toxin. After casting, the victim's blood provides nutrients that delay the toxin's decay, reducing it by only 1% per minute. Requires level 25 to learn. That is truly insane. When Lin Hao was poisoned by this skill, he lost about 12,000 HP every minute. It decays by 1% per minute. It is almost as if the toxin maintains its intensity, only weakening ever so slightly. If you have to calculate an upper limit, this skill can poison someone for an hour. 1 hour is 60 minutes, with over 10,000 HP loss per minute. A single hit could drain 300,000 or 400,000 HP from an opponent. Lin Hao has 50 sprite butterflies, each providing him with over 10,000 HP. Even Lin Hao almost died from it. How many people in this world have hundreds of thousands of HP? I am afraid even tens of thousands are extremely rare. Therefore, this skill is practically a guaranteed kill for anyone hit by it. And it is an area of effect skill. Facing thousands of enemies, one cast of this skill, and entire armies would be finished. If I can learn this skill, it would be way too powerful. Too bad it requires level 25 to learn. Lin Hao is currently level 21, so he still needs to level up 4 more times. Lin Hao regretfully put it into his backpack. After this bit of organizing, Lin Hao's strength has greatly increased. First, learned the Death Sun spell. Second, equipped Solomon's Key spellbook, increasing his mental power significantly, almost doubling it. Third, mastered the Tornado and Wind Cluster spells through the spellbook. He currently has over 30 million, so it is time to enter the trade center to buy some recovery potions and equipment. Lin Hao entered the trade center. He started looking for recovery potions, focusing specifically on those that restore the blue bar, or mental power. You would not know until you checked. There are hundreds of types of recovery potions, a vast and diverse variety. However, potions that restore mental power basically fall into 2 categories. One type restores your mental power to full instantly, with the effect being used up immediately. This is mainly for combat, though you cannot drink them endlessly. They have a body cooldown period. These are super expensive. The other type restores mental power slowly, for example 10% per minute, with the effect lasting 10 minutes. These are slightly cheaper. But even though they are cheaper, they are still quite pricey. Lin Hao quickly locked onto a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. It restores 10% of its effect per minute, recovering 100 points of mental power lasting for 10 minutes. In other words, 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring can restore 1,000 points of mental power. The cooldown is half an hour. That is not too long. Instant recovery potions often have cooldowns of 1 or 2 hours before you can drink a second one. Lin Hao did a quick calculation. Summoning 1 level 21 gold-eating bug requires about 100 mental power. With his current mental power, he can summon about 10 gold-eating bugs at full capacity. Summoning 210 gold-eating bugs and 210 sprite butterflies requires 42,000 points of mental power. That means he needs to drink 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring. The time to drink the potions would be 420 minutes, and the cooldown time would be 1,260 minutes, totaling 28 hours. That means even if I drink frantically without stopping, it would take 28 hours. 1 day and 1 night is not even enough. Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring costs 100,000. Restoring to full strength before the big exam will cost 2 million. Money really is not money here. Different people have different views on money. In Lin Hao's eyes, in this world, money exists to serve one's strength. The stronger you are, the faster you earn money. Lin Hao did not hesitate and placed an order for 10 bottles first. He paid 1 million directly at the trade center. Soon, the merchant sent a message asking Lin Hao to open a teleportation channel. A flash of white light later, 10 bottles of potion appeared in front of Lin Hao. This was a channel constructed by a small item teleportation circle. Come out! Lin Hao's original mental power was at half capacity. 5 level 21 gold-eating bugs appeared beside Lin Hao. Then, he put those 5 gold-eating bugs into his pet space. After summoning the 5 bugs, Lin Hao felt a wave of dizziness. His mental power was exhausted. He picked up a bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring and gulped it down. Then, his mental power began to recover rapidly. By the 10-minute mark, his mental power had recovered to 975 points. Lin Hao summoned 10 more gold-eating bugs. After the half-hour cooldown, Lin Hao drank the second bottle. Honestly, very few professionals play the way Lin Hao does. For one, nobody suddenly needs tens of thousands of mental power. For another, this is a crazy way to burn money. Most people rely on meditation to slowly restore their mental power before using it again. But Lin Hao does not have that much time to wait. The effect is not bad. Lin Hao was quite satisfied. He placed an order for another 20 bottles of intermediate blue spring. That is another 2 million. Even the merchant on the other side was stunned. Although potions are hard currency and many professionals need them, the most anyone usually orders in his small shop is 3 or 5 bottles. Someone like Lin Hao, who ordered 10 bottles and then another 20 in such a short time, was the first time he had seen it in the years he had been running the shop. I am going to strike it rich today. The owner was ecstatic. He provided excellent service and even gifted him 5 bottles of small blue spring. Those only restore 100 points, so 5 bottles are 500 points with a 10-minute cooldown. Better than nothing. Lin Hao accepted them as well. And so, Lin Hao drank potions, summoned, drank more, and summoned again. He had entered a mode of burning money like crazy. During the cooldown periods, he continued browsing the trade center. This piece of equipment is interesting. A piece of gear caught Lin Hao's eye. Mental robe. Gold grade, mental power plus 500, usable at level 20. Manufacturer, Luo Xiao. Description. One of the 3 mental pieces. Equip all 3 for an additional 1000 mental power. This kind of equipment specializing in increasing mental power is exactly what Lin Hao was looking for. Checking the price. 9 million. To think this gear was not dropped from monsters but crafted by a manufacturer. And it seems to be a young lady. Since awakening as an insect tamer and leveling up rapidly, Lin Hao rarely paid attention to other life skill professions. It seems he has underestimated these professionals. He had to fight for his life just to grind out 30 million. Yet one piece of her equipment sells for 9 million. There are many comments under the item. This piece of junk is selling for 9 million? Is this Luo Xiao out of her mind? What is the point of adding so much mental power? At this price, you could buy gear that actually adds skill effects. Just passing by. Lol. Hasn't this piece of gear been listed for over a year? Still here? Haha. This gear is worth 7 million at most. It seems this piece of gear is quite controversial. That is not surprising. Most sought-after gear is usually focused on increasing attack power. However, Lin Hao was very interested in this mental power 3-piece set. The extreme boost to mental power was exactly what he was looking for. But if it were just a single piece of gear, it wouldn't have sparked such intense interest in him. It clearly said it is a mental power 3-piece set. I wonder if the other 2 pieces are still available? Lin Hao entered the name Luo Xiao into the trading center. Then, all the items she had listed appeared. This Luo Xiao doesn't seem to be a high output crafter. However, she does have 20 or 30 pieces of gear for sale. It is just that they have been listed for a long time, and the sales rate is not very high. Lin Hao browsed briefly and discovered that almost all the gear Luo Xiao had for sale followed an extreme design philosophy. Just like this mental power 3-piece set, it focuses entirely on adding mental power, discarding all other bonuses. It is clear that this is a crafter with a very distinct personality. The other 2 mental power items are still here. They have both been listed for over a year without selling, yet their owner, Luo Xiao, has kept the price unchanged the entire time. Generally speaking, if a seller lists something for a while without getting any interest, they will lower the price. Sometimes they will even sell at a loss just to get cash flow. But this Luo Xiao has absolutely no intention of doing that. I guess this person isn't short on money at all? Otherwise, listing dozens of items would mean hundreds of millions in capital being tied up. However, Lin Hao didn't have much interest in getting to know the creator, Luo Xiao. The second item is a ring. Mental ring. Gold rank, mental power plus 500, usable at level 20. Creator, Luo Xiao. Introduction. One of the mental power 3-piece set. Equip all 3 to add 1000 mental power. Price, 9 million. The third item is a pair of shoes. Mental shoes. Silver rank, mental power plus 500, usable at level 20. Creator, Luo Xiao. Introduction. One of the mental power 3-piece set. Equip all 3 to add 1000 mental power. Price, 9 million. A mental power 3-piece set. A robe, a ring and shoes. Each piece adds 500 points of mental power, totaling 1500 for all three, plus the set bonus of 1000 points. That makes 2500 points. Lin Hao's base mental power at level 21 is 650 points, which reached 975 points with the 50% boost from Solomon's Key. If Lin Hao equips these three items, his base attribute becomes 650 plus 2500, equaling 350, and with the 50% boost, it jumps to a terrifying 425 points. It is not even in the same league as his original base stats. The three-piece set alone provides an extreme boost of 2500 points. That is already crazy enough. As it happens, Lin Hao obtained the god-tier item Solomon's Key, which amplifies this extreme to an unbelievable level. In Lin Hao's view, these three items are not expensive at 9 million each, and it wouldn't even be excessive if they were worth over 10 million. Since he has Solomon's Key, he wouldn't even hesitate at 15 million, let alone 9 million. He calculated his finances. If he buys all three items, it will cost 27 million. Lin Hao previously had 37 million, and he expected to spend 2 million on potions. Buying these three items will cost another 27 million. That is a total of 2 million. After doing the math, he would only have 8 million left. After the calculation, Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. Damn it, the money hasn't even been in my pocket for more than a few hours, and it's already gone. However, once Yodapeng handles those 1500 demon-themed items and the rest of the stock, and I handle those three gold-tier items that are useless to me, I expect another terrifying influx of income. The biggest chunk of money will be the dividends from the development of the Darklands dungeon. Zhao Kaijun said it is expected to be hundreds of millions, but the timeline is a bit long, and I can't wait that long right now. Lin Hao quickly made his decision. He clicked buy on the mental power robe, and paid 9 million. Capital City. The current top three clans of the Great Xia, the Luo clan, the Chen clan, and the Yan clan. At this moment, in a workshop within the Luo clan's compound, a woman in her 20s, of striking beauty, is sitting in a recliner, leaning back at a 45-degree angle with her long legs crossed on the table in front of her. Her posture is not very elegant. In her left hand, she holds a book titled Explaining Demon Forging Techniques, reading with great interest, while her right hand keeps reaching to the table to toss potato chips into her mouth. Crunch! A little girl pushes the door open and shouts with joy. Miss, the mental power robe you have had listed for a year was just bought, and the payment went through. The woman turns her head, closes the book, and a gleam appears in her beautiful big eyes. Finally someone with good taste. I've been broke for a year, and finally, my time to shine has come. Little Green, call my friends right now and tell them we're meeting at the Heavens tonight. Eating, drinking, playing, and hiring male models. It's all on me tonight. I knew you would say that. Little Green said with a smile, shaking her head. Go on, go on. Tell them whoever doesn't come has to pay for the next round. This woman is none other than Luo Shuiao, the creator of the mental robe Lin Hao bought. Okay, Little Green turns to leave. Wait, did the buyer contact you to haggle on the price? Luo Shuiao asks suddenly. Little Green shakes her head. Miss, they didn't. It's actually quite strange. All the other people who bought your gear before would contact you and haggle until their mouths were dry. This person didn't even reach out and just bought it directly. Looks like a big boss. Luo Shuiao rolls her eyes and laughs. Little Green pushes the door and heads out to invite her party friends. Luo Shuiao stands up and stretches. Her S-shaped curves are beautiful. Alright, I have been short on cash and living frugally for a year. Tonight I am definitely booking 10 male models to announce my return to the scene. Clang. The door is pushed open again. Little Green walks back in, looking excited, waving her hands and shouting, Miss, the person just placed 2 more orders and bought your ring and shoes. Did they not haggle at all and just pay again? Even Luo Shuiao was curious now. Yes, miss, it is so strange. It's nearly 30 million, and that person didn't even blink. Lin Hao had no idea that his order for equipment would cause quite a stir for the seller thousands of miles away. At this moment, he was looking at the 3 pieces of spirit gear he had just acquired with satisfaction. Spending over 20 million had boosted his mental power from 975 all the way up to 4,725. It was a massive, multifold qualitative leap. With this much mental power, he could now cast that overpowered minor forbidden spell, Deathly Sun, 5 times. What a steal. Lin Hao wasn't unaware that he could contact the seller to ask for a discount. It was just that, firstly, he didn't feel these 3 pieces of gear were expensive at all. On the contrary, they were cheap. What everyone else looked down upon, he considered a lucky find. High mental power was exactly what suited him best. Secondly, he was too lazy to waste breath haggling with the other party. In his view, it was a complete waste of time. Equipping the 3 items, Lin Hao's mental power instantly jumped to 4,725. If people found out, it would scare the living daylights out of them. Checking the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had been frantically chugging potions and summoning bug pets for 4 hours. By now, he had finished 6 bottles of mana potions, summoning only 60 bug pets. Among them were 50 gold eater bugs and 10 sprite butterflies. Still a long way from the full squad of 40-20, Lin Hao thought with a bitter smile. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. However, bitterness aside, his movements were not slow in the slightest. He downed another bottle of mana potion as if it were free. Time ticked away bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. By now, he had summoned a total of 120 bug pets. Tomorrow was his only remaining day before the national exam. Before the exam, he still wanted to make one more trip into the bug world. Therefore, he had to make full preparations. Lin Hao had no choice but to summon while resting with his eyes closed. By the next afternoon, he had summoned another 180 bug pets. Now, including the original scattered ones, he had a total of 350 bug pets, 300 of which were gold eater bugs, with 20 of them being elite level. Their attributes were twice that of ordinary gold eater bugs. Beyond having stronger stats, whenever Lin Hao deployed the gold eater bugs in small squads, the ordinary ones seemed to take the elite ones as their leaders. They subtly formed a formation with an elite leading a group of ordinary ones. The squad's combat effectiveness seemed much more intelligent and superior to the previous mob of scattered units. This amazed Lin Hao. Could his bug army actually evolve and optimize itself? He suddenly felt that if things continued this way, some big surprises might be in store for the future. In addition to the 300 gold eater bugs, he had also summoned 50 sprite butterflies. His strength was far beyond what it had been when he first entered the Shadowland. It's about time to enter the bug world. Looking back, he had traveled to the bug world 6 times, returning empty-handed 4 of those times. On one of the other 2 occasions, he obtained the gold eater bugs, which launched his ascent and remained his main combat force to this day. Another time, he obtained the sprite butterflies. It turned him into a tank, making him nearly immortal. And on the very last trip, he got smart and left a gold eater bug hidden on that grassland. Later, he discovered that the bug stayed right where he left it, which meant that when he returned to the bug world, he could use the position swap skill to get directly back to that grassland. Beyond the sprite butterflies, he had also discovered many other good bugs there. If all went well, he could use that spot as an anchor for his next travel. No more blind teleporting everywhere. His success rate would definitely increase significantly. While drinking potions, Lin Hao stopped summoning. 2.5 hours later, his mental power had recovered by 4,000 points. It's about enough. This time, my mental capacity is 10 times what it was before, so I won't be as passive. He took a minute to steady his breathing. Bug world shift! A flash of white light crossed, and he vanished from the room. In no time, he appeared on the beach of a small island in the bug world. A damp sea breeze ruffled Lin Hao's hair, and the air tasted salty. He immediately felt the drain on his mental power. However, compared to the visible speed at which it drained before, it was now almost imperceptible. Come out! 100 gold eater bugs materialized in the air around Lin Hao. He didn't know if this place was dangerous or not. Better to release some pets to protect himself first. Having the gold eater bugs by his side gave Lin Hao a sense of security. A light breeze blew, and the waves roared. Lin Hao suddenly changed his plans. Originally, he had intended to use the position swap as soon as he appeared in the bug world to reach the place where he summoned the sprite butterflies last time. But now, he decided to explore this area first. He could teleport over later. He definitely had to go there eventually. He couldn't forget about a kind of incredibly fast bee-like insect he saw there. Undoubtedly, that was a bug similar to an assassin. It's a pity his last opportunity back then was used to contract the sprite butterfly. Still, he was very satisfied with acquiring the sprite butterfly. During the Battle of the Shadowland, if not for the game-changing life-sharing skill of the sprite butterfly, he would have died many times over. The insects in the bug world were somewhat similar to human job classes. If the Gold Eater bug was a combat class, the sprite butterfly was like a support class. Since his mental power was now abundant, unlike the few minutes or half-hour constraints he had before, He didn't feel rushed. So, Lin Hao was in no hurry this time. I wonder what bug pets I can get this time. I'm so excited. Lin Hao looked around. Although standing on the beach didn't allow him to survey the entire island, he could tell it was a small, isolated islet in the middle of the ocean. It wasn't very big. The hill was mostly rock, with only a few scattered coconut trees. As the sea breeze blew, the coconut trees swayed gently. This place didn't seem like a dangerous area. Lin Hao started walking along the beach, circling the island. In the near sea, many avian creatures like seabirds were flying over the ocean. They were fast and kept some distance from Lin Hao, so he couldn't see them clearly. Sometimes they would dive into the water to snatch a fish. However, after watching a few times, Lin Hao realized they weren't fish at all, but bugs that looked like fish. As a bug tamer, Lin Hao was highly sensitive to insect species. This bug world is so strange. It seems to contain only bugs. Within an hour, Lin Hao had walked the entire beach of the island and returned to his starting point. During that time, he only saw flying insects in the sky. Of course, there were plenty of swimming bugs in the water too. The species diversity here was relatively poor. That wasn't surprising though. With the vast ocean on all sides, and being thousands of miles from land, it was actually decent to see any life forms at all. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, a flock of several hundred bird-like bugs landed in the trees on top of the island. Should I go up and check these bird bugs out? Lin Hao began climbing onto the island. The island wasn't very high, maybe 20 meters above sea level at most. When the bird bugs saw Lin Hao and his gold eater bugs approaching, they were startled, flapped their wings, and scattered in all directions. Then, they began circling over the nearby ocean. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Let's go, there's no point in staying here. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to leave using position swap, a sudden change occurred. Splash. The seawater suddenly parted. A colossal creature leaped out of the water. Its size was greater than 3 football fields combined. The massive figure cast a shadow, dimming everything before Lin Hao's eyes. The fish-like creature opened its gaping maw, swallowing hundreds of bird insects in a single snap. My god! Lin Hao was startled. What the hell is that? It's so terrifying. He hadn't even noticed it while it was in the sea earlier. If it had attacked him out of nowhere, he would have been obliterated without a trace. Lin Hao felt a shiver, instantly dropping to the ground and crouching among the trees on the mountain peak. He had been wandering here for over an hour without sensing any danger, yet here was this supermassive creature all along. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat instantly. To think he was just walking right by its mouth earlier. After eating the birds, the creature didn't fall back into the water. Instead, it spread its fins and soared into the sky. My god, a giant flying fish? It looks a bit like the kunpeng described in classic mythological novels. Lin Hao stayed low, peeking at the creature from the corner of his eye. In the northern ocean, there is a fish called the kun. The kun is so huge, I don't know how many thousands of miles it spans. It transforms into a bird, and its name is the peng. He recalled the records of the kunpeng, but that's not quite right. The kunpeng is said to be thousands of miles long. This creature is nowhere near that size. The creature was circling the island. It had clearly seen Lin Hao, but for some reason, it didn't seem to have any hostility toward him. As a bug tamer, Lin Hao was incredibly sensitive to the emotions of insectoids. Since there was no hostility, he stopped hiding and stood up. He even cast an appraisal skill on it. Unknown. As expected, he still couldn't see its status. If I could tame this guy, that would be insane. And look so cool. Lin Hao sighed in wonder. But that was impossible. After several trips to the insect realm, Lin Hao knew he stood no chance of taming high-level creatures right now. This insect realm is truly amazing, even having something close to the legendary kunpeng. I really want to grow stronger quickly so I can explore this world. Lin Hao had planned to leave and head for the grasslands. However, the creature seemed interested in Lin Hao now. It hovered in the air, its giant eyes fixed on him. Just as Lin Hao was about to use his position swap skill, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Why not try to tame it? If it fails, I'll just teleport away. There's nothing to lose, at most just some mental energy. With that idea, Lin Hao's heart began to pound violently. Should he try it? Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Insect taming? He activated his profession skill, connecting his mental energy to the behemoth flying in the sky. The creature didn't seem to resist. Huh? It's actually a larva! Lin Hao felt the creature's mind. It's quite like a human infant. In an instant, Lin Hao's heart began to race. There's a huge danger here. The danger. Since there's a larva, there must be adult parents nearby. If the larva is several football fields long, how big would the adults be? The opportunity. It's not impossible to tame after all. Instead, there's a huge chance. Lin Hao kept trying to infect the creature's mind, consuming his mental energy rapidly. Soon, 1,000 points of mental energy were drained. The creature still hadn't been tamed, but there was no violent resistance either. Another 1,000 points of mental energy were gone. The creature seemed to have absorbed a lot of Lin Hao's emotions. It was working. However, the creature's size was immense, and its mental ocean was vast. Even as a cub, it far exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Before long, another 1,000 points were exhausted. In such a short time, 3,000 points of mental energy had vanished. Lin Hao didn't have much mental energy left. He couldn't hold on much longer. However, at this point, the fish creature's mind was filled with affection for Lin Hao. It had been mostly assimilated. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot. A cub! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I miss this, I don't know how long it will take to get another chance. Perhaps I'll never get another chance. But the consumption of mental energy was far beyond his imagination. Even for a cub, 3,000 points of mental assimilation still couldn't lock it down. If it were his previous measly amount of mental energy, it would have been impossible. But now, he could see the potential for success. However, his mental energy was bottoming out. This familiar, helpless situation again. Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. Damn it, get tamed. At the very last moment, when Lin Hao's mental energy was completely spent, he roared. You have successfully tamed the Kunpeng. Success! Damn, that was exhausting and dangerous. At that moment, Lin Hao's body turned into a beam of white light. In the final 0.1 seconds, Lin Hao suddenly saw the sky go dark. A fish head of unfathomable size emerged. A long cry echoed. Woo! The sound was full of rage, but Lin Hao had already vanished. Back home, Lin Hao snapped his eyes open. Success! Ha ha ha! That was close. If I had been any later, the taming would have failed. Or, if I had been even slightly later, its parents would have returned, and I might have died. Let's see what this thing is first. Lin Hao stepped outside. In the sky above the house hovered a large fish over 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, gently flapping its fins and looking at Lin Hao with a confused expression. Unlike in the insect realm, the big fish now appeared to be a projection. Not as solid as it was in the insect realm. As he was thinking this, the giant flying fish zoomed into Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao immediately felt like a completely different person. Kunpeng, one of the ancient god insects, possesses both great fish and great bird attributes. It is a symbol of power. The Kunpeng has 6 growth stages. In its ultimate form, its body length reaches 100,000, capable of reaching the moon in the 9th heaven or diving deep into the Yellow Springs. Currently in its first larval stage. First stage larva? He checked the Kunpeng's pet panel. Level 21 Kunpeng, first stage. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, flight, buff, flight. When merged with the Bug Tamer, the Kunpeng grants the Bug Tamer flight capabilities. Buff. The Kunpeng can boost the Bug Tamer's stats by 10%. Huh? It's actually an auxiliary pet bug? Lin Hao was slightly disappointed, but soon he became overjoyed. These 2 skills! This is simply amazing! Lin Hao quickly opened his stat panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Bug Tamer. Level, 21. Strength, 3,320. Agility, 1,320. Mental, 6,225. Constitution, 2,320. Profession skills. Insect taming, pet summoning, level 21. Talent skills. Skill enhancement, level 3. Position swap, insect realm shuttle, 2 uses. Summon level 21, gold eating bug. Current count 31 half. Summon level 21 sprite butterfly. Current count 11 half. Summon level 21 Kunpeng, first stage. Current count 100. Have I become this monstrous? Lin Hao muttered. Am I still just a level 21 mental type bug tamer? Such powerful stats? This support type Kunpeng provided him with a 10-fold boost to his stat points. Before this, Lin Hao had always felt ashamed. His pets were so strong, but he himself felt like a total weakling. He had practically no combat power at all. Even though his pet's strength could be considered his own, deep down, it really bothered him. Now, however, he has finally reached a turning point himself. With such powerful stats, there is much more he can accomplish from here on out. Lin Hao's current strength is far beyond that of his peers. He is practically a bug in the system, a freak of nature. But Lin Hao didn't think he was invincible just yet. His final opponents, his ultimate enemies, are not the people of his own age. His sister's strength was certainly not as high as his current level, but she wasn't weak either, yet she still found herself in deep trouble. Was her opponent one of those powerful guilds? Or perhaps the Abyss? Lin Hao noticed a line in his status panel. Summon level 21 Kunpeng, Phase 1, current count 100. In other words, unlike the metal-eating insects and spirit butterflies, he couldn't summon an endless number of Kunpeng. At least, for now, he could only summon one. Perhaps a divine beast like the Kunpeng is too heaven-defying to be easily replicated or split. However, it's only in its first stage, and Lin Hao has no idea what changes it might undergo as it levels up. It might not always just be a support unit. Checking the time, it had only been about 2 hours since Lin Hao entered the bug world. He still had 2 more opportunities to travel to the bug world. But his mental energy was now completely drained, so he would definitely need to fully recover before going back in. And it would take 4 more hours to reach full recovery. Lin Hao picked up a bottle of mid-level Blue Spring and drank it. Plus 100. Plus 100. His mental energy was recovering rapidly. Finally, nearing 8:30 p.m., he was just 1,000 points away from full recovery. Lin Hao drank another bottle of mid-level Blue Spring. Lin Hao stepped back outside. There was one more skill he hadn't tried yet. Fly. He whispered softly. Instantly, a force surged through his body, and he began to levitate slowly off the ground. Whoosh! With a quick movement, Lin Hao shot straight up into the high sky. Lin Hao stood high above, looking down at the entire city of Yangcheng. The lights were dazzling. At night, it looked almost like Earth in his previous life. If not for that high wall, and the countless monsters outside waiting to prey on people, this world might still seem beautiful. Whoosh! The strong wind whipped past, blowing his hair and clothes upward. He was moving at 300 or 400 yards per hour. So fast. He flew a circle high in the sky for over 10 minutes. No one on the ground had noticed him at all. Awesome. It felt absolutely amazing. Some human professionals could also fly, but every single one of them was high level. Lin Hao remembered the vampire in the dark zone who could fly. That was because he had wings. The demon saintess could also fly because she possessed the magic of the wind. Someone like Lin Hao, who could fly at just level 21, must be one of a kind, right? Whoosh. Lin Hao returned in front of his house. Bug World Warp. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao disappeared from the spot. At the same time, he appeared in the bug world. Huh? Lin Hao felt that the ground he was standing on was constantly shaking. Suddenly, he and the ground beneath him were lifted into the air. Lin Hao was startled. He looked closely. He was actually standing on the back of a giant creature. The creature was so large that he couldn't see its head or its tail. From its physique, it looked somewhat like a dragon. This bug world really has everything. Lin Hao shook his head. Whoosh! Using the flight ability granted by the Kunpeng, he left the giant's back. It was just too huge, this thing. Suddenly, the dragon-like monster's body bent slightly, and its head, from what seemed like miles away, turned and looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao instantly felt a terrifying pressure descend upon him. His body stiffened, making it hard to fly. What kind of thing is this so terrifying? Lin Hao plummeted toward the ground. Am I going to die here? Position swap. Lin Hao was decisive. He realized that if something went wrong, whether it was crashing into the ground or triggering an attack from that behemoth, he would be dead either way. So, he immediately used position swap. In an instant, he appeared in another location. Here, the grass was lush, full of life. This was exactly the place where he had arrived last time and obtained the spirit butterfly. It really worked. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Just then, he lost connection with the metal-eating insect he had swapped places with. It died. Lin Hao's expression changed. That meant if he had been even a second slower, or hesitated for a moment, it would have been him who died. He didn't know if it was that giant beast that attacked, or something else. I just felt like my strength had skyrocketed and I was a bit hot stuff. But in reality, just surviving here is extremely difficult. My strength is still insufficient. I don't even know what level I need to reach, or how powerful I need to be to survive here with ease. Come out, Lin Hao whispered. About 100 metal-eating insects appeared around Lin Hao. With a thought, 4 or 5 of them flew off in all directions. They hid themselves beneath the ground in various spots. After finishing that, Lin Hao slowly lifted his feet off the ground, maintaining a hovering flight, and began to observe his surroundings. It seems a bit different from last time. Lin Hao walked around, looking everywhere. Last time, the grass was lush. All kinds of flowers were in full bloom, and swarms of bees and butterflies were flying about. But this time, the scenery was the same. But those insects were gone. What happened? Or is the time wrong? Lin Hao felt very strange. He walked for hundreds of meters and didn't see a single insect. Did they all leave? In the far distance, 5 colored lights were flickering. After a while, all sorts of crashing sounds could be heard. Another battle? He remembered that on his 2nd or 3rd time traveling to this bug world, he also encountered a massive war. At that time, it was a battle between giant insects. He hid under a mountain ridge, not daring to move a muscle until the time was up and he was teleported back. But now, he shielded his eyes and looked into the distance. He could see all kinds of spell lights above the horizon, but he couldn't see any actual bugs. Come out. Another 100 metal-eating insects appeared around him. These 200 insects circled around Lin Hao. Whoosh! Instantly, Lin Hao shot off like an arrow toward the site of the battle. His speed was extremely fast, but he still flew for almost an hour before approaching the edge. Sure enough, it's another insect war. This time, all sizes of insects were participating, but generally, the smaller ones were more numerous. At least none of them were like that giant dragon from earlier. However, the numbers? There were so many densely packed, filling the sky and the ground. There must be hundreds of thousands of them. This world seems just like the human world. Battles and fights are a common occurrence. Lin Hao gave a helpless smile. He came to a stop, choosing not to move any closer. He had already learned to be cautious in this insect world. When he first entered at level 1, he ran into that mantis insect, which nearly killed him with a single swipe. Later, he encountered alligator turtle insects, segment insects, and right up to the dragon insect from a moment ago. In comparison, they were all higher level than Lin Hao, with a significant gap in strength. But without realizing it, Lin Hao had also grown, his strength increasing dozens of times over. He watched from afar for a while. He felt slightly more at ease. The battle before his eyes didn't seem to involve the earth-shattering skills used by the massive insects from before. The combat seemed to be happening between levels 10 and 50. This is more like it. If every creature in this world were a powerhouse, how would anyone even survive? Lin Hao noticed that one side of the conflict consisted of the same species. They looked like black and brown locusts. However, these locusts weren't the 2-finger width kind seen in the human world. These were about the size of an adult human. At a glance, the sky was full of these locusts, ferocious and terrifying. Their combat style was also quite savage. Some would pounce directly onto their opponents and start gnawing away. Others would spit venom to take down their foes. The other side of the battle was composed of all sorts of different insects, a real variety. He even seemed to see traces of the gold-eating insects and spirit butterflies he owned among them. Those locusts seemed to be the invaders. Lin Hao watched for a while, folded his wings, and landed on the ground. He shook his head in annoyance. The immediate area was empty because of the insects. As for the distant battle, he had no desire to get involved. There were just too many of them, and it had absolutely nothing to do with him. It would be better to wait here for a bit, see if he could pick up any leftovers, and perhaps contract an insect. That would make the trip worthwhile, and he could add a pet to increase his strength. So, he couldn't be bothered to watch anymore and simply lay down on the ground. The breeze was blowing gently, the grass was lush, and it was quite comfortable. Last night, drinking potions, summoning, resting, drinking potions, summoning, resting, it was quite a grind. I do not know how much time passed. Lin Hao suddenly frowned. He sensed it again, and it wasn't his imagination. The gold-eating insects and spirit butterflies beside him were actually getting restless. At first, he thought it was just a hallucination, but upon closer inspection, it really was restlessness. What is going on? This had never happened before. What do they want? It feels like they are trying to convey some information to me. Lin Hao carefully sensed the emotions his pet insects were transmitting. What? They want to fight? Lin Hao was shocked to receive this feeling. He had always assumed the pets he summoned through replication were just mechanical insects, completely devoid of emotion. They only ever obeyed his will and commands. But now, that didn't seem to be entirely true. The emotions within them, though weak, were definitely real. Especially those upgraded elite gold-eating insects he had released. Their emotions were even more intense. The higher the level, the greater the sentience. Lin Hao even had the illusion that they wanted to tell him something, but the information transmitted was too faint and not easy to grasp. It seems I still don't know enough about the tamer profession or the pets I summon. You want to go kill those locusts? Lin Hao felt it again and again, confirming that they were indeed conveying this desire and intent. Lin Hao looked back toward the battlefield. The number of insects fighting there had already decreased by more than half. There were only tens of thousands left. On the ground, countless dead insects lay strewn about, thick and dense. The locusts seemed stronger, pressing down on the diverse group of other insects. So you want to join the battle? Lin Hao had already checked earlier. With his current strength, he could indeed intervene in this fight, even if it wasn't entirely safe. But whether it was to fight or to retreat, he was 70% certain he could handle it. Before he knew it, Lin Hao was no longer a bottom-tier rookie. Alright, you are my companions. You have always fought for me, so I will help you out. But we must act within our means while ensuring my own life is protected. Having made up his mind, Lin Hao moved immediately. He leapt up, and a phantom of the Kunpeng appeared behind him. Then, skimming the ground, he flew toward the battlefield at high speed. The green grass swayed on both sides of his body. He stopped not far from the battlefield. He suppressed the restless gold-eating insects beside him. Then, he began to chant softly. In the name of death, I summon the sun's fire, to burn all things in this world and return them to the void. 5 minutes passed. This spell really takes a long time to cast. Fortunately, the insects in the battle didn't notice him. Death Sun, a level 5 fire spell. The caster creates a scorching sun that emits rays of light, causing high temperature heat. Attack power is linked to the caster's mental strength. Duration: 1 minute. Range: 100 meters. When Lin Hao was level 16, he and Zhao Xiaoling had been attacked by a boss using this spell. If Lin Hao hadn't had his spirit butterflies back then, they would have died. Furthermore, the heat of those rays was so terrifying that it burned the clothes off both Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. The chant ended, and the spell was cast. Lin Hao felt a portion of his mental strength depleted. At the same time, a massive blazing sun appeared above those locusts. Scorching rays fell down upon them. Instantly, the lower-level locusts were burned to death and fell to the ground one after another. Good heavens. Lin Hao was startled. Is this really the Death Sun spell? The Death Sun he released just now was about 30 times larger than what Celsus had cast back then. And the range wasn't just 100 meters. It was likely several miles. What is going on? Could it be the effect of his talent? Skill enhancement? Skill enhancement. Level 3. Skill boost, level 3. All of the host's skill effects are enhanced by 30 times. As the level rises, the enhancement magnitude increases. If that is the case, wouldn't all his spells, even the most basic ones, be outrageously powerful? To think that his god-tier talent skill didn't just apply to taming and his insect pets, but also to spells cast by the master himself. It provided the same boost. It seems that not only were his pets formidable, but as their master, his own combat power was also terrifying. Thinking of this, a magic book appeared in Lin Hao's hand. It was none other than the Key of Solomon. Wind Vortex. This was a simple, instant cast spell. Back then, the demon scientist had cast dozens of them in a row, trapping his gold-eating insects. A wind vortex appeared in the middle of the locust swarm. Thousands of locusts were swept into it. Just as expected, this wind vortex was dozens of times larger than the one the demon scientist had used. The two sides had been locked in a fierce struggle, and the locusts were on the verge of driving the other insects into a dead end. No one expected such a drastic turn of events. Two terrifying spells had suddenly erupted in the middle of the battlefield, wiping out a large number of locusts in one go. The lower-level locusts within the spell's range were decimated. The situation had reversed. The diverse group of insects, though confused by what had happened, saw an opportunity. They shrieked and screeched, launching a counterattack.